Yesterday, a roar echoed from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be a 9th-tier beast emperor breaking through. Coastal cities must strengthen their defenses. A month ago, a breach in the protective net of Liang City, Sichuan province, led to a beast-tide invasion, resulting in the tragic deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. After an investigation by 8th-tier expert Gale Swordly Chang, the truth has come to light. A press conference will be held at 9 p.m. tonight. Lu Yang, an outstanding graduate of the Magic City Ability University, successfully broke through to the 5th tier yesterday and officially announced his joining of the Ashes Guild. 4 years later, the beautiful country has once again seen the emergence of an S-class awakened ability user, with the awakening type being wind element. This individual has already been specially recruited in advance by Houston University for ability users. After browsing through these trending news items, Jingming put down his phone and rubbed his temples hard, his headache unbearable. Combining the newly added memories in his mind with the news before him, he was now certain that he had indeed transmigrated, and the world he descended upon is called Blue Star, where the development of civilization and technology is roughly similar to his previous life but with two key additions: ferocious beasts and supernatural abilities. The former refers to extremely savage and bloodthirsty monsters that are wreaking havoc on Blue Star. The latter serves as the source of humanity's power to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. But I just had a few too many drinks at the graduate farewell party, and when I woke up, I had crossed into another world. Who am I supposed to reason with about this? Since I've already traveled through time, can I at least get a better starting point? Jingming couldn't help but smile wryly. According to the memories he had just acquired, his predecessor was also named Jingming, a senior at Jiangqing Second High School. Apart from having slightly outstanding looks, he was otherwise unremarkable. Even the awakened superpower he possessed was merely an E-level, weak electricity superpower. Jingming pondered as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, and a fine blue-white arc of electricity danced at his fingertips. If it were in a previous life, this extraordinary skill might have caused a sensation, but on Blue Star, it is already a common occurrence, because here, everyone awakens their superpower at the age of 16 and becomes an awakened. There are many types of superpowers. Some can control wind and fire, some can transform into beasts, and others can heal injuries. The quality of superpowers also varies greatly. According to Blue Star's rating standards, superpowers are divided into 9 levels: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The vast majority of people can only awaken D-level or E-level abilities, with only a very small number able to awaken C-level or B-level abilities. Those who can awaken A-level abilities are truly the chosen ones. As for the higher S-level, SS-level, or even SSS-level abilities, they are as rare as phoenix feathers, with only one appearing every few years or even decades. During the ability awakening 2 years ago, the predecessor unsurprisingly only awakened the E-level ability weak electricity. Abilities are further divided into 6 major categories: elemental, enhancement, mental, recovery, natural, and special. His weak electricity belongs to the lightning element of the natural category of abilities. The lightning-based superpower is considered decent among many abilities, but being only E-level means that weak electricity's destructive power won't be very strong. Just like the arc of electricity coiling around the fingertips at this moment, its damage is at most equivalent to a stun baton, or perhaps even less. Did I transmigrate here just to become a human stun baton? I also want to shake the world with my fists and become a powerful figure. Jingming extinguished the arc of electricity at his fingertips, propped his chin with his right hand, and sighed as he gazed ahead. At this moment, he was sitting in a bright classroom during break time, surrounded by classmates engaged in conversation. On the lower right corner of the blackboard at the front, a countdown was written: 1 day until the exam. In the Great Xia Kingdom, exams are held every year on June 7th to select students for admission into the University of Supernatural Abilities for further training. And today was precisely June 6th, with the exam set to begin tomorrow. Don't forget, due to the existence of ferocious beasts, supernatural ability users have become a special class, both revered by the public and enjoying numerous privileges. Simply put, an Esper is someone above others. It should be noted that those who awaken abilities are merely awakeners, and their powers are not yet fully mastered. Only after a period of cultivation can they transform from awakeners into true Espers, possessing the ability to confront powerful beasts head-on. Espers are divided into 9 levels, from rank 1 to rank 9, with each level further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Even for the lowest rank 1 lower tier, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary awakener to advance without 4 to 5 years of cultivation. And if one can get admitted to the University of Supernatural Abilities and receive guidance from a mentor, this process will be significantly shortened. This is also the reason why the exam is so important. But he had only awakened an E-level ability, and the chances of getting into the University of Supernatural Abilities were almost zero. Isn't it said that transmigrators always have perks? Where's the system? Come save me. Jingming muttered to himself, and as soon as as he finished speaking, an electronic notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Activating Deep Blue System. System activation successful. Distributing Beginner's Gift Package. Beginner's Gift Package distributed successfully. Would you like to claim it now? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Jingming's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. The system, it actually exists? After the shock came a surge of ecstasy. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood what a system represented. It meant he had the chance to defy fate and reach the pinnacle. Su Jingming let out a long breath, calming his excited emotions. He didn't claim it immediately but instead asked in his mind, what does the beginner's gift pack contain? 200 ability points, and the S-level ability, Zhixiao Divine Thunder. S-level ability, Zhixiao Divine Thunder? Su Jingming's eyes shone with a sharp light, and his breathing suddenly quickened. He wasn't very clear about ability points, but he knew very well that S-level abilities were extremely rare top-tier abilities on the entire Blue Star. Just as reported in the news earlier, the beautiful country, a nation on par with the Great Xia in strength, had only one S-level ability user emerge in 4 years, and the Great Xia itself hadn't seen an S-level ability awakening in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, as long as they don't encounter any accidents, S-level ability users will grow into powerful figures, guarding one side. System, after claiming the beginner's gift pack, will I be able to obtain S-level abilities? To confirm, Su Jingming asked again. Receiving a positive response, Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly. S-level abilities. The chance to defy fate has finally arrived. Yes. Jingming, stop daydreaming, old Chen is here, his deskmate whispered as a reminder. Only then did Su Jingming snap out of it and realize that class had already started at some point. On the podium stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut. He was the homeroom teacher of class 5, Chen Fan. Once the class is over, claim the beginner's gift pack as soon as you get home. Although his heart was burning with excitement, Su Jingming knew that claiming the gift pack in the classroom was far from a wise choice. So he suppressed his excitement and focused on the lesson. 12 years of hard study, all for today. With the exam approaching, it's still important to maintain a stable mindset. Liberal arts candidates, make sure to check tonight whether your stationery is complete and suitable. Martial arts candidates, also prepare your battle attire and weapons. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, echoed in the classroom. Su Jingming sat at his desk, recalling various information about the exams in his mind. In the Great Xia nation where he lived, universities were divided into 2 categories, liberal arts universities and universities for extraordinary abilities. Liberal arts universities focused on cultural knowledge, while universities for extraordinary abilities cultivated superhuman combat skills. Correspondingly, the exams were also divided into liberal arts exams and martial arts exams. Liberal arts exams only required answering questions in the classroom, whereas martial arts exams demanded candidates to wear battle suits, wield weapons, and enter designated areas to fight ferocious beasts. Final scores were determined based on the number and types of beasts killed. Students were free to choose between these 2 types of exams. If one's abilities were insufficient or if they awakened a useless extraordinary ability, they could opt for the liberal arts exam and become an ordinary person. Although his previous self had only awakened an E-level ability, he still chose to take the martial arts exam. Su Jingming fully agreed with this decision, as taking the martial arts exam was still worth a shot. If one didn't even dare to participate in the martial arts exam, then they could only resign themselves to being an ordinary person. I'll emphasize this one last time. The martial arts exam carries a risk of death. For those whose awakened abilities are below D level, I do not recommend choosing the martial arts exam. You can still change your preferences before 9 p.m. tonight. If you're interested, please come to me. Alright, that's it for today. Class dismissed. Before leaving, the homeroom teacher Chen Fan specifically emphasized it again, his gaze sweeping over Su Jingming. This made him unconsciously touch his nose. Su Jingming understood the homeroom teacher's meaning very well. After all, in the entire senior year, Class 5, among the awakened students taking the martial arts exam, he was the only one with the lowest awakened ability level, merely E level. Based on past martial arts exam situations, most of those who died in the exam were students who had only awakened abilities below D level. I know the homeroom teacher is worried about me, but in this world, without the backing of martial strength, it really doesn't work. In order to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts, every city in the Great Xia Kingdom has implemented strict protective measures, such as high-voltage power grids, firearm units, and squads of ability users. However, these methods are not foolproof, and from time to time, cities are breached by beast tides, resulting in countless citizens being brutally killed. Su Jingming absolutely does not want to face such a disaster one day in the future, only to find himself completely powerless to fight back. Even if I only have E-level abilities, I will still take the martial arts exam, not to mention that I am about to acquire the rarer S-level abilities. With his gaze gradually firming, Su Jingming began packing his school bag. Jingming, are you really not planning to change your choice of major? In the front row, a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle turned his head and asked. No. Su Jingming shook his head head in response. That was his close friend Zhang Hao, who had also awakened an E-level superpower. The two shared the same plight, but ever since Zhang Hao awakened his E-level superpower 2 years ago, he simply devoted all his energy to academic courses, preparing to take the liberal arts exam. You're really amazing. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up. In Class 5, there are 6 or 7 E-level ability users, and you're the only one daring enough to choose the martial arts exam. What, do you want to join me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Hee, buddy, I'm aiming for a liberal arts university, planning to enjoy 4 leisurely years with the girls. The heavy responsibility of protecting the country can only be entrusted to you great ability users, Zhang Hao said with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Su Jingming rolled his eyes, ignored him, and left the classroom with his backpack. Su Jingming's parents both perished in a beast tide when he was in his early teens. Apart from leaving behind a property and over $1 million in compensation, they left nothing else. Therefore, upon returning home, Su Jingming could only be alone. Fortunately, he had been an orphan before crossing over and was long accustomed to this kind of solitude. Moreover, Su Jingming now had more important matters to accomplish. Beginner's gift pack, here I come. Looking at the blue virtual frame flashing in his mind, Su Jingming pressed the claim button without hesitation. Beginner's gift pack distributed. 200 ability points have been credited. S-level ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is being distributed. Progress 10%, 20%, 30%. Accompanied by a deep rumble, it was as if an endless power exploded within his body. Countless blue-purple lightning arcs leaped and flickered across his body, glowing intermittently. His entire being resembled a ball of blue-purple lightning. With a piercing arc screech, endless thunder arcs spread outward from Su Jingming as the center, instantly engulfing the entire living room. Sofa, TV, coffee table, everything touched by the thunder immediately exploded into fragments. The thunder, accompanied by flames, burst through the windows, sending shards flying and flames erupting. Mom, the big brother's house across the street is on fire. Quick, call the fire department. That location, isn't it the Su family's house? Such a violent explosion naturally caught the attention of the neighborhood residents, and many quickly called the fire department. However, Su Jingming inside the house was completely unaware of this. He only felt a warm sensation within his body, as if it were filled with boundless strength. 50%, 60%, 70%. The transformation is still ongoing. It seems that due to the transformation caused by the supernatural ability, the originally clear afternoon sky at around 3 or 4 o'clock suddenly became overcast, as if night had abruptly fallen. Though there was no rain, it was accompanied by bursts of muffled thunder. You can even see streaks of purple lightning in the dark clouds, resembling dragons weaving through them. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? What terrifying lightning! I feel a heavy sense of pressure. Jiangqing's 3rd Legion is on high alert, ready for action. The bizarre weather changes plunged the citizens of Jiang City into panic, fearing whether a ferocious beast capable of controlling lightning was about to invade. The Legion stationed in Jiang City also acted swiftly, entering a state of combat readiness. In the room, Su Jingming's superpower transformation had finally reached its final stage. At this moment, the sky suddenly flickered, and a purple lightning bolt struck down fiercely from outside the window, crashing into Su Jingming's body like a dragon. As if completing its mission, the lightning struck and the dark clouds outside gradually dispersed, leaving the sky clear once again. Meanwhile, in the room, Su Jingming's superpower transformation also reached 100%. The blue-purple lightning surrounding his body surged into him like a tide, gradually vanishing without a trace. Moments later, Su Jingming, seated in the center of the living room, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of purple lightning flickering in his gaze. Boom! At this moment, Su Jingming felt his entire body filled with surging power. He instinctively raised his right hand, and with a slight movement of his mind, countless purple lightning arcs began to swirl around him. Unlike the previous blue-white lightning, this purple lightning contained an ancient and formidable energy that made one's heart involuntarily tighten. This is the legendary S-level ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Su Jingming's eyes glimmered slightly. He vaguely felt that if this strike were to hit a human body, it would be far from as simple as a mere electric shock baton. It is very likely that the entire person would be directly blasted to pieces. However, the commotion caused by receiving the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is a bit too much. Su Jingming, who had just restrained the thunder, looked at the devastated living room and couldn't help but scratch his head. The entire living room looked as if it had been hit by a missile, with shattered fragments of items scattered everywhere. Some fragments still had unextinguished flames flickering on them. The walls and floor were covered with pits scorched by electric arcs. Fortunately, I noticed something was wrong during the transformation just now and exerted all my strength to control the power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just this living room that suffered. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, originating from ancient Eastern mythology, is one of the 10 primordial thunders of antiquity, possessing terrifying power capable of annihilating immortals and slaying gods. Although he is now merely an awakener, unable to fully unleash the complete power of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. But if this power were to be released released recklessly, it could easily blow the entire floor to pieces. The entire building might collapse with a thunderous crash as a result. Although he was protected by the purple sky divine thunder, even if the building collapsed, he himself would remain unharmed. But the other residents living in the building would be in a miserable situation. Fortunately, he desperately restrained the power of the thunder, ultimately preventing this disaster from happening. Looks like I underestimated the power of the purple sky divine thunder. If I had known it would cause such a commotion, I should have gone straight to the outskirts to claim the newbie package. Although he said so, Su Jingming was extremely satisfied in his heart. By the way, the newbie gift pack also gave 200 ability points. What are they used for? Just as he recalled another reward from the newbie gift pack, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ability points can be obtained by killing ferocious beasts. Consuming ability points can enhance levels and skills. After listening to the system's explanation, Su Jingming immediately understood. The so-called ability points are actually like experience points in online games. The routine of leveling up by defeating monsters, simple yet practical. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Jingming then opened the system panel. The information displayed on the system panel is very concise, with plus signs at the back indicating which items can be upgraded and which are still out of reach. Physique and spirit are the two fundamental attributes of an awakened, and his values are fairly decent. After all, most awakened individuals only have physique and spirit values of around 100 points. I've practiced marksmanship for 5 or 6 years, yet my proficiency is still at the beginner level. Isn't that a bit too much? Su Jingming secretly complained in his heart. In addition to superpowers, humans also use weapons as a means of attack. Unlike most people who choose swords, his weapon is a spear. This was a weapon he started practicing in his early teens, but he is still at the beginner level even now. You should know that skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Beginner means just getting started. As for lightning gale strike, it belongs to the spear technique category of combat skills. He purchased it for 300,000 xia coins after awakening his weak electric ability at the age of 16. So far, I've only been practicing for 2.5 years, so having just a beginner's proficiency is normal. Looking at the information on the panel, 200 ability points, I can use them to enhance attributes or to strengthen skills. So, where should I spend them? Muttering to himself, Su Jingming fell into deep thought. Tomorrow was the annual exam. He had to use these 200 ability points where they would matter most, maximizing his combat effectiveness. Physique and spirit are the two fundamental attributes. As long as these two attributes are enhanced, whether it's performing combat techniques or manipulating abilities, they will be correspondingly strengthened. In that case, let's first enhance the fundamental attributes. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming decided to evenly distribute the 200 ability points, allocating them to both physique and spirit. When he clicked the plus sign on the panel, he immediately felt his vitality surge dramatically. The surging vitality coursed through his body like a roaring river. Sizzle. Following that, his thoughts became clearer and sharper. Not only that, his control over the purple heaven divine thunder had also improved. Superpowers, at their core, originate from the physique and spirit of the human body. Once these two attributes are enhanced, the power of the superpowers will naturally increase as well. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power within his body and the purple heaven divine thunder that could be summoned at any moment, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his system panel again. The superpower transformation was successful. Both fundamental attributes have increased by 20 points, which means one ability point can be exchanged for 0.2 health or 0.2 spirit. Although the exchange rate is a bit low, it's still a direct boost without side effects, so it's not bad. Unfortunately, the beginner's gift pack only has 200 ability points, otherwise, I could enhance further. However, with my current strength, getting into the ability user university is more than enough. Since obtaining the S-level superpower Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, Su Jingming's strength has already been among the top among examinees in Jiangnan province. Now that his two basic attributes have been further enhanced, he can truly be considered one of the top-tier candidates in Jiangnan province. The reason he is referred to as one of rather than the absolute strongest is because Jiangnan province has a population of over 80 million, with more than 700,000 candidates taking the martial arts exam. Among these candidates, there is no shortage of monsters. Although these perverts do not possess S-level abilities, they have A-level abilities. Combined with rich combat experience and skill bonuses, they are equally formidable. After all, some students come from affluent families, not only able to afford renowned mentors to guide them in learning rare and powerful combat techniques, but even capable of arranging bodyguards to escort them directly into the wilderness to battle fierce beasts and accumulate practical combat experience. As an orphan, Su Jingming naturally cannot compare in this regard. However, the S-level ability he possesses is likewise an ace that other candidates find hard to rival. At this moment, a rapid knocking suddenly sounded. Before Su Jingming could react, there was a loud boom, and the entire door was kicked straight in. Immediately, a group of firefighters dressed in orange-red uniforms and holding water hoses burst into view. Seeing that there was no expected raging fire in the room, and even a living person standing there, they were momentarily stunned. Su Jingming blinked and tentatively greeted them. Faced with the sudden arrival of firefighters, Su Jingming briefly explained that he possessed lightning abilities and that the fire had already been brought under control. This group of people bustled around the house for an inspection and, after confirming there were no remaining safety hazards, didn't stay long. Before leaving, they not only helped fix the front door but the captain also handed Su Jingming a business card. It stated that Su Jingming's lightning abilities were particularly suitable for handling fire and explosion control in certain electronic equipment facilities. You should know that the fire department is a government-affiliated organization, and it has awakened individuals with abilities to control water and fire, so there's no need to worry about life-threatening dangers during firefighting. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a stable and decent job. After all, the stronger the superpower, the more beneficial it is for his future development. But for Su Jingming now, it holds no appeal at all. He casually stuffed the business card into the bedside table in his bedroom, picked up the long gun leaning against the wall, and turned to leave the room. Xiaoming, was everything okay with the fire just now? In the system panel, you can view the number of ability points and upgrade options. That's good to hear. Judging by your look, are you heading to the martial arts gym? You're really diligent. The exam is tomorrow, and you're still training. Not like that rascal in my family. Manhwa community was where Su Jingming had lived for 18 years, and almost all the neighbors were familiar faces. With his gentle personality, he was well liked by the elderly residents. Whenever he came downstairs, the elderly taking walks or looking after their grandchildren would greet him warmly, and Su Jingming would politely respond to each of them. Carrying a long spear, he walked out of the residential complex, boarded a bus, transferred to the subway, and finally arrived in front of a modern high-rise building. This building, about 40 meters tall, had a silver-white exterior that gleamed brilliantly, exuding a strikingly cool vibe. The structure occupied a vast area, resembling a slumbering giant beast quietly lying there. On the side of the building, four large characters, Thunder Martial Hall, were written in a bold and dynamic style, shining brightly under the sunlight. For an awakened to advance to a supernatural, they must temper their physique and spirit to enhance the power of their abilities. However, not every family has a private training room, which gave rise to martial halls offering training facilities and teaching services. The two most renowned martial halls in the Great Xia Nation are the Thunder Martial Hall and the Bear Mike Martial Hall, both of which have branches across the country. Even in the remote Jiangcheng of Jiangnan province, these two martial halls are present. Of course, apart from these two major martial halls, Jiangcheng also has dozens of private martial halls, but only the Thunder Martial Hall is open to high school students free of charge. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 121 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 140 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Beginner plus. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 200. Thus, Su Jingming had always chosen to train at the Thunder Martial Hall. This time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to test how much his strength had improved after acquiring the Purple Sky Divine Thunder and enhancing his basic attributes. At this moment, outside the Thunder Martial Hall, besides Su Jingming, there were also some awakened carrying weapons, and even some supernaturals. The 9th tier supernatural Lu Wentau, who founded the Thunder Martial Hall, is an S-class lightning type ability user. I wonder if one day, in the future, I too can have a martial hall of my own. Su Jingming thought to himself with a sigh, then stepped into the martial hall. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall has 6 floors, each covering tens of thousands of square meters. The second and third floors are specially provided for high school students to use for free. After entering the hall, Su Jingming headed straight to the third floor, which he often visited. Today was Wednesday, and while third-year students had already been dismissed early, first and second-year students were still at school. Most third-year students were at home preparing for exams, so the usually bustling third floor seemed a bit deserted, with only about a dozen people in the lobby. In the lobby, Su Jingming spotted a familiar figure. It was a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with delicate and strikingly cold features. She wasn't carrying any weapons and was dressed casually, her long, straight legs looking particularly striking against her blue denim shorts. Surrounding her were several other stylishly dressed young men and women. Chi-Chi, you're here at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall too? Su Jingming greeted the tall girl with a smile. Tangi was his aunt's daughter and also a third-year student, a few months older than him. Su Jingming had lost his parents at a young age, and his aunt often visited him, sometimes bringing his cousin Tangi along. Their relationship wasn't particularly close but wasn't distant either. For a simple reason, he was introverted and not good at conversation, and their family backgrounds were different, leaving them with few common topics. 2 years ago, Tangi awakened a B-level ability, ability, while Su Jingming only had an E-level ability, further widening the gap between them. Tangi hadn't expected to run into Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. She paused for a moment before reacting and nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm here with some friends. No wonder. Su Jingming suddenly understood after hearing this. His aunt's family was well off, and Tangi often went to the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, which had an annual fee of 100,000. She rarely visited the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Alright then, Jia, you guys carry on. I'm heading to the training room. Su Jingming greeted briefly and then left directly. Chi, who is that? He looks quite handsome. After Su Jingming left, a tall, cute girl in a dress standing next to Tangi asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with faint curiosity. Su Jingming, my cousin, Tangi replied. He's in the same grade as us, a senior in high school, and will be taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Looking at the distant figure of Su Jingming gradually walking away, Tangi's brows furrowed slightly. Her cousin Su Jingming seemed somewhat different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. However, in the past, even if they ran into each other by chance, he wouldn't take the initiative to start a conversation. But this time, he had unusually greeted her first. Gathering so much information, Xiaoya, are you lovesick and thinking about finding a boyfriend? The young man in white casual clothes showed a smile on his face. Facing the teasing, Xiaoya didn't mind at all and readily admitted. What's wrong? With this appearance, as long as his abilities are decent, taking him out as a boyfriend in the future would be quite impressive, wouldn't it? Then my cousin might disappoint you. He only awakened an E-level ability. Tangi shook her head, having long anticipated Xiaoya's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su Jingming was only an E-level superhuman, the curiosity in Xiaoya's eyes instantly diminished, and she said disinterestedly, Deep Blue, add the points for me. Only an E-level superhuman? What a pity. Everyone has their own circle, and most people within the same circle have similar family backgrounds and compatible personalities. This group of people not only come from affluent families but also have awakened abilities that are either B-level or C-level. As for Su Jingming, his attire alone reveals that his family is not well off. Coupled with the fact that he is merely an E-level ability user, even though Xiaoya is a face enthusiast, she doesn't find him very appealing. An E-level ability user daring to take the martial arts exam does show quite a bit of courage. Physique, 141 vitality, plus, spirit, 160 Hz, plus, a young man wearing an earring joked. So what if he's brave? The risk is too high. I'd rather he not take the martial arts exam. Tangi sighed. In the martial arts exam, the highest death rate is among ability users below grade D. As long as Su Jingming is at level D, she won't object. But level E abilities are really too weak. Participating in the martial arts exam is almost like courting death. Level E ability users should honestly take the liberal arts exam, graduate, and work as white-collar employees in a company. That way, they wouldn't have to fight ferocious beasts or face life-threatening dangers. Wouldn't that be better? This way, her mother wouldn't have to worry every day. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't we come to visit the Thunder Martial Arts Hall? That's true. I spent almost all 3 years of high school at the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, and this is my first time at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Relaxing a bit before the exam is good for both body and mind. Seeing that Tangi was in a bad mood, everyone quickly changed the subject and started wandering around casually. Knock, knock, knock. On the other side, Su Jingming was completely unaware of the discussions sparked after his departure. At this moment, he was already in a single training room of about 20 square meters. This was a training space specifically provided by the Thunder Martial Arts Center, which usually required prior booking to use. Hello? Now that there were fewer people, he could enter directly. First, let's try peak strength without using superpowers. Su Jingming took the spear from his back and gripped it tightly in his hand. Due to the thick skin and tough flesh of ferocious beasts, ordinary weapons cannot break through their defenses. The weapons used by superpowered individuals are all crafted by specialized manufacturing companies. After graduating from university, he could directly approach the Jiangcheng Fire Department to arrange for a job. The long spear in his hand was precisely the Black Obsidian series weapon produced by Yuan Group. The spear shaft was about 1.9 meters long, with a sharp spearhead over 20 centimeters, making the total length 2.1 meters. The entire Black Obsidian spear was crafted from F-grade alloy, featuring a subdued black color. Holding the long spear, Su Jingming gave it a slight shake, and a deep metallic clanging sound immediately resonated. This slight tremor, though small, immediately made him sense something unusual. It's fine, Uncle Yang. It's already under control. The gun feels lighter. Yes, going to the martial arts school to practice. No, it's because my physique has become stronger. Su Jingming quickly realized, but for now, there's no chance to change weapons. The alloy grades correspond to the ability levels and are divided into 9 levels: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The rarer the alloy, the more durable and sharp it is, resulting in higher lethality against ferocious beasts and naturally higher prices. Weapons from the Black Obsidian series purchased from Yuan Group allow free selection of alloy material and weight. Since the martial arts exam exam only permits F-grade weapons and battlesuits, the alloy was naturally chosen as F-grade. In terms of weight, he chose 50 kilograms. In the end, this entire Black Radiance spear cost him nearly 200,000 to purchase. The saying goes, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Over the years, Su Jingming had spent quite a lot on training his physique and abilities, purchasing battlesuits, weapons, and combat techniques. This money partly came from the enthusiastic financial support of his aunt's family, which was hard to refuse, and the rest was from the savings and compensation left by his parents. After spending up to now, Su Jingming had less than 50,000 left, so he naturally couldn't afford more advanced weapons. His gaze sharpened as Su Jingming began to warm up. The spear was a weapon he had been practicing with since the age of 12 for nearly 6 years now. Moves like thrusting, stabbing, smashing, chopping, pointing, and jabbing were already second nature to him. In the training room, the spear danced in his hands like a black phantom, exuding an imposing aura. In just a short moment, Su Jingming felt his entire body loosen up, with his blood and energy flowing more vigorously. Then, gripping the spear tightly, he suddenly thrust it fiercely at the circular target on the front wall of the training room. Jiang. Accompanied by a piercing crash, the target made of memory metal caved into an exaggerated arc under the force of immense kinetic energy. As the spear was withdrawn, the target slowly returned to its original shape. 321 cards. Just relying on physical strength alone has nearly doubled compared to before. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Jingming's eyes. Card is the standard unit for measuring attack intensity. One card is equivalent to the energy released by the explosion of a black spider firecracker. Most awakened individuals, relying solely on physical strength, can only achieve a maximum attack of around 100 cards. Previously, he could only deliver an attack of about 140 cards using physical strength alone. Of course, even when using his abilities back then, the improvement was minimal. With a single thought, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was immediately summoned. Crackle and pop. At this moment, Su Jingming seemed like the god of thunder descending to the world, surrounded by purple lightning, with the crackling sound of electric arcs leaping sharply. He raised his hand and pointed, and a violent purple lightning bolt shot toward the target. This time, the memory metal target remained dented for a full 7 or 8 seconds before recovering. An astonishing number appeared on the smart screen. The power actually reached 3,000 calories. It's more than 10 times the strength of physical force. It should be noted that the average attack strength of a first-tier ability user is only around 1,000 calories. An attack strength of 3,000 calories is almost at the level of a mid-tier first-tier ability user. No wonder it's an S-level ability, truly defying the heavens. Su Jingming couldn't help but click his tongue. According to the information remembered, the levels of superhumans range from awakened to 9th level superhumans, divided into 9 levels, with each level further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. He is currently just an awakened, yet with the S-level ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he can unleash an attack strength comparable to that of a middle-tier first-level superhuman. No wonder all nations are vying to cultivate high-level superhuman awakened. The quality gap is truly immense. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and the electric light of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder spread to the obsidian spear. In the training room, a flash of electric light burst forth, and the spear seemed to transform into a purple-black flood dragon, charging straight at the wall. Lightning flickered, accompanied by deafening impact sounds, causing the entire training room to tremble slightly. As the lightning dissipated, the target made of memory metal on the wall appeared as if struck by lightning. Its center melted, forming an irreparable metal crater. Terrifying cracks spread outward from the target's center like a spider web, extending across the entire wall and exposing cables sparking with electricity. These cables were connected to the memory metal, responsible for measuring attack intensity. In their current state, they were clearly no longer functional. Su Jingming turned to look at the intelligence screen on the right, and as expected, there was no data displayed. I am using the beginner training room, where the memory metal can withstand attacks up to the level of a first-tier advanced ability user. Now that the memory metal has been damaged, it's clear that the attack intensity has reached its limit. In other words, the power of this strike of mine is already comparable to that of a first-tier advanced ability user. As expected of a combat technique, truly impressive. Lightning Swift Break is the only combat technique currently mastered by Su Jingming. Carefully selected by him, it perfectly integrates lightning-based abilities with marksmanship. In fact, most combat techniques of ability users are closely related to the abilities they possess. The peak attack intensity is comparable to a top-tier first-level ability user. Looks like tomorrow's exam is going to be quite interesting. Su Jingming's lips curled into a smile of anticipation. He then then slung the Black Radiance gun onto his back and stepped out of the training room. The training room of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is equipped with dedicated maintenance personnel. Even if the equipment is damaged, it will be promptly repaired, without requiring compensation. After all, only those capable of breaking the equipment are the type of members most welcomed by the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. After walking around, I still feel that our Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall is superior. The training rooms here at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall are not only cramped, but the strength testing equipment they use is also not advanced enough. Nonsense. Do you think the 100,000 xia currency membership fee we pay every year is for nothing? Honestly, after wandering around for so long, it's getting a bit boring. Bored? How about we head to the combat room for a few rounds? Tangi led the three of them, walking slowly down the corridor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. They had originally planned to relax a bit before the exam, which was why they came to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. However, after wandering around for a while, they quickly grew bored. So, when someone suggested going to the combat room, their eyes immediately lit up, and they were eager to give it a try. At that moment, a sharp and piercing crash suddenly rang out, even causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. What a powerful energy fluctuation. It's already at the level of an esper. The boy wearing the earring exclaimed in surprise. He had awakened a sea-level psychic ability, making him highly sensitive to energy fluctuations. I remember this floor is specifically for high school students to train. Those few freaks from Jiangcheng who reached the esper level are all training at the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Why would they come to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall? The cute girl Xiaoya, wearing a dress, frowned slightly, her face full of confusion. Although Jiangcheng is located in the impoverished area of Jiangnan province with limited educational resources, there are still one or two exceptional high school students who manage to awaken and become superpowered individuals. Could it be one of those exceptional individuals coming here to train? Or is it that a new superpowered high school student has emerged? The sudden commotion piqued the interest of Tangi and her companions, and they quickly turned and walked toward the training room. Tangi and his group quickly walked through the corridor, turned a corner, and happened to run into Su Jingming, who was carrying a black long gun, coming straight toward them. Tangi didn't expect to meet Su Jingming again and was momentarily stunned before reacting and asking, "Training is over. I wanted to head back early to prepare properly." "Alright then, good luck with the martial arts exam tomorrow, but don't forget to stay safe." Although Tangi felt that her cousin Su Jingming, who only had E-level superpowers, was somewhat overestimating himself by participating in the martial arts exam, she still offered a word of encouragement. "Thank you, Sister Chi, you too, keep it up." Su Jingming grinned, showing a bright smile, and then brushed past her. Tangi and her group did not stop walking and continued searching for the source of the power they had sensed earlier. There aren't many training rooms nearby, only 8 in total. So, without much effort, Tangi and the others found the training room Su Jingming was using. When they saw the walls inside the training room shattered like a spider web, all 4 of them widened their eyes. Even the usually composed Tangi couldn't help but slightly open her mouth. Wow, even memory metal was shattered. How strong must this attack be? A young man dressed in white casual wear exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Judging from the residual energy, I can still sense that extremely violent force. Whoever launched this attack, even if they're not a second-tier ability user, must definitely be at the peak of the first tier." The young man with an earring, who had awakened a psychic ability, said with a serious expression. "First-tier peak? Or maybe even second-tier? Our Jiangcheng actually has such a strong high school student?" Xiaoyao was full of shock, unable to believe it. It shouldn't be a high school student. It might be some ability user who isn't familiar with the rules and accidentally entered the 3rd level to test their strength in the training room. That makes sense. With this level of attack strength, it's impossible for a high school student to achieve. Peak of the first tier, even the geniuses in provincial capital cities find it hard to reach. There's no way someone like that could appear in Jiangcheng. The others also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just the few ability user candidates in Jiangcheng were already putting immense pressure on them. If a second-tier candidate appeared, then 4 students like them who had spent countless resources yet still hadn't become ability users, they might as well be worse than tofu and just end it all. "Hey, just now only Su Jingming passed by here. Do you think this attack could have been his doing? Su Jingming is actually a super genius, just secretly hiding his strength all along, waiting to amaze everyone in tomorrow's exam? Have you been reading too many web novels about underdogs? How could you even come up with such an absurd scenario?" The young man with the earring looked a bit helpless. Hiding strength still requires some conditions, right? For an E-level awakened ability user, having an attack power of 300 calories is already pretty good. The ability rating isn't arbitrarily determined, it's assessed based on development potential. E-level abilities set Su Jingming's upper limit from the very beginning. That's true. Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Tangi, who had been listening on the side, suddenly felt a trace of doubt when she thought of that upright figure just now, shaking her previous conviction. Is Su Jingming really overestimating himself by taking the martial arts exam? The liberal arts exam in Jiangcheng was held held in the teaching buildings of various middle schools. The martial arts exam, on the other hand, is arranged at the military district in the nearby suburbs. Students need to first gather at the city gymnasium and then be transported to the military district together. In addition to carrying the approximately 2-meter-long F-grade weapon, the black obsidian spear, on his back, he was also wearing an F-grade black battlesuit and black combat boots. The battlesuit and combat boots were made from the hides of ferocious beasts, making them extremely tough. When fighting ferocious beasts, it is not only difficult to tear but can also withstand some damage. Martial arts exam, here I come. With sharp eyes, Su Jingming strode out of the room, his steps steady and powerful. This is Jiangqing's famous villa district. Tangi finished her breakfast, put on her gear, and was about to head out, when she was suddenly stopped by a noblewoman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Mom, didn't I tell you last time? There's only one martial arts exam venue in Jiangcheng, so of course, he and I are in the same one. But it's fine, it only slightly affects my strength. While answering, Tangi was doing a final check of her equipment. She awakened a special B-level ability, the Shadow Cat. After activating the ability, her physique, flexibility, and reaction speed are greatly enhanced. Therefore, she chose a flexible dagger as her weapon, and her battle attire leaned toward being form-fitting and lightweight. If you encounter Xiao Ming in the exam, help him if you can. After all, he only has an E-level ability, which is too dangerous in the martial arts exam, the noblewoman advised. Also, make sure to stay safe yourself. It's okay if your scores aren't great, don't force yourself against high-level beasts. Although Tang Chi wanted to argue that the martial arts exam map was too large, making it almost impossible to encounter each other. Seeing the deep concern in her mother's eyes, she still nodded and said, "Got it." After speaking, and confirming her equipment was in order, Tang Chi got into the car parked at the door by the driver and set off for the city gymnasium. Excluding those taking the liberal arts exam, about 1,400 people were participating in the martial arts exam. In order to transport these more than 1,400 candidates to the exam venues, the city dispatched over 40 buses. These buses were parked outside the city sports stadium, organized by school and class. At the same time, a number popped up on the nearby smart screen. Candidates only needed to find the corresponding bus and board. 321 calories. Son, for this martial arts exam, I don't expect you to achieve outstanding results. The most important thing is to stay safe. Dad, I got it. Daughter, make sure to protect yourself in the exam hall. Some candidates arriving at the city gymnasium were alone, while others were accompanied by their parents. Before sending them off, parents' most frequent reminder was to stay safe. Su Jingming, who had just arrived at the stadium, saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In his previous life as an orphan, he had also longed for the love of parents. But now it's different. Unfortunately, even after crossing over, he was still alone. He took a deep breath and composed his emotions. Among the many buses, he found the one for Jiangcheng No. 2 High School senior year, Class 5, and went straight up. Ha, is that Su Jingming? I never noticed before, but he actually looks quite handsome in battle gear. How come I never realized he had such a sharp aura before? Because of his introverted personality, Su Jingming had always been one of the most inconspicuous people in Class 5. Even if he missed a day of class, apart from his close friend Jiang Hao and the homeroom teacher, almost no one would notice his absence. Although Su Jingming had decent qualities, standing at 1.86 meters tall and with a handsome appearance, he always slouched and avoided eye contact, which made him appear particularly low-key. Now, the Su Jingming who had crossed over no longer avoided eye contact. Instead, his gaze was clear and spirited, and he stood tall and straight. Coupled with his black battlesuit and the menacingly long and thick black radiant spear strapped to his back, he seemed like a completely different person, exuding an aura of sharpness and strength. On the bus, many girls cast surprised and admiring glances his way. Su Jingming boarded the bus and sat in the front passenger seat. The homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, who was responsible for taking attendance, was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered and checked off his name on the roster. 3,012 calories. As time passed, the roster in teacher Chen Fan's hands gradually filled up. Once the last student from Class 5 participating in the martial arts exam had arrived, Chen Fan finally announced, "Everyone from Class 5 is here. Let's go." Examinations are a grand event in the Great Xia Kingdom. To ensure students have sufficient rest, noise control measures are implemented in all provinces and cities starting a month before the exams. In some high-end residential areas, special soundwave ability users are even invited. At 9 o'clock every evening, they used their abilities to block out all external noise from the neighborhood. On the day of the exam, the protection for examinees becomes even stricter. Traffic control is enforced on the roads, and key transportation routes are patrolled by armed soldiers and teams of ability users, ensuring no unexpected incidents occur. Su Jingming took a deep breath. For this reason, the 40-plus buses carrying participants of the martial arts examination traveled smoothly and swiftly, heading directly to the military district on the outskirts. The buses arrived at an open field, and the students disembarked one after another. Around the field, armed soldiers stood everywhere every 3 meters, each. With a straight posture and a stern expression that left no doubt, anyone daring to charge the formation would undoubtedly face a hail of bullets. At the very front of the open space stood a temporary podium, while the back was enclosed by a large area of barbed wire. It was the ruins of a dilapidated small town, stretching far and wide, beyond sight. Occasionally, the shadow of a ferocious beast darted through the ruins, accompanied by the roars and growls of the beasts. Phew, that's our examination site. I think I just saw a unicorn rhino. Unicorn rhinoceros? No way, the difficulty of this year's exam can't be that insane, right? This ruined town within the military district, originally named Yuan Town, was a small village under Jiang. Decades ago, it was overrun by a beast tide and turned into ruins. Although it was later reclaimed by the military, it held little value for reconstruction and was instead used as a training ground for station troops. Every year on June 7th, it also becomes a test site for the martial arts examination. However, the types of ferocious beasts within the site are not as random as during regular military training but are uniformly decided by the examiners of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination. All prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province use the same combination of ferocious beasts for the martial arts examination to ensure absolute fairness in the test. However, 3,000 calories is still not my limit. The species and strength of the ferocious beasts directly determine the difficulty of the martial arts examination. Under normal circumstances, powerful ferocious beasts do not appear on the outskirts of the ruined town, only common ones like shadow cats and iron-haired boars. However, in past examinations, rare and formidable ferocious beasts such as the unicorn rhinoceros and blade-armed tiger have also appeared on the outskirts of the ruined town. Lightning gale strike. This also means that the difficulty of the martial arts exam that year was higher, and the risk of death was greater. Seeing the one-horned rhino in the ruined town through the barbed wire, many people's faces changed drastically, and they panicked immediately. So what if it's a one-horned rhino? If you can't even handle a beast of this level, even if you luckily get into the ability university, you'll never achieve greatness. Boom! A loud voice suddenly rose from the group of students, overpowering everyone's discussions. This was a young man dressed in light cyan battle attire, resembling an ancient swordsman. He carried a long sword, exuding an open and sharp demeanor. His eyes were as piercing as a hawk's, radiating a strong sense of oppression. Many students turned their heads angrily, ready to retort, but upon seeing him, they immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Such a scene struck Su Jingming as very peculiar. He curiously looked at the tall boy beside him, who carried a sword and shield on his back, and asked, "Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant?" The tall boy is named Lu Jia, and he has awakened a sea-level enhancement ability, gigantification. When he uses his ability, his body can expand to more than twice its size, and his strength increases significantly. In Class 5, apart from his close friend Zhang Hao, Su Jingming has the best relationship with him. Who else could it be? It's Zhoming Yang, the breeze sword of First High School, Lu Jia replied with a smirk. So it's him, Su Jingming suddenly realized. Jiangcheng First High School is the most prestigious school in Jiangcheng with a rich educational heritage. Not only does it offer genuine courses for ability users, but it also conducts practical combat training with ferocious beasts from time to time. The students it nurtures are all exceptionally skilled, and nearly all of the top 10 in the Jiangcheng martial arts exam come from First High School. And the person in front of him, Zhoming Yang, is one of the most outstanding students at First High School. He possesses a B-level elemental wind ability called Swift Gale. When using this ability, he can condense sharp wind blades while reducing air resistance, greatly enhancing his running speed and attack speed. Swift Gale is undoubtedly among the top-tier abilities in all of Jiangcheng. Moreover, Zhoming Yang is one of the few breakthrough awakeners in Jiangcheng, a candidate who has advanced to the level of an ability user. Even before the exam, he was a popular contender for the top martial arts scholar and was given the title Breeze Sword. With such a powerful ability user, ordinary candidates naturally wouldn't dare to provoke him lightly. That's right, practicing swordsmanship requires this kind of unstoppable momentum. The principal of First High School, standing in the crowd, nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Soon, all the students from over 40 buses stepped onto the open ground, neatly arranged by school and class. Each class was accompanied and guarded by its homeroom teacher. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked onto the podium. He was tall, with a long scar on his right cheek. As his gaze swept across, the students who had been whispering on the open ground instantly fell silent. If Zhoming Yang's gaze carried a sense of oppression, then the look in this officer's eyes was like that of a ferocious beast, instilling fear in everyone. Definitely a second-tier or higher ability user, Su Jingming silently speculated in his heart. I am Wan Haiyang, the chief commander of this year's Jiangcheng martial arts examination. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate the precautions. This year's martial arts examination will start promptly at 9 a.m. and end at 9 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. The examination site is set in the ruined town behind me. As in previous years, the ruined town is divided into 3 areas: the outskirts, the central area, and the core core area. The peripheral areas are mainly inhabited by non-tiered ferocious beasts, while the central areas are home to peak non-tiered ferocious beasts and Tier 1 ferocious beasts. The core region is entirely occupied by Tier 1 and above ferocious beasts, with Tier 1 high-level ferocious beasts and Tier 2 ferocious beasts entrenched in the innermost area. Wang Haiyang's voice echoed across the clearing. Although he did not use a microphone, every student could hear him clearly. The peripheral, central, core, and innermost areas are like the difficulty gradient of a math test. The innermost part is akin to the final challenging question on a math test specifically designed for top students. Su Jingming's lips curled into a faint smile. In the past, he could only hunt ferocious beasts in the outer areas, but now, he not only had the confidence to venture into the core region, he even dared to explore the innermost zone. Killing different types and levels of ferocious beasts can earn you different points. The higher the level and strength of the ferocious beast, the more points you gain after killing it. But everyone should act within their means and choose a region suitable for their own level of challenge. Alright, let's start distributing the resources. On the ceremonial platform, Wang Haiyang waved his right hand, and several teams of soldiers emerged from both sides. A large truck slowly drove up. The truck's rear door opened, revealing rows of neatly arranged black tactical backpacks inside. Boom! The soldiers quickly distributed the backpacks to each examinee. There were 3 items inside the backpack. The first is a smartwatch, used to track the number and types of beasts killed, accumulate scores, and it also contains a map of the ruined town for easy location confirmation. The second is 3 compressed energy bars, which can quickly replenish physical strength after consumption. The last one is a safety sphere, a silver-white metal ball. Once activated, it forms a high-voltage electric grid around the wearer that ordinary beasts cannot penetrate. Of course, activating the safety sphere also means the exam ends prematurely. Su Jingming wore the smartwatch on his wrist, placed the 3 energy bars into his tactical backpack, slung it over his back, and hung the safety sphere at his waist. This way, in case of danger, he could activate the safety sphere as quickly as possible to save his life. Most other students also adopted this configuration. However, even with the safety sphere, absolute safety could not be guaranteed. After all, in the heat of battle with beasts, life and death often hinge on a split-second decision, leaving little time to even use the safety sphere. Each backpack contains a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and a safety ball. Candidates, please make sure to check carefully. If anything is missing, please come to the podium to get it replaced as soon as possible. Let's go take a look. After saying this, Wang Haiyang stepped down from the podium. It was now 8:40, and there were still more than 20 minutes before the official start of the martial arts exam. As Wang Haiyang left the podium, the many students in the open space gradually began to relax. Does any team need a tank? I have a D-level enhancement ability, capable of both taking damage and dealing output. Ugh, the difficulty of this exam is too high. There's no way to survive without forming a team. I have a C-level mental ability that can temporarily stall the thoughts of ferocious beasts. Does any team need me? Our squad lacks violent output. Anyone with D-level or higher output type abilities, come quickly. Heading home? The martial arts exam does not prohibit students from forming teams. However, the points earned from killing fierce beasts as a team are divided among all members, making it far less efficient than solo combat. Therefore, most people still choose to enter the exam site alone. But the appearance of the unicorn rhino just now has proven that the difficulty of this martial arts exam is extraordinary. As a result, candidates who originally did not plan to form teams have started actively seeking teammates. Su Jingming, you haven't joined a squad yet, have you? How about joining ours? We're still short of a support output, and your lightning type ability would be a perfect fit. In the team of Class 5, a young girl dressed in a silver-white tight combat suit, accentuating her graceful figure, walked up to Su Jingming. She had a delicate appearance and a faint smile on her face. An ordinary student, faced with such an invitation from a beautiful class monitor, would probably have been moved already. However, Su Jingming frowned slightly. The girl's name was Yuan, the class monitor of Class 5, and a kind-hearted person with a gentle personality. She was both beautiful and kind, enjoying high prestige in Class 5. Once, upon learning that Su Jingming's parents had passed away, Yuan had secretly offered him care during class activities and daily school life. She believed she had done so discreetly, but Su Jingming, with his sensitive and introverted nature, quickly noticed this special treatment and even secretly thought that Yuan might have feelings for him. However, the transmigrated Su Jingming knew very well that all of this was simply because Yuan was kind-hearted. Now, her invitation to team up with him was for the same reason, but he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Dear lady, you need to learn to read the room. The martial arts exam is a life or death matter, and no one wants a burden in their team. Yuan's invitation to him would surely upset the other team members. Su Jingming looked back, and sure enough, when Yuan invited him, the expressions of her team members immediately turned unpleasant. Squad leader, I plan to enter the exam hall alone. You all can team up. Su Jingming shook his head and said, said, feeling a sense of admiration for Lin Qingyuan's innocence and kindness. Just from this alone, her family must have protected her very well, otherwise, they wouldn't have nurtured such a pure character. Really? Alright then, be careful once you're in the exam hall. Lin Qingyuan was about to persuade him a bit more, but seeing the determination in Su Jingming's eyes, she knew it was useless to say anything further. She sighed, disappointed, and turned to leave. At least this kid knows his place. In the class team, several other members of Lin Qingyuan's team also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyuan was the captain, and they couldn't oppose her decisions. However, if Su Jingming, who only had E-level abilities, were to join, the team's overall score would undoubtedly take a significant hit. Turning down Lin the Great Beauty's team invitation? Ah Ming, you're something else. So many people would jump at the chance to team up with her. After Lin Qingyuan left, Lu Jia leaned over with a somewhat lewd smile on his face. Come on, you know our class monitor is just like that, always likes to help the weak. Tang Chi shook his head. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. You actually know that? I thought you took it as someone secretly having a crush on you. Lu Jia responded with feigned surprise, but seriously, are you really planning to enter the exam hall alone? This martial arts exam is very challenging. With your E-level ability, going in solo might not be so easy. But if you're willing to call me big brother, I might reluctantly lend you a hand. As he spoke, Lu Jia smugly flicked his hair. To be honest, Lu Jia used to be as quiet as Su Jingming, but ever since awakening his C-level ability, his personality had become increasingly flamboyant. Although his words were infuriating, Su Jingming knew Lu Jia was genuinely concerned for him. After all, they were good brothers. Of course, he would never show it on his face. Ha, what a joke. Do you think I need your help? Xiaoya blinked and suddenly said whimsically. Su Jingming feigned an exaggerated sneer, a mysterious smile playing at the corner of his lips. To be honest, I'm not who I used to be. I'm a completely different person now. This place has corridors on both sides leading outside. That powerful ability user must have left from the other side, which is why we didn't encounter them. This time, I'm aiming for the top scorer in Jiangnan province. If you're willing to call me dad, I might reluctantly help you squeeze into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. After speaking, he imitated Lu Jia's manner and smugly tossed his head. The friendship between boys is often like this, competing to act like the other's dad. Top scorer in Jiangnan province? You really dare to brag. How come I never noticed you were this good at boasting? If Zhang Hao were here, he'd probably laugh his teeth out at you. TSK. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. Truly, the world is going downhill. In their back and forth, time flew by quickly. Soon, it was exactly 9 o'clock. The gates of the ruined town were pulled open by soldiers. Wang Haiyang stepped onto the podium and announced, the 2037 Jiangcheng martial arts examination officially begins. Candidates, enter the examination site. As soon as the words fell, more than 1,400 candidates moved in unison. The gathering time is 8 o'clock in the morning. The martial arts exam has begun. The next day, Su Jingming got up early and dressed neatly. My goal is Jiangnan University of Supernatural Abilities. Filled with anticipation and hope for the exam, the candidates, clad in battle gear and carrying weapons, swarmed into the ruined town like locusts. The atmosphere also infected Su Jingming, who grabbed his spear and charged in laughing along with the crowd. The ruined town was like a bottomless abyss, instantly swallowing all the students. Meanwhile, the open space outside quickly became deserted. Activate the ruined cameras and tracking drones. Get ready to start the exam live broadcast. The Great Xia Kingdom is rich in martial virtue, and the martial arts exams are broadcast live every year. Not only do the Education Bureau, school principals, and class teachers watch, but each school also schedules time for first and second year high school students to watch. After the candidates enter the examination site, tens of thousands of cameras hidden in the ruined town are all activated. At the same time, more than 50 military drones take to the skies, tracking and filming the star candidates who were already famous before the exam. Jiangcheng, Jinxiu Community. Before long, images were projected onto the vast sky. Principals, homeroom teachers, and Education Bureau personnel from various schools also gradually entered the audience seats, engaging in conversations with one another. Although Ruins Town is just a small village under Jiang City, it covers a vast area. More than 1,400 examinees entered the area. Apart from some congestion at the entrance, as they moved further in, they became like a drop in the ocean, causing no noticeable disturbance. Xiaoqi, you're in the same exam hall as Xiaoming, right? Additionally, ferocious beasts are intelligent creatures. Faced with so many candidates entering, the ferocious beasts did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they hid themselves. Thus, the various teams and lone rangers each took action, heading deeper into the ruins. Zhou Mingyang, the light wind sword from First High School, entered the examination field and immediately used his ability to manipulate swift winds, reducing air resistance, then dashed forward like a cheetah. Su Jingming chose a direction, carrying his spear as he descended, while activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Instantly, a blue virtual screen was projected from the smartwatch, hovering in front of him, displaying a line of black text. Blue Star technology is is more advanced than in the previous life, and this virtual projection technology is already quite mature. Su Jingming was not surprised and pressed his left thumb on the screen of the smartwatch. Fingerprint confirmation in progress. On the virtual projection, Su Jingming's identity information was clearly displayed. At the same time, two small boxes popped up in the upper right corner. The first box showed his personal score information. The second box displayed the score rankings for the Jiangchang martial arts examination. No wonder it's the top high school. They managed to kill the ferocious beast so quickly. Su Jingming gently shook his head, then clicked on the map option on the virtual screen. A map of the town ruins appeared on the virtual screen before him. The map was irregularly circular, with different areas marked in various colors. The outskirts were green, the middle was yellow, the core area was red, and the innermost part was a deeper dark red. The white light dot representing Su Jingming was located at the edge of the map. Jiangchang has a total of 3 high schools, with approximately 3,000 senior students. There's still quite a distance from the outskirts to the core. I'll head straight toward the core area then. He adjusted his direction and set off toward the red area on the map. He hadn't gone far when his path was blocked by a ferocious beast the size of a leopard. This beast had jet black fur like ink, but its eyes were a pair of pale orange vertical pupils. If not for the fangs in its mouth, the dark red bloodstains on its paws, and its sharp claws, it would have been an extremely beautiful creature. Shadow cat. Su Jingming, who had thoroughly studied the ferocious beast compendium, immediately recognized its identity. This was a type of ferocious beast very common in the wilderness zones. However, being common didn't mean the shadow cat was easy to deal with. On the contrary, they were highly adaptable, incredibly agile, with sharp claws and teeth, and a bite force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Many examinees had fallen to the shadow cat's deadly claws. Roar! Upon discovering the human, the shadow cat let out a low, bloodthirsty roar, then stretched its limbs and charged toward Su Jingming. The fresh scent of flesh and blood stimulated its taste buds, causing its speed to suddenly increase. Generally speaking, awakeners facing a ferocious beast for the first time would be flustered, even completely at a loss. However, Su Jingming remained calm and unperturbed in the face of the shadow cat. The shadow cat quickly closed in, and when it was less than 3 meters away, it suddenly leaped into the air, its sharp claws raised high, aiming straight for Su Jingming's head. It was well known that the claws of ferocious beasts were as hard as alloy. If this strike landed, Su Jingming's head would likely be smashed like a watermelon. A trace of excitement even appeared on the shadow cat's ferocious beastly face, as if it had already envisioned the moment of victory. Yet in the next instant, a black shadow flashed by, and the sharp spearhead pierced straight through the shadow cat's throat, pinning it in midair. Blood gushed from the severed artery in its neck, spraying out like a fountain. Killed one non-tiered ferocious beast, shadow cat. Ability points +3. Why are ferocious beasts labeled with the word ferocious? Beyond their inherently savage nature, the more crucial reason is the unique aura of ferocity they exude. To use a human analogy, they are like professional killers who have taken countless lives. When ordinary people encounter such killers, a single glance is enough to make their hearts race with fear, even to the point of being scared out of their wits. Ferocious beasts possess precisely this kind of suffocating presence. Therefore, most awakened individuals facing ferocious beasts for the first time often find their abilities reduced to less than 30% under the pressure of this aura. Some even become paralyzed, forgetting how to attack, use their powers, or wield their weapons. Thus, before the martial arts examination, families with resources often hire professional ability users as bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness, helping them adapt in advance to the environment of battling ferocious beasts. However, Su Jingming clearly did not have such privileges. He had long anticipated that his body might have a negative reaction when truly facing a ferocious beast. Yet, when he encountered the shadow cat, he felt no disturbance in the face of its ferocious aura. Instead, he was able to calmly and precisely calculate the trajectory of the shadow cat's pounce, and then pin it down with a single shot. I heard that for newly awakened individuals, it takes several battles with fierce beasts to gradually overcome the fear of facing such powerful creatures. Su Jingming thought to himself. However, some people are naturally unaffected by this aura. It seems I am one of those exceptions. Su Jingming suddenly yanked his right hand, using the momentum to pull the black Yao spear out from the shadow cat's neck. With a loud thud, the shadow cat's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This shadow cat has probably never encountered a weapon like a spear before. To dare to leap over like this is simply courting death. Unlike the bulky iron-haired boar and the blade-armed tiger, the shadow cat is incredibly agile, with a terrifying running speed of 17 meters per second. When facing the first two types of fierce beasts, an awakened might not be able to win but could still escape. However, if one encounters a shadow cat, there's no chance to escape, only to be hunted down and killed. Therefore, the shadow cat was dubbed the rookie killer. Wow, so handsome. Under normal circumstances, relying solely on physical strength without using superpowers, Su Jingming could hardly achieve a one-hit kill, especially since he had almost no experience fighting fighting ferocious beasts. But the Shadow Cat made a fatal mistake, leaping to attack with its claws. If facing an awakened one wielding a longsword or broadsword, this move might still be effective. After all, when the longsword or broadsword touches the Shadow Cat's sharp claws can also attack the awakened one. But Su Jingming's Black Yao spear is a full 2.1 meters long. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. So, before the Shadow Cat even entered the attack range, Su Jingming had already pierced it to death midair with a single strike. Looking at the additional 3 ability points on the system panel, Su Jingming felt a surge of excitement. This meant that as long as he accumulated enough ability points in the upcoming battles, his strength could continue to improve. However, the ability points gained from killing a non-tiered beast are really too few. I still need to hurry to the central area. Ferocious beasts, like ability users, are divided into 9 levels from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Ferocious beasts below Tier 1 are called non-tiered ferocious beasts, corresponding to human awakeners. Su Jingming, who had no combat experience with ferocious beasts, originally planned to adapt more in the outer areas. But since he had little reaction to the aura of ferocious beasts, staying in the outer areas held little significance. So, Su Jingming picked up the black obsidian spear and charged with all his might toward the core area of the ruined town. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who had mastered wind element abilities, Su Jingming's charging speed was not particularly fast, but he still continuously killed ferocious beasts during his charge. In the battles with the ferocious beasts, Su Jingming did not use any abilities. On one hand, he wanted to hone his shooting skills and accumulate more combat experience. After all, using S-level Purple Heaven Divine Thunder on these non-tiered ferocious beasts would only result in instant kills, making it impossible to achieve the desired training effect. Su Jingming originally had E-level Superpower, Weak Electricity, which could be fully utilized for over 3 hours. Switching to the S-level Superpower, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, using it at full power might not even last an hour. And the martial arts exam lasts a full 12 hours. If his abilities are exhausted in the early stages, when facing mid-level or even high-level Tier 1 beasts in the core area, Su Jingming would have no other means of attack. Therefore, he can only refrain from using his abilities for now and wait until entering the core area to utilize them. Moreover, after each battle, Su Jingming can feel his own growth. These combat experiences accumulated, causing his combat awareness and marksmanship to improve at an astonishing speed. Especially his marksmanship, which became smoother the more he fought, even reaching a state of complete mastery. And this was an experience he had never had before. Could it be that my marksmanship has unknowingly made a breakthrough? On the desolate old path, Su Jingming's feet lay the corpse of a ferocious beast. This beast was as large as a small car, with sharp blade-like horns on its head, sturdy limbs, and skin that appeared dark brown. Even in death, it still exuded a strong aura of ferocity. This was precisely the ferocious beast that examinees feared the most, the unicorn rhino. The body of the unicorn rhinoceros was covered in wounds the size of bulls, and the fatal blow came directly to its head. The pitch-black obsidian spear's tip violently pierced through the eye socket straight into the brain, destroying critical neural functions. Naturally, the unicorn rhinoceros was thoroughly dead. As the spear was withdrawn, traces of bright red and milky white liquid were brought out from the rhinoceros's head. An ordinary person with weaker mental fortitude might vomit on the spot upon witnessing such a scene. However, Su Jingming remained calm and even opened his system panel on the spot. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Jingming's eyes, and he sighed. It seems that actual combat is the most helpful for improving strength. His former self had practiced marksmanship diligently for more than 6 years, yet he still remained at the beginner level. But after merely engaging in dozens of battles with ferocious beasts, his marksmanship had advanced to the intermediate level. Of course, this also involves the factor of accumulated preparation, but it highlights the importance of practical experience. Intermediate marksmanship makes me feel like I can do whatever I want. If I improve further, how strong will I become? More than 3 hours had passed since the start of the martial arts exam. Along the way, although Su Jingming did not deliberately search, he still encountered more than 40 ferocious beasts, from low-level shadow cats to high-level blade tigers and unicorn rhinos. Each time a fierce beast is killed, some ability points can be obtained. As for the total accumulated, he hadn't checked carefully before. Now that he looks, it turns out there are already 213 ability points, enough to upgrade skills. 213 ability points are just the beginning. Once I enter the central area and use the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder to slay fierce beasts, the accumulation of ability points will be even faster. In that case, after pondering for a moment, Su Jingming ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and directly clicked the plus sign next to the gun technique. Immediately, countless gun techniques surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This infusion of memories was not a fleeting glimpse like in movies, but as if Su Jingming had personally practiced for decades. The infusion of marksmanship memory was complete, and Su Jingming suddenly thrust his spear. In just 1 second, the Black Yao spear struck 4 times in the air, like black lightning, swift, and perilous. On the old street, the F-grade alloy Black Yao spear in Su Su Jingming's hands moved like a black dragon, agile and swift. When Su Jingming suddenly stopped swinging, the tip of the black obsidian spear heated up due to intense friction with the air, releasing a burst of steam. With just this spear technique, I can slay a tier 1 ferocious beast. Su Jingming had originally thought that spear techniques were not as important as the two fundamental attributes of physique and spirit, but after acquiring advanced spear techniques with the assistance of the Deep Blue system, he realized he had been completely wrong. After his marksmanship was elevated to an advanced level, his speed in drawing the spear was more than twice as fast as before. Various spear techniques also became seamlessly integrated, allowing him to find a countermeasure no matter what kind of enemy he faced. It can be said that even a first-tier ferocious beast, whose physique is several times stronger than his, would still be toyed with in the palm of his hand under such spear techniques, tortured to death alive. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. Upgrading marksmanship to advanced level cost 200 ability points, leaving only 13 ability points on the panel. Too bad there aren't enough ability points, otherwise I'd really like to see just how terrifying master-level marksmanship is. He shook his head inside, then opened the map. The white light spot representing himself was already located at the edge of the green outer area, not far from the central yellow area. About half an hour more and I can enter the central area, where there are all peak non-tier and tier 1 fierce beasts. There, my efficiency in accumulating ability points will be much higher. The ruins of the small town were formerly Yuan town. Although it was built decades ago, it was not much different from a modern city. Most buildings are made of concrete structures, similarly divided into urban and suburban areas. Su Jingming is currently in a residential area in the suburbs of the ruined town. After the invasion of ferocious beasts and the erosion of time, the entire residential area appears dilapidated. Most of the 6-story residential buildings have collapsed, and the ones still standing are severely weathered. The stone-paved road beneath was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate scene. Su Jingming put away the black Yao gun and was about to turn and leave, when a few examinees appeared at the end of the road opposite him. 3 women and 2 men, 5 people in total. Leading the group was a tall girl dressed in a silver-white battle suit, and this girl was none other than Lin Yuan, the class leader of Class 5, who had invited Su Jingming to join her team before entering the examination hall. Lin Yuan on the other side also recognized Su Jingming. Overjoyed, she strode over with her long legs, covering the distance in just a few steps. Most women's battle suits are relatively form-fitting, offering an excellent slimming effect. The silver-white battle suit on Lin Yuan was no exception, clinging to her skin and perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. Her legs, wrapped in the battle suit, appeared particularly long and toned as she moved. On the way here, Su Jingming had also encountered other candidates, but they were either from other schools or belonged to other classes. This was the first time he had run into a classmate, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Phew, I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you come alone? Lin Yuan looked around and, not seeing anyone else, asked curiously. The 4 team members following behind her also showed surprised expressions as they looked at Su Jingming, who was by himself. Generally speaking, E-level ability awakeners are usually eliminated within 1 or 2 hours after the martial arts exam begins. At this moment, it was already close to noon, and the martial arts exam had been going on for more than 3 hours. How was it that Su Jingming not only remained unharmed but had even ventured this far? Being alone is more convenient. Faced with Lin Yuan's inquiry, Su Jingming did not hide anything and gently nodded. Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she gave a thumbs up. We all relied on Xiaoxiao's help to make it here. In the team behind her, a petite girl shyly nodded. This girl named Xiaoxiao had awakened a support-type D-level ability called Swift Movement, which could enhance the movement speed of herself and her teammates to a certain extent. It was precisely because of Xiaoxiao that Lin Yuan's team was able to run this far all the way. I was quite lucky. The fierce beasts I encountered along the way weren't very strong. Faced with Lin Yuan's smile, Su Jingming rarely said a few more words. After all, in this eerie place filled with ferocious monsters, what could be more uplifting than meeting a beautiful woman? After chatting for a bit, Su Jingming bid farewell. Well, go ahead, and I wish you good results in the exam. Lin Yuan knew this was the critical period for the martial arts exam and didn't stay long. Sure enough, he signed up for the martial arts exam with his own plans. Su Jingming, who lost both parents at a young age, was seen as a pitiable person in Lin Yuan's eyes. If he truly died during the martial arts exam, that would be too unfortunate. Seeing him safe and sound, she also felt relieved. Captain, come quickly. This unicorn rhinoceros seems to have just died not long ago. The others gathered around the unicorn rhinoceros's corpse, chattering away. The blood on the wound hasn't dried yet, indicating the time of death was just a few minutes ago. There are many wounds on the body, but the fatal injury is on the head. Judging by the shape of the wound, it seems to be a penetrating injury caused by a long-handled weapon, like a spear. The corpse of this one-horned rhinoceros had already been seen by Lin Yuan's team, but they hadn't paid much attention before, assuming it was killed by another group of examinees. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the one-horned rhinoceros had only recently died, and all the wounds appeared to have been caused by a spear, a boy said with a strange expression. The 5 of them worked together to dare to confront it. If someone said an E-level ability awakener could single-handedly kill a unicorn rhinoceros, they would never believe it. A boy opened his smartwatch and quickly found Su Jingming's name in the score rankings. 46th place, Su Jingming, 256 points. Jiang number 2 high school. Su Jingming, 46th place? He actually made it into the top 50? Am I seeing this right? Seeing the ranking, the boy was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming he hadn't seen wrong, he screamed in shock as if he'd seen a ghost. What, 46th place? Did you find Su Jingming's ranking? The other team members gathered around one after another. When they saw Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual screen, their expressions were equally shocked to the extreme. Even Yuan, the team captain, couldn't help but widen her eyes, showing an adorable and dazed expression on her face. The same question popped up in the minds of the others. Unbelievable, since when could an E-level ability awakener be this powerful? Jingming, ranked first, scored 412 points. It seems he's already making a big impact in the central region. His swift wind ability is indeed very effective for traveling. Its speed would rank among the top even in the martial arts exams of a provincial capital city. Speaking of which, Principal Lu is truly impressive. Almost all of the top 10 are from your school. In the open space outside the ruined town, 10 massive projection screens stood side by side. These images, captured by military drones, displayed the current top 10 candidates in the rankings. Lu Jia widened his eyes, clicking his tongue in amazement. Beneath these 10 large screens, there are thousands of densely packed small projection images. These are the images captured by fixed cameras within the ruined town, which are only enlarged and displayed on the main projection when needed. Su Jingming shook his head inside. Next to the projection is a detailed ranking list, showing the scores and ranking information of each examinee. In the temporarily constructed audience stands, principals and teachers from the Education Bureau and various schools are commenting on the students with higher rankings. A middle-aged man in a suit with short hair became the center of attention. Whoosh! He is Lu Hang, the principal of Jiang First High School. Among the top 10 in the martial arts exam, all but one student from 3rd High School are from 1st High School. Jingming is our ace in Jiang. In this martial arts exam, he should be able to make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. In the front row of the audience, a short and stout middle-aged man watched Jingming showcasing his skills on the first screen and nodded slightly. To be honest, Jiang hasn't had a student make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province for many years. This time, I'm going to make a stunning impression. Lu Hang, the principal of 1st High School, who was sitting next to Zhang Wenshan, also remarked. Jiangnan province is a populous province in Daxia, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities under its jurisdiction. Jiangchang is located in the northernmost and most remote part of Jiangnan province, with scarce resources and economic development ranking among the lowest of the 24 prefecture-level cities. As a result, the education funding allocated to Jiangchang by the provincial capital, Ning'an City, is also very limited each year. For this reason, Jiangchang's performance in the martial arts exams over the years has consistently been unsatisfactory. The best result in its history was 7 or 8 years ago when someone awakened an A-level superpower and barely made it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Several years passed, and although Jiangchang had seen other grade A ability users, none of them ever made it into the top 100. But this year's Jingming gave them hope once again. I have always highly regarded the teaching quality of your 1st High School. Director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, nodded. 3rd High School is also doing well. Someone finally made it into the top 10. However, the 2nd High School is slightly inferior, with its best student ranking only 18th. Jiangchang First High School is the top high school in the area. In comparison, the 2nd and 3rd high schools are much less impressive. In previous years' martial arts exams, the top 10 spots were almost monopolized by students from the 1st High School, with few students from the 2nd and 3rd high schools making the list. This year, we do have a few exceptionally talented students. The principal of 3rd High School couldn't hide the smile on his face. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, the principal of 2nd High School, looked a bit awkward. After all, in previous years, 2nd High School had always outperformed 3rd High School. This year's situation is quite the opposite. But this year, our school's performance does seem to be less than ideal. Zhao Yao searched through the score rankings for a long time and found that only 8 students from 2nd High School made it into the top 50. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju. These are all students from Class 1, the rocket class. But who is Su Jingming? Why have I never heard of him? The results of the martial arts exam directly determine the allocation of educational funds for each school. Therefore, Zhao Yao had some understanding of how many outstanding students his school had. But the name Su Jingming was one he had never heard of. Maybe it's a hidden student from one of the other parallel classes. I'll ask the class teachers later to find out. Zhao Yao didn't pay much attention to it. Please authenticate your identity on the smartwatch. After all, with so many students at 2nd High school, it's normal for a few to hide their true abilities occasionally. Principal Zhao Yao didn't take it to heart, but Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of class 5, grade 12 at second high school, sitting in the back row, was completely dumbfounded. As for Su Jingming, everyone was actually quite clear about his abilities. He was merely an E-level awakened ability user. How could he possibly break into the top 50? Yet now, in their entire class 5, Su Jingming's ranking was the highest. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he secretly hid his true strength? Confirmation successful. Examinee is Su Jingming from class 5, grade 12, Zhongcheng number 2 high school. Admission ticket number 2037-214-7849. But no matter how much you hide, an E-level ability is still an E-level ability. How could it suddenly become S-level? Homeroom teacher Chen Fan was utterly puzzled. The martial arts exam involved real weapons and direct combat with ferocious beasts, leaving no room for deception. Unfortunately, the main screen only displayed the top 10 scores, and the thousands of fixed cameras below were so densely packed that it was impossible to see clearly. Name, Su Jingming. Class, Jiangnan Second High School, Senior Year, Class 5. Score, 0. Chen Fan wanted to find footage of Su Jingming, but it was simply an impossible task. Without any visuals and no idea how Su Jingming managed to score so high, it left him feeling like he could smell catnip but couldn't let the kitten take a bite and itch he couldn't scratch. In the ruins of the small town, after half an hour of sprinting, Su Jingming finally entered the central area. Compared to the outskirts, the central area clearly had many more ferocious beasts. As Su Jingming walked along the road, the roars and growls of beasts echoed continuously in the distance, and the air seemed to be filled with a bloody and savage aura. First place, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Zhongcheng number 1 high school. Second place, Li Yuan, 5 points. Zhongcheng number 1 high school. Third place, Zhao Hu, 4 points. Zhongcheng number 1 high school. 874th place, Su Jingming, 0 points. Zhongcheng number 2 high school. Su Jingming carried a long spear, a protein bar clenched in his mouth, and his combat boots stepped on a broken plastic basin by the roadside. After decades of exposure to the elements, the plastic had long become as brittle as a cracker, shattering into pieces with a single step. As he walked, he observed the surrounding environment. The ruined small town was originally Weiyuan town, with a population of nearly 100,000. When the beasts broke through the city's defenses, many people didn't have time to evacuate, and about 50 to 60,000 perished in the beast's jaws. The outskirts hadn't retained too many traces, but upon entering the urban area of the ruined small town, the dilapidated cars, dried dark red bloodstains, and sporadic, unweathered human remains all told of the bloodshed and brutality of that year. The urban area, being the most densely populated, was also the area most severely ravaged by the beasts. For this reason, the buildings here appeared even more dilapidated than those in the outskirts. Wherever Su Jingming's gaze fell, there was hardly a single intact building. The Great Xia Kingdom uses actual combat as the assessment method for martial arts examinations. Besides testing strength, it also aims to let the awakened witness firsthand the destructive power of ferocious beasts. The Great Xia Kingdom's protection of its citizens can be said to be unparalleled, except for those unfortunate individuals whose cities were breached by ferocious beasts. Most people may never encounter such creatures in real life throughout their entire lives. For ordinary people, such an arrangement is beyond reproach, but for cultivating ability users, the earlier they understand the brutality of ferocious beasts, the better. While Su Jingming was deep in thought, a low growl suddenly echoed, and a ferocious beast leapt out from the ruins. Its appearance is similar to a tiger, but its body is larger, with fur interwoven in yellow and green. The most striking feature is the blade-like bone knives growing from its forearms. Although they are bones, they gleam with a metallic luster. Behind it hangs a whip-like tail. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of blade-armed tiger, like the shadow cat, is a fairly common ferocious beast. Identifying the grade of a blade-armed tiger is simple, just look at the length of the bone knives on its forearms. Those shorter than 20 centimeters are unranked, while those exceeding 20 centimeters are considered ranked. The blade-armed tiger before him has bone knives approximately 22 to 23 centimeters long, making it a first-rank lower-tier ferocious beast. Compared to the unranked blade-armed tigers encountered earlier, this one's aura is noticeably more formidable. Its amber-colored eyes were filled with a surging bloodthirsty desire. Looks like my luck isn't bad. I just entered the central area and already encountered a tier 1 ferocious beast. Su Jingming drank the last of the liquid from the energy bar, his stomach feeling full again, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. Perfect, I'll use you to test my marksmanship. He casually discarded the empty stick and, instead of retreating, advanced, dragging the black obsidian spear as he charged toward the blade-armed tiger. The black obsidian spear scraped across the crumbling concrete road, producing a piercing sound and scattering sparks. As a tier 1 ferocious beast, this blade-armed tiger already possessed rudimentary intelligence. Seeing the seemingly weak human before it dared to launch an attack first, the inherently savage blade-armed tiger let out an enraged roar. Roar! Immediately, the massive figure charged toward Su Jingming like like a tank. Even setting aside its bloodthirsty maw and sharp bone blade, its sheer size alone was enough to leave most examinees helpless. However, Su Jingming showed no fear, his eyes devoid of panic. With a forceful grip of his right hand, the black Yao spear that had been dragging on the ground spun like a windmill and was swiftly thrust toward the blade-armed tiger. Su Jingming's blood energy value reached as high as 140 points, making his physique stronger than most examinees. Coupled with advanced spear techniques, his thrusting speed was several times faster. Faced with this lightning-fast thrust, a sharp squelch was heard. The lower-tier Stage 1 blade-armed tiger had no time to react before its abdomen was pierced with a deep, bowl-sized hole. The wound pierced through the thick fur, blood gushing out, fatally revealing the writhing internal organs. A normal creature would lose its combat ability after such a severe injury, but the blade-armed tiger merely let out a painful howl, as if its feral nature had been awakened, and it crazily lunged at Su Jingming. As expected of a Tier 1 ferocious beast, its vitality is truly tenacious. Su Jingming knew that without using his special abilities, this strike couldn't possibly kill the opponent instantly, so he raised his spear. To face the attack, wielding the Black Yao spear with the agility of a swimming dragon under the enhancement of advanced spear techniques, each shot left a new wound on the blade-armed tiger's body, but the massive creature struggled to inflict any substantial harm on Su Jingming. In less than a minute, this Tier 1 ferocious beast, capable of easily slaughtering 99% of the examinees, was brought down by Su Jingming. Its massive, riddled body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Jingming, however, remained completely unscathed, with not even a drop of blood staining his battlesuit. This is the advantage of the spear. If your strength is insufficient, you will be pierced through without even touching the opponent's hem. Killed a Tier 1 blade-armed tiger, ability points plus 10. As the blade-armed tiger died, the system notification sounded. The ability points gained from killing a Tier 1 fierce beast are nearly double those from killing a non-tiered beast. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Jingming's eyes. In that case, I need to hurry and kill more ferocious beasts to collect ability points. He put the Black Yao spear back behind him and charged without hesitation toward the direction where the roars of the ferocious beasts were the most concentrated. Based on the strength of the ferocious beasts, the ruined town was divided into 4 areas: the outer perimeter, the middle area, the core area, and the innermost core area. Most examinees could only operate in the outer perimeter, with only a few daring to venture into the middle area. If it weren't for the system notification sound, I almost forgot that killing ferocious beasts can earn me ability points. The core area, even the top rocket class students from Lianjiang City's best high schools would hesitate. As for the most central area harboring second-tier ferocious beasts, almost no one dares to set foot there. It is a forbidden zone only ventured by geniuses from the provincial capital. With the strength of possessing the S-grade Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, Su Jingming naturally has the qualifications to enter, but considering the limited duration of his abilities, he chooses to temporarily stay in the middle area, planning to enter the core in the final 2 hours. The wilderness zone has no clear division of strength, and one could encounter high-level ferocious beasts at any time, being devoured in an instant. Su Jingming deeply understood that this was his only chance to acquire a large number of ability points. After killing the blade-armed tiger, he began searching for ferocious beasts. Relying on his strong physique and advanced marksmanship, he could easily kill them without using any abilities. Search for ferocious beasts. Kill. Gained ability points. Killed 1 non-tier ferocious beast, Iron-haired pig. Ability points plus 5. Killed a non-tiered ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, gaining plus 3 ability points. Killed a non-tiered ferocious beast, Unicorn Rhino, gaining plus 6 ability points. Repeated continuously. In the process of continuously killing ferocious beasts to accumulate ability points, Su Jingming also discovered a pattern. The number of ability points is closely related to the strength of the ferocious beasts. For example, the Shadow Cat and the Unicorn Rhino, although both are Tier 1 beasts, a single Unicorn Rhino can easily handle 3 or 4 Shadow Cats. On the other hand, the rarer the ability, the greater the consumption when used. Therefore, killing a peak-level non-tier Unicorn Rhino can yield as many ability points as killing a lower-tier Shadow Cat. However, for Su Jingming at the moment, this rule doesn't matter much, killing is earning. Just like that, Su Jingming didn't pause for a moment. He was either engaged in fierce battles with beasts or on the road searching for them. As more and more fierce beasts were killed, the ability points on the system panel skyrocketed, and his martial arts exam score soared as well. However, Su Jingming was completely unaware of the massive sensation this scene had caused in the outside world. The martial arts exam would last a full 12 hours, during which the principals and homeroom teachers of each school would accompany the entire process. After all, even the director of the Education Bureau was present, so they couldn't leave midway. In addition, the results of the martial arts exam are tied to the allocation standards for educational funding in the second half of the year, so principals and teachers naturally pay extra attention to students' performance. Of course, given the lengthy exam duration, the military district has also prepared lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now, the martial arts exam has been underway for over 4 4 hours, and the time has reached 1 p.m. At this moment, most examinees have started consuming their first energy bar. Outside the examination hall, the principals and teachers of various schools were heading toward the audience seating area after finishing lunch. First High School is still so dominant, almost all of the top 10 are their students. First High School receives the most educational funding every year, and the quality of their student intake is the best in Zhangcheng. Such results are not surprising. That's true, but our second high school did pretty well this year too. 8 students made it into the top 50, whereas in previous years it was only 5 or 6 at most. Unfortunately, this year third high is even more impressive, directly squeezing into the top 10, which makes us feel quite awkward. The teachers of Jiangcheng's second high school walked and chatted, mostly discussing the situation of their own school and third high. First high has a deep foundation and occupies most of the top rankings. Everyone is well aware of this. Splurt. By the way, Mr. Sun, what's the deal with Su Jingming from your class? How come we hadn't heard before that your class had such an outstanding student? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming, and their gaze turned to the middle-aged man in a black suit within the group. His name was Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class at second high school. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, purple heaven divine thunder, yes. Physique, 141 vitality, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate plus. Lightning gale break, beginner plus. Ability points, 213. Su Jingming isn't in our class. I was just about to ask which class he's actually in. Sure enough, my marksmanship has already advanced to the intermediate level. Rocket class homeroom teacher Sun Yang looked completely bewildered. Su Jingming isn't from your class? Besides the rocket class, who else could be this impressive? The surrounding teachers were also slightly stunned and began inquiring about which class Su Jingming belonged to. After all, every middle school reorganizes classes after students awaken their abilities, grouping the most talented and capable students into the rocket class, and second high school is no exception. As a result, students who perform well in martial arts exams are almost always from the rocket class, with students from other classes rarely having the chance to reach the top ranks. Old Chen, how are the grades in your class? At the back of the line, a middle-aged man with a beard leaned toward Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of class 5, and before finishing his sentence, continued. Our class is doing okay. The best student has already made it into the top 100. The best students of number 2 high school were all gathered in the rocket class, which also meant that for students from other parallel classes to make it into the top 100 was already quite impressive. Yo, that's not bad. Chen Fan glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm. This middle-aged man was Li Jun, the homeroom teacher of class 4 next door. A few years ago, he had a conflict with Chen Fan over some matters, and their relationship had been strained ever since. Over the past few years, Li Jun often opposed Chen Fan both openly and covertly, making them sworn enemies. Not bad. Seeing his old rival Chen Fan react so calmly, Li Jun couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. But this year's exam bonus, I'm afraid I'll get quite a bit more than you. To encourage academic performance, the bonuses for these homeroom teachers are directly tied to the martial arts exam results. If a student from the class ranks in the top 100 in Zhangcheng, the homeroom teacher's bonus will be at least 10,000. In this small city where the homeroom teacher's monthly salary is less than 6,000 yuan, a 10,000 yuan bonus is already quite substantial. Old Chen appears calm on the surface, but he must be feeling quite envious inside, right? Just as Li Jun was secretly feeling proud, Chen Fan's voice rang out again. Is that so? Then you might be disappointed. Our class performed well too. Someone made it into the top 50. Top 50? Old Chen, you must be joking. Aren't those all students from the rocket class? How could anyone from your class rank that high? The next moment, Li Jun retorted disdainfully. He suddenly realized something, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, could it be that Su Jingming is from your class? Compared to Li Jun's shock, Chen Fan's reaction was much calmer. He simply nodded lightly. Su Jingming is in your class, right? Just now they asked about Su Jingming's class. Why didn't you answer? Li Jun still found it somewhat unbelievable. Really? Maybe I didn't hear it, Chen Fan replied, feigning confusion. What the heck? What do you mean you didn't hear it? You clearly did it on purpose. Damn, so you've been waiting for me here all along. Looking at Chen Fan's calm and collected demeanor, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, what Chen Fan said next almost made him cough up blood. Su Jingming only made it into the top 50. It's not that impressive. The highest rank in the rocket class even reached 18th place. What do you mean by only made it into the top 50? The prize for the top 50 is over 20,000. And you're just a regular class, how can you compare to the rocket class, which gathers all the school's elites? Li Jun's heart burned with anger. After all, in all these years, the best student he had ever trained only ranked 64th in the martial arts exam. Looks like teacher Chen has really nurtured an extraordinary student. Li Jun took a few deep breaths to barely suppress his excitement, and with a hint of bitterness, offered his compliment. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to Jingming's own hard work. It has little to do with me. Chen Fan appeared modest on the surface, but but inside, he was overjoyed. Let's see, you show off now. Li Jun had always overshadowed him in the past, but this time, he finally turned the tables. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Su Jingming was originally from class 5? The surrounding teachers expressed their surprise. Teacher Chen has done an excellent job. Among so many parallel classes, only your class managed to have a student break into the top 50. Later this semester, we should invite Teacher Chen to give a lecture and share teaching experiences. After learning that Su Jingming was a student from class 5, the surrounding teachers all offered their congratulations. Even Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class, gave Chen Fan a friendly smile. The top students had already been selected by the rocket class, so being able to cultivate such a student in a parallel class was a clear testament to Chen Fan's outstanding teaching abilities. A group of teachers, chatting and laughing, quickly returned to the audience seats. After sitting down, the homeroom teacher of class 5, Chen Fan, immediately looked up at the virtual screen in the air, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Soon, he found Su Jingming among the many rankings. 32nd place? Seeing this ranking, Chen Fan was stunned. Wasn't it just 46th place earlier? How did his rank jump up more than 10 places after just one meal? Just as he was puzzled, Su Jingming's name suddenly leaped, and when it reappeared on the screen, it was at another ranking. Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? How did Su Jingming's rank suddenly rise so much? There were more than 1,400 candidates participating in the Jiang martial arts examination, so it was normal for rankings to change frequently. However, sudden rises or drops of more than 10 places usually only occurred in the lower ranking ranges. These students had similar abilities, so even slight changes in scores could lead to significant fluctuations in rankings. For candidates who could make it into the top 50, their abilities were very strong, and the score gaps were relatively large. Even if rankings changed, it was usually only by 1 or 2 places. A jump of more than 10 places, like Su Jingming's, was extremely rare. Not only did Chen Fan notice this, but other teachers at number 2 high school also observed this unusual situation and began discussing it. Su Jingming's ranking has risen, he's now surged to 25th place. What? 25th place? Seriously? We just went out for a meal, and the rankings changed this drastically when we got back? Is he really from the parallel class? That's incredible. At this moment, on the Jiang martial arts exam ranking list, 2nd high school had a total of 9 students in the top 50. Apart from the 18th and 22nd places, the highest ranked student from 2nd high school was Su Jingming, who was in 25th place. Jumping directly from 32nd place to 25th place, the score also increased from 328 points to 372 points. In front of the audience, Xiao Yao, the principal of 2nd high school, slightly narrowed his eyes. As a C-level psychic ability user, though only at the 1st tier, he could memorize all the information on the ranking board. Among them, the information about the candidates from 2nd high school was particularly striking. He was naturally well aware of Su Jingming's score and ranking changes, but even so, he still found it hard to believe. According to the scoring rules of the martial arts exam, killing a peak-level non-tiered beast could earn 6 to 8 points, while killing a 1st tier, lower-level beast could earn 14 to 16 points. The kill statistics interval of the smartwatch was approximately 4 seconds. Su Jingming's score increased by 44 points in one go, which means he killed 5 peak-level non-tiered beasts or 3 1st-tier lower-level beasts in just 4 seconds. Either scenario was enough to prove Su Jingming's formidable strength. Although his strength doesn't match the top-tier contestants like Zhou Mingyang and the others, he can definitely rank in the top 10. When did our school produce such a formidable student? Principal Xiao Yao was somewhat bewildered. According to the regulations of the Great Xiao Nation, principals of all middle schools across the country, as well as the directors and deputy directors of the city Education Bureau, must be at least 1st-tier ability users. Although Xiao Yao hadn't witnessed Su Jingming's actual combat, he could roughly infer Su Jingming's strength based on the sudden change in rankings. The other 2 principals and the director of the Education Bureau naturally noticed the same. Principal Zhao, it seems your school indeed has an outstanding student. Su Jingming probably hadn't been giving his all before, but now that he's exerting himself, his ranking has skyrocketed. This student of Principal Zhao is almost capable of being in the top 10. Principal Lu Hang of 1st high school also added, by the way, what is the awakened ability of this student? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhang Wenshan was full of doubt. A candidate with such strength shouldn't be so unknown. To be honest, Su Jingming only suddenly excelled in today's exam. For detailed information about him, I'll need to ask his homeroom teacher to find out more. Mr. Chen, come over for a moment. Faced with Director Zhang Wenshan's inquiry, Xiao Yao directly called over the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan. Su Jingming? Thus, under the envious gazes of many teachers at 2nd high school, Chen Fan walked over and sat down next to the principal. For an ordinary homeroom teacher like him, it was inevitable to feel a bit uneasy when facing high-ranking individuals among the superhumans. Principals and directors directors. As far as I know, Su Jingming has only awakened the E-level ability, weak electricity. Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Mr. Chen, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Principal, I didn't make a mistake. Before the exam, I even specifically advised him not to take the martial arts exam, Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. In fact, he also suspected that there might have been an error in the registration of the ability awakening back then. Director Jiang Wenshan seemed thoughtful. It's a pity he hasn't made it into the top 10 yet, so we can't see his battle live. Squad leader. The live broadcast system for the martial arts exam is controlled by a program customized by the province, and even he has no authority to intervene. Trying to locate Su Jingming among thousands of fixed cameras is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although Su Jingming's situation is rather special, Jiang Wenshan, as the director of the Education Bureau, remains very patient. Then we'll just have to wait for now. Principal Zhao Yao of number 2 high school nodded and called out to Chen Fan, who was about to return to his seat. Mr. Chen, just sit here. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face lit up with joy. Not every teacher had the chance to sit so close to the director and the principal. Time passed slowly, and the rankings of the martial arts exam kept changing. Among the many names, one continued to steadily climb. 9th place, Su Jingming. In less than an hour, Su Jingming's ranking surged into the top 10. Homeroom teacher Chen Fan's face flushed with excitement. As the homeroom teacher of a parallel class, he had never imagined that one of his students could make it into Jiangqing's top 10. Principal Zhao Yao of number 2 high school also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being overshadowed by number 3 high school for so long had been a blow to his pride as a principal. Now we can finally see what Su Jingming has to back up his entry into the top 10. Director of the Education Bureau, Jiang Wenshan, looked into the air with great anticipation. After a brief moment, the virtual projection of the 9th-ranked individual appeared. What came into view was a slightly tall young man. The youth was dressed in a black battlesuit, his face resolute, and his eyes sharp and spirited. In his hand, he tightly gripped a black spear about 2.1 meters long, its tip sharp and stained with fresh red blood, adding an extra touch of ferocity. At the young man's feet, several ferocious beasts lay silently, lifeless. Not far away, another beast, cowered in retreat, not daring to act rashly. Black clothing, a long spear, ferocious beasts, all these elements intertwined to form a sharp and powerful scene, exuding an overwhelming aura. The next moment, the young man moved. The spear struck like a dragon, and in an instant, before the remaining beast could react, it was pierced through by the spear and killed instantly. Hiss, that spear was unbelievably fast. Impressive. It was as fast as lightning. His attack speed rivals that of a wind element ability awakener, but isn't he a lightning element ability awakener? In the projection screen, the black-clad figure, as swift as lightning, instantly annihilating the shadow cat beast, left the teachers in the audience utterly stunned. Fast, precise, ruthless. This was their first impression of Su Jingming. Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, widened his eyes in disbelief. The school had arranged practical combat courses, and he had a general understanding of most students' combat abilities in his class. However, during the practical lessons, Su Jingming's performance had always been mediocre at best, nowhere near the level he was displaying now. Wow, you actually managed to keep this from me for so long. With marksmanship like this, you should have shown it earlier. Why wait until the exam to amaze everyone? Still, with this kind of marksmanship, even with just E-level abilities, you can achieve a good score in the exam. Chen Fan nodded slightly. It seems my advice back then to not take the martial arts exam was indeed unnecessary. A strong physique, coupled with excellent marksmanship. Class monitor, time is tight. Let's chat after the exam. Principal Zhao Yao of number 2 high school let out a long sigh, then shook his head and lamented. What a pity. Yes, such a pity. Director of the Education Bureau Jiang Wenshan also showed a hint of disappointment. A robust physique and weapon skills are considered excellent advantages at the awakener stage, but as levels continue to rise, these advantages gradually diminish. After all, superhumans ultimately rely on their abilities to fight. If he had a C-level ability, combined with such physique and marksmanship, the first place in Jiangcheng would definitely be his. I really didn't expect Su Jingming to make it this far. Jiang Wenshan couldn't help but sigh with regret once again. Compared to the principal and the director of education's lament, Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, was more optimistic. As long as Su Jingming could hold on until the end of the exam, securing a spot in the top 10 of Jiangcheng, he was guaranteed admission to a decent ability user university. Even if he stopped hunting ferocious beasts after this, his current results would still be enough to get into an ability user university, though his ranking might not be as outstanding. Compared to the earlier fears of failing or even dying, this outcome was already much better. Killed one tier 1 shadow cat, ability points +9. In the ruined town, Su Jingming, who had just killed a shadow cat, listened to the prompt sound echoing in his mind, feeling exceptionally joyful. The number of ferocious beasts in the central area of the ruined town far exceeded his expectations. In just over an hour since entering, he had already killed more than 20 first-tier lower-level beasts beasts and over 10 peak-level non-tier beasts. The accumulated ability points on the system panel had reached 312 points. Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then heard the buzzing sound of high-speed rotating propellers. A drone flew in from afar, hovering tens of meters above his head. An exclamation drew Lin Qingyuan's attention. Tracking and filming drone? Have my results already entered the top 10? Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his ranking. Sure enough, already in the top 10. A smile appeared on his face. The presence of the camera drone meant that his upcoming battles would be fully monitored by the outside world. Even if he used his abilities later, his powerful S-grade Purple Heaven Divine Thunder would be exposed as a result. After all, the S-grade Purple Heaven Divine Thunder he summoned now was too extraordinary to be disguised as a weak E-grade electrical ability. Of course, Jingming had no intention of hiding it. The martial arts exam is fundamentally a test of the candidate's strength and potential. The higher the score, the greater the options available. Only a fool would give up extra points just to conceal their abilities. Jingming's gaze sharpened as he opened his system information panel. It's already over 300 ability points, yet the level still hasn't increased? Not seeing a plus sign next to the level, Jingming frowned deeply. There could only be two possible reasons for this situation. You don't mean to say that this unicorn rhinoceros was killed by Jingming, do you? The first possibility is that the ability points required to evolve from an awakened to an ability user are too high, and over 300 points are still far from enough. The unicorn rhinoceros is an extremely troublesome fierce beast. The second possibility is that there are certain specific conditions for advancing from an awakened to an ability user, and without meeting them, the system cannot directly upgrade. To transform from an awakened to an ability user, one must first learn the ability cultivation method. It seems that because I haven't learned this yet, the upgrade is hindered. Jingming speculated silently in his heart. Was it Jingming who killed it? Can't we just check his score ranking to find out? The ability cultivation method is a prerequisite for an awakened to advance to an ability user. But even the worst cultivation method costs millions, which is far beyond what he can afford. He originally thought that with the system's assistance, he could bypass the basic requirements, but it was clearly a mistake. However, with my current combat strength, I'm not much different from a real superhuman. Then I'll wait until the exams are over, get into the superhuman university, and learn the superhuman cultivation method there. Jingming didn't think much about it. The most important thing now was how to allocate these more than 300 ability points. Currently, the only things that can be improved are basic attributes and combat techniques. Combat techniques aren't needed for now, so let's focus on improving basic attributes first. After thinking for a moment, he allocated all the ability points to the two main basic attributes. 200 points were assigned to physique, and 112 points to spirit. As his basic attributes improved, Jingming immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his mind became unprecedentedly clear. The fatigue accumulated from traveling and consecutive battles was instantly swept away. He let out a hearty laugh and casually twirled the black Yao spear, creating a beautiful flourish. The speed and force of his spear movements were significantly stronger than before. With a physique like this, combined with my advanced spear techniques, I can easily kill a first-tier mid-level beast in the core area without even using my abilities. At this moment, Jingming was brimming with confidence in his own strength. The ferocious beasts in the core area are stronger and more numerous. Since my strength has improved, there's no need to linger in the central area. Let's head straight to the core area. The spear trembled, and due to inertia, the blood staining the spear was shaken off completely. Afterward, he slung the spear over his back, glanced at the map for directions, and sprinted toward the core area. With his enhanced physique, his running speed was actually a bit faster than Zhou Mingyang, who had the support of wind-based abilities. Behind him, the photography drone followed closely like a shadow. As its throat was slit by a sharp dagger, blood gushed out wildly, and the first-tier lower-level shadow cat collapsed to the ground with a thud. Behind it, Tangi's graceful figure holding a dagger slowly emerged. She was draped in a layer of purple-black cat-shaped energy veil, with a pair of cat ears atop her head. Though not deliberately controlled, they appeared exceptionally lively. Enhancement type B-level ability, Shadow Cat. During activation, it can greatly enhance her sprinting speed, reaction speed, and attack power. It is precisely with this B-level ability that she, as an awakened, is able to slay a tier 1 ferocious beast. Although there is still a gap compared to an ability user, her physical foundation is solid, and her strength should not be underestimated. However, killing a first-tier lower-level fierce beast was already her limit. For this reason, she only dared to linger in the central area and did not dare to step into the core area where first-tier mid-level fierce beasts roamed. To conserve her abilities, Tangi exited the shadow cat form right after killing the fierce beast. The cat-shaped energy veil surrounding her body disappeared, and her pair of cat-like vertical pupils returned to normal. 12th place, Tangi, 567 points, Jiangqing First High School. His name is Zhang Wenshan, the director of Jiangqing's Education Bureau. Tangi opened her smartwatch and saw her ranking. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, dropped one place in the rankings. She instinctively looked upward, wanting to confirm who had pushed her down. Unexpectedly, in the 9th position, a familiar name stood out. Su Jingming from 2nd high school, 607 points, actually ranked 9th? Tangi was slightly stunned. It took her quite a while to come back to her senses, and the image of that tall figure carrying a long spear appeared in her mind. As expected, it was you who made that strike yesterday, cousin Jingming. She hadn't completely ruled out the possibility that the Su Jingming on the rankings and her cousin just happened to share the same name. After all, both were from the 2nd high school, and having identical names was almost impossible as a coincidence. Coupled with the slight suspicion that arose at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall yesterday, she became even more convinced that the Su Jingming on the rankings was indeed her cousin. But you're just an E-level ability user. How exactly did you manage to do all this? Tang Chi's face involuntarily showed a trace of curiosity. It seems my cousin isn't as honest as he appears on the surface. Ah, Ming, is this fierce? In the outer area of the ruined town, Lu Jia, whose body had doubled in size, looked at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection, feeling extremely frustrated. Compared to the results of the martial arts exam, what did calling someone dad even matter? Lin Xingyuan's team had been keeping an eye on Su Jingming's progress ever since they discovered he was ranked 46th. At this moment, seeing him leap into the top 10, everyone couldn't help but feel deeply moved. How on earth did this guy manage to do it? Su Jingming made it into the top 10. We need to step up our game and aim for the top 300. Looking at the ranking list, Lin Xingyuan's face was full of emotion. Although she couldn't understand how Su Jingming had achieved it, they were different from him after all. Being able to make it into the top 300 would already be satisfying enough. When Su Jingming's ranking hadn't yet entered the top 10, he wasn't very noticeable. But once he broke into the top 10, almost everyone in the exam hall took notice of him. Those familiar with Su Jingming had varying reactions, but he was completely unaware of it all. At this moment, he was sprinting with all his might toward the core area. After his physique was strengthened, Su Jingming's running speed far surpassed his previous performance. Moreover, he was in the central area, not far from the core zone. It took Su Jingming just over 30 minutes to step into the core area marked on the map. The core zone of the ruined town used to be the bustling city center of Yuan town in the past. Compared to the central area, the buildings here are taller. Although they are now in ruins, the remnants of decorations on the outer walls still faintly reveal their former glory. More importantly, the beasts in the core area are at least of the 1st tier lower rank, with the highest reaching the 1st tier middle rank. There are no low tier beasts here. Candidates confident enough to enter the core area are at least among the top 5 in Jiang City. Of course, he was an exception. On the way, he did not deliberately search for ferocious beasts, so he only killed 4 or 5 of them in over 30 minutes. Not only did his ranking fail to improve, but it dropped to 10th place. As long as I find a large group of ferocious beasts, my ranking will quickly rise again. This time, I will take 1st place in one go. Su Jingming's gaze was resolute as he continued with his previous strategy, heading toward the direction where the roars of ferocious beasts were most concentrated. In the ruined city, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed one after another. This was practically their paradise. Su Jingming listened carefully for a moment and finally chose the southeast direction, where the roars were the loudest and most concentrated, and dashed off. Most examinees moved cautiously within the test site, fearing that any noise might alert the beasts and provoke an attack. But Su Jingming, like an agile leopard, sprinted through the city, carrying the obsidian spear weighing up to 50 kilograms, yet it did not affect his movements in the slightest. Running along the ruined streets, the whistling wind in his ears mixed with the rapidly passing scenery on both sides, fatally catching sight of 1 or 2 fierce beasts roaming among the ruins. For these scattered beasts, he didn't even have the desire to make a move. Soon, the roars grew increasingly dense, and the source drew closer and closer. A rust-covered, dilapidated bus lay across the end of the road. Su Jingming's speed did not decrease in the slightest. Just as he was about to collide with the bus, he suddenly leaped forcefully, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air. Su Jingming's combat boots landed on the roof of the bus, his gaze sweeping over the scene below, taking it all in. This was a fitness square, scattered with various broken fitness equipment, and inhabited by a group of ferocious beasts. The beasts were numerous, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and the pungent odor unique to animals, causing Su Jingming to frown slightly. 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 blade-armed tiger beasts. Looks like I've stumbled upon a blade-armed tiger pack. Then how exactly did he get such a high score? Ferocious beasts are divided into 2 types, social and solitary. The arm-blade tiger belongs to the social category of ferocious beasts. Ordinary candidates encountering such a group of beasts would choose to detour and avoid them. However, in Su Jingming's sharp black and white eyes, as cold as a blade, a fiery fighting spirit burned. This was precisely the challenge he had been anticipating. For an arm-blade tiger group to form a stable social structure, there must be a king with absolute strength to dominate everything. His gaze shifted to the center of the fitness square, where the half-devoured, blood blood-soaked corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros lay. Beside the corpse crouched an arm-blade tiger king, its body significantly larger than the other arm-blade tigers. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, and the bone blades on its forelimbs were massive and razor-sharp. A mid-tier first-rank arm-blade tiger, it seems this is the king of this group of ferocious beasts. Su Jingming's lips curved into a faint smile. If he could kill all these ferocious beasts, the harvest of ability points would be quite substantial. Su Jingming, standing at 1.86 meters tall, stood atop the bus. His appearance immediately drew the attention of all the blade-arm tigers in the square. Apart from the blade-arm tiger king lazily lying in the center, the other 9 resting blade-arm tigers rose simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they slowly paced toward the bus. Their speed was not fast, but the oppressive feeling brought by the 9 massive blade-arm tigers gathering together was suffocating. This was precisely why groups of ferocious beasts were always difficult to deal with. Even high-level first-tier beasts dared not provoke these 9 blade-arm tigers lightly. However, facing the 9 massive creatures approaching him, Su Jingming showed no fear. He leaped down, landing with a thud. With a low growl, the 9 blade-armed tigers that had been approaching slowly suddenly dispersed as if by tacit agreement, then charged at Su Jingming from different directions. Roar! Awu! As expected of a beast horde with a leader, they've even learned a simple formation. Su Jingming reversed his grip, and the black Yao spear was firmly in his hand. The bus was less than 30 meters from the square, which was nothing to these first-tier lower-level blade-armed tigers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 blade-armed tigers were within 5 meters of Su Jingming, but they did not swarm him all at once. Instead, 5 of them pounced first, blocking all possible escape routes in front of Su Jingming. Behind him was the abandoned bus, leaving no room to retreat. Crunch! At this moment, Su Jingming had no way to escape. Facing such a situation, his gaze remained resolute. The 2.1-meter-long black obsidian spear spun in his hands like a windmill. The spinning black obsidian spear turned into a black phantom, resembling a high-speed rotating propeller. The arm-blade tigers finally sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The 5 arm-blade tigers, completely unprepared, were struck hard by the spinning black obsidian spear. The sharp spearhead, like a meat grinder, instantly tore through the heads of the 5 blade-arm tigers, sending blood splattering everywhere. One severely injured blade-arm tiger immediately fell to the ground headfirst. Despite the severe head injury, the 5 blade-arm tigers were still not dead, and faint breathing could still be seen as they lay on the ground. Relying solely on physical strength is still a bit lacking. Su Jingming gently shook his head. This move, Great Windmill, purely relied on physical strength to wield and was not a combat technique fused with superpowers. If the combat technique had been fused with superpowers, the 5 ferocious beasts would have been instantly killed in that moment. But no matter, I'll just finish it off. Su Jingming advanced rapidly once again. The remaining 4 blade-armed tigers tried to block his path, but he easily evaded them with his agile footwork. Immediately, the black Yao spear, like the scythe of death, severed the lives of the 5 severely injured blade-armed tigers one by one. At this moment, the Tier 1 mid-level blade-armed tiger king, which had been lying in the center all along, finally became alert. It slowly rose and stepped forward to stand in front of the remaining 4 blade-armed tigers. Perfect, I'll deal with all of you together. With a swish, the black Yao spear was pulled out from the blade-armed tiger's corpse. Su Jingming gripped the long spear, standing alone against the 5 ferocious blade-armed tigers. In his clear eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only a frost-like, icy killing intent surging within. It was unclear whether it was due to the heavy casualties among its companions or because Su Jingming's unyielding gaze had enraged it, but the blade-armed tiger king let out a furious roar and led the remaining 4 blade-armed tigers in a sudden charge. Su Jingming raised his spear to meet the attack, directly engaging the 5 blade-armed tigers. Although the blade-armed tigers were ferocious beasts, they were also quite intelligent, especially this group, which had cooperated many times and slain countless formidable enemies. If these 5 were unleashed in a city, they could easily annihilate an elite squad of 100 soldiers. However, Su Jingming moved like a black phantom, weaving through them. The blade-armed tigers were utterly unable to inflict any substantial harm on him. Each time he struck with his spear, it hit a vital point, leaving the blade-armed tigers either instantly killed or gravely injured. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 blade-armed tigers had fallen under his spear. Roar! A mid-level Tier 1 ferocious beast is just SOSO. It didn't even force me to use my abilities. Su Jingming looked at the lifeless blade-armed tiger king beneath his feet and couldn't help but shake his head. Although his physique had been enhanced by the system, he hadn't fully grasped the extent of his combat strength. His confidence in taking on the blade-armed tiger pack came from the purple sky divine thunder backing him up. Unfortunately, these ferocious beasts weren't even qualified to make him use his abilities. He glanced at the system panel and found that this single battle had earned him 106 ability points. A bountiful harvest. Su Jingming's face lit up with joy. At this rate, by the time the martial arts exam ended, he had no idea how many ability points he could accumulate. First tier ferocious beast, blade-armed tiger. But thinking too much about it now is useless. steps. First, I need to harvest all the ability points here and quickly head to the next location. He wiped the bloodstains off his spear, slung it back over his shoulder, and hurriedly ran toward the next location. On the day of the exam, all high schools in Jiangchang would organize live broadcasts of the martial arts exam for first and second year students. On one hand, it allowed students to experience the bloody and brutal nature of the exam, and on the other, it helped them familiarize themselves with the habits of ferocious beasts in advance. At this moment, on the playground of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, a virtual projection identical to that of the military district was suspended in mid-air. Around the stands, the first and second year students had been watching the live broadcast for quite some time. In previous years, the top 10 in Jiangcheng were always students from No. 1 High School, and most of the discussions revolved around contestants from other schools. But this year was different. No. 2 High School also had a student break into the top 10, Su Jingming. When Su Jingming's 9th place result appeared on the big screen, the entire school erupted in excitement, especially the scene where he shot through the shadow cat with a single bullet, which sent the students into a frenzy. That shot was amazing. I hadn't heard of Senior Su before, but from now on, he's my idol. Senior is tall and strong, absolutely stunning. Unlike the size of the military district director and the principals, the students were genuinely happy to see Su Jingming enter the top 10, even viewing him as a role model and benchmark. However, over the next half hour, Su Jingming hurried along the way without making a move, leaving the students somewhat disappointed, especially when his ranking dropped to 10th place. Anxious voices began to rise, and everyone wished they could become him, sweeping through opponents and reclaiming the ranking. Sigh, it seems our second high school still isn't strong enough. We barely made it into the top 10, but now we're losing momentum. Although it's hard to admit, Senior Su does seem a bit out of his depth. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Second high school finally had a candidate in the top 10, so naturally, everyone hoped he could go even further. But Su Jingming's performance sparked scattered doubts, and quite a few students even began turning their attention to the live streams of other star candidates. Look, Senior Su has found the ferocious beast. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out, and everyone's attention refocused on Su Jingming's live broadcast. He was standing on top of a bus, with massive blade-armed tigers, ferocious beasts, beneath him. Ding ling ling. Why isn't Senior leaving yet? If he doesn't go now, it's really over. It's over. The blade-armed tigers have already surrounded him. He can't escape at all. Senior, aren't you activating the safety sphere yet? This situation is too dangerous. Although Su Jingming's earlier performance had left the students a bit disappointed, he was, after all, a senior from their own school. So when he encountered the group of ferocious beasts, all the students couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for him. When 5 blade-armed tigers pounced on Su Jingming, who still hadn't activated the safety sphere, some girls were so frightened that they covered their eyes. However, the imagined tragic scene of being torn and devoured by ferocious beasts did not occur. Instead, Su Jingming wielded the Black Yao spear with an invincible stance, knocking the 5 blade-armed tigers away one by one. So fierce. At this moment, everyone's hearts in the audience suddenly skipped a beat. A spear can actually be used like this? Ah whoa. This power is simply outrageous. If an ordinary person were to wield a spear, not only would they fail to harm the armblade tiger, but they'd also be crushed alive by those massive creatures. It seems Senior Su must have awakened a physical enhancement type ability, otherwise, achieving this level would be impossible. In just a brief moment, all the students' doubts and dissatisfaction toward Su Jingming vanished into thin air. Then, Su Jingming transformed into a black shadow, wielding the Black Yao spear, darting like lightning among the 5 blade-armed tigers, advancing and slaying continuously. The black spear, stained with the blood of countless fierce beasts, had already turned bright red and translucent. Faced with such a scene, no one felt uncomfortable. Instead, everyone exclaimed in excitement, "Awesome! This feeling is way more thrilling than watching the light breeze sword. Every shot hits the mark, as domineering as it gets." Ferocious beasts are the common enemy of humanity, a consensus that everyone tacitly agrees upon. Therefore, when the blade-armed tiger was slaughtered one-sidedly, no one felt pity. Instead, they found it exhilarating, especially the tall and slender figure weaving through the chaos, whose every strike carried a unique sense of violent beauty. At this moment, Su Jingming's ranking screen suddenly jumped, directly rising to the 6th position. What the heck? What's going on? How did the senior's ranking suddenly jump to 6th place? The senior just had 634 points. How did it suddenly increase by nearly 160 points? Even if there were 4 or 5 first-tier ferocious beasts, it shouldn't result in such a high score all at once, right? For a moment, everyone was a bit puzzled. The score was increasing way too fast. I just realized the senior is no longer in the central area. He has actually entered the core area. An exclamation from somewhere prompted everyone to instinctively check the map on the virtual screen. Sure enough, the location of Su Jingming was already in the red core area. I was saying that these blade-armed tigers looked strange in size. Turns out they aren't peak-level non-tier beasts, but tier 1 ferocious beasts. So, does that mean all the beasts senior just killed were tier 1 ferocious beasts? Initially, everyone Everyone thought Su Jingming was still in the central area, and those ferocious beasts were merely peak-level non-tier and Tier 1 beasts. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming had already entered the most dangerous core area. The beasts just fought were all Tier 1 lower and Tier 1 middle-level beasts. No wonder they couldn't notice the clues immediately. After all, the battle was far too intense. At the same time, they finally understood why Su Jingming had delayed taking action earlier. It turned out he was rushing to enter the core area. Even the top-ranked Qingfeng sword Zhou Mingyang could only maneuver back and forth when facing such a horde of beasts. But look at Senior, so fierce, slaying all the beasts in one go. People couldn't help but compare Su Jingming with the top-ranked Zhou Mingyang. However, they realized that even the star candidate Zhou Mingyang had not displayed such overwhelming dominance as just witnessed. One person fighting against 10 blade-armed tigers, and one of them is even a mid-tier first rank? This combat strength is probably even stronger than Zhou Mingyang, isn't it? Which teacher at second high school taught Su Jingming to be this extraordinary? In the audience stands outside the military district. When Su Jingming faced the group of ferocious beasts alone, he immediately drew the attention of all the teachers. However, they didn't think much of it, assuming Su Jingming would choose to flee. After all, since the start of the competition, no candidate had dared to challenge the group of ferocious beasts in the core area. However, the overwhelmingly dominant performance that Su Jingming displayed next left the teachers and the principal utterly stunned, especially Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, whose face turned bright red, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. When a student performs outstandingly, the homeroom teacher also shares in the glory. Su Jingming is actually this strong. Even the usually composed principal of second high school couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Jiang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau, was equally excited. However, his focus was on Su Jingming's marksmanship. It should be noted that for an ordinary person to train a weapon skill to the intermediate level, it would take decades, and reaching the advanced level would be nearly impossible without spending most of their lifetime. Yet Su Jingming is only 18 years old. What kind of genius is this? Thinking of Su Jingming's superpower, Jiang Wenshan couldn't help but slap his thigh and sigh repeatedly. Ah, what a pity. With the strength Su Jingming has currently displayed, he has already far surpassed Zhou Mingyang. If he had a better superpower, he might have been able to break Jiangqing's long-standing record and make it into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-level superpower destined him to lack potential in the long run. Su Jingming is only 18 at most, yet his marksmanship has already reached an advanced level. Just how astonishing is his talent? Even if they are a genius from the provincial capital, it's impossible to master advanced weapon techniques, right? Hearing Jiang Wenshan's sigh, many teachers finally reacted, feeling surprised and emotional. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems this year's top spot in Jiangcheng will go to your second high school. After the battle just now, it was clear to anyone with sharp eyes that Su Jingming was stronger than Zhou Mingyang, and getting the top spot was only a matter of time. Principal Lu Hang of First High School, though unwilling in his heart, still graciously congratulated Zhao Yao. Principal Lu, you flatter me. The exam isn't over yet, and the results are still uncertain. First High School, the top school in Jiangcheng, not only boasts abundant educational resources but also attracts the best students in Jiangcheng. Every year, after the awakening of special abilities, many outstanding students transfer to First High School due to its superior conditions. Therefore, Principal Zhao Yao of Second High School has never harbored hostility toward First High School. However, the First High School was so strong that it usually didn't give the Second High School any chance to shine. Now, with the Second High School about to surpass the First High School, this moment of glory made Zhao Yao surprisingly calm, his tone humble. Jiang Wenshan, who had just regained his composure, nodded in agreement. This time, your Second High School performed well, nurturing a student like Su Jingming. After the exam is over, I will propose to the city to commend your school. For ability users like them who chose to become principals, they had long given up on significantly improving their own strength and focused more on career advancement. A commendation not only could bring more resources to the Second High School, but as the principal, he would also benefit. In the future, advancing further and entering the Education Bureau would no longer be just a dream. Su Jingming, you really surprised me. Zhao Yao was filled with emotions. He had never imagined that Second High School would have such a glorious moment. Just as Jiang Wenshan had predicted, Su Jingming's score soared like a rocket, climbing higher and higher. At this moment, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with 6 hours remaining until the end of the martial arts exam. The bewildered and helpless Zhou Mingyang, in the heart of the ruined town, within a dilapidated neighborhood. More than a dozen ferocious beasts were divided into 2 camps, each viewing the other as lunch, engaged in fierce combat. The 2 camps consisted of the unicorn rhinoceros and the blade-armed tiger. If their numbers were equal, the unicorn rhinoceros would completely dominate its opponent. But this time, there were 8 blade-armed tigers, while the unicorn rhinoceroses numbered only 4. In terms of strength, the gap between the 2 sides is not significant, with the blade-armed tiger holding a slight advantage. For this reason, the 2 sides fought fiercely for a long same time, tearing into each other and leaving numerous bloody wounds, yet neither ferocious beast fell. Ferocious beasts are inherently brutal. Once a battle begins, they will never stop unless they completely annihilate their opponent. However, at this moment, one of the blade-armed tigers suddenly sniffed the air and abruptly halted its charge. It crouched low, letting out a threatening growl toward the entrance of the residential area. This growl triggered a chain reaction, causing all the blade tigers and unicorn rhinos to instinctively halt their fighting. Then, they simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the entrance, revealing fierce killing intent, their bodies poised to charge at any moment. Under the watchful eyes of these ferocious beasts, a tall human youth slowly emerged. The young man was dressed in black battle attire, wearing combat boots, with a tall and upright figure. His eyes were clear and spirited, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a lone wolf. A sturdy, dark long spear was casually slung over his shoulder, its sharp blade glinting with a chilling cold light under the sun. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. This wave of ferocious beasts was the largest he had encountered within an hour. He forcefully slapped the butt of the gun, and the black obsidian spear flew up in response, landing steadily in his hand. Just as he raised the spear, ready to charge into the group of beasts, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he stopped to gaze to the right. There stood a dilapidated and broken building. "Come out, I've already noticed you." A boy with a long sword on his back and delicate features stepped out from the shadow of the building. Su Jingming raised his eyebrows. This person was none other than the light wind sword Jingming, who possessed B-level wind abilities. Unlike his graceful demeanor outside the martial arts examination venue, Jingming now appeared somewhat travel-worn. Hair was disheveled, and the battle suit was stained with dark red blood, uncertain whether it was his own or the beast's. Of course, most of the candidates in the examination hall were in a similar state. Su Jingming was no exception, though since he used a spear, there was relatively less blood on him. "But how did you know it was me?" Su Jingming was somewhat puzzled. He didn't think this famous star student would know he was at second high school. Only a few people dare to enter the core area, and we're all old acquaintances. Now, a stranger suddenly appears, and naturally, it's you, the top scorer. In the martial arts exam, candidates are prohibited from attacking each other. If discovered, they will permanently lose their qualification. With tracking drones overhead for both of them, there was no need to worry about Jingming launching a sneak attack. So Su Jingming raised his gun, preparing to approach the nearby group of ferocious beasts. Jingming was stunned and quickly reached out to stop him. "What? You want to compete with me for the monsters?" Su Jingming's gaze suddenly became dangerous. To him, ferocious beasts are not just points but also a source of ability points. These ferocious beasts are something he would never easily give up to others. Facing Su Jingming's gaze, Jingming felt as if he were being stared at by a wild beast, and goosebumps involuntarily rose all over his body. That fierce aura startled him, and he quickly reacted, hurriedly saying, "There are 2 mid-tier first-level fierce beasts in here. You can't handle them alone. If we join forces, we might have a chance." Each of these 2 groups of fierce beasts has a mid-tier first-level king. He had been hiding on the side, waiting to strike after they were both severely injured. Now, although both ferocious beasts are injured, neither side has suffered any casualties and they are in a state of wild ferocity. Going up at this moment is almost seeking death. "No need, I can handle it completely on my own." Seeing that Jingming was not trying to steal the prey but wanted to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude immediately softened a lot, patted his shoulder, grabbed the gun, and rushed out. Jingming still wanted to persuade him, but seeing Su Jingming had already charged into the battlefield, he had no choice but to give up. "Since you're so confident, then I'll take a good look at what you're capable of." Jingming stood to the side with his sword, his eyes fixed on Su Jingming. Once there is any anomaly, he will quickly join the battle. However, the next scene left Jingming utterly stunned. Su Jingming charged into the group of ferocious beasts like an invincible war god, unstoppable in his path. The black spear in his hand moved like a phantom, and with every strike, it claimed the life of a beast. In less than 3 minutes, the 12 ferocious beasts in the field were swiftly reduced to just 4. Rank 32, Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. This, Jingming was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. 2 hours ago, he didn't even know such a person existed. Yet, unexpectedly, the other party rose like a meteor streaking across the night sky, rapidly ascending. In a short time, not only did he break into the top 10, but just over 10 minutes ago, he directly snatched Jingming's first-place position. Faced with such a fierce opponent, Jingming was naturally filled with curiosity and couldn't help but speculate about the terrifying extent of the other's abilities. Could it be some kind of extremely powerful A-level ability? However, Su Jingming effortlessly accomplished a crushing victory with just a black spear, something Jingming couldn't even dare to imagine. Gulp, Jingming swallowed, feeling his throat dry. Could it be that he possesses some kind of enhancement ability? I just didn't notice it? While he was secretly speculating in place, Su Jingming up ahead quickly finished the harvest, and the last blade-armed Tiger King collapsed with a thud. Killed 1 Tier 1 lower Unicorn Rhinoceros, ability points plus 12. Killed 1 Tier 1 lower blade-armed Tiger, ability points plus 10. 25th place, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangcheng's second high school, killed one tier 1 mid-blade arm tiger, ability points plus 15. The successive prompts echoing in Su Jingming's mind brought a satisfied smile to his face. This feeling was beyond words, but once the martial arts exam is over, there won't be such a good opportunity. So, I must seize the time now. Su Jingming came back to his senses, greeted Zhou Mingyang, and quickly left. By the time Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming had already dashed 7 or 8 meters away. He hurriedly shouted, Su Jingming, are you using enhancement type abilities? No, it's the lightning type. Su Jingming's voice came from afar, but his figure had already disappeared from sight. Lightning type? Zhou Mingyang was stunned. Just now, how did that look like the lightning type? Not wanting to tell me the type of ability is one thing, but you don't have to be so perfunctory. What a peculiar guy. Zhou Mingyang's face showed helplessness, and that look just now, was he actually worried I'd steal his monster? With this kind of beast horde, who else but a freak like you could handle it? Besides, there are so many beasts in the core area, why worry about not having monsters to kill? Speaking of which, I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If we're talking about fighting over monsters, you definitely shouldn't be taking mine. Annoyed by Su Jingming's rude attitude, Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but mutter a few complaints as he left. After witnessing Su Jingming's prowess, Zhou Mingyang might have cursed under his breath, but deep down he knew, this guy was indeed far stronger than him. Who knows where this freak came from? Judging by his aura, he doesn't seem like an ability user, yet he can easily kill tier 1 ferocious beasts as if he's slicing through vegetables. He grumbled inwardly. However, his strength couldn't match Su Jingming's, so he still had to hold on to the second place position. Thus, Zhou Mingyang continued to shuttle through the core area, searching for beasts he could handle. The first 2 hours went relatively smoothly, occasionally encountering a few lone mid-tier first-order beasts or small groups of 3 or 4 beasts. But by the third hour, he clearly felt that there were far fewer beasts along the way. In the fourth hour, he wandered around the core area for half a day and didn't see a single beast. What's going on? Where have all the beasts gone? Zhou Mingyang was stunned and angrily kicked a fist-sized stone by the roadside. As an esper, his power was not to be underestimated. The kicked pebble struck the rusty iron billboard, producing a thunderous boom. In the past, he would never have done something that might attract the attention of ferocious beasts, but now, he actually hoped to use this to lure them over. However, no ferocious beasts appeared. Instead, a few humans were drawn to the commotion. It was a group of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, walking toward him while waving from afar and greeting. Yo, Mingyang, how did you all end up together? Zhou Mingyang looked curiously at the 3 people who had walked up to him. Like him, they were all students of the rocket class at First High School, first-tier lower-level ability users, and were very familiar with each other. Apart from him, these 3 occupied the remaining top 3 spots in the martial arts rankings. You'll have to ask Su Jingming about that. The bald boy on the far right shrugged helplessly. Su Jingming took out all the beasts in the core area, so we ended up gathering here. After all, there were no beasts left to find, so we had no other choice. The petite girl with a soft and cute voice added. Despite her small stature, she held a large knife in her hand, creating a striking contrast. We've been wandering around here for over half an hour. When we heard noises from this direction, we thought it might be a beast. We rushed over excitedly, only to find out it was you. Jiang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau, nodded slightly. The long-haired boy on the left shook his head and sighed. Su Jingming killed all the beasts? How is that possible? Zhou Mingyang frowned, instinctively doubting it. After all, to prepare for the martial arts exam, at least 300 to 400 beasts had been released into the core area. With so many beasts, it was simply unrealistic to kill them all in just a few hours. You must not have checked the rankings for a long time. Here, take a look at Su Jingming's score yourself and you'll understand. The bald male student took out his smartwatch, and with a buzz, the ranking interface was projected into mid-air. Over 3,400 points? Seeing Su Jingming's astonishing score, the usually composed Zhou Mingyang almost widened his eyes in shock. Now you understand why we say Su Jingming wiped out all the ferocious beasts, right? The bald boy smiled wryly as he turned off the virtual projection. Killing a lower tier level 1 ferocious beast earns about 14 to 16 points, while a mid-tier level 1 ferocious beast gives 20 to 22 points. With 3,435 points, subtracting the 700 plus points he earned in the central area, that leaves over 2,500 points. This means Su Jingming killed nearly 200 ferocious beasts in the core area. The few of us together killed quite a lot, and combined, didn't we basically clean out all the ferocious beasts in the core area? These words left Zhou Mingyang utterly stunned. After entering the examination field, he had been focused on killing as many ferocious beasts as possible to score higher, but he had never imagined that the ferocious beasts could actually be wiped out. E-level superpower? Damn! No wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of having his monsters stolen before. He must have already anticipated this situation. Thinking back to his initial conversation with Su Jingming, Zhou Mingyang felt as if 100,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. 3,000 3,435 points. This score is simply insane. Su Jingming's worst performance is still in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. To achieve this with just an E-level ability, it seems Su Jingming must have exceptional qualities in other areas. Top 10. Top 10. When has Jiangcheng ever produced such an incredible result? Record broken. Su Jingming has broken Jiangcheng's historical record. Just wait. With his strength, he should be able to break into the top 10 very soon. While Zhou Mingyang was still stunned by Su Jingming's score inside the examination hall, the principal and teachers outside were already overjoyed. 3,435 points. Su Jingming is destined to rank in the top 10 of Jiangnan province, the best result in Jiangcheng's history. Who would have thought that Su Jingming could achieve this level with just that long spear? The principal of number 2 high school, Zhao Yao, was so excited that he felt a burning heat all over, unable to contain himself. What does a top 10 ranking in Jiangnan province mean? It means being a prodigy fiercely sought after by the nation's top 10 superhuman universities. A Qilin emerges from the fields. Who would have thought that our Jiangcheng would have a student like Su Jingming? The director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was grinning from ear to ear. At this moment, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was only an E-level ability user. After all, with such achievements, even if he were an F-level ability user, schools would still be scrambling to recruit him. But Su Jingming is truly crazy. In just 3 or 4 hours, he nearly wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the core zone. It seems he's destined to be a battle maniac in the future. 25th place, Su Jingming. 21st place, Su Jingming. 16th place, Su Jingming. 12th place, Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang and the others didn't know how many ferocious beasts had been released into the core zone, but as the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was well aware, a total of 450 first-tier lower-level ferocious beasts and 40 first-tier mid-level ferocious beasts had been released into the core zone, excluding those killed in fights among the beasts themselves and the ones taken down by Zhou Mingyang and his team. Su Jingming alone had eliminated nearly half of the ferocious beasts in the core zone, and this was accomplished in just 3 to 4 hours, which indirectly highlighted the terrifying extent of Su Jingming's strength. Su Jingming's parents both died in a beast tide when he was young, which is probably why he harbors such deep hatred for ferocious beasts. One day, humanity will wipe out all the ferocious beasts. Su Jingming did it. He really made it into the top 10. Don't worry, that day will surely come. Made it into the top 10. Thinking of the ferocity of the beasts, Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but add in a cold tone. Oh, you've encountered Su Jingming? Quickly, tell us, what is his superpower? In the examination hall, as soon as Zhou Mingyang mentioned meeting Su Jingming, the interest of the people around him immediately surged. I'm not entirely sure about the type of superpower, but his physique is incredibly strong, with a vitality value of at least 180 points or more. Zhou Mingyang shook his head, expressing his speculation. 180 points of vitality? No wonder he's so fierce. The vitality value of an ordinary awakened individual is only around 100 points. Even for them, as first-tier lower-level ability users, it's just over 130 points. 180 points of vitality is simply an unattainable existence for them. With such a robust physique, he's most likely an enhancement-type ability user. Having this level of vitality after activating an ability to strengthen the physique is also quite normal. The long-haired young man pretended to be calm, but there was a hint of envy in his tone. No, Su Jingming is still just an awakened. Zhou Mingyang shook his head again, not denying the long-haired young man's speculation that Su Jingming might possess enhancement-type abilities. After all, he thought the same himself. The petite girl holding a large knife exclaimed, could it be that the abilities of all of us combined can't compare to an awakened? Her words instantly plunged everyone present into silence. After a long while, Zhou Mingyang finally said calmly, I have to admit, Meng Di, you still managed to hit the key points as always. Meng Di was the only girl among them, possessing a B-level enhancement-type ability, ranked 4th. Well, I was just startled, that's all. Meng Di stuck out her tongue, her adorable appearance forming a stark contrast with the large knife in her hand, but everyone was already used to it. Su Jingming is such a freak, he's still just in the awakener stage and already this strong. The bald boy's expression was complicated. After pausing for a moment, he added, but what do we do next? There's still about an hour and a half left until the exam ends, and all the ferocious beasts in the core area have been killed. Are we supposed to go back to the central region? In the martial arts exam, everyone was racing against time to hunt ferocious beasts and earn more points. Naturally, there was no time to waste. It takes at least half an hour to get from here to the central area, and too much time is wasted on the way. Moreover, most of the beasts there are peak level but not ranked, so the points for killing them are low. Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment and said, instead of going back to the central area, why don't we try heading to the core zone together? When everyone heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. The lowest level of ferocious beasts in the core area is at least first-tier upper rank, and there are even second-tier beast kings. For them, as first-tier lower rank ability users, entering there undoubtedly means taking a huge risk risk to their lives. Venturing into the core area alone is no different from seeking death, but if the four of us join forces, there might be a chance to fight. The bald boy hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. The martial arts exam determines one's future in a single test. Although for ability users like them, failing the exam doesn't have as much impact, no one would willingly give up the chance to get into a better university. I have no objections, the petite girl, Meng Di, said with a cheerful smile. It seems this is the only way for now. The long-haired boy also nodded in agreement. Then let's set off quickly. Zhou Yang acted decisively. After finalizing the plan, he immediately led the three of them to leave swiftly. Jingming carried a long spear on his back, walking alone on the street. This was originally an urban street, but now the cement ground was cracked, overgrown with weeds, and desolate. The buildings and shops on both sides were also in ruins. However, Jingming paid no attention to the surrounding environment. His gaze was entirely focused on the system panel. Unfortunately, he only has an E-level ability. Jingming's eyes sparkled. This was the entirety of the results he had obtained after entering the core area, and the sheer quantity was truly astonishing. But even so, a plus sign still did not appear after the level. This also confirmed to him that it was precisely because he had not yet practiced the ability cultivation method that he could not transform into an ability user. However, with this, the ferocious beasts in the core area have almost been wiped out by me. If I want to continue gaining ability points, I must venture into the innermost core area. But there are tier 2 ferocious beasts there, so I need to improve my strength before going. Jingming clicked the plus sign behind the combat technique Lightning Swift Break. He spent 300 ability points in one go, directly upgrading the combat technique to advanced level. In an instant, it felt as if he had practiced this combat technique countless times, mastering it to perfection. Not bad, as expected. The efficiency of killing fierce beasts is higher in the central area. Now, I feel even more confident in dealing with that second-tier ferocious beast. Although he had quite a lot of ability points, Jingming did not use them extravagantly to enhance his basic attributes. He only initially increased his vitality to 180 points, and then upgraded his combat techniques. It could be said that he used them quite sparingly. On one hand, ability points are extremely precious, and after the martial arts exam, there will no longer be an opportunity to collect them in large quantities. On the other hand, after entering the Esper University, these ability points will have other important uses. More critically, with his current strength, he is already capable of dealing with second-tier ferocious beasts in the core area, without needing further enhancement. 9th place, Jingming, 607 points. Zhangcheng No. 2 High School. After allocating the points, he drank the 2 remaining energy bars in his backpack in one go to replenish his stamina. Jingming glanced at the map and then strode toward the most central area. Compared to the entire map of the martial arts exam, the most central area was pitifully small, almost just a tiny dot. But in reality, it was far more than just a tiny, it was an entire residential complex. In this residential complex named Jin's Garden, dozens of ferocious beasts were resting on the open ground. Unlike ordinary groups of ferocious beasts, these beasts are diverse in species, including shadow cats, iron-haired pigs, and even unicorn rhinos. As is well known, ferocious beasts are inherently brutal and often view different groups as prey. For such a large number and variety of ferocious beasts to coexist harmoniously, there must be a beast king suppressing everything. And this beast king is none other than the gray bear crouching in the deepest part of the clearing. Name, Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 141 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced, Lightning Gale Strike, Beginner plus. Ability points, 312. Unlike ordinary grizzly bears, this one is massive, resembling a tank. Its blood-red eyes seem to conceal the ferocity of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just the presence of this ferocious beast exudes a chilling aura. They stood on the rooftop of a building, looking down. When they saw the grizzly bear, everyone's expressions instantly became serious. It's actually a bloodthirsty violent bear. Zhou face turned grim. The strength gap between different ferocious beasts is significant. For example, at the same rank, a shadow cat could never defeat a unicorn rhinoceros. This is an example of racial suppression. As for the bloodthirsty berserk bear, it is extremely rare and troublesome among ferocious beasts, not to mention its terrifyingly exaggerated strength. Its entire body covered in thick, knotted fur is far harder than E-grade alloy. Even missiles would find it hard to destroy easily. If it were other ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts, the 4 of them might be able to hold out for a while if they join forces. But facing the bloodthirsty violent bear, with its bare paw slamming down like a giant iron pan, everyone would perish. It is utterly impossible to resist. There's another possibility. As soon as we enter the neighborhood, we'll be wiped out by these swarming first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, without the bloodthirsty violent bear even needing to make a move. The bald young man curled his lips and said, the 4 of them together could at most handle 3 or 4 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. Physique, physique, 141181 vitality, spirit, 160182 mental energy. But right now, there are over 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts in the open area of the neighborhood. In other words, neither the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear nor this group of high-level first-tier ferocious beasts are entities they dare to provoke. Awesome! The difference in the configuration of ferocious beasts between the core zone and the innermost core zone is just too vast. The strongest in the core zone is merely a mid-level first-tier beast, while the strongest in the innermost core zone is actually a second-tier beast. Not only that, but even the ordinary beasts here are high-level first-tier. How can we possibly defeat them? The petite girl, Meng Di, pouted her lips, looking very dissatisfied. Before the exam, I heard that the person setting the questions for this year's martial arts exam was old Lu. I was still half skeptical. Now it seems that this perverse combination of ferocious beasts is definitely his doing. The examiners for the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province rotate every year, and among them, old Lu is the most ruthless. The martial arts exams he designs have a mortality rate more than double that of other years. The combination of first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier ferocious beasts in the core zone is a standard setup for the national martial arts exam. Old Lu just replaced it with the more challenging bloodthirsty violent bear. We can't blame anyone else, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Jingming sighed. The martial arts exam is meant to select the best of the best, and the core zone is equivalent to the final, most difficult question in a math exam. Only those who can conquer this final challenge are truly worthy of being called the pride of the heavens. He is a genius highly regarded in Jiangchang, but looking across the entire Jiangnan province, he doesn't even qualify to attempt this final question. Speaking of which, that guy Su Jingming gave it his all, worked tirelessly for half a day, and racked his brains to score just over 3,000 points. Yet, it's still not as fast as directly killing this second-tier ferocious beast and over 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts in front of him. The long-haired young man's lips curved slightly, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Wentau, central area. The ferocious beast scores in the innermost core area are far higher than those in the core area. Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast grants 100 points. If one can kill the ultimate second-tier ferocious beast, it's an instant gain of 4,000 points. What humanity needs are powerful warriors with great combat strength. What good is it to kill a bunch of trash? The long-haired young man clearly harbored quite a bit of resentment toward Su Jingming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyang frowned slightly but ultimately chose not to refute. After all, it was indeed the truth. The martial arts exam focuses on fierce and formidable warriors, not mere killing machines that only know how to slaughter low-level ferocious beasts. Just like the current blue planet, although ferocious beasts run rampant, as long as all the 9th-tier beast kings within the beast groups are eliminated, the remaining beasts will naturally collapse. If the beast kings cannot be eradicated, killing more ordinary beasts will be futile. This is precisely why the martial arts exam sets the scores for the most central area beasts so high. As long as a second-tier beast is killed, one can earn a dominating high score. Of course, she herself has also practiced the ability cultivation method. Second-tier beasts are also the coveted targets for those candidates aiming to compete for the provincial top scorer title. However, despite saying this, Zhou Mingyang still silently added in his heart, "What use is Su Jingming? Then wouldn't those of us with scores even lower than his be completely worthless?" Although he thought this in his heart, since they still had to fight side by side for now, he didn't say it out loud. "Alright, stop talking so much. Later, we'll go down and give it a try, see if we can lure out a few high-level tier 1 ferocious beasts." The open space in the residential area is guarded by a tier 2 bloodthirsty violent bear, so entering recklessly is clearly not an option. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy is to lure them out one by one and kill as many as possible. Of course, it's also possible that not a single one can be lured out. If that's the case, this group of people will have no choice but to retreat to the central area. TSK, going to the place where a second-tier ferocious beast resides to lure it, isn't that just courting death? The group bantered with each other as they prepared to go downstairs. However, at that moment, a dark figure came rushing from afar at incredible speed. The figure moved as swiftly as a cheetah, reaching the entrance of Jin's garden community in just a few seconds. Zhou Mingyang's gaze sharpened. Although he was on the rooftop of the 8th floor, with the keen eyesight of an ability user, he immediately recognized the person as Su Jingming, whom he had met once before. Su Jingming? Humph. I'd like to see what kind of extraordinary figure he is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di, and the others had never met Su Jingming. Hearing Zhou Mingyang's words, they had already reached the staircase but quickly turned back to look down. After an awakened transforms into an ability user, not only do their abilities grow stronger, but their physical fitness also improves accordingly. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor is nothing to them, and they can clearly see the people below. In front of the open space in the residential area stood a young man. He was tall, with a resolute appearance and sharp eyes like an eagle. Having experienced countless battles, his black combat attire was mostly stained with dark red blood. The black long spear he carried on his back, once razor-sharp, had become uneven and jagged from cutting through too many bones. If I had had known earlier, I should have called him Dad and clung to him for support. It was precisely this spear that added a touch of ferocity and menace to the young man's steady and powerful aura. No matter when, women are always emotional beings. Thus, the moment Meng Di saw Su Jingming, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. It's hard to imagine how many ferocious beasts he must have slain for the F-grade spear to be in such a battered state. Su Jingming made it into the top 10. That's incredible. Our second high school, he's currently ranked the highest. The bald male student was equally shocked by the extent of the damage to Su Jingming's weapon. After all, F-grade alloy is extremely hard, and for it to be worn down like this speaks volumes about the intensity and frequency of the battles. Daring to appear so brazenly in front of a group of ferocious beasts, aren't you just courting death? The last long-haired boy let out a cold snort. Sure enough, with the appearance of Su Jingming, the ferocious beasts quickly became agitated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 first-tier high-level beasts roared and charged at him. Zhou Mingyang frowned deeply. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late, and if they rushed down, Su Jingming would almost certainly die as well. Why else? Being in first place has given him immense confidence, completely unaware of his own limits. The long-haired man sneered, his gaze fixed below. Using a gun, huh? But that gun of his probably won't protect him. As he said, at first, Su Jingming could still handle the few ferocious beasts charging at him, but soon, more beasts swarmed in, and he couldn't hold them off. His figure was quickly engulfed by over a dozen ferocious beasts. Watching the figure gradually disappear into the horde of beasts, Zhou Mingyang found it hard to believe. The other party had risen like a comet in just a few hours, and now, was he about to fall like a shooting star? The most crucial question was, what exactly was Su Jingming thinking? Knowing full well that the core area was filled with high-level Tier 1 and even Tier 2 beasts, how could he still dare to appear so brazenly? But come to think of it, he really did deceive me. From start to finish, he never used any lightning-based abilities. Oh well, the dead are like extinguished lamps. If he lied, so be it. Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming were merely acquaintances who nodded in passing, not particularly concerned about each other's safety, at most puzzled by his recklessness. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts, as a deep and authoritative voice echoed in their ears. The next instant, accompanied by chaotic and piercing thunderclaps, a purple shockwave suddenly erupted from the center of the ferocious beast horde in their line of sight. The beasts that came into contact with the shockwave all seemed to suffer heavy blows, their bodies scorched black, flying 4 or 5 meters away. The previously dense horde of beasts instantly cleared out a space, as if lightly erased by a rubber eraser. In the center of the open ground, Su Jingming's tall and slender figure stood like a war god. Around his body, purple lightning surrounded him, as if welcoming the arrival of a king, cheering and rejoicing. Roar! Awu! At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others suddenly realized that it was not a shockwave, but a high-voltage electric grid formed by condensed purple lightning. Staring at the figure in the center of the open ground, resembling the god of thunder, Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally reacted and murmured, Su Jingming is actually a lightning-type superpower. In the center of the clearing, with Su Jingming at the core, purple lightning spread out, extending over a radius of more than 3 meters. The thunderous sound was as piercing as the chirping of 1,000 birds. The terrifying lightning made the area around Su Jingming seem like a forbidden zone for life. Beyond 3 meters, ferocious beasts lay on the ground, scorched black by the electricity. Within 3 meters, there was only Su Jingming, as if he were the ruler, surrounded by lightning. Sure enough, relying solely on physical strength to deal with so many first-tier high-level ferocious beasts is still somewhat strenuous. Su Jingming raised his left hand, gazing intently at the purple arc of electricity dancing at his fingertips. The power and level of superpowers are closely related to the two fundamental attributes. Although he was still just an awakened, his 180 points of vitality and spirit made his purple heaven divine thunder much stronger than when he first awakened, even capable of inflicting massive damage on first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. Bang! This is S-level superpower, domineering and formidable. Su Jingming's gaze turned forward. More than 10 severely injured and dying ferocious beasts had already caught the attention of the Beast King here. The bloodthirsty violent bear suddenly stood upright from its resting state. Its 5-meter-tall body, combined with a width of over 3 meters, resembled a heavy tank. Imagine a heavy tank standing upright. The sheer sense of oppression is truly awe-inspiring. And the scene before him is exactly what Su Jingming is about to face. Rare ferocious beast, bloodthirsty violent bear. This year's martial arts exam is indeed extraordinarily difficult. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer of Jiangnan, the sunset lingers a little longer. The slanting sunlight in the sky falls on the bloodthirsty violent bear, casting a long shadow on the ground. Because he was facing away from the light, Su Jingming couldn't see the bloodthirsty bear's face clearly, but those blood-red, ape-like eyes exuded an intense sense of oppression. This aura made the dozen or so ferocious beasts, which had initially retreated due to Su Jingming's pressure, become agitated once again. They crouched low, bared their teeth, and let out low growls and roars. This scene would definitely be perfect for for a horror movie. But once the fight starts, these small creatures might cause me some trouble. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. The purple sky divine thunder, which had originally been active only on the surface of his body, now directly penetrated into his body under his control. As if injected with a powerful stimulant, Su Jingming's entire body trembled violently. Immediately afterward, his clear and spirited eyes were filled with purple lightning. At the same time, an astonishing power surged forth from every part of his body. Su Jingming's face bore a sharply defined smile, unrestrained and wild. Superpowers are a kind of inherent human strength, used as naturally as an arm. Roar! In addition to the precise control of superpowers akin to combat techniques, there are also more straightforward ways of using them. For example, Jingming Yang's wind-based superpower can be freely used to reduce air resistance and increase running speed. Another example is the purple sky divine thunder that Su Jingming unleashed earlier, capable of achieving the effect of a powerful plasma cannon. And the current state is also a basic application of lightning-based abilities. By channeling thunder into the body to stimulate all cells, one can greatly enhance their physical strength. Previously, Su Jingming had tried using E-level ability, weak electricity, to stimulate his body, but it had no effect other than causing numbness. But this time, with the S-level purple heaven divine thunder, the sensation is completely different. He could clearly feel the purple sky divine thunder surging like a river, strengthening his physique to an abnormal degree. After all, this was not a combat technique. The thunder coursing through the body was extremely dangerous and could damage the meridians with the slightest mistake. Therefore, Su Jingming could not maintain this state for long. However, it's more than enough to deal with beasts like you. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In the next moment, thunder flickered, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside a high-ranking Tier 1 unicorn rhinoceros. With a spear in hand, it was like lightning tracing a purple-black trajectory across the sky. Before the unicorn rhinoceros could react, a blood mark was drawn on its neck. Then, the massive head fell to the ground. The steel-like tough skin turned out to offer no protection at this moment. Squelch! Blood gushed from the neck like a fountain. A first-tier high-level ferocious beast possesses formidable vitality. Even with an abdominal injury, it can still move, but losing its head leaves no chance of survival. The headless body of the unicorn rhinoceros collapsed to the ground with a thud, and the pool of blood gradually spread. Seeing the unicorn rhinoceros fall, the bloodthirsty berserk bear could no longer hold back. With a roar, it charged straight at Su Jingming. The bloodthirsty berserk bear is massive in size, yet runs swiftly, covering over 30 meters in the blink of an eye on all fours. Rather than calling it running, it's more like leaping. However, no matter how fast the bloodthirsty berserk bear is, it cannot match Su Jingming's greater speed. With the blessing of the purple sky divine thunder, he transforms into a purple-black phantom, weaving through the ferocious beast horde. Each strike of the black obsidian spear, entwined with purple lightning, claimed the life of a ferocious beast. The system notification sound continuously echoed in Su Jingming's mind. Roar! Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty berserk bear, unable to catch Su Jingming, erupted in waves of powerless yet furious roars. What kind of lightning-based ability is this? It's so powerful. On the rooftop, Jingming Yang and his group were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. Just the eruption of his ability alone was enough to severely injure and nearly kill a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. Su Jingming has only just awakened. Could even an A-level ability reach such intensity? The petite Meng Di swallowed hard. Thanks to the development of the internet, she was not unfamiliar with A-level lightning-type ability users. However, even the oppressive aura emitted by those high-level A-level lightning-type ability users paled in comparison to the overwhelming intensity brought by Su Jingming at this moment. Stronger than an A-level ability, could it be? Before the words were finished, Jingming Yang shook his head and denied. If he were truly an S-level ability user, from the moment his ability awakened, the entire Great Xia nation would have been shaken. Besides, nowadays, it's almost impossible to conceal one's ability level. The awakening of superpowers is uniformly arranged by the state, and each awakened individual superpower is recorded in the national database. If there were truly an S-level superpower user, the state would have already stepped in to send them for elite training. How could they still be at the resource-deprived Jiangcheng No. 2 high school? Could it be a superpower mutation? The bald young man asked tentatively. Jingming Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. It is indeed a possibility. This world is vast, and there is no shortage of wonders. Although ability mutations are rare, they are not unheard of. There have been cases where a D-level ability user accidentally mutated into an A-level ability user. No matter what, after today, the entire Jiangcheng will probably be shaken because of him. Looking at the figure in black wielding a long spear downstairs, charging through the horde of fierce beasts and clearing the field with overwhelming dominance, Jingming Yang's expression was complex and hard to decipher. When Su Jingming appeared alone in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear beast horde, a series of exclamations immediately erupted on the military district's open ground. What is Su Jingming doing? How dare he appear directly in the beast's line of sight? Jingming Yang and the others know to first hide in high places to observe. Why is Su Jingming being so reckless? The director of education and the principals, all second-tier ability users with sharp eyesight, had naturally already assessed Su Jingming's strength. He could barely handle 2 or 3 first-tier high-level beasts, but expecting him to face dozens of first-tier high-level beasts at once was nothing short of a pipe dream. Not to mention, among them was an even more terrifying second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear, which was absolutely beyond his capability to handle. Therefore, when they saw Su Jingming breaking into the most core area without any concealment, the director and principals immediately became nervous. Many teachers from number 2 high school shouted loudly to run away, but unfortunately, Su Jingming in the footage couldn't hear them at all. Instead, because he startled the group of ferocious beasts, he was instantly surrounded and overwhelmed. Su Jingming is too confident, daring to swagger into the most dangerous core area like this. The director shook his head, his expression grave. Even if Su Jingming ultimately survives by sheer luck after the martial arts exam ends, such reckless behavior, if seen by the admissions offices of major supernatural ability colleges, will likely lead to a significant drop in evaluation. That's it, it's over. Could it be that the genius our school finally managed to produce is going to fall just like this? The principal of second high school, Zhao Yao, looked ashen-faced. Doesn't Su Jingming still have a safety sphere? The homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, hurriedly said. Not to mention whether the safety sphere can be activated under such circumstances. Even if it is activated, the high-voltage electric grid it releases won't be able to withstand the rampage of these high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to the chief commander of this martial arts examination. Commander Wang, please immediately arrange for the nearest team of ability users to prepare for a rescue operation. To maximize the safety of the examinees, in addition to the safety spheres, rescue teams of ability users have also been stationed throughout the examination site. These rescue teams are different from the inexperienced candidates. They are elites who have been tempered by the fires of war. With a well-balanced lineup, although the members are only first-level ability users, they can still hold their own against second-tier ferocious beasts when working together. Of course, such elite rescue teams are few and far between in the entire military district and are usually dispatched only to rescue candidates with exceptional potential in the martial arts examination. Now, the top-ranked Su Jingming clearly qualifies to mobilize an elite rescue team. Commander Wang nodded and quickly contacted the rescue team through the communicator. Hope Su Jingming can hold on until the rescue team arrives. Principal Zhao Yao sighed. At that moment, the projection screen belonging to Su Jingming suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Centered on Su Jingming, countless purple lightning bolts surged wildly. The surrounding ferocious beasts were all scorched black by the violent thunderbolts, sent flying in all directions. Immediately after, Su Jingming appeared like a god of thunder descending to the world, his eyes flashing with electric light, and purple lightning dancing across his body. Wielding a long spear, he launched into a fierce battle among the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear pursued closely behind but could never hit its target. It could only watch helplessly as Su Jingming wantonly reaped through the ferocious beasts. The entire battlefield underwent a heaven-defying reversal in an instant. The director, principal, and others were left utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Is this Su Jingming's lightning-based superpower? Principal Zhao Yao gasped, while Zhang Wenshan, the director of the education bureau beside him, was equally shocked. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-level superpower? Are you kidding? In the most central area of the ruined town. With the blessing of the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming effortlessly led the bloodthirsty berserk bear as if walking a dog. The bloodthirsty berserk bear seemed to realize that its speed was no match for Su Jingming's and that it was merely being toyed with, so it simply stopped chasing. Its massive body sat firmly in the middle of the residential area's open space, its scarlet eyes fixed intently on Su Jingming's figure. Forget it, I'll just watch the top-ranked Qingfeng sword Zhou Mingyang. Each time Su Jingming killed a ferocious beast, its bloodthirsty aura grew even stronger. In this battle, there were a total of 34 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. Among them, 13 were charred all over and severely injured, on the verge of death due to the explosive shock of the purple sky divine thunder when they initially besieged Su Jingming. The remaining 21 ferocious beasts were also successively killed by Su Jingming, who had activated the cell activation state within just 1 minute. Crackle! A flash of lightning appeared, and Su Jingming, holding a long spear, his tall figure surrounded by thunder, emerged about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear. You're quite clever, knowing I would come for you, so you waited here directly, Su Jingming said, his eyes filled with purple lightning, his gaze as sharp as electricity, truly electrifying. The bloodthirsty violent bear was clearly enraged to the extreme, its nostrils exhaling heavy breaths, its muscular chest heaving violently with each breath, and its pair of scarlet eyes exuding a chilling coldness. Done for, the senior has encountered a group of ferocious beasts, a group of blade-armed tigers. It's over, it's over. In such a scene, any ability user with weaker mental fortitude might collapse in fear on the spot. But Su Jingming's expression remained unchanged. His left hand grasped the void, as if the god of thunder ruled over everything, and the surrounding purple heaven divine thunder quickly converged, forming a purple lightning bolt. The purple lightning bolt was hurled out forcefully by him, and with a boom, it struck the bloodthirsty berserk bear ahead with precision. This terrifying thunderbolt, which should have been able to instantly kill a first-tier high-level ferocious beast, nearly danced across the surface of the bloodthirsty berserk bear's body. Apart from making its visage even more ferocious, it seemed to have little effect. As expected of a rare species among second-tier ferocious beasts, its defense is truly formidable, Su Jingming remarked, his gaze slightly narrowing. Unlike ordinary domestic pets, the bloodthirsty violent bear never cleans its fur, causing it to mat into clumps that resemble armor with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The strength of this fur armor can even rival E-grade alloys. More importantly, it is completely non-conductive. The purple sky divine thunder is undoubtedly powerful, but Su Jingming is, after all, just an awakened. Trying to inflict substantial damage on a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear across two major levels is truly a bit of a stretch. It seems I need to find a way to break its defense first, Su Jingming pondered silently. At the same time, the bloodthirsty berserk bear on the opposite side was not idle either. It let out a low roar, with its violent energy materializing around its body, red streams surging like a super scion. Then its entire body suddenly swelled in size, veins bulging on its ferocious bare face. The gravel on the ground trembled slightly due to the powerful energy. Immediately after, it exerted force with its legs, creating a deep pit in the ground. That massive, tower-like figure unexpectedly charged rapidly towards Su Jingming. Knowing the feeling of a tiger tank crashing towards him, Su Jingming now had a first-hand experience. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! What a violent display, but I love it. The bloodthirsty violent bear crashed down like a comet striking the ground, landing where Su Jingming had originally stood. The weathered concrete floor completely shattered, splitting into large cracks with it at the center, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, the bloodthirsty berserk bear, resembling a super scion, appeared once again before Su Jingming. Going berserk right from the start, it seems it really can't wait to kill me. Su Jingming couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Rare beasts and high-level beasts often possess skills similar to human combat techniques, and berserk is one of the more common skills among beasts. According to research, when entering berserk mode, the limited intelligence of the beast completely vanishes, turning it into a killing machine driven solely by instinct. Correspondingly, in berserk mode, the physical strength of the ferocious beast increases significantly. Normally, ferocious beasts only enter berserk mode when fighting desperately, but at the very beginning of this battle, the bloodthirsty violent bear directly went berserk. Clearly, it was enraged by Su Jingming's earlier dog-walking behavior. But I'm not stupid. Whether it's berserk or not, I won't confront it head-on. Su Jingming originally had a blood vitality of 180 points, and with the enhancement of cellular activation, his strength surged dramatically, becoming exceptionally powerful. Yet, even so, he had no intention of engaging the bloodthirsty violent bear in direct combat. He was only 1.86 meters tall, while the bloodthirsty violent bear stood over 6 meters high. To compete in strength would be nothing short of suicidal. Awesome. So thrilling. Deserving of Senior Su. Truly amazing. A flash of lightning streaked by, and Su Jingming's figure holding a long spear instantly blurred before disappearing from his original position. The bloodthirsty violent bear instinctively sensed something amiss, but before it could react, a sharp pain shot through its leg. A wound with purple electric arcs, incomparably sharp, suddenly burst open on the left leg of the bloodthirsty berserk bear. Squelch! Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from the leg artery. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. As pain struck, the bloodthirsty berserk bear swung its massive fist toward the tiny figure at its feet. In comparison, the bear's enormous 6-meter-tall body made Su Jingming's 1.86 meters appear much more agile. Coupled with the continuous stimulation of his cells by the divine thunder of Zixiao, which provided him with an endless stream of power, his agility could only be described as terrifying. The fist had not yet fallen when Su Jingming's figure swiftly flashed to the side of the bloodthirsty berserk bear's right leg. Compared to the purple sky divine thunder, the sharp black obsidian spear had a greater ability to break through defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingming slashed with the spear, leaving a long wound on the bloodthirsty berserk bear's right leg. At this moment, the lumbering bloodthirsty berserk bear hadn't even noticed his presence. Roar! The intense pain in its legs drove the bloodthirsty berserk bear into a frenzy. It swung its massive paws, launching indiscriminate attacks. However, at this moment, Su Jingming had already dodged to the side, completely safe. Rumble! The frenzied bloodthirsty violent bear was like a raging demolition machine, smashing many nearby beast corpses into pulp. At this moment, Su Jingming pushed the purple heaven divine thunder to its limit. Countless purple lightning bolts burst forth from his body, fiercely striking the bloodthirsty violent bear. The bloodthirsty violent bear was already less agile than Su Jingming, and with its injured legs, its speed dropped significantly. Although it had lost its intelligence intelligence in its berserk state, its instincts remained sharp. Knowing the lightning was not fatal, it curled up on the spot, assuming a defensive posture. Sizzle, rumble. The purple heaven divine thunder struck for over half a minute. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's entire gray-white fur was scorched black. Amazing. Killing tier 1 ferocious beasts like slicing through vegetables. Su Jingming's figure flickered, appearing less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty berserk bear. 3 meters was just a small step for the bear to launch an attack. However, just as the bloodthirsty violent bear took a step, ready to unleash its fury on the insignificant human before it, it was shocked to find that its legs seemed to have lost all sensation and were completely out of its control. What terrified it even more was that its arms felt unusually heavy and couldn't be lifted at all. After withstanding the purple heaven divine thunder for over half a minute, did you really think you'd be fine? Su Jingming shook his head. The fur of the bloodthirsty violent bear was indeed incredibly tough in defense, but the black obsidian spear had already pierced through its legs. After over half a minute of thunderous strikes, although much of the lightning was blocked, a significant amount still entered its body through the wounds, paralyzing its nerves. This was precisely the effect Su Jingming had aimed to achieve. Unable to move, next you'll be a living target. Su Jingming tightly gripped the spear and began his counterattack. The 50-kilogram black obsidian spear danced in his hands, its lightning-wrapped tip striking repeatedly. Put, put. Surrounded by purple lightning and enveloped in the ancient primordial thunder energy of the purple heaven divine thunder, Su Jingming at this moment resembled a deity. His spear turned into a blur, and in just 3 to 4 seconds, he had slashed dozens of bull-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty violent bear. Lightning flickered within the wounds, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have been dead beyond saving. But for this 6-meter-tall, thick-skinned, second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, these wounds were merely minor injuries. At this moment, the bloodthirsty violent bear suddenly felt the sensation in its arms return. Just as the massive bear face twisted into a ferocious grin, preparing to counterattack the human before it leaped into the air, rising to the level of its chest. In his black and white, ice-cold eyes was an unparalleled calmness. At the same time, a deep and commanding voice echoed in its ears, lightning gale strike. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the black spear erupted with a thunderous energy wave that filled it with fear. Instinctively, it wanted to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. With a loud boom, the bloodthirsty berserk bear, its body covered in scars, faced the heaviest blow yet. Violent purple lightning burst from its chest, and the immense impact sent it flying like a cannonball. Boom! It shattered the broken central flower pedestal and plowed a trench over 10 meters long into the ground before finally coming to a stop. A charred hole could be seen on its left chest, where its once beating heart had been reduced to ashes, leaving only residual purple lightning swirling within. The bloodthirsty berserk bear felt its strength rapidly draining, its consciousness growing hazy. Instinctively, it tried to stand, staggering to support itself, but before it could take a single step, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. This terrifying beast, capable of destroying a small town, had now completely lost all signs of life. Ding killed a tier 2 lower-level bloodthirsty bear, ability points plus 24. Hearing the system notification, Su Jingming, who was standing with his gun, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The battle just now had pushed his abilities to the limit. Although it lasted less than 2 minutes, the intense combat and the high level of mental focus made his 180 points of vitality and spirit feel strained. Fortunately, the final outcome was still satisfactory. Of course, even if the combo earlier hadn't defeated the enemy, Su Jingming had a backup plan, using ability points to enhance his basic attributes. It could be said that the more than 2,000 ability points on the system panel had sealed the fate of the bloodthirsty bear from the very beginning. Su Jingming slowly exited the cell activation state, the thunderous light in his eyes dissipating, and the purple heaven divine thunder surrounding his body was also retracted. The moment he lost the enhancement of the purple heaven divine thunder, he felt a wave of weakness in his body. However, this was merely an illusion caused by the fading power. He had simply returned to his strength level prior to cell activation. His spear strikes are as fierce as a dragon, as fast as lightning. This is definitely advanced spear technique. After killing all the beasts in the core area, what is my score? Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his results. First place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points. Jiangqing Second High School, over 10,000 points. Although he had anticipated it, Su Jingming was still shocked by the score. After the initial shock, a happy smile appeared on his face. Indeed, the scores for the ferocious beasts in the core area are the highest. I remember last year the highest score in Jiangnan province was only over 8,000 points, right? Does that mean I've already secured the top spot in the province in advance? Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast earns 100 points, while killing a second-tier beast grants 4,000 points. In the core area, there were a total of 34 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and 1 second-tier lower-level bloodthirsty violent bear, all of which were killed by Su Jingming, accumulating 7,400 points. Adding his original score score of over 3,000 points, surpassing 10,000 points is not surprising. Advanced marksmanship, no wonder it's so fierce. However, this score is nearly 10 times higher than the second place, making it appear exceptionally exaggerated. There's still more than an hour left before the martial arts exam ends. I've already killed all the ferocious beasts in the core and innermost areas. Next, I'll head to the central region and kill as many as I can. Glancing at the bloodthirsty violent bear in the distance, now devoid of any signs of life, Jingming didn't stop. He slung the nearly destroyed black obsidian gun over his back and set off again toward the central region. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others on the rooftop were still in shock at Jingming's performance. Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the bloodthirsty violent bear being killed with a single shot, it had taken less than 2 minutes. You have to understand, this kind of resilient second-tier ferocious beast usually takes elite superhumans over half an hour to kill. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The bald man stared in shock at the score on the smartwatch. Jingming's score has already surpassed 10,000 points. Over 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened as he blurted out, I remember last year, the top scorer in our Jiangnan province only had over 8,000 points, right? Jingming breaking 10,000 points like this, could he be the top scorer in our Jiangnan province? Provincial top scorer? Wow, that's terrifying. No matter what, Jingming's strength is undeniable. Having 2 people from Jiangcheng enter the top 100 in Jiangnan province is already quite impressive. The people around immediately gasped in shock. Thank you, Director Jiang. A look of joy appeared on Zhao Yao's face. At this moment, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out. Look, Jingming is leaving. He's heading in that direction. It seems to be the central area. Central area? Truly worthy of being the provincial top scorer. Even after killing second-tier beasts, he doesn't relax and is still rushing to the central area. The bald man clicked his tongue in amazement, and only then did Zhou Mingyang come to his senses, slapping his thigh. Oh no, I can't control whether Jingming becomes the provincial champion, but I do know that if we don't hurry to the central area, with just over an hour left, we might not even get any points. Exactly. At Jingming's speed, could he have already wiped out all the fierce beasts in the central area? In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and claimed the top spot. Quick, let's go. Heck, in that case, I'll take the lead, Zhou Mingyang said with a chuckle. Several people immediately reacted, grabbed their weapons without thinking much, and hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang no longer needed the cooperation of his teammates, and with his mastery of wind-based abilities, he became the fastest among them. Numerous principals and teachers, while shocked by Jingming's terrifying power, also nervously observed his actions. A second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear was a presence that even these principals, at the peak of their strength back in the day, would have avoided confronting. At this moment, this ferocious beast was being toyed with in Jingming's hands, as if it were merely a plaything. He deftly dodged the bloodthirsty bear's pounce and shot twice, crippling its legs. The lightning ability continued to strike, paralyzing it and rendering it immobile. The spear danced wildly, instantly inflicting severe injuries on the bloodthirsty bear. With the final blow, the thunderous spear technique pierced straight through its heart, delivering a fatal strike. This series of movements was as smooth as flowing water, incredibly seamless. When the bloodthirsty violent bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. No one had expected that the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which even the prodigies of the provincial capital found troublesome, would die just like that. It wasn't until the leaderboard refreshed, and Jingming's score skyrocketed to 10,000 points, that the director and the numerous principals and teachers still hadn't reacted. 10,000 points. A new record. A new record. At this moment, a teacher from second high school shouted excitedly. With his reminder, many principals and teachers in the audience finally came to their senses, erupting in a deafening exclamation. 10,000 points. Not only did it break the record in Jiangcheng, but it also shattered the highest score in Jiangnan province. 12 ferocious beasts. Very good. God bless Jiangcheng. This year's provincial top scorer is very likely to be a student from our school. At this moment, the principals and teachers of the 3 high schools were cheering without any regard for their image. If previously there was some resentment because Jingming was a student of the second high school, the other 2 high schools still harbored some grudges. But now, the situation was completely different. Jingming, who was highly likely to become the provincial top scorer, not only represented the second high school but also represented the entire city of Jiangcheng. Well done. Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but stand up, excitedly punching the air. The usually composed man had already lost count of how many times he had lost his composure. But in the face of this immense surprise, whether he lost composure or not no longer mattered. This score is practically the preliminary selection for the provincial top scorer. At worst, it ranks among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. You must know, in the more than 100 years since Jiangcheng No. 2 High School was founded, its highest historical ranking was only 64th in Jiangnan province. And now, what no previous principal has ever achieved, he has made it happen. How could he not feel incredibly excited and proud? Ah, such such an outstanding student. Why wasn't he assigned to our rocket class back then? In the audience of second high school, the rocket class homeroom teacher was filled with excitement and regret. If only they had managed to bring Su Jingming into their class back then, how glorious it would be now. Good, Su Jingming, you're truly impressive. A student from his own class possibly aiming for the provincial top scorer, just thinking about it was thrilling. Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, felt as if he were dreaming and couldn't believe it. But the pain from pinching the flesh on his hand told him that it was all real. This excitement made him feel utterly exhilarated. There's actually such a person in class 5. That's incredible. Unexpected, right? I didn't expect it either. 10,000 points. I only got 102 points. The gap is literally 100-fold. As the martial arts exam entered its later stages, many candidates who had been eliminated early due to activating the safety sphere returned to the open ground. At this moment, seeing Su Jingming's astonishing score, they were all deeply shocked. 10,000 points. Senior made it. So powerful. With this score, he could probably get into a top-tier superpower university with ease. It's more than that. Now the top universities will definitely be competing to recruit him. On the sports field of second high school, the first and second year students and teachers were also in an uproar. Most students regarded Su Jingming as an idol and role model, their faces flushed with excitement. An hour flew by quickly, and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. At this moment, for the students still in the ruins of the small town examination site, a red warning interface automatically popped up on their smartwatches. Immediately after, an intelligent voice sounded. I declare, from today onwards, Senior Su Jingming is my idol. Notice, the 2037 Jiangcheng martial arts examination has concluded. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be counted towards the score. Candidates, please return promptly. Notice, the 2037 Jiangcheng martial arts examination has concluded. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer be scored. Candidates, please return promptly. The announcement was repeated 3 times before stopping. Inside the examination venue, candidates who received the notice were either filled with emotion or regret, and with mixed feelings, began their journey back. The martial arts examination is over. Su Jingming pulled the spear out of a beast's corpse, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. It's a pity that there will never be another chance to harvest ability points so freely. Then, he hoisted the spear and stepped in the direction of his return. The martial arts exam had ended, and awaiting him was a brand new chapter in life. Second place, Jingming Yang, 1233 points, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. At exactly 9 o'clock, the rankings and scores of the martial arts exam were finally settled. Su Jingming firmly secured the championship title, with a score nearly 10 times higher than the second place. Jingming Yang, originally seen as the favorite to win, only managed to take second place. As the martial arts exam concluded, the candidates gradually emerged from the ruined town. Apart from sharing their exam experiences, their discussions almost entirely revolved around Su Jingming. Over 10,000 points. That's insane. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming, and he only has E-level superpowers. Can you believe it? E-level superpowers? Are you kidding me? E-level crushing Jingming Yang, who has B-level superpowers, with 10 times the score. It is worth mentioning that when a classmate revealed that Su Jingming only had E-level superpowers, everyone's reaction was one of disbelief. Time passed slowly, and most of the students on the open ground had already returned. Only a few students who had ventured deep into the ruins of the small town had not yet come out, Su Jingming among them. However, these students who had just left the examination site did not immediately board the bus to leave. Instead, they stayed where they were, wanting to find out who this fierce individual who had scored over 10,000 points really was. During the wait, they couldn't help but speculate about Su Jingming's final ranking. First place, Su Jingming, 11,124 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Not necessarily. Who knows if another city might produce a freak like Su Jingming. Third place, Wu Hao, 1,045 points, Jiangcheng First High School. That's true, but no matter what, the top 3 in Jiangnan Province are secured. Top 3 in Jiangnan Province, this really brings glory to our entire Jiang city. Yeah, our Jiang city has finally produced a true prodigy. As one of the economically lower-ranked prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province, Jiangcheng has always been obscure in the national grand event of the martial arts examination. On the provincial ranking list, Jiangcheng candidates usually appear only after the top 100, but this year, the situation is completely different. Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points, possessing the strength to compete for the provincial top scorer. Even if he falls short, he is guaranteed to be in the top 3 in the province. By then, the entire Jiangcheng will gain fame because of him. For this reason, in their excitement, Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, along with principals and teachers from various schools, had already left the audience seats and were standing at the exam venue's exit, waiting for Su Jingming to appear. In the open space, many candidates were also filled with excitement and pride. Some students from Class 5 of the second high school were enthusiastically talking about their past close relationship with Su Jingming, especially Lu Jia, who already had a good relationship relationship with Su Jingming, was practically over the moon. Chichi, is Su Jingming really your cousin? Among the students of the first high school, Xiaoya, who had previously shown little interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Center, now looked at Tangi with sparkling eyes, eager to find out. Su Jingming's cousin, Tangi, rolled her eyes. Although I'm not 100% sure, it's highly likely him. Xiaoya nodded, then hugged Tangi's arm and started shaking it coquettishly. My dear sister, give me your cousin's contact information, will you? Why do you want his contact information now? Weren't you uninterested just yesterday? Seeing Xiaoya's pleading expression, Tangi couldn't help but tease her. Times have changed. Yesterday, he was just an E-level ability awakener, but today he's the #1 in Jiangchang. Different status, different treatment, naturally. Listening to Xiaoya's matter-of-fact tone, Tangi was speechless. That change of attitude was way too fast. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout rang out. Last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province was just over 8,000. Over 10,000 points would definitely make you the provincial top scorer. Upon hearing the shout, the entire clearing instantly fell silent. Including Tangi and Xiaoya, everyone instinctively turned to look toward the entrance of the ruined town. A tall figure emerged from the dimly lit ruins of the town. It was none other than Su Jingming. He was clad in a blood-stained black battlesuit, his expression calm and composed, with a black spear over 2 meters long strapped to his back. This long spear, almost destroyed to the point of being scrapped, seems to tell the story of his fierce battles along the way. Nearby, the director of the Education Bureau, Jiang, took the lead, offering the warmest applause. Subsequently, principals and teachers from various schools joined in. But compared to the welcome from the director and principals, the students' enthusiasm was even higher. Our batch of examinees shines because of you. As fellow candidates, if the difference were only 1 or 200 points, one might still feel unconvinced, thinking the gap in ability was negligible. But a gap of over 10,000 points is an all-encompassing crush. Moreover, from now on, Su Jingming no longer represents just himself but the entire Jiangchang. Therefore, the candidates spared no effort in offering cheers and applause, and even some bold girls expressed their admiration on the spot. Faced with this scene, Su Jingming's ears buzzed, making it impossible to clearly hear the content of each sentence, and he felt somewhat dazed. He had never imagined that such a grand welcome would await him after the exam. Truly dazzling. Not far away, Zhou Mingyang, who had also just walked out of the exam hall, looked at it all with some envy. But he also knew that even if he were the top scorer, he wouldn't receive such enthusiastic applause. After all, he couldn't close the gap of over 10,000 points. All examinees, get ready to board the bus. The bus will take you to the city, and once you arrive in the city, the cheers lasted for more than a full minute before gradually subsiding, and Commander Wang began arranging the retreat. As for Su Jingming, the principal directly arranged for him to take a private car home, which left his classmates from Class 5, who had hoped to return with him, rather disappointed. Su Jingming, have you decided which superpower school to attend? My dear grandaunt, you've asked 3 times already. The scenery outside the window quickly receded. Su Jingming sat in the back seat of the car, while the driver was Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng's second high school. Usually, the principal would have a dedicated driver when going out, but at this moment, he was driving personally, his face full of smiles, showing no sign of displeasure. Su Jingming shook his head, speaking the truth. Alright, I believe you. After crossing over, he had always focused on improving his strength and earning scores, never seriously considering which supernatural university to choose. With your grades, you can get into any university in the country. In the Great Xia Kingdom, martial arts culture is prevalent. Not only are martial arts exams broadcast live, but thousands of supernatural universities across the country also hold annual tournaments to determine their rankings. Among these thousands of universities, 3 have consistently occupied the top 3 spots: Xinjiang Supernatural University, Moto Supernatural University, and Jincheng Supernatural University. The history of these 3 universities spans over 200 years. Their educational resources are extremely abundant, with the lowest-ranked mentors on campus being 6th-level ability users. These 3 universities are far ahead of thousands of other universities nationwide, earning them the title of the 3 top-tier universities. They are the dream destination for countless exam takers. The 3 top-tier universities, they are the ultimate aspiration in the hearts of countless students. Principal Zhao Yao remarked, but for you, these schools are almost within your grasp. No, that's not right. Rather, they would compete to have you join them. Competing for me? Su Jingming tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowed, looking a bit puzzled. With your grades, you've already qualified for special recruitment. Once the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities in the country will all extend olive branches, doing everything they can to get you to enroll. Isn't that essentially them begging you to join? What other explanation could there be? Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily. The special recruitment qualification is an honor reserved for the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming was clearly among them. I suggest you take some time to thoroughly research the information on these 3 top universities after you go back. Don't wait until the day of the special special recruitment to be completely clueless. Also, don't be dazzled by the special recruitment offers from those universities. The most important thing is to choose a school that you feel suits you best. Of course, with the 3 top universities, whichever one you choose, your future will be limitless. Principal Zhao Yao earnestly ruled out the possibility of the other 7 universities in the top 10 and gave serious advice. Su Jingming has come out of the exam hall. Su Jingming nodded, already having a plan in mind. The martial arts exam was over, and it was indeed time to seriously consider which school to choose next. Returning from the military district to the city took more than an hour by car. When Su Jingming got home, it was already 11:23 p.m. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he didn't even have the strength to wash up. He simply took off his battlesuit, which was soaked with a strong smell of blood, and collapsed onto the bed, plunging into deep sleep. It wasn't until after 9 a.m. the next day that he woke up from his dream. Phew, I actually slept for over 10 hours. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Jingming sprang up and rushed straight to the bathroom. Warm water flowed down from the showerhead, washing over his bare body. So comfortable. Su Jingming, welcome back. 12 hours of intense battle left him drenched in sweat, his whole body sticky and uncomfortable. At this moment, the warm water washed over him, instantly refreshing his mind and body. Then, he opened the system panel. Apart from the results, the greatest gain from the martial arts exam was these 2,534 ability points. 2,534 ability points. Once I get into the ability university, this should last me for a while. Su Jingming thought silently to himself. The importance of ability points was self-evident. It was impossible to accumulate so many in a short time in an ordinary wilderness area. This time, such a harvest was entirely thanks to the blessings of the martial arts exam. After entering university, I wonder if there will be competitions for hunting fierce beasts. If there are, I'll be the first to sign up. Su Jingming, congratulations. Su Jingming, full of joy, hummed a little tune as he finished his shower and returned to his bedroom. He turned on his computer and began gathering information on the 3 top-tier universities. These 3 universities all have centuries of rich history and are the cradles for nurturing the nation's strongest individuals. While browsing through the information, Su Jingming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement from time to time. I didn't expect that a current 9th-tier guardian of the nation is actually a graduate of Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities. Most of the top-tier ability training methods are only available at these 3 major universities? You never know until you check, and once you do, it's shocking. Nearly half of the well-known advanced ability users in the country today actually come from these 3 top universities. This proportion is incredibly astonishing, especially considering there are thousands of ability universities nationwide. What's more, quite a few people have studied at foreign ability universities and only returned to the country after graduation. Yet, the number of strong individuals cultivated by these domestic and foreign schools combined is actually on par with the 3 top universities. This undoubtedly highlights the profound strength and foundation of these 3 elite institutions. There's another crucial point, the ability training method. It is the cornerstone for ability users to advance, and the differences in the quality of training methods are enormous, determining a world of difference in cultivation speed. For example, if one practices using the worst basic superpower training method, most awakened individuals need 3 to 4 years to advance to a true superhuman, but if they use a top-tier superpower training method, the time is reduced to less than half a year. According to the information Su Jingming found, the vast majority of top-tier superpower training methods in the Great Xia Nation are actually hidden in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder there have always been rumors online saying that the 3 top universities are domineering academic overlords, unwilling to make their secret techniques public. Su Jingming suddenly came to a realization, but he didn't pay much attention to this matter. The top-notch methods for training supernatural abilities are incredibly precious. Thinking of using public opinion to pressure universities into sharing these top-tier techniques is simply unrealistic. Ding dong. Just as he was about to continue browsing the materials, the doorbell rang. Coming to find me so early, could it be my aunt? With doubt, Su Jingming got up and walked out of the bedroom, opening the door. 2 beauties were standing at the door, one older and one younger. The older one was about 30 years old, dressed in luxurious attire, with a delicate face. The younger one was tall, her appearance quite similar to the older beauty, but she seemed colder. These 2 were indeed Aunt Su Qingwan and cousin Tangi. Little aunt, cousin. Su Jingming greeted them with a smile and invited them into the living room. However, the awkward part was that due to the supernatural evolution the previous night, the entire living room looked as if it had been through a fire. Not only were the floor and walls charred black, but the sofa, coffee table, and other furniture had already turned to ashes. The large living room didn't even have a place to sit anymore. Xiaoming, has there been a fire at your house? Aunt Su Qingwan panicked at the sight and quickly pulled Su Jingming over to check him carefully. When did this happen? Are you hurt? Just a small accident, nothing serious. Looking at his worried aunt, Su Jingming wore a gentle smile. After his parents passed away, cafe. Only his aunt could bring him the warmth of family. It's fine as long as you're okay. It's fine as long as you're okay. His aunt, Su Qingwan, finally breathed a sigh of relief and then said, I came this time to ask about your results from yesterday's martial arts exam. Didn't Sister Qi tell you? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. I thought it would be better for you to tell mom yourself, so I didn't say anything. No. Cousin Tang Qi gave a sly smile. Su Jingming nodded. Then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. He led the two downstairs and went to a cafe next to the neighborhood that he often visited, Morning Light Cafe. It was around 10 in the morning, and there weren't many people in the cafe. Su Jingming chose a seat by the window and ordered 3 steaming cups of coffee. The Morning Light shop doesn't sell any high-end hand-ground coffee. Before long, the waiter came over with 3 steaming cups of coffee. Principal Zhao Yao seemed even more excited than Su Jingming, including the 3 top elite ability universities. By the way, you know about these 3 universities, right? Please enjoy. Su Jingming nodded. The waiter gave a warm smile and turned to leave. Is it time to reveal the answer now? Aunt Su Qingwan smiled warmly while holding her coffee cup and said, your sister made it so mysterious. Isn't it just because she's afraid I'll beat you up like I did when you were little? Don't worry, since you started high school, when have I ever hit you? I didn't even oppose you wanting to take the martial arts exam. No matter how you do this time, I won't lay a hand on you. Hearing his aunt's words, Su Jingming awkwardly touched his nose. His aunt was the epitome of a Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful in temperament, but that gentleness only existed when there were no final exams. Once his grades dropped, he would have to endure a painful beating, and he was completely unable to resist. After all, when his parents passed away, he was only 11 years old, and his aunt was the officially designated legal guardian. Mom, don't worry, cousin won't disappoint you this time. Seeing that her mother misunderstood the intention, Tang Qi quickly explained. Oh, really? Xiaoming, did you do well on the exam this time? How many points? Did you score over 100? Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pressed for an answer. 100 points is the nationally recognized minimum admission threshold. Scoring over 100 offers a chance to enter the ability university. Got 100 points. Su Jingming nodded with a smile, and not just that, 10,000 points. 10,000 points? This number was too shocking. Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she froze on the spot, completely unable to react. Because of Tang Qi, Su Qingwan also knew quite a bit about the exam. She knew that over the years, the highest score in Jiangchang was just over 1,000 points, and the top scorer in the entire Jiangnan province only had 8 or 9,000 points. Therefore, when she heard Su Jingming say he scored 10,000 points, Aunt Su Qingwan was instantly stunned. I understand, thank you, principal. However, she quickly reacted and instinctively chose not to believe it, frowning as she said, Xiaoming, stop joking and quickly tell me your real score. Mom, Jingming isn't joking. His score really is 10,000. No, wait, to be precise, it's 11,124. The official news account of Jiangcheng has already published it. Tang Qi handed over her phone with a beaming smile. The screen displayed a recently published report from Jiangcheng's official account. The headline boldly read, 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. The article's accompanying image showed Su Jingming wielding a long spear, capturing the thrilling moment of him slaying a second-tier bloodthirsty bear. The sister-in-law also recognized Su Jingming from the accompanying picture and quickly started reading the article. Su Qingwan had a gentle personality and was not easily excited, but as she read on, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. A flush of excitement gradually appeared on her beautiful face. 10,000 points. First in Jiangcheng. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Su Qingwan seemed as if she had won a multi-million-dollar lottery. The phone in her hand was like the winning ticket, which she examined over and over. Again. She muttered softly to herself, saying things like, Xiaoming has finally made something of himself and our Su family finally has a successor. After a while, her emotions gradually calmed down. Splash. Xiaoming, with your grades, won't you be able to directly choose one of the top 10 universities in the country when applying? Aunt Su Qingwan asked with sparkling eyes. Yesterday, the principal told me that I've already received a special admission qualification, so I don't need to apply. I just have to wait for the universities to make their offers. Su Jingming explained with a smile, and Tang Qi chimed in, Mom, Jingming's results make him a strong contender for the top scorer in the province. Even if he doesn't get the top spot, he's definitely in the top 3 in Jiangnan province. With such rankings, the 3 top-tier universities will compete to offer him special admissions, so there's no need to go through the regular application process. The 3 top-tier universities? Special admissions? Wonderful, wonderful. Xiaoming, you've really given your aunt a big surprise. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, purple heaven divine thunder, yes. Physique, 183 vitality plus. Spirit, 185 hertz plus. Skills, marksmanship, advanced plus. Lightning swift break, advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. Su Qingwan said wonderful 3 times in a row, then eagerly asked, by the way, when will the rankings for the martial arts exam be announced? The exact time is uncertain, but it should be no later than 5 days from now. Jingming thought for a moment before answering. The results of the national martial arts examination will be announced simultaneously. Before that, each province will strictly review the videos recorded during the exam to prevent cheating. The workload is quite heavy, but at the latest, within 5 days, that is, by June 13th, the results will be announced. Great! Once the results are out, your aunt will treat you to a big meal. Su Qingwan's face lit up with a bright smile. After a pause, she finally asked the biggest question on her mind. But Xiaoming, don't you only have E-level abilities? How did you manage to get such a high score? Since ancient times, the rarer the superpower, the stronger the combat ability. This is a universally acknowledged fact. Although there are examples of achieving greatness through low-level superpowers, such cases are extremely rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. According to the description she read in the article, such as thunderous clashes and countless first-tier high-level beasts killed or injured, this simply couldn't be the power of an E-level, weak electricity, superpower. After all, Su Jingming was merely an awakener, not even considered a true superpower user. Hearing Su Qingwan's question, Tangi's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation, clearly very curious about this. Su Jingming had already prepared for this and explained with a smile. The afternoon before yesterday, while I was exercising in the living room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found that my original ability seemed to have undergone a transformation and had become much stronger. So that's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to test your ability. There was indeed a thunderstorm the afternoon before yesterday, but instead of being injured by the lightning, you actually benefited from it and your ability mutated. That's really lucky. Find some time to go to the Martial Arts Hall for an ability assessment to see what level your ability has mutated to. Based on the power described in the article, your ability should have at least transformed to B level or above. Su Jingming nodded. Although ability mutations are rare, they are not unheard of. He had long planned to use this as the reason for his ability's transformation. Coincidentally, the lightning struck inside the house the day before yesterday, and many people were aware of it. Alright, anyway, you siblings, one ranked 12th in Jiangcheng, the other ranked 1st in Jiangcheng, are both amazing. Let's go. We'll head to the market to buy some groceries, and I'll make you a delicious meal for lunch. Su Qingwan's face bloomed with an uncontrollable smile. Seeing her expression, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile slightly as well. Together with his cousin Tangi, he walked side by side next to his aunt. This place was filled with 3rd and 4th tier ability users, a rare sight elsewhere. They were seated around a large round table, numbering at least 30 or 40 people. These ability users looked anxious, clearly waiting for something. Not long after, a slightly chubby middle-aged man walked in briskly. He waved a mechanical disc in his hand. The National Martial Arts ranking is out, everyone get ready. The rankings for the National Martial Arts exam are strictly confidential before the official announcement. However, for top universities like theirs, getting the rankings a day early is not difficult. It's finally out. This year's rankings seem to have come out a bit late. Pretty much, last year it was just 1 day earlier. The admissions office of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is at its busiest during these few days of the year. They need to formulate different special recruitment strategies based on the strength of the top 3 candidates from each province. Students with strong abilities and great potential require more resources for recruitment, while those with relatively weaker abilities and less potential can have fewer resources allocated. Not only the Magic City Ability University, but also the 2 top universities, Qingjing Ability University and Jincheng Ability University, operate in the same way. The middle-aged man inserted the mechanical disc into the already prepared projector. With a buzzing sound, the ranking lists of candidates from over 30 provincial-level administrative regions across the country were immediately projected. The middle-aged man's voice was deep, and the projection in front of him seemed intelligent, directly displaying the rankings of candidates from Qingjing City, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Everyone's eyes were focused on the first name on the list. As soon as the words were spoken, a crisp electronic voice sounded, "Alright, Director." In an instant, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the round table, displaying Joey's combat scenes during the martial arts exam. Joey, 18 years old, awakened an A-level enhancement type ability, bronze body, 1st tier upper rank. His father is a 4th tier ability user. Every top university possesses astonishing information gathering capabilities, and the Magic City University of Superpowers is no exception. A holographic projection displayed Joey's battle scenes, while his relevant information echoed in the ears of every admissions teacher. Bronze body? It's already considered quite good among Class A superpowers. Indeed, judging by his combat performance, his application of superpowers is also quite impressive. The teachers were discussing animatedly. Before long, the video finished playing, and the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Joey, designated as an A+ special recruitment candidate. Teacher Wang Jian, this time I'll trouble you to go personally. Certainly. A teacher stood up and nodded, preparing to depart for Qingjing City immediately after the meeting concluded. Time flies quickly, and the provincial top scholars have all been assigned special admission levels based on evaluations by the admissions office directors and teachers. There are outstanding A+ levels, ordinary A levels, and slightly weaker A levels. Of course, being the top scholar of a province means their abilities won't be lacking. Soon, it was Jiangnan province's turn. As the middle-aged man's deep voice sounded, the projection quickly switched to Jiangnan province. Last year, Jiangnan province had an A+ special admission slot. What will happen this year? Jiangnan province is a populous province in the Daxia nation, and the provincial top scorers have always been exceptionally strong in previous years. Including the admissions office director, all the teachers' eyes were fixed on the name at the top of the list. Over 10,000 points. Jiangnan province has really put in a lot of effort this year. Many teachers were initially shocked by Su Jingming's high score, but when they learned he was from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, they were all puzzled. Jiangcheng? Isn't the capital of Jiangnan province Ning'an City? What kind of place is Jiangcheng? They had never even heard of this city's name. Su Jingming, 18 years old, awakened a natural type E-level ability, weak electricity, level, awakener. His parents 7 years ago. When Su Jingming's profile was read out, the already confused teachers became even more bewildered. What's going on? E-level ability? Awakened 1? How could these things possibly be connected to the provincial top scorer? Over the past few decades, the provincial top scorers of Jiangnan province have almost all come from Ning'an City, the provincial capital, or economically well-off cities near Ning'an. This is quite reasonable, as academic qualifications and wealth often go hand in hand. Families living in these areas tend to have savings, making them more capable of nurturing their children. The eventual provincial top scorers often possess powerful A-level abilities and first-tier upper-level strength, much like the students from Qingjing City, the capital. But now, the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan province not only doesn't come from cities familiar to the professors of the Magic City Ability University, but isn't even considered an ability user, at best, an awakened 1, with an ability level ranked second to last, E-level. It's hard for anyone to believe. Therefore, when Su Jingming's information echoed in the teachers' ears, their first reaction was doubt. Awakeners can also become provincial top scorers? Isn't this a mistake? Could it be that there was an error in data collection, and it got mixed up with someone of the same name? That does seem possible. The results of the martial arts exam are strictly reviewed by the National Education Bureau, so no one doubts the authenticity of the scores. What everyone questions is whether the information was confused with the wrong person. With the information-gathering capabilities of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, it's impossible for them to make such a basic mistake. Eva's information is absolutely correct. A cute-looking light sphere appeared in the center of the room, projecting a holographic image, with a hint of human-like anger emanating from it. This was Eva, the highest-level artificial intelligence responsible for information management at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. Eva is a top-tier AI and would never make such a mistake. Su Jingming's information might have been incorrect from the moment it was entered. A slightly chubby middle-aged man waved his hand to calm everyone down. Why don't we first watch his martial arts exam video? Everything will become clear. Eva, play Su Jingming's exam video. Under the soothing words of the director, the angry expression on Eva's light sphere gradually faded. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's figure was projected above the center of the round table. The scene began with him entering the most core area, facing numerous first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier beasts. Using a spear as a weapon? That's quite rare. A teacher's eyes lit up. Among the previous dozen or so provincial champions, almost all used long swords or broadswords, and spear-type weapons had never appeared before. A spear is harder to master than a sword. Another teacher nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon attracted the teacher's attention, they did not forget their primary task to confirm his superpower and level. His superpower had yet to be displayed, making it difficult to judge, but his level was relatively easier to discern. The biggest difference between superhumans and awakeners lies in their aura. In the footage, Su Jingming exuded a fierce momentum, yet lacked the unique aura of a superhuman, leaving the teachers present deeply surprised. So, Su Jingming is really an awakener? After repeated confirmation, all the teachers were shocked. An awakener becoming the provincial top scorer. This had never happened in decades. I see. Immediately after, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming unleashed the purple sky divine thunder, killing numerous high-level tier 1 ferocious beasts, the teachers were stunned, their mouths agape. This power is at least grade A. How could it be an E-grade weak electric ability? What on earth are the people registering abilities doing? How could they make such a mistake? The experienced admissions officers immediately noticed the anomaly in Su Jingming's ability power. The admissions office director at the front narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately gave an order. The level of an ability needs to be accurately determined using professional instruments. However, with advanced advanced artificial intelligence assistance, the analysis results won't differ too much. Su Jingming's superpower belongs to the lightning category within the nature system. Since it is impossible to collect elemental information from the air and only video footage is available. For analysis, the probability distribution of Su Jingming's superpower level is as follows: 4% for B level, 10% for A level, 83% for S level, 1% for SS level, and 0% for SSS level. The artificial intelligence EVA quickly produced an analysis result, and upon hearing it, the admissions director's pupils suddenly contracted. An 83% probability for S level? As an advanced artificial intelligence, EVA's judgment is almost error-free. With an 83% probability, it can almost be concluded that Su Jingming's superpower is S level. All the teachers in the venue suddenly began to breathe heavily. What does S level mean? Once the ability grows, it becomes top-tier combat power. And now, it has been 3 or 4 years since the Great Xia Kingdom last saw an S-level ability user. At this moment, Su Jingming in the holographic projection ended the life of a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear with an extremely brutal move, a single shot. Suspected S-level ability, coupled with such formidable combat skills, Su Jingming truly deserves the title of provincial champion. The admissions office director let out a long breath, pondered for a moment, and then said with a serious expression, "Su Jingming is designated as an S+ level special admission candidate. We must spare no effort to recruit him. This special admission standard hasn't been used in years, has it? S+ level special recruitment. It seems I have to bring out some real skills this time. Director Jiang, I went to Jiangnan province for the special recruitment last year. How about I go again this time?" The S+ level special recruitment quota, combined with the almost certain S-level superpower, instantly made Su Jingming the center of attention. Many teachers scrambled to get the chance to go to the Jiangnan province special recruitment site. However, admissions office director Zhang Chaoyang shook his head and said, "None of you need to go. This time, I will personally handle it." The director going personally, this is a sure thing now. Although the other teachers were slightly disappointed, as a 5th-tier psychic ability user and the director who had recruited countless potential students into the Shanghai University of Supernatural Abilities, Zhang Chaoyang was indeed the most reliable choice for this trip. S-level ability. Su Jingming, I hope you won't let me down. Gazing at the tall figure in the holographic projection, Zhang Chaoyang murmured softly. June 12th, the 5th day after the martial arts examination ended. Jingming, don't worry, the results will be out by the end of today at the latest. Principal, I know, I'm not in a hurry. Su Jingming walked through the neighborhood, talking on the phone with the principal for quite a while before finally hanging up. Goodness, everyone keeps telling me not to worry, but they're actually more anxious than I am. He shook his head helplessly. During the days of waiting for the rankings to be announced, he had received calls from his homeroom teacher, the principal, and even the director of the education bureau more than once. The underlying message was always to remind him not to be anxious, as the rankings would be announced sooner or later. However, their tone was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. They practically wished the results could be released the day after the exam. Of course, Su Jingming could understand. After all, Jiangcheng was desperate for a chance to prove itself. But it's already the 5th day. Shouldn't the results be announced by now? Just as he was muttering to himself, his phone chimed with the notification sound of a text message. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the text message. Candidate Su Jingming from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. The rankings for the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam have been released. Please check promptly. The exam rankings are out. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he clicked the link without hesitation. A document densely packed with the rankings of all examinees across the province immediately appeared on the screen. The first thing he saw was Jiangnan Province first place, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. At this moment, even the usually calm and composed Su Jingming couldn't help but show a hint of joy, excitedly pumping his fist. June 12th is the final day for the announcement of the National Martial Arts Exam rankings, which means the rankings will definitely be officially released on this day. In the Education Bureau of Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, the director and a group of teachers were gathered in front of the computer, anxiously awaiting the announcement of the rankings. The office was already stocked with plenty of cakes and champagne, ready for a lively celebration as soon as the results were out. This year, Leha from Ning'an No. 1 High School performed well, scoring over 9,200 points. He's very likely to be the provincial top scorer. The probability is indeed high, but we can't be completely certain. I heard there are a few talented students in the neighboring province as well. That's true. In the end, it all depends on their luck. The teachers whispered to each other, discussing animatedly. Leha from Ning'an First High School, possessing an A-level ability and first-tier high-level strength, had become a popular candidate for the provincial top scorer. At that moment, a teacher who had been sitting in front of the computer suddenly brightened up, opened the ranking list, but then froze slightly. Sensing that something was off, the director of the Ning'an City Education Bureau frowned and stepped forward, only to see that the first place was an unfamiliar name. Jiangnan Province first place, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial top scorer is actually from Jiangcheng? The director widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Such a scene was not only unfolding in the Ning'an City Education Bureau, the education bureaus of other prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province were equally astonished. However, in stark contrast to the surprise of the education bureaus, the journalists of Jiangnan Province had already caught wind and sprung into action. You must know, Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Daxia Kingdom, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities under its jurisdiction. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City and its surrounding prefecture-level cities are not only prosperous and affluent but also places where extraordinary individuals gather and talents emerge. However, Jiangcheng, located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, is universally recognized as a place lacking in resources and scarce in talent. In previous years, the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan Province almost always came from Ning'an City or one of the nearby prefecture-level cities. This year, however, is completely different. The top scorer of the province surprisingly comes from Jiangcheng, a little-known place that most people in Jiangnan Province have never even heard of. As a result, journalists began frantically gathering information about Su Jingming. What they found was shocking. An E-level superpower, an unranked awakened individual, these terms one by one stirred their nerves. They were both amazed and their eyes lit up, thinking this was undoubtedly a natural hot topic. Thus, transformed into tentacle monsters, they edited articles of over 1,000 words within just a few minutes. The titles of these articles were all incredibly enticing. As soon as the articles were published, they immediately attracted countless netizens to click and browse. It's Xiaoming. Especially the netizens from Jiangnan Province, they left comments one after another in the comments section. An E-level ability awakener can become the provincial top scorer? If that's true, I'll eat shit on the spot. To the person above, just wait, I'll go find his martial arts exam video right now. In response to this news, the comments section was filled with the most skepticism. After all, in previous years, the top scorer in Jiangnan Province had at least an A-level or B-level ability and was always a high-ranking first-tier ability user. Now, with an E-level ability awakener becoming the provincial top scorer, it's naturally hard for everyone to believe. Some extreme netizens even shouted in the comments section, claiming that there was foul play in this year's martial arts exam and, suspecting that Su Jingming was the incompetent son of some powerful figure, forcibly elevated to the position of provincial top scorer. Cheating in the martial arts exam is an extremely serious matter. There were such voices of doubt, and public opinion gradually fermented. Many people directly left messages under Jiangcheng's official account, demanding a fair truth for everyone. As the public sentiment grew more intense, Jiangcheng's official account unhurriedly released Su Jingming's martial arts exam video. Upon seeing this video, some trolls who were ready to launch a fierce attack were instantly stunned. The top scholar of Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, turns out to be that awakened one. With just one spear, he pierced through the skull of a first-tier one-horned rhino. Goodness, this strength is actually more powerful than a first-tier ability user? Damn, he's not even from the enhancement type but from the lightning type. You tell me this power is an E-level ability? Shameless media, fabricating rumors without any bottom line just for traffic. Su Jingming's martial arts exam video lasted 12 hours, perfectly capturing every detail of his performance in the examination hall. Once the video was released, all doubts about him instantly vanished, replaced by widespread amazement at his precise marksmanship and powerful lightning ability. Topics about Su Jingming quickly went viral online, sparking a frenzy in Jiangcheng as well. The martial arts exam is a focal point of national attention. In past Jiangcheng exams, the highest score ever achieved was only within the top 100 in Jiangnan Province, which was considered embarrassing to even mention. Therefore, the people of Jiangcheng did not take this matter to heart in the past. But now the situation is completely different. Jiangcheng has actually produced the provincial top scorer. Many people enthusiastically posted topic comments online, and some who originally knew Su Jingming even claimed to be his friends. Local media in Jiangcheng swarmed to Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, competing to interview the principal. As early as when Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points, the principal had already foreseen this scene. Dressed in a suit, he faced numerous microphones with composure and spoke eloquently. Su Jingming's homeroom teacher and several subject teachers were also interviewed. This time, the usually strict homeroom teacher had a constant smile on their face and spared no words in praising Su Jingming. Su Jingming is the pride of Jiangcheng. Achieving such outstanding results is not only due to his own efforts but also thanks to the strong support of the school and the Education Bureau. Jiang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau, delivered a few impassioned official speeches and then announced that Su Jingming would be awarded a grand prize, including 1 million in cash and a special ability training method. After the commendation by the Municipal Education Bureau, the city government followed suit, announcing that they would award Su Jingming 1 million in cash and gift gift him a luxury villa in the city. Rewarding provincial top scorers is a tradition in all provinces. Although Jiangcheng is not as affluent as a provincial capital like Ning'an City, it can still afford several million in prizes. More importantly, the attention Su Jingming has brought to Jiangcheng far exceeds the government's investment. Su Jingming was completely unaware of the storm brewing online. After receiving congratulatory calls from his sister-in-law, the principal, and the director, he went straight to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Tangi suddenly understood, and his aunt Su Qingwan also nodded slightly. Although he possessed the system, basic training still could not be neglected. In the training room, the obsidian spear that was about to be scrapped turned into a black phantom in his hands. The swinging speed was extremely fast, and sharp whistling sounds occasionally echoed through the air. The obsidian spear weighed 50 kilograms, but it seemed to have no effect on his movements, each of which was extremely precise. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Su Jingming's training. He frowned, put away the spear, picked up the phone, and saw on the screen that it was Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng Second High School. Didn't the principal just call earlier? Why is he calling again? The identity of being the provincial top scorer destined Su Jingming to become widely renowned, but he himself did not like being disturbed, especially during training. June 11, 9 p.m. Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, Admissions Office. Therefore, he had set his phone to a whitelist early on. Unexpectedly, the principal called 2 or 3 times in a row. Su Jingming knew that someone like the principal would never call repeatedly unless it was something important. He no longer hesitated and pressed the answer button. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, the excited voice of Principal Zhao Yao came through. The admissions officer arrived so quickly? Su Jingming was a little surprised. Among the 3 top-tier superpower universities, Qingjing Superpower University is located in the northern part of the Xia Nation. Jincheng Superpower University is in the central region, quite far from Jiangnan province's capital, with only Modu Superpower University being somewhat closer to Jiangnan. According to his estimation, these admissions teachers won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Stop overthinking it. Where are you? I'll arrange a special car to pick you up right away. I'm right here at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Alright, please wait a moment, the special car will arrive shortly. On the other side, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. Principal Zhao Yaoben was being interviewed when he learned that the admissions officers from 3 top universities had arrived together. He was first startled, then immediately interrupted the interview and quickly called Su Jingming to notify him to come to the school. Afterward, he personally escorted the 3 mentors to the school's VIP reception room and served each of them a cup of hot tea. Please have a seat, teachers. Su Jingming will probably need another 10 minutes or so to arrive. As a second-tier superpowered individual and the principal of a middle school, Zhao Yao was considered a prominent figure in the entire Jiangcheng. According to the old rules, let's first take a look at the performance of the provincial top scorers. But now, his attitude was unusually humble, and his demeanor was extremely deferential, because he knew very well that these 3 big shots were people he absolutely could not afford to offend. Even the aura of a high-tier superpowered individual unintentionally emanating from them made his heart tremble. The first provincial-level administrative region, Qingjing City. It's alright, Principal Zhao. You go ahead and take care of your work. We can wait here for a while. Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the admissions office at Moda University of Supernatural Abilities, smiled and waved his hand. First place, Zhouyi, Qingjing High School, 9,343 points. After Zhao Yao left, Zhang Chaoyang turned to the other 2 and said with a smile, Eva, pull up the relevant information on Zhouyi. It's been a while since the 3 of us gathered like this, hasn't it? In the room, besides Zhang Chaoyang, there were also a man and a woman. The man was Wu Yuan from Jincheng University of Supernatural Abilities, a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and sporting long hair. Like Zhang Chaoyang, they were all directors of their respective schools' admissions offices. Years ago, before the 3 of them became directors, they had met at special recruitment events in various provinces. But since taking on the role of admissions director, they rarely went out, and naturally had fewer opportunities to meet. Now, for Su Jingming, they had unusually gathered together once again. Mr. Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? Everyone's intentions for coming here this time are very clear. Let me state up front, Su Jingming has already been secured by Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities. Su Yun from Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities had a personality as fiery as her figure, getting straight to the point without any hesitation. Ha, you think it's locked just because you say so? I say Jincheng University has already locked it in. Wu Yuan was not to be outdone and let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In the annual University League, the competition among the 3 top universities for student resources has always been intense. Especially at the special recruitment site for provincial top scorers, the atmosphere is extremely tense, and it's not uncommon for admissions teachers to get into physical altercations. He doesn't mind this at all. When it comes time to prove the school's heritage with strength, he never backs down. The second provincial administrative administrative region, Hunan province. However, this time the situation is slightly different. Zheng Qiaoyang cleared his throat and said, "Both of you, we came here specifically this time not just because Su Jingming is the provincial top scorer, but also because of his superpower, right?" From the moment she saw Zheng Qiaoyang and Wu Yuan, she understood that everyone had the same purpose. They were all here for Su Jingming's superpower, which had a high possibility of reaching S level. In that case, once Su Jingming arrives, shall we first confirm the level of his superpower? The 13th Provincial Administrative Region, Jiangnan Province. Hearing Zheng Qiaoyang's proposal, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged a glance and then nodded. "Alright, let's first determine the level of the ability, then discuss recruitment." For a moment, the VIP reception room fell into silence. Soon, the sliding door was pushed open with a whoosh. It should still be A+. The person was none other than Su Jingming. As soon as he stepped into the reception room, 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Coming from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Su Jingming was dressed in a simple, loose training outfit, with the broken black Yao spear strapped to his back. This attire, compared to Principal Zhao Yao's formal suit and tie, seemed a bit shabby. First place, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, 11,124 points. However, his upright posture and those calm, steady eyes, clear as black and white, far outshone Zhao Yao's cautious demeanor. "Not bad, Jiangcheng. Isn't that the capital of Jiangnan Province?" Su Yun couldn't help but nod in praise. Most martial arts exam candidates, after finishing their exams, indulge themselves due to the repressed life of 3 years in high school and wouldn't even think about continuing training. But the Su Jing in front of her had clearly just finished training, and this alone was enough to leave ordinary candidates far behind. Moreover, all 3 of them were 5th-tier psychic ability users. Although they did not display their abilities, the invisible sense of oppression they exuded was something ordinary ability users could hardly withstand. This was evident from Zhao Yao, who stood nearby. However, Su Jingming showed no reaction to this, clearly demonstrating his exceptionally firm will, not easily shaken. Since they were all 5th-tier ability users, Su Yun could see this, and naturally, so could the others. As a result, upon their first meeting, Su Jingming left a good impression on the admissions teachers. "Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is Su Yun, a teacher from Qingjing Ability University, and this is a teacher from Modu Ability University." Under Principal Zhao Yao's introduction, Su Jingming quickly learned the identities of the 3 teachers. Su Jingming maintained a respectful demeanor, faintly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the 3 teachers. Without a doubt, they were at least 4th-tier ability users. "Student Su, we've all watched your combat video from the martial arts exam. Your practical combat skills are strong, and your performance was truly impressive. However, I have a question. Your ability seems different from the E-level ability, weak electricity, you registered during your initial ability awakening. Could you tell us the reason? If it's inconvenient to explain, that's perfectly fine. We're just curious." Zheng Qiaoyang was the first to speak, his tone very gentle. Principal Zhao Yao, seeing this, couldn't help but show a curious expression as well. Of course, the day before the exam, Su Jingming, who had prepared in advance, repeated the explanation he had previously given to his aunt. "Struck by natural lightning, causing a mutation in your ability? That's indeed a possibility." The 3 teachers had already done their homework before coming and knew that Su Jingming had been directly struck by lightning the day before the exam. They nodded in agreement with this explanation. Then, Zhang Qiaoyang, who was in the middle, spread his right hand, and like performing a magic trick, a black, sci-fi-looking device appeared out of thin air in his hand. The other 2 teachers were already accustomed to this sight. "Student Su, you probably don't know what your mutated ability is yet, do you? I happen to bring an ability detector from the school. Give it a try." Su Jingming nodded and walked straight forward. He had only seen the ability detection device once. During the year he awakened his ability at the age of 16. At that time, the device was bulky, about the size of a double-door refrigerator. He had never used the smaller device and was not very familiar with its operation. "Just use your ability," Zheng Qiaoyang reminded. Su Jingming took a deep breath, nodded, and directly summoned the purple heaven divine thunder. In an instant, violent and dazzling purple lightning surrounded him. "This lightning is so violent." Several teachers were instantly shocked. They could feel the immense power contained within the lightning. This power even made these 5th-tier ability users feel a twinge of unease. "Understood, Director." At this moment, the ability detection device in front of Su Jingming began to operate. A beam of blue light shot out from the instrument, carefully scanning the lightning in Su Jingming from head to toe. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of the 3 special recruitment teachers and the principal, a mechanical electronic prompt sounded. "Ability detection complete. The ability is Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, rated as S level." Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He had long suspected that Su Jingming's ability might mutate, but he hadn't expected it to leap directly from E level to S level. The other 3 teachers, though they had anticipated this, still couldn't help but breathe rapidly upon seeing Su Jingming possess an S level ability. Jincheng University admissions teacher Wu Yuan's eyes lit up and he was the first to speak. Student Su, as long as you join our Jincheng Ability University, you will be rewarded with a 4 million scholarship upon enrollment, plus a set of C-level equipment. In addition, during your 4 years at university, any supernatural ability training methods and combat techniques you need will be provided by our school free of charge. A 4 million scholarship. Zhao Yao, standing to the side, was suddenly shocked. The city had just awarded 2 million, and now it's another 4 million, truly treating money like dirt. That set of C-level equipment alone is worth tens of millions. For those with supernatural abilities, training methods, and various combat techniques are priceless treasures, resources that simply cannot be bought. Sure enough, true genius is priceless. Zhao Yao was filled with emotion. Back in his days at the Ability University, in order to buy a combat skill, he had to risk his life hunting countless fierce beasts just to scrape together enough funds. But now, others were giving it away for free. Heh, and you have the nerve to brag about something like this? Su Yunxiu from Qingjing University slightly raised her eyebrows, her gaze fixed directly on Su Jingming. Classmate Su, if you join our Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities, not only will you learn supernatural ability training methods and various combat techniques, but we will also provide you with an enrollment reward of 6 million, as well as all the equipment needed for your 4 years of university. Located in the capital of the Great Xiao Nation, Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities clearly has abundant financial resources, offering generous incentives right from the start. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely not an E-level superpower. Zheng Qiaoyang pondered for a moment before finally speaking about the conditions offered by his school. As for supernatural ability training methods and combat techniques, there's no need to elaborate. Our school has them all as well. It's just that our school doesn't provide scholarships or equipment, but every academic year, you'll receive a set of S-level cultivation resources. S-level cultivation resources? What are those? Su Jingming looked puzzled. At this moment, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, and a look of shock flashed in their eyes. Iva, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. Su Jingming, however, was unaware that they had yet to truly understand just how precious the so-called S-level cultivation resources were. That is a treasure that cannot be measured by value, and even for 5th-tier ability users like them, S-level resources are extremely useful. Yet the Magic City Ability University actually promises to provide one every year, which is truly astonishing. Zheng Qiaoyang asked. Su Jingming nodded. Beast tribes are divided into levels, with some being strong and others weak. Those naturally powerful beasts with dragon-like physiques are called dragon types, born as 4th tier or 5th tier, and upon reaching adulthood, they can even achieve 7th tier or 8th tier. Good to know. Among our S-level resources, there is a treasure called dragon blood. It is extracted from the heart blood of 8th tier, dragon-type ferocious beasts. After consumption, it can greatly enhance the physique, even rivaling dragon-type ferocious beasts. Every piece of our S-level resources is of the same caliber as dragon blood. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaoyang said with a beaming smile. It was precisely because Su Jingming's special recruitment level was rated as S+ that he dared to offer such luxurious conditions. S-class? Dragon blood. S-level cultivation resource. Principal Zhao Yao considered himself well informed, but upon seeing the conditions offered by the 3 top universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized how narrow his perspective truly was. Su Jingming's heart also trembled. The S-level cultivation resources were indeed extraordinarily tempting. Alright, it's your turn to make a decision. Among our 3 top universities, which one do you plan to choose? The gazes of the 3 teachers simultaneously fell on Su Jingming, quietly awaiting his choice. S+ level special recruitment quota. Facing the gazes of the 3, Su Jingming was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I choose Moda University of Superpowers. Since superpower points must be obtained by killing ferocious beasts, he valued the practical training capabilities of top universities more. Through his research over this period, he discovered that in the past 20 sessions of the University Alliance competition, Moda University of Superpowers had won nearly half of the championships. Director, I also want to go to Jiangnan for the special recruitment. This was enough to prove that Moda University of Superpowers was the best among the 3 schools in cultivating students' practical combat abilities. Coupled with the promised S-level cultivation resources, the Magic City Ability University is undoubtedly the best choice. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Faced with the temptation of S-level cultivation resources, the conditions offered by their 2 schools seemed lackluster. But this is understandable. The resources for specially recruited students are limited, and treasures like S-level cultivation resources, which are extremely beneficial to high-level ability users, are simply impossible to use for recruiting new students. The school doesn't allow it, and they can't offer more generous conditions either. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. This time your Moda University of Supernatural Abilities has secured a promising talent. The previously tense atmosphere of competition eased as the results became clear. Su Yun and Wu Yuan sincerely congratulated Zhang Qiaoyang, then left with a sigh. sigh. They had no hope of securing the provincial top scorer from Jiangnan province, but the fight for second and third place had to continue. Zhang Qiaoyang, with a beaming smile, saw off the two teachers and then turned to look at Su Jingming. Student Jingming, welcome to choosing our Modo University of Supernatural Abilities. We will absolutely not let you down. After speaking, he took out the admission letter he had prepared in advance and handed it over. Su Yunxiu from Qingjing University raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze fixed directly on Su Jingming. Student Su, if you choose to come to our Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities, you will not only learn supernatural ability training methods and various combat techniques, but we will also provide you with an enrollment reward of 6 million, as well as all the equipment you need during your 4 years of university. As a top-tier university in the capital of the Great Xia Nation, Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities was evidently wealthier, offering a generous sum right off the bat. Good, as long as you're not in a hurry. I'm just worried that you young people might be too anxious. Zhang Qiaoyang pondered for a moment before finally introducing the conditions of his school. There's no need to elaborate on the ability training methods and combat techniques. Whatever their school has, our school has as well. However, our school does not provide scholarships or equipment, but each academic year, we will prepare an S-level cultivation resource for you. S-level cultivation resource? What is that? Su Jingming frowned slightly, showing confusion. Beside him, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. Su Jingming, however, was unaware that this so-called S-level cultivation resource was actually priceless. Even for 5th-tier ability users like them, this resource is extremely necessary, and the fact that the Magic City Ability University promises to distribute one every year is truly extravagant. Zhang Qiaoyang asked, and Su Jingming nodded. Beast tribes are divided into multiple levels, with both weak and strong among them. Those massive, highly gifted beasts resembling dragons are referred to as dragon-type beasts. They are born at the 4th or 5th tier, and upon reaching adulthood, they can even achieve the strength of the 7th or 8th tier. Since you know, that's even better. Among our S-level resources, there is a precious resource called dragon blood. It is extracted from the heart blood of 8th tier dragon-type beasts, and consuming it can greatly enhance the physique, even rivaling dragon-type beasts. And our S-level resources, each one is at the level of dragon blood. Now you understand, right? Zhang Qiaoyang said with a beaming smile. Su Jingming's special recruitment level was rated as S+, otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such extravagant terms. Dragon blood, S-level cultivation resources. Principal Jiaya once thought he had seen a lot of the world, but after personally witnessing the conditions offered by the 3 major universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized just how narrow his perspective had been. Su Jingming was shaken after hearing this. The allure of S-level cultivation resources was truly irresistible. A URL link is also attached below the text message. Alright, now it's time for you to make a decision. Among our 3 top universities, which one do you plan to choose? The gazes of the 3 teachers simultaneously focused on Su Jingming, waiting quietly for his choice. Facing their stares, Su Jingming remained silent for a moment before resolutely saying, I choose the Modo University of Supernatural Abilities. Because ability points must be obtained by killing ferocious beasts, he values the practical training capabilities of top universities more. Through recent data review, he discovered that in the past 20 sessions of the University Alliance competition, almost half of the championships were won by the Magic City Ability University, which fully proves the school's strong capability in cultivating students' practical combat skills. Coupled with the provision of S-level resources, Magic City Ability University is undoubtedly the best choice. First place, the top scorer in Jiangnan province. I did it. Sure enough, I chose Magic City Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Compared to S-level cultivation resources, the conditions offered by their 2 schools seemed utterly inadequate. But this was understandable. The resources available to special admissions students were inherently limited, and those S-level resources, which were extremely valuable to high-level ability users, were simply impossible for the school to use as incentives for recruiting new students. Since the school administration didn't allow it, they couldn't offer more enticing conditions. Teacher Jiang, congratulations. Your Shanghai Ability University has managed to secure a promising talent this time. The intense competition for talent temporarily came to an end. Su Yun and Wu Yuan sincerely congratulated Zhang Qiaoyang before sighing and leaving. They had no chance at the top scorer of Jiangnan province, but they still needed to vie for the 2nd and 3rd places. Zhang Qiaoyang, with a face full of smiles, saw off the 2 teachers and then turned to look at Su Jingming. Student Jingming, welcome to choose Modo University of Supernatural Abilities. We will never let you down. After speaking, he directly took out the admission letter he had prepared in advance and handed it to Su Jingming. This is your admission letter. You'll need it when you report. Additionally, this is the special recruitment contract. Go ahead and sign it. Zhang Qiaoyang handed over another contract. The content of the contract was very concise, mainly stating that Su Jingming could access all the ability ability training methods and combat techniques in the library of Modu Ability University. In addition, he would receive an S-level cultivation resource every year. The contract was in duplicate, with each party holding one copy, and both had already been stamped with the official seal of Modu Ability University. After confirming that the content was accurate, Su Jingming signed his name, handed one copy to Zhang Chaoyang, and kept the other for himself. Zhang Chaoyang, who had obtained the contract, also breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to personally secure an S-level ability awakener meant that this operation had lived up to the school's expectations. With a casual flip of his hand, the contract vanished into thin air. The results are out. This scene made Su Jingming, who had long been curious, light up with excitement. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Jiang, where did your contract go? You mean this?" Zhang Chaoyang smiled as he raised his right hand, showing a delicate ring on his index finger. Immediately, the ring flashed with light, and the contract reappeared in his hand out of nowhere. What happened? This is a space ring, created using the abilities of space-type superhumans. It can store some small items, Zhang Chaoyang explained as he spoke. A space ring? Su Jingming was so shocked he could hardly believe it. Wasn't this the magical item commonly seen in fantasy novels from his previous life? It actually existed in this world. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. Since spatial abilities exist, creating a spatial ring is entirely reasonable. Su Jingming secretly made up his mind. After all, something like a spatial ring is truly too tempting. Spatial rings aren't cheap. If you want to buy one, you'll have to work harder. It seemed as if Zhang Chaoyang had seen through Su Jingming's thoughts and encouraged him. He paused for a moment and then added, "Additionally, the registration date for new students at our school is September 1st. You can also choose to register early, and the school will arrange accommodation for you. For special admissions students like you, we always encourage early enrollment." Register early? Then I can access the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques after enrolling? Of course, no problem. Zhang Chaoyang nodded. Su Jingming originally thought he would have to wait until the start of school to enjoy the vast cultivation resources of Modo Superpower University. Now that he could enroll early, how could he not be excited? After leaving his contact information, Zhang Chaoyang got up and left. Phew, they're finally gone. Those high-level superhumans are really overwhelming. Zhao Ye let out a sigh of relief, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and stared at the admission letter in Su Jingming's hand as if it were a treasure. The admission letter to Modo University of Supernatural Abilities. This is a tremendous honor. Come on, call your class teacher, and let's take a group photo together. Under Principal Zhao Yao's leadership, Su Jingming held the admission letter in his arms and took a group photo at the entrance of second high school with the principal and all the teachers of class 5. In the photo, every teacher wore a bright smile, full of pride. This photo was later placed in the most prominent spot in the honor room of Jiangqing Second High School, becoming a model for future students to aspire to. During the group photo, Su Jingming received calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and the city government. Upon learning that they planned to offer generous rewards and only required him to make an appearance on the day of distribution, he agreed without hesitation. After all, they had already given so much, and showing up to help promote his hometown was only right. After leaving the school, Su Jingming went to the city center and bought many gifts. Then he took a taxi to the Jinghu residential area where his aunt's family lived. Unlike the modest residential area where Su Jingming's family lived, Jinghu residential area was a high-end villa community with strict security at the entrance. Without the homeowner's permission, outsiders could hardly enter. What does this mean? It means massive traffic and a sensational highlight. Fortunately, Su Jingming had previously registered visitor access, allowing him to pass the security check smoothly and enter the community. Su Jingming stood at the villa's entrance and rang the doorbell. Before long, the door opened and the figure of his aunt, Su Qingwan, appeared. Seeing Su Jingming, her eyes immediately lit up. "The provincial rankings have been released. I thought you, the top scorer in the province, would be very busy. I didn't expect you to come over at this time. Old Tang, Xiaoming is here, go make some tea." Aunt Su Qingwan warmly led Su Jingming into the villa's living room. A strong-built man walked out of the study. "Uncle-in-law," Su Jingming greeted politely. This man was his uncle-in-law, Tang Daolin. "Sit for a while, I'll go make you some tea." Tang Daolin smiled and nodded, then shouted upstairs, "Chi-Chi, your cousin is here." Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Tang Chi descended the stairs with her long strides. Absolute dark horse. The provincial top scorer from Jiangchang. Chi Jie, Su Jingming greeted with a smile. Shocking. The provincial top scorer is actually an awakened. Jingming, not bad at all. You really got the provincial top scorer. I didn't get a chance to call earlier, but it's not too late to congratulate you now, is it? Who says an E-level ability can't make you the provincial top scorer? Tang Chi smiled gracefully and sat down beside Su Qingwan. Su Jingming said with a smile, "By the way, these are the gifts I brought for you. Face masks for aunt, skincare products for sister Chi, and tea leaves for uncle." He took out the gifts one by one. Su Qingwan, not being overly formal, was was about to accept the gifts when she noticed that these items were from rather luxurious brands. Together, they must have cost at least 10 or 20,000. Horror. Eyes widened in surprise. Why buy such expensive gifts? You still have plenty of expenses in college. Take them back and return them right away. You can buy us gifts after you start earning money. Little aunt, I earned all of this myself. Su Jingming grinned and said, the city is planning to reward me with 2 million yuan, along with a special ability training method, and a luxurious villa because I became the provincial top scorer. These gifts worth tens of thousands are no burden to me at all. Of course, even without the city's reward, considering the help little aunt's family has given me over the years, buying some expensive gifts is only natural. Moreover, it's not just the city. Many companies in Jiangcheng have also publicly expressed their intention to give me equipment and resources. Isn't the provincial top scorer always a first-tier high-level ability user? Can an awakened one also become the provincial top scorer? Su Qingwan nodded and no longer declined. The city's rewards can be accepted, but the things sent by those companies must not be taken. Su Jingming nodded to show his understanding. The city government's rewards have an official background, so accepting state-issued rewards is fine, but the things sent by private companies might not be safe, and if trouble arises in the future, it could be problematic. By the way, your uncle just mentioned that the city is also giving you a villa. Where is that villa located? Aunt Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said I could choose freely, as long as it's within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided where to pick yet, Su Jingming replied. Then just choose our Jinghu community. It'll be convenient for you to visit often in the future, Su Qingwan quickly suggested. Sure, Su Jingming readily agreed. For him, who had lost both parents and was all alone, a house was merely a place to sleep at night, so it didn't matter where it was. Since his aunt hoped he would live here, he might as well stay here. His uncle, Tang Daolin, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions upon hearing this. This house was something he had worked hard for most of his life to earn, yet now Su Jingming not only didn't have to spend a penny, but people were even eager to give it to him. Truly, the younger generation is remarkable. Just as I'm having some issues with my training, once you move in, I can also ask for your guidance, Tang Chi said with a smile. Although she and Su Jingming used different weapons, one a dagger, the other a spear, his combat experience was clearly richer than hers, and he could offer her some pointers. Su Jingming nodded, paused for a moment, and said hesitantly, but I might not be able to guide you for long. Once everything here is settled, I'll have to leave. Leave? Where to? Su Qingwan's heart tightened. Su Qingwan was slightly stunned. Filling out the application forms only started on the third day after the martial arts exam results were announced. Xiao Ming is the provincial top scorer and is taking the special admission route, so he doesn't need to wait to fill out the application. Uncle Tang Daolin shook his head and explained. Special admission, it's surprising that he has to report so soon. Su Qingwan couldn't hide her disappointment. She had originally planned to use this vacation to spend some quality time with Su Jingming. However, she also understood that the Modu University of Superpowers was the top university in the country. Su Jingming's decision to report early for enrollment must have been well thought out. After all, the child has grown up. Su Qingwan gently shook her head, quickly calming her emotions, and then said, going to the Superpower University in the Magic City is a great thing. Today, it's my treat. I'll take you all out for a big meal. It can also count as a celebration for Xiao Ming becoming the provincial top scorer. Tang Chi's eyes lit up, and Su Jingming's face also showed a smile. Just like that, the whole family happily went out together. In the following days, Su Jingming first made an appearance at a city government event, where he received a cash reward of 2 million. After that, he selected a standalone villa in Jinghu community, which spanned over 2 floors and covered more than 400 square meters. All the furniture inside the villa was brand new, and he left the furniture arrangements in the original community untouched. In addition, he treated his high school best friends, Zhang Hao and Lu Jia, to a meal. At the table, the two friends were full of envy for Su Jingming's rapid rise. Upon learning that Su Jingming had been struck by lightning, causing his superpower level to skyrocket from E level to S level, they exclaimed that he must be possessed by the god of luck and promptly ordered a few more large lobsters. Of course, both of their scores were quite good. Lu Jia scored 245 points in the martial arts exam, securing his place at the University of Supernatural Abilities. Zhang Hao took the cultural exam and achieved a score that met the admission threshold for first-tier universities. However, in comparison, it naturally couldn't compare to Su Jingming being admitted to the prestigious University of Supernatural Abilities in Modu. In the end, Zhang Hao and Lu Jia drank themselves into a stupor. Ah Ming, since you've gotten into the University of Supernatural Abilities in Modu, you have to help me get an autographed photo of Goddess Jiang. Before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao mumbled incoherently. Goddess Jiang, whose real name is Jiang Chu Xian, is a renowned supernatural ability user from the University of Supernatural Abilities in Modu. Over the past 6 months, she became an internet sensation due to a video of her slaying a ferocious beast. In the video, her stunning beauty and swift, clean movements formed a striking contrast, earning her the nickname Goddess Jiang. Zhang Hao happens to be one of her devoted fans. Su Jingming naturally agreed wholeheartedly, and it took quite some effort to calm them down and send them off in a taxi. With that, all matters in Jiangqing finally came to an end. It looks like a power-enhancing ability of the reinforcement type, but he's just an awakener. How could the ability enhancement be this strong? The next day, June 16th, under the watchful eyes of his aunt's family, Su Jingming carried his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train heading to the Magic City. Xiaoming's departure this time is probably truly the start of his meteoric rise. Uncle Tang Daolin watched the high-speed train gradually disappear with a sense of emotion. Previously, who could have imagined that Su Jingming would become the provincial top scorer and be admitted to the Modu University of Supernatural Abilities? Your dad is right, Modu has developed well, with a thriving economy, and it's not far from Jiangnan. It's a good choice. The straight-line distance between Jiangcheng and Modu is about over 600 kilometers, and even by high-speed train, it takes more than 3 hours. Before boarding, Su Jingming called Zhang Chaoyan, originally just to inform him of his arrival that day. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoyan was unusually enthusiastic, saying he would drive to Modu's high-speed train station in advance to pick him up. Su Jingming had no choice but to agree to his arrangement. After boarding the vehicle, he placed his luggage, found his seat, and closed his eyes to rest slightly by the window. In his mind, he recalled the contents of the ability training method. Apart from giving him a 2 million bonus and a villa, Jiangcheng's most important gift was this ability training method named Abyssal Sea Training Method. Just like ability levels, ability training methods are also divided into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation speed. The Abyssal Sea Training Method belongs to the intermediate level of ability training methods. The original ability training method is controlled by the Jiangcheng government, and the copy in Su Jingming's possession is identical in content, making no difference in practice. The content of the Superpower training method is not complicated. With his mental strength reaching as high as 180 Hz, he memorized all the content in just over 2 days. According to the Superpower training method, there is a special energy that permeates the world. Only by absorbing this energy can the power of superpowers be significantly enhanced. On the first day of obtaining the Superpower training method, Su Jingming followed its guidance and sensed that special energy. At the same time, a plus sign flashed behind the level on the system panel. However, he did not immediately use superpower points to upgrade. According to the records in the Abyssal Sea training method, when upgrading from an awakener to a superpower user, breaking through with a higher level training method naturally yields greater benefits. Once he arrived at the Magic City Superpower University, he would have access to top-tier superpower training methods, so he naturally wouldn't rush to use the intermediate training method for advancement. After enrolling, the first thing to do is to go to the library and look up more advanced superpower training methods. Su Jingming thought silently to himself. Apart from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, senior officials from the City Education Bureau and the municipal government also gave interviews. Bored on the road and unable to train, he initially closed his eyes to rest. Leaning against the window, he felt drowsiness creeping in and simply lay down on the table to sleep. The high-speed train from Jiangcheng to Modu stops at several stations along the way, including Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. The seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but after arriving at Ning'an City, they were all filled. The new passengers seemed to be a group of young people, and one of the boys started talking incessantly as soon as he sat down. Before long, Su Jingming's faint drowsiness was completely dispelled, forcing him to end his nap and open his eyes. His seat was part of a 4-person arrangement with a table in the middle. The previously empty seat across from him was now occupied by a boy and a girl. Beside him sat a girl wearing glasses. The boy who had been talking non-stop since boarding was the one sitting across from him. Huangpu Ability University is considered a pretty good school in Modu. Last year's minimum admission score was 406 points. I scored 421 this time, which isn't particularly high, but it's enough to get in. Plus, my brother is also at Huangpu Ability University. When we get to Modu, I can take you inside for a tour. That school usually doesn't allow outsiders in, but with my brother there, you're in luck today. The young man dressed meticulously, boasting endlessly about his martial arts exam results and his connections at Huangpu University of Supernatural Abilities. The bespectacled girl next to Su Jingming listened attentively with a smile, while the quiet girl sitting across from them appeared somewhat impatient, barely responding. In fact, Lu Qian's patience with Zhang Chang had already reached its limit. After the martial arts exam, she and her best friend planned to apply to universities in Shanghai, and had specifically bought high-speed train tickets to visit in person. Unexpectedly, they ran into Zhang Chang on the train, and once he learned of their destination, he began bragging non-stop. At first, she patiently smiled and humored him, but as time went on, the same topics were repeated over a dozen times, making her increasingly annoyed. Out of politeness, she couldn't directly tell him to shut up. Even the quiet person across from them, who had been sleeping, was woken up by the noise. Lu Qian was about to apologize apologize when she looked up and caught sight of the other person's face, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. What? A handsome guy. The young man across from her had a resolute appearance, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of bright, clear eyes that could rival those of male celebrities on TV. Although she wasn't someone who easily swooned over looks, seeing such a good-looking guy inevitably stirred some admiration in her heart, especially since the incessantly chattering person next to her only highlighted his charm. Su Jingming waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Hello, I'm Sun Rue. Are you also heading to Modu? Compared to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was clearly more outgoing. Seeing that he was about the same age, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I'm Su Jingming, also heading to Modu. Su Jingming nodded politely in response. Everyone's going to Modu, what a coincidence. Lu Qian smiled warmly and said, I'm Lu Qian, planning to visit Modu to learn more about the Ability University. I'm going there for tourism and will also visit Huangpu Ability University to see my brother. The boy next to Lu Qian joined the conversation. My name is Zhang Chang. Brother, are you also heading to the Magic City to check out schools? Zhang Chang asked on his own accord. Su Jingming was about to say that he was going there to register for enrollment, but Zhang Chang didn't give him the chance and continued talking. To himself, judging by your age, it must be the case. How about this? Later I'll take you guys for a tour around Huangpu Supernatural University. Zhang Chang smiled smugly, with a faint sense of superiority in his tone. I'm not bragging, but among all the universities in the Magic City, Huangpu Supernatural University is definitely a prestigious school. Once the volunteer application process is over, I also plan to go to Huangpu Supernatural University. Su Jingming listened to these words and couldn't help but feel speechless. As an international metropolis, Modu not only boasts the top-tier Modu Ability University but also has several other decent ability colleges. However, among these schools, Huangpu Ability University, which has an admission score of just over 400 points, definitely doesn't count as particularly outstanding. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it is indeed a prestigious school. Facing unfamiliar people, Su Jingming didn't say much. Lu Qian had a relatively quiet personality, while Sun Rue was more lively, but compared to talking, they preferred listening. As a result, in the ensuing conversation, Zhang Chang naturally became the one leading the topics. He worked hard to brag about his exam scores and connections at Huangpu Ability University, trying to attract Lu Qian's attention. Unfortunately, his remarks were too clumsy, making Su Jingming secretly shake his head. Not to mention Lu Qian, who practically had her disdain written all over her face. However, compared to when she first got on the train, Lu Qian's tolerance had clearly improved. After all, now she had a handsome young man to keep her company, didn't she? Thus, for the rest of the time, Lu Qian's gaze almost entirely fell on Su Jingming. Time flew by quickly, and by around noon, the train finally arrived at Modu High-Speed Rail Station. Su Jingming and his group followed the crowd as they walked out. On the way, Zhang Chang tried to get Lu Qian's contact information but was met with a cold rejection. Soon, they exited the high-speed rail station. Outside, there were rows of taxis and private cars parked. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up when he saw one of the cars and he quickly approached Lu Qian, saying eagerly, my brother's car is here. Let's all go together and take the chance to visit Huangpu Superpower University. After speaking, he pretended to look apologetically at Su Jingming. But my brother's car doesn't have enough seats. If you want to come along, you'll have to take a taxi yourself. Don't worry, we'll wait for you at the school gate. A typical sedan has 5 seats, and with the driver's brother, 4 people would fill it up perfectly. He deliberately said this to try to push Su Jingming out. After all, he wasn't stupid. Earlier in the car, the beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost entirely on Su Jingming. Even a fool could see that she had a favorable impression of Su Jingming. If he could push Su Jingming away, he might still have a chance. Su Jingming, hurry to the school. The admissions officers from the 3 top universities have already arrived. However, not only did his little maneuver fail to achieve its purpose, but it also earned him a look from Su Jingming as if he were an idiot. When did I ever say I was going with you? Lu Qian also realized what was happening, frowned tightly, and said with slight anger, I absolutely didn't mean that. I was just worried it would be crowded with too many people sitting together. Since you said so, let's go together then. My brother's car can fit us. Seeing Lu Qian angry, Zhang Chang froze for a moment and immediately changed his tone. He originally wanted to mock Su Jingming, but with Lu Qian leaving, it would be pointless. Jingming, if you don't mind, you can join us in taking a taxi. Before coming here, we had already planned to visit and inspect several universities, so we can act together. Huangpu Superpower University is indeed a decent school, and it generally isn't open to the public. If it were any other time, she might actually want to take a look. But she had had enough of Zhang Chang's shameless and greasy boasting, and now his deliberate targeting of others made her even more intolerant. Sun Rue, standing nearby, also noticed that Zhang Chang was targeting Su Jingming. Although she really wanted to visit Huangpu University of Superpowers, she resolutely stood by Lu Qian Qian sighed at this moment and said to Su Jingming with a smile, "Join us, having one more person will make it livelier." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's previously handsome face instantly turned bright red. However, Su Jingming didn't even glance at him and instead turned to Lu Qian and Sun Rui, saying, "I'm heading to the university town in Modu, and there's a car coming to pick me up. I'll ask if they can take you along too. If it's possible, we can go together." Lu Qian was slightly stunned. The Magic City University Town is a famous landmark in the Magic City, home to one of the top 3 universities in the country, the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. The surrounding universities are also among the best in the nation, with extremely high admission scores. Of course, because they are all prestigious schools, visiting requires an appointment in advance. However, due to the overwhelming demand for reservations, the queue has already stretched several months ahead, making it impossible for them to secure a spot. Even if they went, it would be a wasted trip as they wouldn't be able to enter the campus. Nevertheless, as such a famous attraction, even just viewing the Magic City University Town from the outside would be worthwhile. After thinking it over, Lu Qian nodded and said, "Alright, then let's go over together and ask. If it doesn't work out, we'll just take a taxi there ourselves." Su Jingming had just exited the subway station when he spotted Zhang Chaoyan's car. He then led Lu Qian and Sun Rui in that direction. You couldn't even secure a reservation at Huangpu University of Supernatural Abilities. I don't believe you can get into any school in the Shanghai University City. Zhang Chang watched the three leave, his tone dripping with mockery, but immediately after, he noticed the direction Su Jingming was heading and his eyes widened sharply. Is that? He saw Su Jingming walking toward a parked Mercedes X100 off-road vehicle. The Mercedes X100 is a military-grade off-road vehicle that can accelerate to 100 km per hour in just 1.8 seconds. It is suitable for any complex terrain and is the favorite model of wilderness adventurers, with an official price tag of over 10 million. Of course, in the economically developed Shanghai, such a sky-high-priced car is not considered rare. The most eye-catching feature is the enormous emblem painted on the car's hood and doors. At the center of the emblem is a sharp sword, surrounded by thorny roses, giving it an overall look that is both imposing and elegant. Almost every resident of Magic City recognizes this emblem. It's the crest of Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. Although Zhang Chang is not a local, as an exam candidate, he naturally recognizes the crest of Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. In fact, he had noticed this car as soon as he left the high-speed rail station, assuming it was there to receive some distinguished guest from the university, and didn't think much of it. Little did he know, this car was actually waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be heading toward another car. Zhang Chang stared intently at Su Jingming, desperately hoping he was wrong. However, Su Jingming took Lu Qian and Sun Rui, smoothly got into the car, and drove away. This car is actually specifically waiting for Su Jingming. In the distance, Zhang Chang was completely stunned. The exclusive car of Moto Superpower University is extremely difficult to dispatch and usually only serves important figures. In other words, this plainly dressed Su Jingming turned out to be a VIP of Moto Superpower University. Wow, are VIPs really this low-key? The woman was Su Yun from Qingjing University of Supernatural Abilities, a voluptuous and beautiful lady. Shocked, Zhang Chang was also relieved that he hadn't been too arrogant just now. On the other side, after getting the approval of the admissions office director Zhang Chaoyan, Su Jingming took the two of them into the car. Lu Qian and Sun Rui naturally recognized the emblem of the Moto Ability University, but they hadn't expected that the vehicle waiting for Su Jingming would be such a car. By the time they realized it, they had already been brought into the car. "Are these your friends?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhang Chaoyang asked with a cheerful smile. "Met them on the high-speed train. They want to apply to universities here in the Magic City, so they came this time for an on-site visit. I thought there are quite a few schools near the university town in the Magic City, so I decided to take them there along the way." Su Jingming briefly explained from the passenger seat. "Oh, there are indeed a few good schools near the university town, but you need to make an appointment in advance to visit." "Have you made an appointment?" Zhang Chaoyang shifted the topic and asked about the appointment. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who were sitting in the back row and had been intimidated into silence like quails by Zhang Chaoyan's high-level superpower aura, quickly shook their heads. "Do you need to make an appointment in advance to visit the school?" Su Jingming frowned. This was something he hadn't anticipated. "It was my oversight. Once we get there, I'll take a taxi to send you to the place we originally planned to visit," he said apologetically. Lu Qian and Sun Rui in the back row quickly waved their hands. It's okay, we were just planning to take a stroll outside the school." "Just a stroll won't do. Here are 2 all-access passes for visiting all the schools in the university town of Shanghai. It'll be more convenient for you to have them." While waiting at the red light, Zhang Chaoyang handed over 2 passes from the front row. "Visitor pass." Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up. Of course, they knew about the visitor pass for the university city in Modu, but the tickets on the official website were impossible to get. Scalpers had them, but each ticket cost 20 to 30,000, which was completely unaffordable for them as students. This is too precious, we can't accept it. Although they really wanted them, Lu Qian and Sun Rui resisted the temptation and politely declined with a shake of their heads. It's just 2 tickets, what's so special about them? I still have a whole pile here. Nonsense. Su Yun rolled her eyes. Zhang Chaoyan laughed heartily and then opened the storage box in the car. Inside the box was a neatly stacked pile of tickets, at least 100 of them. These were all given to me by others, and I can't use them myself. Since you're both friends of Su, giving you 2 tickets is no big deal. As the admissions office director, Zhang Chaoyan receives quite a few of these general admission tickets every year. However, students of the Moda University of Supernatural Abilities can freely access all schools within the university town, so these tickets are naturally unnecessary for them. Keeping them around is no different from keeping waste paper. In fact, the tickets on this bus are just the tip of the iceberg. His office drawer is piled with hundreds more. Since the other party had said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui understood that if they refused to accept the 2 tickets, it would seem overly pretentious. So, after expressing their sincere thanks, they took the 2 general admission tickets. As the admissions office director of Moda University of Supernatural Abilities, Zhang Chaoyang is highly experienced in college application guidance. Along the way, he provided Lu Qian and Sun Rui with plenty of advice on filling out their applications, such as which schools might expand enrollment this year and which school score thresholds might drop. Such insider information is completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Overjoyed, Lu Qian and Sun Rui felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Su Jingming on the road. Otherwise, they would have had no chance to hear these secrets. The off-road vehicle sped along, quickly entering the Magic City University town, and finally stopped at the gate of Magic City Ability University. I'll go park the car first. You guys wait for me here for a while. A tall figure carrying a long spear walked in, led by Principal Zhao Yao. Zhang Chaoyang dropped off Su Jingming and the other 2, then went to park the car alone. Su Jingming took the opportunity to carefully observe this top-tier university in the country. Back in Jiangcheng, he had already looked up information about Magic City Ability University online and knew that the campus was built with great grandeur. But when it truly appeared before his eyes, he was genuinely awestruck. The school gate alone is 100 meters wide. The spacious and smooth cement road can almost accommodate dozens of cars driving side by side. The school gate towers over 10 meters high, with the massive lintel bearing the 6 characters written in flamboyant calligraphy, gleaming brilliantly under the noonday sun. Wow, if the school gate is this grand, what will it be like inside? Su Jingming finally understood why so many candidates dream of entering top universities. Besides the profound teaching foundation, passing through such a magnificent gate every day is also a great visual enjoyment. At the same time, thinking about the campus life for the next 4 years, he couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. Next to him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally stunned by the grandeur of Moto's Superpower University, staring at the school gate without blinking. How is it? Impressive, right? At this moment, just after parking the car, Zhang Chaoyan walked over with a cheerful smile. He loved seeing the astonished expressions of new students upon encountering the school, which was one of the reasons he personally came to pick up Su Jingming. Our Moda University of Supernatural Abilities spans 40,000 mu, approximately 26 square kilometers, and with such a grand entrance, it's just perfect. As soon as Zhang Chaoyang finished speaking, Lu Qian's mouth immediately dropped open, her eyes wide with surprise. 26 square kilometers? I remember Moda University of Supernatural Abilities only admits 1,000 new students each year, and with all 4 grades combined, there are just over 4,000 students, right? So few people living in such a huge place? Lu Qian knew that the Magic City Supernatural University was large, but she never expected it to cover 26 square kilometers. That's almost the size of half a county. And yet, such a vast area was home to only a little over 4,000 students. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, a school having such a massive campus seemed like something out of a fairy tale. There aren't that few people. Including all the teachers and staff, there are about 10,000 people in total, so the per capita land area is just over 2,600 square meters. Zhang Chaoyang's casual just over made Lu Qian and Sun Rui so envious that their eyes turned red. Over 2,600 square meters per person, what an astonishing figure. For an ordinary university, having even 1% of that per capita land area would already be impressive. Hello, teachers. And so, amidst their shock and envy, Lu Qian and Sun Rui followed Zhang Chaoyang into the Magic City Supernatural University. By the time they snapped out of their daze, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. But once you leave, you can't come back in. You too, let's part ways here. I wish you both success in getting admitted to your dream universities. For someone like Su Jingming, a guy whose height and looks perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences, Lu Qian couldn't possibly have no feelings. But as she watched that figure walk away with Zhang Chaoyang, she mustered all her courage, yet still couldn't call out to him, couldn't bring herself to ask for his contact information. After all, we are not people from the same world. Lu Qian gently shook her head. She was just from an ordinary family, while Su Jingming, who was personally picked up by the Magic City Ability University, seemed more like a passerby in her life. Having the chance to meet him once was already fortunate enough. Hoping to develop a deeper relationship was nothing short of a fool's dream. Xiaoqian, I know who Su Jingming is. Sun Rui suddenly exclaimed beside her, handing the phone to Lu Qian. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Turns out he's the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan province. So it was him. Seeing the news and photos about Su Jingming on her phone, Lu Qian finally connected the Su Jingming in front of her with the provincial top scorer who had recently caused a sensation across Jiangnan province. So he ultimately chose Moto Superpower University. No wonder a teacher came to personally pick him up. Although the internet was abuzz, seeing someone in person doesn't necessarily mean immediate recognition. This is almost everyone's instinctive reaction, and Lu Qian was no exception. There had been no definite news online about which university Su Jingming would ultimately choose, but it turned out he had already picked Moto Superpower University and had even started the enrollment process. As expected, we don't belong to the same world. After learning the other party's true identity, Lu Qian actually felt much more at ease and smiled as she pulled her best friend Sun Rui. Let's go. Since we're here, we should take a good look around. With the admissions office director leading the way, Su Jingming's enrollment process went smoothly, and within just over half an hour, he completed all the procedures and received his student ID and dormitory key. Initially, Su Jingming was already awestruck by the grandeur and magnificence of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities at the school gate, but when he saw his dormitory, he was once again stunned. Dormitories, he had seen plenty during his previous life as a PhD student. He had switched universities 3 times and lived in 3 or 4 different dorms, including 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even a 3-bedroom apartment allocated specifically for PhD students. But a university in the Magic City using villas as dormitories? That was something he had never seen before. An S-level ability. The villa in front of him was even more luxurious than his home in Jiangcheng. Now, he finally understood why the campus of the Magic City Ability University was so vast. It seemed that these villas alone took up more than half of the space. At our university, every student lives in a villa. Of course, the level of luxury varies depending on your scores. For someone like you, a provincial top scorer, you're naturally assigned the most luxurious one, with a total area exceeding 800 square meters. But don't worry about feeling lonely, the villa is designed for 2 people, with separate upper and lower floors for you and your roommate. Listening to Zhang Chaoyan's introduction, Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before and after the crossing, he was an orphan and had already had enough of living alone. Having a roommate for company was naturally better. In fact, he preferred the lively atmosphere of a 4-person dormitory, but a 2-person dormitory is not bad, it's better than being alone. Su Jingming took out the key, opened the villa door, and dragged his luggage inside. Compared to the luxurious exterior, the interior of the villa was even more opulent. The floor was paved with large marble tiles, polished to a mirror-like shine. The furniture and decorations inside were extremely exquisite. The dormitory is cleaned weekly by professionals, so you don't have to worry about hygiene. Zhang Chaoyang followed in and added, an 800 square meter villa can't be thoroughly cleaned in less than a day. The school enrolls students to let them focus on developing their abilities, so naturally, they won't have to worry about these trivial matters. The enrollment procedures are all completed. Next, let me explain 2 special rules in the school that you need to pay attention to. Please go ahead. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he sat down on the sofa with Zhang Chaoyang. The 2 most important aspects of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities are the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. Zhang Chaoyang slowly said, first is the credit system. At the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, credits are everything. Whether it's eating, purchasing equipment, or buying some rare natural treasures, credits are indispensable. The value of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 xia coins. Of course, the actual value may far exceed this figure. After all, many items in our school store are simply unavailable outside, making their value immeasurable. There are many ways to earn credits. One way is through fixed distribution based on your rating. Every new student receives a corresponding rating upon admission. For example, your admission rating is S-level, so you can receive 100 credits every academic year. Of course, ratings are not set in stone. With Zhang Chaoyang's detailed explanation, Su Jingming gradually understood what credits actually were. Credits are the hard currency of the Magic City University of Superpowers. As long as you have credits in hand, you can buy almost anything you want. In addition to the basic credits distributed each academic year, you can also earn them by completing school tasks, climbing the combat power rankings, and other methods. An individual's credit balance can be checked anytime on the school's official website. Zhang Chaoyang clapped his hands and softly called out, Eva, come out. Before Su Jingming could figure out who Zhang Chaoyang was calling, a cute round sphere was projected into the air not far in front of him. This is the standard AI equipped in every dormitory, named Eva. Eva's main body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence, and the one in the dormitory is just a sub-body. Of course, even as a sub-body, it meets the standards of level 4 AI and is fully capable of assisting with daily life. Zheng Qiaoyang explained. A sub-body of level 4 AI? Su Jingming couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. When he first crossed over, he thought that apart from the addition of ferocious beasts and superpowers, Blue Star wasn't much different from his previous world. But later, he discovered that the technological development of Blue Star far exceeded his imagination. Not only had it achieved the holographic simulation technology that gamers had dreamed of, but artificial intelligence was also highly advanced. Level 4 AI could already engage in seamless conversations indistinguishable from real humans, and even more advanced AI was rumored to possess genuine emotions, different from real people. Of course, both holographic technology and advanced AI were things only accessible to the upper echelons. Su Jingming, coming from an ordinary background, had never encountered them until now. No wonder he initially thought Blue Star's technology was similar to that of his previous world. Next, under Zhang Qiaoyang's guidance, Su Jingming learned how to use the AI named Eva and checked his credit balance on the school's official website. Sure enough, it was 100 credits. He couldn't help but marvel at the school's generosity. 100 credits were equivalent to 1 million dasha currency. Although this was exclusive to S-level students, freshmen of other ratings received at least 20 credits upon enrollment. Each year, more than 1,000 new students were admitted to the Modu Superpower University, which meant the school spent 200 million dasha currency annually just on distributing basic credits to freshmen. No wonder it's a top-tier university, truly wealthy and powerful, Su Jingming marveled inwardly. Opposite him, Zhang Qiaoyang began discussing the next key point. You know about the dragon-type ferocious beasts, right? The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor they admire and formally apprentice under them, making them their exclusive mentor. Of course, this requires the mentor's consent. Exclusive mentor? Su Jingming asked in confusion. Aren't the course instructors arranged by the school already teaching classes? Why is there a need to formally apprentice under someone? How can the efficiency of a group class compare to one-on-one guidance? Zhang Qiaoyang explained with a smile. Moreover, the mentors at our school are all high-level ability users, and almost every one of them has their own unique combat techniques and ability training methods. Some of the less important techniques and methods might be shared with the library and become part of its collection. But as for the signature skills that made these mentors famous, which are incredibly powerful, how could they possibly be selflessly made public? Only by becoming their disciple would you have the chance to learn them. Zhang Qiaoyang's words made Su Jingming completely understand. Indeed, many powerful combat techniques are the culmination of an ability user's lifelong efforts. Expecting them to share everything without reservation in a regular class is simply unrealistic. Only by establishing a closer master-disciple relationship could one hope to learn the true ultimate skills. Then, Teacher Jiang, is it troublesome to become a disciple? What preparations are needed? Su Jingming asked eagerly. Although he had the system, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly make his path of cultivation smoother. For others, it might be a bit troublesome, but for someone with S-level abilities like you, the difficulty is almost negligible. Zhang Qiaoyang said with a smile. You just need to find a lightning-type mentor you admire, pay them a visit, showcase your S-level ability and current strength. I believe no mentor would refuse you. After saying this, he added, our Shanghai University of Supernatural Abilities has a total of 4 lightning-type mentors, among whom Yang Zhentian, the Dean of the Weapons Academy, is the one I most recommend for you to apprentice under. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming saw Zhang Qiaoyang off and sat alone on the living room sofa to relax. Fortunately, this admissions teacher gave me some guidance, otherwise I really wouldn't have known there were so many things to pay attention to at Moda University of Superpowers. Su Jingming secretly felt relieved. Of course, Zhang Qiaoyang also mentioned that this information could be found in the new student must-read section of the school's official website forum, but it wasn't as detailed as his explanation, especially the part where he specifically pointed out the lightning department mentor most suitable for him. Thinking of this, Su Jingming spoke. Eva, help me look up information on my mentor Yang Zhentian. The virtual light sphere in midair flickered slightly, then projected an interface displaying all the information about Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Magic City Ability University, a 7th-tier high-level ability user, possesses an A-grade lightning-type ability Wind Fire True Thunder, skilled in various weapons such as fist techniques, broadswords, spears, and long swords, particularly proficient with the spear, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. Once battled the 8th tier ferocious beast Earthquake Demon Python in the wilderness for 3 days and nights, ultimately killing it single-handedly. Through the earlier conversation with Zhang Qiaoyang, Su Jingming had already learned that the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is divided divided into 5 major colleges: the College of Elements, the College of Weapons, the College of Tactics, the College of Support, and the College of Logistics. Each college has different teaching methods and focuses. Sure enough, it's the Magic City Ability University. The College of Elements, as the name suggests, primarily enrolls supernatural ability users specializing in elements, including the lightning system within the natural category. The College of Elements focuses on training students to maximize the power of elemental abilities. The College of Weapons excels at training close combat fighters, using weapons as their primary means of attack, skillfully combining supernatural abilities with weaponry. Graduates from the College of Weapons are all veritable masters of weaponry. The Tactical Academy primarily enrolls psychic ability users, training them in command and combat skills. However, this does not mean that the students of the Tactical Academy are weak. On the contrary, they push their psychic abilities to the extreme, capable of destroying an enemy's mind with just a glance, turning them into an imbecile and swiftly ending the battle. The Support Academy recruits support-type ability users, whose abilities, when activated, can provide powerful boosts to themselves and their teammates, making them an indispensable asset on the battlefield. As for the Logistics Academy, it mostly consists of students with special abilities, primarily responsible for logistical production work. Judging from the setup of the 5 major academies at the Magic City Ability University, it is clear that they are cultivating various talents for the war against the ferocious beasts. Only those who are the strongest among the strong can serve as deans of the various colleges. For example, the dean of the Weaponry College, Yang Zhentian, possesses the strength of a 7th-tier upper rank and can single-handedly slay 8th-tier ferocious beasts. Such achievements are truly astonishing. Take care, both of you. After all, the strength gap between high-tier ability users is immense. Even a small change in strength can be earth-shattering, and a major tier difference is even more remarkable. High-tier ability users like Yang Zhentian, who possess cross-tier combat capabilities, are extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia Nation. That's true, without sufficient strength, it's impossible to become the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming nodded slightly. An A-level lightning ability, upper 7th-tier strength, combined with mastery of the spear, earning the nickname Thunder Spear. From this information, Yang Zhentian is indeed a very suitable mentor for his current situation. There are a total of 4 Thunder Element mentors in our school. Let's take a look at the information on the other 3. Su Jingming used Eva to look up the profiles of the other 3 Thunder Element mentors. All 3 mentors possess great superpowers, and the lowest level among them is Tier 6 upper rank. However, 2 of them are mentors from the Elemental Academy. In other words, these 2 mentors do not use any weapons and focus solely on honing their superpowers. To put it simply, they can be seen as thunder mages in online games who only cast spells from a distance. The last one, although also a mentor at the Weaponry Academy, only has the strength of a lower 7th rank, and his primary weapon is not a spear but a long sword. Compared to Yang Zhentian, known as the Thunder Spear, this mentor is clearly far inferior. You know about the dragon-type ferocious beasts, right? From the current perspective, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, is indeed the most suitable mentor for me. I'll tidy up the room in a bit, have some lunch, and then I can go knock on his door to try and become his disciple. Su Jingming instructed Eva to turn off the projection and return to standby mode. Then, carrying his suitcase, he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa had 2 floors, and he preferred the 2nd floor with its open view and outdoor balcony. Since the other roommate hadn't arrived yet, he decided to move in first. On the way upstairs, Su Jingming finally discovered the only drawback of the villa: there was no elevator, only wooden handrail stairs. However, with his current blood vitality value of 181 points, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase upstairs was no pressure at all. On the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly found his bedroom. The room was spacious, about 50 square meters, with a 2.3-meter long and 2-meter wide bed in the center, covered with brand new bedding. Opposite the bed was a desk with a computer on it, and next to the desk was a window. Through the window, he could see the flat road below, the same road he and Zhang Chaoyang had just walked along. All the furniture in the bedroom is brand new. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought so many things. Su Jingming's suitcase was packed with a change of clothes, as well as small items like a toothbrush and toothpaste. By the time he had unpacked and tidied everything up, half an hour had already passed. Phew, let's hurry up and eat, then go find teacher Yang Zhentian. He glanced at his phone. It was now 1:30 p.m., right during lunchtime. However, unlike regular universities, Moda University has 4 cafeterias, each open 24 hours a day, so there's no need to worry about missing mealtime. Su Jingming grabbed his student ID and villa key and left the villa. Earlier, when he arrived, he had been chatting with Zhang Chaoyang the whole time and hadn't paid much attention to the surroundings. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace to carefully observe the scenery around him. As a top-tier university, the campus environment of Modo University of Supernatural Abilities was impeccable. On both sides of the road were lush green lawns, dotted with colorful flowers, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Along the way, pavilions and benches for resting could be seen everywhere. Although it was summer vacation, there were still many students on campus, some walking side by side in pairs, and others alone. Their auras were all very strong, at least first or second tier ability users. Occasionally, he could even spot students whose auras were only slightly weaker than Jiang Chaoyang's. As expected of a top university, truly a place full of hidden talents, Su Jingming was filled with emotion. During their earlier conversation, he had learned that Jiang Chaoyang was a 5th tier lower level ability user. For someone to have an aura only slightly weaker than his, it meant their strength was generally above the 4th tier. The Magic City Ability University had 4 cafeterias in total, and Su Jingming chose the one closest to his dormitory. As soon as he reached the cafeteria entrance, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. After entering the cafeteria, he discovered that, in addition to regular food, it also offered dishes made from the meat of ferocious beasts. Although ferocious beasts had tough hides and aggressive temperaments, they were incredibly valuable treasures. The resilient hides of these beasts were not only excellent materials for making battle garments but also luxury items for the wealthy when crafted into leather bags. The bones of ferocious beasts, when ground into powder, served as exceptional medicinal ingredients. As for their flesh and blood, consuming them over time could effectively enhance physical fitness. For this reason, many superhumans would form adventurer teams to venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, then bring their carcasses back to the city to sell at high prices. In fact, the ferocious beasts Su Jingming killed during the martial arts exam could also fetch a good price, but since they were considered military property, he naturally couldn't take them away. Of course, the dishes made from ferocious beast meat in the cafeteria were priced far higher than regular meals. Regular dishes cost only 0.001 credits, equivalent to 10 dasha coins, while the lowest price for ferocious beast dishes started at 0.1 credit is equivalent to 1,000 dasha coins. Su Jingming even saw ferocious beast dishes priced as high as 10 credits, which is worth 100,000 dasha coins. Take care, both of you. Su Jingming shook his head and finally bought a 0.1 credit ferocious beast dish to try. It must be said, the school's chefs were indeed highly skilled. The tough ferocious beast meat was cooked to the point of melting in the mouth, exuding a rich aroma that left a lingering taste. More than 10 minutes later, with his stomach full, Su Jingming still felt a bit unsatisfied as he got up and left the cafeteria. Modu University of Supernatural Abilities not only provides dormitories for students but also arranges accommodations for the teaching staff. Of course, the teachers' residences are all villas, and they are even more luxurious than the student dormitories. After all, the teachers at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities are at least 6th level ability users. In the outside world, they are considered extremely remarkable figures. Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, lives in Villa number 23 in the Teachers' Villa district. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Jingming spent more than 20 minutes to reach the Teachers' Villa district. Compared to the student dormitory area, the environment here is even better. The villa complex is built along the mountain, with a sizable artificial lake excavated in the middle. Scenic spots like small bridges over flowing water, rock gardens, and waterfalls can be seen everywhere. The school specifically uses a small mountain as its backdrop. Can you believe it? Only top-tier universities have this kind of boldness. Su Jingming secretly complained in his heart. Very good, Jingming. You are now officially a member of Modu Superpower University. Modu Superpower University looks forward to your joining. Using the map at the entrance of the teacher's villa area, he quickly found villa number 23. It was a villa with a strong ancient dacia style, its exterior walls painted in a color similar to wooden structures. Pale green wind chimes hung under the eaves, giving it a simple and elegant appearance. Su Jingming walked straight to the front of the villa and was about to press the doorbell when a voice with a hint of laughter came from behind. Are you here to become a disciple? Su Jingming turned around and saw a young man in white standing 5 meters away. The young man had delicate features, short hair, and a smile on his face. Unlike an ordinary smile, his carried a touch of recklessness and nonchalance. Su Jingming frowned slightly and did not respond. He didn't know this person, so how could the person know his purpose? The young man didn't mind when he saw this. Noticing Su Jingming's indifference, he smiled and continued. Usually, those who come to see Teacher Yang are either his disciples or people seeking to become his disciples. I've met most of Teacher Yang's students, and you're not one of them, so you must be here to seek apprenticeship. To be honest, I'm here to seek apprenticeship too. Before he could finish speaking, the young man suddenly noticed a peculiar aura around Su Jingming. He immediately reacted, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Special admission student?" Su Jingming did not hide the truth. In fact, even among special admission students, those at the Awakener level were extremely rare. He was likely the only one. The application process for martial arts exams had just begun, and Shanghai Superpower University had not yet announced the admission list. It was not surprising that he was guessed correctly. In previous years, special admission students were either Tier 1 upper or Tier 1 middle. I didn't expect expect there to be an Awakener-level student this year. When I get the chance, I must get one too. The young man clicked his tongue in amazement but did not look down on Su Jingming because of it. After all, being admitted to Shanghai Superpower University as an Awakener-level special admission student meant his strength was extraordinary, and his potential was even more intimidating. Su Jingming saw that although the other party spoke familiarly, there was no malice, so he took the initiative to respond. Weapons Academy, sophomore, no, it should be junior now, junior student, Tan Mingyang. After introducing himself, Tan Mingyang asked in return, what about you? Just registered and already thinking about finding a mentor. Su Junior, you're really quick. Usually, freshmen wait until after the freshman competition to decide on a mentor. Su Jingming frowned. Zhang Chaoyang hadn't mentioned this earlier. The freshman competition is a tradition at our Shanghai Ability University, usually held 3 to 4 days after new students register. At that time, most of the school's teachers will be present to watch. Outstanding freshmen will be sought after by various departments, and mentors will personally take them as disciples. Seeing that Su Jingming didn't understand, Tan Mingyang briefly explained a few sentences. Of course, for special admission students like you, there's no need to wait for the freshman competition to find a mentor. Tan Mingyang did not deny Su Jingming's approach, but what he didn't say was that even for special admission students, Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, the chances of being able to apprentice under a mentor at the dean level right after enrollment are as slim as winning the jackpot in a lottery. Most of the time, the result is nothing more than a wasted trip. However, special admission students are usually top scorers or geniuses from a province or city, and they inevitably carry a bit of pride. Even if someone bluntly states this fact, most of them would not accept it, which is why he chose not to say it. Su Jingming expressed his thanks and then curiously asked, Senior Tan, are you also here to seek apprenticeship under Teacher Yang? Tan Mingyang nodded, his tone full of emotion. Over the past half year, I've already made several trips, but I still haven't met the standards for apprenticeship. I'm almost ready to give up, but I just can't reconcile myself to it. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's go in together. That's great. He sighed and pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. Shortly after, the villa door opened, and a middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared. Welcome, both of you. Mr. Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me. Teacher Jiang, I will report to the school and enroll as soon as possible. The butler's face carried a warm smile, like a spring breeze. Alright, this is my contact information. Just call me directly when you arrive at the school. This was Su Jingming's first time here, and he didn't find anything particularly special. However, Tan Mingyang felt somewhat flattered. It wasn't his first time here, and while the butler had always been polite, he had never been this enthusiastic. What surprised him even more was the butler's tone. Mr. Yang was actually waiting inside specifically for them. How was that possible? 7th level ability users are not ones to idle around. On the contrary, they are often extremely busy. Previously, even when Tan Mingyang personally visited, he would often have to wait in the villa for half an hour or even an hour before meeting the person in question. But now, the busy dean of the Weapons Academy was actually waiting inside in advance? What on earth was going on? In the spacious VIP reception room, only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao remained. With doubts in mind, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming walked into the villa together. Under the guidance of the butler, the two entered the villa's living room. As soon as they stepped in, Su Jingming saw two people sitting on the sofa. On the right was a young man who appeared to be about the same age as Tan Mingyang. His appearance was ordinary, so much so that in a crowd, one might not notice him without a closer look. However, the young man exuded an extremely sharp aura. Even as he sat quietly, he emanated an inexplicable sense of oppression. A middle-aged man sat next to the young man, dressed in a gray combat outfit, with a strong build and eyes that sparkled with a thunderous brilliance. When Su Jingming met his gaze, it felt as if he were being stared down by a top-tier dragon-like beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end involuntarily. In contrast, the aura emanating from the young man seemed faint and elusive. Previously, Su Jingming had looked up information about his mentor through Eva, so he naturally recognized this middle-aged man, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy and a 7th-tier high-level psychic ability user known as the Thunder Spear. Yang Zhentian dismissed the butler, fixed his gaze on Su Jingming, and smiled faintly. You must be Su Jingming. Zhang Chaoyang has already told me about you in advance. Come, let's head to the training room. After speaking, he got up and walked toward the second floor. Su Jingming quickly followed. Tan Mingyang, who stood in place watching all this, was a bit dumbfounded. Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, was known for his strictness. The rules and regulations of the academy he managed were the most stringent among the 5 major academies of the Shanghai University of Superpowers. As a result, the students privately gave him the nickname King Yan Luo Yang. His usual stern and unsmiling demeanor also matched this nickname perfectly. But just now, he actually saw King Yan Luo Yang smile. Moreover, it seemed that he knew Su Jingming and even directly took him to the training room, clearly intending to personally assess him. What background does Su Jingming have? Could he be be the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly dismissed his own guess. Even if he were the principal's son, he probably wouldn't receive such preferential treatment in front of Yan Yanwang. If the principal himself came, then it might be possible. Mingyang, Jr., are we sticking to the usual? The young man on the sofa looked over with a smile. Ding dong. Tan Mingyang finally came to his senses, his spirit lifted, and he clasped his fists, saying, then I'll trouble Senior Lu. The two of them headed together toward the combat room on the first floor. Apart from directly accepting disciples, other students who wish to become Yang Jintian's disciples must first demonstrate a certain level of skill. Senior Lu is one of Yang Jintian's many disciples. As long as one can defeat Senior Lu, even if it's just 1/10 of his strength, they will pass the assessment. But over the past half year, Tan Mingyang hasn't succeeded even once. Xiaoming, what brings you here? On the other side, under Yang Jintian's guidance, Su Jingming entered the training room. This room was about 100 square meters, with a weapon rack on the side neatly displaying various weapons, including the spear Su Jingming was familiar with. Come in, come in. I've watched your martial arts exam video. Your combat ability is indeed very strong, and your spear skills have reached an advanced level. However, before anything else, I want to see your S-level superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian watched Su Jingming with great anticipation. An S-level lightning-type superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. A few days ago, he learned from Zhang Chaoyan that a student who had awakened an S-level lightning-type superpower had chosen the Magic City Superpower University. He had been eagerly awaiting Su Jingming's arrival. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted until today for his registration. Xiaoming is here. Faced with Yang Jintian's request, Su Jingming did not hesitate and directly unleashed his superpower. Accompanied by the muffled sound of thunder and the crackling of electric arcs, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was summoned, surrounding Su Jingming. The blue-purple lightning seemed to carry an ancient and vast aura, both powerful and timeless. As soon as the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was instantly filled with an inexplicable majestic atmosphere. This is the S-level superpower, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian gazed intently at the bluish-purple lightning swirling around Su Jingming, utterly captivated. Although he himself possessed lightning-based abilities and, as a 7th-tier high-level ability user, could unleash lightning of astonishing power with ease, his Grade A ability, Windfire True Thunder, could never exude such an imposing aura. This disparity stemmed from the essence of the ability itself, something that could never be compensated for by mere level. After taking several deep breaths, Yang Jintian's excitement gradually subsided. He fixed his gaze on Su Jingming and said solemnly, Su Jingming, I am well aware of the purpose of your visit here. With your abilities and potential, becoming my disciple is naturally no issue. However, there is one thing I must tell you in advance. Back in the day, as I roamed the martial world, I made some friends but also countless enemies. If you choose to become my disciple, after graduation, you will inevitably be affected by this, and may even face attacks from my adversaries. Are you still willing to take on this risk? Joking aside, which high-level superhuman's growth isn't accompanied by bloodshed and storms? Superhumans like Yang Jintian, renowned for their killing prowess, have suppressed countless fierce beasts and enemies. If one can't even bear this level of risk, Shanghai Superhuman University might struggle to find a single suitable teacher. Alright. From today onwards, you are my 32nd disciple. Of course, there's still time. Yang Jintian said alright 3 times in a row, his emotions slightly stirred. An S-level superhuman awakener only appears once every few years in the entire Great Xia Nation. Moreover, with the wide variety of superhuman abilities, even if an S-level superhuman emerges, it is often of other categories. Over the past 20+ years, he has taken in more than 30 disciples, including A-level, B-level, and even C-level lightning-type superhumans. But an S-level lightning-type superhuman, Su Jingming is the first. Xiaoming, you're so thoughtful. Most of your senior brothers and sisters have already graduated. Currently, only 3 remain at the school. The person downstairs just now, Lu Ming, is one of your senior brothers. As for the other 2 senior brothers and sisters, I'll introduce them to you one by one when you have time. After speaking, the ring on Yang Jintian's right hand flashed slightly, and 2 manuals appeared in his hand, which he handed to Su Jingming. These are top-tier ability training methods, along with body-strengthening combat techniques personally created by me. Su Jingming accepted the 2 manuals. Wan Qing, just accept it. I also saw the city's reward announcement online. The Superpower training method is called Extreme Superpower Training Method, and the other combat technique is named Thunder Immortal Body. Combat techniques are divided into different categories, such as movement techniques and blade techniques. For example, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break belongs to the Spear Technique category. Body forging combat techniques, on the other hand, are different, primarily used to enhance physical strength and are rarer compared to ordinary combat techniques. Uncle smiled and served a cup of steaming tea. So that's how it is. The Superpower training method needs no further explanation. It is one of the only 3 top-tier superpower training methods in the school. As for the body forging forging combat technique Thunder Immortal Body. It embodies the lifelong effort of your teacher. Certified by both the Thunder Martial Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Hall, it is rated as S-Class. Yang Zhentian spoke slowly, and Su Jingming was shocked upon hearing it. An S-level combat technique? As a 7th-tier psychic and a holder of the Grandmaster title, this level of psychic ability signifies an extremely profound understanding of both psychic powers and martial arts, qualifying one to create their own psychic training methods or combat techniques. Combat techniques are also divided into ratings, similar to psychic ability ratings, categorized into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the more powerful the combat technique. Of course, the difficulty of mastering it also increases. Most 7th-tier grandmasters being able to create an A-level combat technique is already considered exceptional. S-level and above, such as SS and SSS level combat techniques, are usually created by 8th-tier great grandmasters or 9th-tier martial saints. Yet Yang Zhentian, at merely the 7th tier, managed to create an S-level combat technique. Even more impressive is that this technique belongs to the body forging category, the most complex and deeply tied to the mysteries of the human body among all types of combat techniques. It must be said, Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent is truly astonishing. The Thunder Immortal Body is only suitable for lightning-type psychics to practice and consists of 13 levels. With each advancement, the physique undergoes a corresponding transformation. However, even I have only cultivated it to the 10th level so far. The final 3 levels remain unverified. According to my speculation, if one could ultimately master all levels, the physique would truly reach an eternal and indestructible state. Yang Zhentian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Thunder Immortal Body embodies his complete understanding of martial arts and lightning-based abilities. If he cannot ascend to the pinnacle of martial saint in the future, then Su Jingming is undoubtedly the greatest hope to validate this technique. Additionally, the Thunder Immortal Body requires an esper to reach a certain level before it can be cultivated. During this time, you should first use the Extreme Ability Training method to raise your level. After your advancement, I will help you lay the foundational groundwork for the Thunder Immortal Body. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment before continuing. Also, you need to practice boxing techniques. Sure, of course. After cultivating the Thunder Immortal Body, your physique will be greatly enhanced. Combining close combat techniques with lightning-based abilities, your combat power will see a significant boost. Moreover, weapons are just one means of combat and cannot be overly relied upon. If one day, during a fight with a ferocious beast, your weapon is destroyed, will you turn and flee just because you're unarmed? Yang Zhentian spoke eloquently, providing a practical example. Back then, I fought against an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Earthquake Demon Python, for 2 whole days. The spear forged from SSS grade alloy was ultimately shattered due to enduring extreme loads for such a long time. My lightning-based ability was nearly drained, and on the final day, I could only rely on my body and martial arts to deliver the killing blow. To report for enrollment at Modu, Su Jingming took out the admission letter. Just now, I was admitted to Modu Superpower University. Already admitted? Isn't it not time to start filling out the college applications yet? Yang Zhentian's tone was calm, but Su Jingming could vividly imagine the brutality of that battle, and he couldn't help but nod silently in admiration. Mastering more combat techniques would never be a bad thing. Of course, I will also teach you spear techniques. Once your proficiency in both martial arts and spear techniques reaches a certain level, I will then teach you how to wield battle blades and long swords. Yang Zhentian continued. Teacher, may I ask, to what level have you mastered all these skills? Su Jingming asked curiously. Both fist techniques and marksmanship are at the grandmaster level, while blade techniques and swordsmanship are slightly inferior, at the master level, Yang Zhentian said in a calm tone. But after hearing this, Su Jingming was shaken to the core. Skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. For an ordinary superhuman to elevate a weapon skill to the advanced level often requires decades of effort. Reaching the master level might even take a lifetime, not to mention the unattainable grandmaster and perfection levels. Yang Zhentian not only had his fist techniques and marksmanship at the grandmaster level, but even his other weapon skills had reached the master level. The reason I shifted to studying other weapons is that my fist techniques and marksmanship can no longer improve. As for you, it's still far too early, Yang Zhentian said with a smile, noticing that Su Jingming seemed a bit intimidated. During your university years, you only need to focus on fist techniques and marksmanship. Combat skill training should also revolve mainly around these 2 areas. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Teacher, I understand, Su Jingming replied with a nod. Although the system rankings exist, the mastery of weapon techniques only requires the investment of ability points, but quality is more important than quantity when it comes to soldiers. With limited ability points, it is clearly wiser to specialize in 1 or 2 types of weapons. I'll follow the teacher's advice and focus on boxing and spear techniques first, Su Jingming thought silently to himself. Afterward, Yang Zhentian handed him a list that detailed the names of the combat techniques Su Jingming needed to learn next. All he had to do was find the combat technique manuals in the library to begin studying. This made Su Jingming secretly sigh with emotion. Having a mentor's guidance truly made a difference. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, it would have been impossible to devise such a detailed learning plan. Over 10 minutes later, Su Jingming walked out of the villa, fully loaded. At the door, he happened to run into Tan Mingyang, who had also just left. However, the smile that had been on Tan Mingyang's face earlier was now gone, replaced by a look of bitterness. Clearly, his attempt to apprentice himself to a mentor had ended in failure once again. Su Jingming saw this and didn't ask much. Sensibly, he simply gave a brief greeting and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'll be going now. Yay, I want a lobster feast. Wait, how did your apprenticeship go? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang asked urgently, as if grasping at a lifeline. However, Su Jingming not only didn't give the answer he was expecting but instead nodded. Really succeeded? Tan Mingyang's eyes widened almost in disbelief. Dean-level mentors usually don't take on students before the freshman competition. What exactly is going on now? Could he really be the principal's son? But he doesn't look like it at all. Staring at the gradually receding figure, Tan Mingyang, who had experienced several failures, fell into endless self-doubt. On the other side, Su Jingming returned to the villa and went straight to the training room on the second floor. The two-story student villa had identical room layouts on both floors. Besides the training room and bedroom, there was also a shower room, a media room, a study, and his favorite open-air balcony. Compared to teacher Yang Jintian's training room, this one was slightly smaller, about 80 square meters, but it was more than enough for daily training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the extreme ability training method, and studied it carefully. Compared to the intermediate abyssal ability training method, this top-tier extreme ability training method was evidently much more profound. He spent over 4 hours thoroughly understanding the entire book. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and began to sense the special energy described in the book. Before long, countless white light dots appeared within Su Jingming's sensing range, densely packed and vast like a sea of smoke. This was the special energy known as primordial energy, which could only be absorbed into the body to achieve a qualitative leap in abilities. No wonder it's a top-tier superpower training method. The energy sensed is far greater than that of the intermediate level. Su Jingming's face lit up with joy, and he immediately opened his eyes. Since the top-tier superpower training method can sense energy, it proves that his cultivation direction is correct. Next, there's no need to proceed step by step. He can directly add points to advance. Deep blue, he called out in his mind, and a light blue system panel immediately appeared in his consciousness. Superpower points, 2534. Add points. Su Jingming pressed the plus sign next to the level without hesitation. In the next moment, the elemental energy in the surrounding air surged into his body at an astonishing speed, automatically operating according to the cultivation method recorded in the extreme ability training technique, continuously strengthening his abilities, physique, and spirit. It only stopped gradually after breaking through a certain limit. Phew, I broke through. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist, the power within his body now several times stronger than before. More importantly, his abilities had also been significantly enhanced. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, he shouted in a low voice. Accompanied by the piercing sound of electric arcs, blue-purple lightning leaped around him. Compared to before his advancement, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was now thicker and its color had become much deeper. If I encounter that second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear again, I probably won't even need to fire a shot, my thunder alone could kill it. Su Jingming looked at the blue-purple lightning dancing on his fingertips and nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Chichi, you're about to start filling out your college applications, right? Since your cousin Jingming is going to the Magic City University of Superpowers, you should also try to choose a school in the Magic City area. That way, it'll be easier to look out for each other in the future. With his successful advancement, he had finally taken the first step toward the pinnacle of being an extraordinary ability user. Su Jingming tested his strength in the training room. After transforming from an awakened to a supernatural, his power increased by nearly 4 to 5 times. Then, he opened the system panel again. Mom and Dad, I understand. Supernatural points, 2234. Advancing to Tier 1 only cost me 300 supernatural points. The consumption isn't much, but the improvement in basic attributes exceeded expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. If he used the Abyssal Sea ability training method to break through, his vitality and mental strength would only increase by 30 or 40 points at most. But with a top-tier ability training method, both of his basic attributes had increased by over 100 points. The difference was simply worlds apart. No wonder ability users are so desperate to pursue higher-level ability cultivation methods. The gap is truly enormous. Su Jingming shook his head and secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't rushed to upgrade after obtaining the Abyssal Sea ability training method. There are still quite a few ability points left, but the level can't be raised any further for now, he murmured to himself. On one hand, he needed to save the ability points for learning combat techniques later. On the other hand, he also required time to adapt to the strength gained after the promotion. Once he fully adapted, he would then consider further improvements. Next, let's take a look at this S-level body forging combat technique. Su Jingming opened the manual of Thunder Immortal Body and studied it carefully. As a 7th tier ability user, Yang Jintian had a profound understanding of martial arts and lightning-based abilities, and all of these insights were integrated into this body forging combat technique. As soon as Su Jingming began reading the manual, he quickly became engrossed. As expected of an S-level combat technique, it's truly extraordinary. 2 hours later, Su Jingming finally closed the manual with lingering interest. Thunderbolt Immortal Body consists of 13 levels, but he can currently only comprehend the first 3. As for the latter levels, the content is too profound for him to understand. Even so, the first 3 levels have opened up an entirely new world for him. Ordinary body strengthening combat techniques often require various methods to temper the body, undergoing countless trials to gradually enhance physical strength. However, this body strengthening combat technique includes a crucial step: foundation forging. The first level of Thunderbolt Immortal Body requires the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts to forge the foundation of the immortal body, followed by using one's own Thunder-type abilities to temper the body. Ultimately, the strength of the Thunderbolt Immortal Body is closely related to the quality of the Thunder-type ferocious beast blood used to forge the foundation. If high-level ferocious beast blood is used for foundation forging, the physical strength will continuously increase. If low-level or even ordinary ferocious beast blood is used, the physical strength will be significantly compromised. The blood of a Thunder-type ferocious beast is indeed a bit troublesome. Su Jingming stroked his chin. On Blue Planet, low-level ferocious beasts rely solely on their physical bodies to fight, while high-level ferocious beasts, like espers, possess various astonishing abilities. For example, the renowned Silver Moon Nine-tailed Fox has a charm ability similar to that of psychic espers. If one fails to react in time, death is certain. Thunder-type ferocious beasts wield the power of thunder, and their level is at least tier 4 or above. With Su Jingming's current capabilities, there's no way he could obtain the blood of such a beast on his own. Fortunately, he has a mentor. The teacher said yesterday afternoon that once I advance to an esper, I should go find him to forge my foundation, so I'll just go tomorrow. Early the next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Su Jingming once again sought out Yang Jintian. Upon learning that Su Jingming had already advanced, Yang Jintian was slightly surprised. Having taught at the Modu Esper University for over 20 years, he had encountered countless geniuses. Yet even the most outstanding awakeners took considerable time to transform from an awakener to an esper. But Su Jingming, from the moment he received the manual yesterday until now, had taken less than 24 hours to successfully advance. Perhaps it's the result of accumulated effort, Su Jingming said with a modest smile. Alright, since you have successfully advanced, today I will help you forge the foundation of the Thunder Immortal Body. Yang Jintian didn't ask much after hearing this and nodded, saying, I have prepared for you the essence blood of a 7th tier high-level Thunder-type ferocious beast, the Storm Giant Bear. As soon as he finished speaking, his ring glimmered slightly, and a transparent glass bottle appeared out of thin air in his hand. The bottle held about 800 milliliters, and the bright red blood inside rippled gently, faintly flickering with silvery white lightning. High-level Thunder-type ferocious beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest level Thunder-type beast I've killed is this Storm Giant Bear. Although the school's resource library has higher level 8th tier Thunder-type beast blood, it belongs to the SS grade resources, and even with my teacher status, I can't easily exchange for it. Yang Jintian shook his head helplessly. Despite being the dean of the weapons academy, he couldn't freely use the school's resources. However, the school allocates them a large amount of points similar to academic credits every year to exchange for various resources. As a 7th tier high-level ability user, his own cultivation expenses are quite significant. The points in his possession have long been spent haphazardly, and his account balance is far from sufficient to exchange for SS grade resources. The essence blood of a 7th tier high-level storm bear is already extremely rare, classified as a premium S grade resource, more than sufficient for building a foundation. However, he instinctively wanted to use even higher grade essence blood for Su Jingming as an S grade ability awakener. By the way, I heard from Zhang Chaoyang earlier that you receive an S grade resource every year? Yang Jintian's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked. Great! Your S grade resource, combined with the storm bear essence blood I have, might just be enough to exchange for that SS grade resource. However, that being said, Yang Jintian still sought Su Jingming's opinion first. Sorry for disturbing you, Lu Qian said apologetically. I'll leave it to the teacher's discretion. Su Jingming shook his head in response. Even if that S-level resource had other uses, others had already offered premium S-level resources. Moreover, the SS-level resource ultimately exchanged would still be used on himself. Refusing it would truly be foolish. In a flash of lightning, before Su Jingming could react, Yang Jintian's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. This movement technique feels almost like teleportation. Su Jingming secretly praised it, but he knew in his heart that it was just an illusion caused by the other party's extremely fast movement speed. Student Su, the dean will be back soon. Have some fruit first. Not long after Yang Zhentian left, the butler who had opened the door yesterday came in carrying a plate of fruit. This Mr. Fu was not only the butler of the villa but also a life and death friend of teacher Yang Zhentian. This was mentioned by the teacher yesterday in the training room. Moreover, the other party is extremely powerful, a mid-level 6th tier ability user. Therefore, when facing this butler, he is always cautious and careful. Su Jingming stayed in the villa for more than half an hour before Yang Zhentian finally returned. Su Jingming quickly stood up. Yang Zhentian appeared very excited and couldn't wait to take Su Jingming to the training room on the second floor. This time, exchanging for SS level resources took quite some effort. The resource department initially didn't want to let me exchange 2 portions of S level resources for SS level resources. Fortunately, I made a call to the principal, and he finally agreed to the exchange. Yang Zhentian flipped his right hand, and a glass bottle containing essence blood appeared in his hand. Unlike before, the essence blood in this bottle was an unusual silvery white. It was surrounded by faint arcs of electricity and a violent aura. Looking at the bottle of essence blood in his hand, Yang Zhentian revealed a trace of emotion. Dragon-type ferocious beasts are the most difficult to deal with among all ferocious beast species. He could leap ranks to kill an 8th rank lower tier earthquake demon python, but he was never able to kill any 8th rank lower tier dragon-type ferocious beast. And this bottle of essence blood, even for him, was of great use. Precisely because of its value, the school designated it as an SS level resource. Su Jingming observed this and silently remembered the kindness of his teacher and principal. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain, let alone such a precious SS level resource. When he becomes strong, he will surely repay this kindness many times over. Su Jingming followed Yang Zhentian's instructions, took off his shirt, revealing his solid upper body muscles, and then sat cross-legged. He felt a slight chill on his back, accompanied by a faint stinging pain. Although the stinging pain was weak, it seemed to penetrate straight to the bone, making him involuntarily frown slightly. The essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus is nothing to someone like me, a high-level superhuman, but to someone like you, a low-level superhuman, it's no different from poison. Even skin contact will cause a stinging sensation. Behind him, Yang Zhentian explained while applying the blood from the glass bottle onto Su Jingming's back. At this moment, his eyes were filled with blue and white thunderous light, allowing him to clearly see every blood vessel and meridian on Su Jingming's back, making it easier for him to apply the blood precisely. After more than 10 minutes, the blood in the glass bottle was completely used up. Su Jingming's back was now covered in blood, radiating a silvery white sheen. Next, I will use my Windfire True Thunder to forge the foundation of your indestructible body. In essence, the creation of this foundation boils down to integrating the blood of thunder-type ferocious beasts into your bloodstream. Only by doing so can you possess a physique as formidable as, or even surpassing, that of ferocious beasts. However, the amount of essence blood you can ultimately absorb depends entirely on your own capacity to endure. Yang Zhentian took a deep breath, then let out a low roar. Wind, fire, true thunder. Zhang Chang, does your car only have 4 seats? Are you deliberately targeting me? A crimson thunderbolt, several times more powerful than Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder, burst forth from Yang Zhentian's body. The thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the temperature in the entire training room seemed to rise sharply as a result. The entire shaping process will last 4 to 5 days. It will be somewhat painful during this time, so you must endure it. Moreover, the most critical thing is to never lose consciousness, otherwise, the efficiency of blood essence absorption will be greatly reduced. As soon as the words fell, the crimson thunderbolts surged forward, completely engulfing Su Jingming. If any of the thunderbolts deviated slightly and struck Su Jingming, the result would be severe injury at best, or annihilation on the spot at worst. However, with the control over abilities possessed by a 7th tier high-level ability user, such an accident was simply impossible. Do you think everyone is dying to visit Huangpu Superpower University? The power of wind, fire, true thunder was precisely controlled by Yang Zhentian, kept within the maximum range that Su Jingming could endure, and slowly surged into his back. Threads of thunder, carrying the essence blood of the thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus, flowed and circulated within Su Jingming's body, continuously transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even his bones. Lu Qian glared at him, then turned to look at Su Jingming. This series of transformations felt to Su Jingming like being gnawed by 10,000 ants, the pain piercing to the bone. Yet he gritted his teeth, endured the excruciating pain, and silently persevered without fainting. Uncle Fu, today is already the 5th day, right? Hasn't the teacher finished yet? Yang Zhentian's other disciple, Lu Ming, sat on the living room sofa and asked the butler beside him. This was already his 3rd visit in the past few days. But each time, the answer from Uncle Fu was the same. Yang Zhentian was still laying the foundation for Su Jingming's thunder immortal body. It's not over yet. This time, the dean is using the blood essence of an 8th tier ferocious beast to build the foundation for student Su, which consumes more and naturally usually takes longer, replied the butler, Fubo. Although Yang Zhentian was extremely busy, basic communication was still possible, allowing Lu Ming to learn about the progress and that Su Jingming was using the blood essence of an 8th-tier ferocious beast. The blood essence of the 8th-tier ferocious beast Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ming had already heard this news during his last visit, saying he wasn't envious would be impossible. After all, as a fellow disciple of Yang Zhentian, the blood essence used to build his foundation back then was only from a 7th-tier lower thunderstorm beast. But after learning that Su Jingming possessed S-level abilities, he was at ease. An S-level ability awakener indeed deserved the teacher's utmost effort in cultivation. You all. The essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type ferocious beast, combined with S-level lightning abilities, I'm quite looking forward to junior brother Su's final cultivation of the Thunder Immortal Body. As an S-level body forging combat technique, the power of the Thunder Immortal Body is by no means static. It is closely tied to the essence blood of the ferocious beast used for foundation building and the lightning abilities of the ability user. The combination of 8th-tier beast essence blood and S-level abilities is undoubtedly an extremely formidable pairing. At that moment, a roar resembling that of a dragon-type ferocious beast suddenly echoed through the villa. The sound was filled with majesty and ferocity, as if a fierce and domineering giant dragon had appeared before them. Modu University Town. Junior Brothers Foundation has been successfully forged. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, a flash of lightning appeared, and his figure leapt, instantly rushing to the 2nd floor. He had just arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor when he was immediately struck by a sense of threat akin to that of a top-tier ferocious beast, a force so overwhelming that even he, a peak 3rd-tier ability user, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Soon after, he saw the source of the threat. In the center of the training room, Su Jingming stood tall and imposing. Unlike the humility and politeness he had displayed during their last meeting, he now exuded a violent aura. His once clear eyes were now blood red, and his exposed upper body revealed well-proportioned, powerful muscles with bulging veins. It seemed that under his influence, the terrifying blue-purple lightning surrounding him had also become frenzied, constantly flickering and leaping. The entire training room flickered with light and shadow, and the atmosphere trembled with the crackling of thunder around Su Jingming. Faced with the scene before him, Yang Zhentian, standing in front of Su Jingming, was so excited that his expression changed slightly. 98%. Jingming's blood essence absorption rate has actually reached as high as 98%. Standing at the doorway of the training room, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart upon hearing this number. The foundation of the Thunder Immortal Body requires the absorption of the blood essence of Thunder-type ferocious beasts. But after all, it is the blood essence of ferocious beasts, and even with the teacher's Windfire True Thunder technique assisting throughout the process, the absorption efficiency can never reach 100%. Generally speaking, achieving 90% is already considered exceptional. As far as he knew, among the more than 20 disciples under the teacher who practiced the Thunder Immortal Body, the highest absorption rate was only 92%. As for himself, he hadn't even surpassed 90% back then, only reaching 87%. Now, Su Jingming had actually achieved a record-breaking 98% absorption rate, indicating that this ferocious beast's blood essence was extremely compatible with him. An indescribable feeling surged in Su Jingming's heart. At the moment the foundation of the Thunder Immortal Body was successfully established, he felt an eruption of endless bloodthirsty and violent negative emotions from deep within, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to destroy everything around him. At that moment, Yang Zhentian's deep and resolute voice echoed in his ears. Jingming, wake up! This voice, like spring thunder filled with righteous energy, instantly swept away all the negative emotions in Su Jingming's heart. Su Jingming's eyes gradually brightened, his expression tinged with confusion. He had never experienced such emotional instability before cultivating the Thunder Immortal Body. Yang Zhentian frowned slightly. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus is notorious for its brutality among the ferocious beast tribes. You absorbed its essence, blood, and the absorption efficiency reached an astonishing 98%. It is likely that the excessively high compatibility triggered such side effects. In the past, disciples who practiced the Thunder Immortal Body were somewhat influenced by the bloodline of ferocious beasts, but none had ever exhibited such obvious effects as Su Jingming. However, you don't need to worry too much. As long as your emotions don't fluctuate intensely, these negative emotions won't surface. As your strength increases, these side effects will gradually fade away. Yang Zhentian added that these were all personally verified by him and other disciples. Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely didn't want to become someone constantly controlled by emotions. More importantly, he could clearly feel that his physique had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even if there were some side effects, they were hardly worth mentioning. Su Jingming's eyes shone brightly. For ability users, the blood energy value only increases significantly during advancement, while regular physical training can at most add 2 or 3 points of blood energy. A few days ago, his blood energy surged by over 100 points during his advancement, and now it has skyrocketed by another 100 points. Of course, course, blood energy is merely one numerical representation of physical strength. Physical defense and wound recovery speed cannot be solely reflected by the blood energy value. However, he vaguely felt that in his current state, relying solely on his physical strength without using any combat techniques or abilities, he could directly confront a second-tier ferocious beast. In addition, he also noticed that a new body refinement section had been added to the system panel. It seems that in the future, I can directly use ability points to enhance body refinement strength. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing the foundation of the Thunder Immortal body. Your martial path will be smooth in the future. At this moment, Lu Ming also walked in, his face full of smiles as he offered his congratulations. This is your senior brother Lu Ming, whom you met last time when he came over. Su Jingming put on his shirt and greeted respectfully. The last time I saw you, junior brother wasn't yet the teacher's student. This time it's different. But I didn't prepare any gifts. Tell me your student ID, and I'll transfer you some credits as a meeting gift from your senior brother. Lu Ming had a gentle personality and was already thinking of giving a gift before he even finished speaking. Seeing that Yang Zhentian did not stop him but instead nodded slightly, Su Jingming shared his student ID with him. Not long after, his phone received a notification, and his student account had an additional 200 credits. Looking at the text message on his phone, Su Jingming was slightly stunned. 200 credits, equivalent to 2 million xia currency. Just a meeting gift, and it was this valuable? Only 200 credits, that's nothing for senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian, standing nearby, said with a smile, senior brother should take good care of the junior brothers. When you have junior brothers and sisters, you'll also need to prepare generous meeting gifts for them. The foundation has been successfully built. 5 days without eating or drinking must have tired you out. Go back and rest for now. Come back tomorrow morning to learn boxing and spear techniques with senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian then waved his hand, a hint of fatigue showing between his brows. 5 days without eating or drinking was nothing for a 7th-tier ability user like him, but the meticulous control of his abilities over 5 consecutive days to transform Su Jingming's body had indeed consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Letting Su Jingming rest first was, in fact, more about giving himself the rest he needed. Su Jingming noticed this and no longer lingered. After respectfully taking his leave, he departed from the villa. June 22nd, I didn't expect shaping the foundation to take nearly 5 days and nights. Outside the villa, Su Jingming glanced at the date on his phone and couldn't help but feel emotional. Over these 5 days and nights, he endured inhuman pain while having to remain conscious at all times. Fortunately, he pulled through and ultimately achieved a 98% blood essence absorption rate, an almost perfect match. It's still early now, just the right time to head to the martial arts gym and test the strength of my body after shaping the undying body. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood of the 8th lower tier is classified as an SS level resource. With Yang Zhentian's assistance, most of the blood has been integrated into Su Jingming's body, becoming part of him. The astonishing energy contained in the blood has kept Su Jingming from eating anything for the past 5 days, yet he feels no hunger at all. Instead, he is full of energy and radiates vitality. Thus, he couldn't wait to test how much his strength had improved after acquiring the Thunder Immortal body. Each student dormitory at the Magic City Ability University is equipped with a training room. However, these training rooms are small and lack equipment such as punch force testing machines, making them suitable only for daily practice. To accurately measure abilities, combat technique power, punch speed, and punch force, one must go to the martial arts halls. There are 2 martial arts halls on the campus of Magic City Ability University, the renowned Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall of the Great Xiao Nation. In Zhancheng, Su Jingming often visited the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This time, he also planned to go to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to test his strength. However, as he walked in that direction, he faintly caught a whiff of a subtle stench. It was then that Su Jingming realized that due to cultivating the Thunder Immortal body, his body had expelled quite a bit of impurities, which were clinging to his skin. Not wanting to be a source of unpleasant odor, he turned around and headed toward the student dormitory. The closer he got to the student dormitory, the more people he encountered on the road. Upon entering the freshman villa area, this became even more noticeable. The previously quiet road was now filled with male and female students. Some walked in pairs, while most were in groups of several boys or several girls. Their ages seemed similar to Su Jingming's, around 18 or 19 years old. Many students looked around curiously like inquisitive children, while some were accompanied by their parents, dragging suitcases to drop them off. Su Jingming then remembered that it had been 6 days since he arrived at Modu Ability University for registration. By now, the application process for the martial arts exam had already ended, and admission letters were being sent out to students one after another. However, perhaps only top universities like Modu Ability University would have so many freshmen choosing to enroll early. Students who can get into the Magic City University of Superpowers are considered geniuses both in their province and city. Naturally, they understand the principle of a head start leads to every step ahead. Arriving early allows them to seize the high-quality educational resources and facilities here, and they wouldn't foolishly wait until September to come. Su Jingming's villa was located at number 32 in Student Dormitory Zone 3. When he walked to the villa's entrance, he found that the door, which he had clearly closed before leaving, was now wide open. Sure enough, there was a male student sitting in the first-floor living room, using the AI Eva to search for information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the student turned his head to look. Seeing that it was Su Jingming walking in, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly stood up from the sofa, walked briskly toward Su Jingming, and cheerfully extended his right hand. You must be my roommate, right? Hello, my name is Lu Wentau. Nice to meet you. Lu Wentau had handsome features, slightly tanned skin, and a head of tousled bangs. At this moment, a smile played on his lips, giving off a sunny and cheerful vibe. Su Jingming, you're the provincial top scorer from Jiangnan province. Lu Wentau exclaimed reflexively upon hearing the name. You know me? Su Jingming looked at him in confusion, as this was their first meeting. Of course, my nickname is Know-It-All. Lu Wentau proudly puffed out his chest. I know most of the information about the freshmen in our class like the back of my hand. I didn't specifically collect your details, it's purely because the commotion you caused back then was too big. After all, you're the biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentau chuckled. He was naturally sensitive to information and had silently noted down Su Jingming's news when he saw it online. Later, when there were no updates online, he stopped paying attention. He hadn't expected that the other party had applied to the Modu Superpower University and even ended up as his roommate. By the way, are you really from that impoverished Jiangcheng in Jiangnan province? You didn't live in another economically developed city and just took the exam in Jiangcheng, right? And during the exam, were you really an awakener? Your superpower doesn't seem like it's only E-level at all. Lu Wentau was naturally sociable. As soon as they met, he put his arm around Su Jingming's shoulder and fired off a barrage of questions. Su Jingming not only didn't mind but even had a smile on his lips. In his previous life, he was born in an orphanage. During elementary school, he still had companions, but after entering middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live on his own. Back then, he hated going home after school the most because he was the only one there. He would turn on the TV, pretending someone was keeping him company. It wasn't until high school, when he lived on campus, that things slightly improved. The weekends were still lonely. He preferred lively environments, so he worked hard to get into college. His college years, filled with playful banter with his roommates, were the happiest time of his life. 4 years later, he faced loneliness again. Through hard work, he got into a master's program and once again had a few roommates. Later, he pursued a PhD and befriended a lively group of senior students. At the graduation banquet after earning his doctorate, he drank too much, and when he woke up, he found himself in this world, still an orphan. Although his aunt occasionally visited him, loneliness remained the main theme of his life. Therefore, whether in his past life or this one, Su Jingming was deeply averse to loneliness. Meeting the talkative Lu Wentau, he actually found him quite likable. So, he sat back on the sofa and started chatting with Lu Wentau. During their conversation, Su Jingming learned that Lu Wentau was from Sichuan province, known as the Land of Abundance, and possessed an A-level psychic ability with mid-tier first-rank strength. In this martial arts exam, he ranked among the top 20 in Sichuan province. He had applied to the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, aiming for the Tactical Academy, one of the 5 major schools. In his words, his future goal was to command an army of 1,000,000 and annihilate all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Lu Wentau was amazed to learn that Su Jingming was truly an awakened one during the exam. Alright, let's stop chatting. I need to head to the martial arts hall later. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming stood up as the time was about right. Martial arts hall? I'm going too, Lu Wentau said excitedly. I haven't been to the martial arts hall at Magic City Ability University yet. Then wait for me to finish showering, and we'll go together. Su Jingming nodded and headed straight upstairs to the second floor. After more than 10 minutes, Su Jingming changed into clean clothes and walked out of the villa with Lu Wentau, feeling refreshed. It was already 11. In the morning, the sunlight was just right, and there were quite a few freshmen walking along the road. The two headed toward the dormitory area exit. As usual, Su Jingming walked with his back straight and his gaze unwavering. Beside him, Lu Wentau was looking around, his eyes constantly wandering over the freshmen on the road. Occasionally, he would linger a bit longer on a few pretty female students, a slightly lewd smile appearing on his face. "Hey Ming, look over there. There's a stunning beauty." After walking for a short while, Lu Wentau's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. Su Jingming instinctively followed his gaze. About 10 meters ahead, 2 girls were walking side by side out of the villa. The two were of similar height, roughly around 1.67 meters. The one on the left was slightly shorter, with decent looks, though not stunning. However, the other girl was entirely different. Her appearance was delicate and charming, with willow-like eyebrows and cherry-red lips, a true beauty. Her skin was as fair as jade, with a rosy glow, like that of a baby. beauty. What was even more striking was her figure. Beneath a simple white t-shirt, her chest was full and proud. A pair of light blue skinny jeans outlined her long and shapely legs. Lu Wentau asked with a cheerful smile. She's indeed impressive, Su Jingming did not deny. Whether in terms of figure or appearance, this girl far surpassed the internet celebrities enhanced by beauty filters in his previous life. But aren't you known as the know-it-all? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming jokingly called Lu Wentau the know-it-all, not expecting much from him to actually name her. Unexpectedly, Lu Wentau puffed out his chest and proudly replied. Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. It seemed Lu Wentau's self-proclaimed title of know-it-all wasn't entirely bragging. Of course, Song Cho-yoon is from our Sichuan province. This year, she scored over 9,000 points in the exams and is the provincial top scorer, Lu Wentau said with a cheeky grin. In fact, even before the martial arts exam, Song Cho-yoon had already gained some fame in Rongqing, the capital of Sichuan province, thanks to her stunning appearance and formidable strength. On the other side, Song Cho-yoon was walking side by side with her friend when her steps suddenly paused. Her A-level natural light-based ability, Light of Dawn, not only granted her impressive offensive power but also endowed her with an extremely sharp sense of perception. It was precisely this sense that allowed her to avoid dangerous areas teeming with ferocious beasts during the martial arts exam. Just now, she seemed to have felt a terrifying gaze akin to that of a ferocious beast. Although the gaze carried no malice, it was overwhelmingly oppressive. It came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Song Cho-yoon keenly noticed that the source of this gaze was the slightly tall figure not far ahead. How could a human possibly emit an aura similar to that of a ferocious beast? She furrowed her delicate brows, unable to resolve the confusion in her heart, and ultimately attributed it to an illusion. Nevertheless, that towering figure left a faint impression in her mind. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng serves a population of over 1 million, while the Thunder Martial Arts Hall at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities only caters to more than 10,000 faculty and students. However, the scale of the hall here is even larger than that of Jiangcheng. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts Hall stands the Bear Martial Arts Hall, equally 6 or 7 stories high, lying there like a giant beast. I have to say, the Metropolitan Superpower University has almost reached perfection in its supporting facilities. Su Jingming exclaimed in admiration and stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall together with Lu Wentau. The first floor was a spacious lobby, with a reception desk at the front and some sofas arranged around for resting. At the moment, some people who had just finished training were sitting on the sofas, drinking beverages, and chatting while resting. Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. How can I assist you two students? We want to find a training room with a strength tester, Su Jingming replied. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Center is free for high school students, but university students need to pay a membership fee, just like the Violent Bear Martial Arts Center, which costs 100,000 xia coins per year. However, Magic City University of Superpowers pays the membership fee on behalf of its students every year, so they can use all the facilities in the center for free. The staff member showed a sweet smile and led the way, with Su Jingming and Lu Wentau following closely behind. Thunder Martial Arts Hall treats every guest with such enthusiasm. You can choose to accept it or decline it. Since this was Su Jingming's first visit to the Martial Arts Hall at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities and he was unfamiliar with the layout, he let her lead the way. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. What came into view was a spacious lobby. The hall was bustling with people, though most of them had peculiar appearances. Some were engulfed in flames, others were as tall as 2 or 3 meters, and there were even supernatural beings whose limbs had transformed into animal-like forms. Amid the noisy chatter, I've finally mastered my sea-level combat technique, Anode Flame. So what if you've mastered it? My metallicized skin still can't be broken. You are all useless. With my triple size, I can slap you against the wall with one hand. These people all seem to be training. Some of them know each other and occasionally bicker or spar. The entire hall is made of C-grade alloy mixed with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about abilities or combat techniques causing damage here. If you find it too noisy, you can also choose a private training room, the staff explained as they walked. Su Jingming listened and wasn't surprised. The Thunder Martial Arts Center in Jiangcheng also had a similar public training hall. The atmosphere in the public training hall was better. After all, with so many people training together, it was harder to slack off. Many people with poor self-discipline chose to train here. In addition, when a certain combat technique was successfully practiced, the cheers from those around would bring a great sense of accomplishment. However, the downside was that one's combat techniques and training results would also be seen by others. Su Jingming originally planned to go to a private training room, but considering that his roommate was nearby, he ultimately chose the public training room. I've spoken to teacher Jiang. You can freely explore the school. The staff led them toward the hall. Those who could get into Moda University of Superpowers were basically all superhumans. Walking through the hall, Su Jingming occasionally felt the powerful energy fluctuations released by other superhumans testing their combat techniques. Are these guys competing to see who's stronger? Each commotion is louder than the last, said Lu Wentau, a psychic ability user, unable to resist complaining as he felt the floor beneath him trembling. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's attention was drawn to the 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. The pillars were densely covered with numerous names, each followed by a string of numbers. The top 3 names on each pillar were particularly large and shone with golden light, making them especially eye-catching. This is our Punch Power Challenge ranking, consisting of 5 lists corresponding to the 5 levels of ability users. Would you too like to give it a try? If you make it into the top 3,000, you'll earn a reward of 50 academic credits. The staff member nearby explained with a smile. Entering the top 3,000 gets a reward? That's simple? Lu Wentau immediately became interested. After all, there were only a little over 4,000 students at the Moda University of Supernatural Abilities. You just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to start the challenge. However, using supernatural abilities or combat techniques in the Punching Power Challenge is prohibited. Otherwise, it counts as a violation. Lu Wentau nodded, stepped into the center of the hall, and then swiped his student ID at the sensor on the first pillar. It was as if some kind of switch had been triggered. The host's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the hall. Then, beams of spotlights focused on Lu Wentau. Everyone in the hall was drawn to him, turning their gazes in his direction. Judging by his aura, he's just a mid-level first rank, clearly a freshman. This is going to be interesting to watch. Many senior students watched the figure in the center with schadenfreude. Lu Wentau was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a commotion to arise from initiating the challenge. But since it had already begun, retreat was no longer an option. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and delivered a powerful punch to the target in front of him. The target let out a muffled sound and swayed violently back and forth. Lu Wentau slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling quite satisfied with the performance of his punch. Entering the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. Punch strength 476 kilograms. Excellent performance. The voice sounded again, first announcing the force of the punch in a high-pitched tone, then speaking with a hint of disappointment. However, unfortunately, your punch strength ranks beyond the 100,000th place. Beyond the 100,000th place? Lu Wentau was completely stunned. Weren't there only about 4,000 students at the Shanghai Supernatural University? But he quickly realized that the fist power rankings didn't just include current students, they also accounted for alumni from all previous years. The university had been established for a century, enrolling over 1,000 students each year. Could it really be that there were more than 100,000 students in total? So misleading. No wonder everyone was staring at me, they were all waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Only then did Lu Wentau understand, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed with a burning red. He hurriedly slinked off the stage in embarrassment. Ranked beyond the 100,000 mark? That's hilarious. Even when I first enrolled, I was never ranked that low. Look at that kid, his face is as red as a monkey's butt. He must be a freshman, no doubt about it. The entire training hall erupted into cheerful chatter because of Lu Wentau's performance. Amin, do you want to give it a try? You'd definitely do better than me. Faced with all the chatter, Lu Wentau quickly pulled in Su Jingming beside him. After all, it's better for 2 people to be embarrassed together than just one, right? Alright, I'll give it a try too. Su Jingming didn't refuse when he heard this. His purpose in coming here was to test his physical strength, and punching power was indeed a part of that. At the same time, he also wanted to know, with his current strength, how he would rank on this stage that gathered all the geniuses of Moda Superpower University since its founding. When Su Jingming swiped his student ID, that high-pitched voice rang out again. Someone else is coming up again. TSK, this guy's strength is even lower. Looks like he's just at the first tier lower rank. First tier lower rank? It's hard to say if his punching power can even reach 400 kilograms. The audience didn't have high hopes for Su Jingming, who only had first tier lower rank strength, and murmurs filled the air. Standing in the center, Su Jingming remained completely unaffected, taking a deep breath. Then, he pushed his body's energy and blood to the limit, standing upright, using the strength of his waist to drive the twist of his arms. With this force, his fist shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, transforming into a black blur as it smashed fiercely into the target in front of him. A deafening, hammer-like sound exploded in the hall, immediately followed by enthusiastic cheers. Punch force, 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch force. Congratulations, you've broken the record. A resounding voice echoed through the hall. At the same time, the first pillar in the center of the hall erupted with golden light. Su Jingming's name, as if descending with supreme majesty, shone with golden brilliance, proudly standing at the top of the list. Due to Su Jingming's ascent to the top, the names of others on the leaderboard fluctuated like waves, with their rankings shifting downward. The sudden change left those who had intended to mock Su Jingming as speechless as ducks with their necks grabbed. The hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. The peak punch strength record has been broken? Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere, echoing in the hall, finally bringing everyone back to their senses. Immediately, the entire room erupted into a frenzy of discussion. The punching power record has actually been broken? Over 4,500 kilograms, is this really a punch a human can throw? One punch could turn me into minced meat, and you're telling me this guy is a freshman? Thunder Martial Arts Hall was established at the very beginning of the Magic City Ability University and has witnessed the historical changes here. The 5 ranking lists on the 3rd floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall have accumulated the punching power data of over 100,000 students from Magic City Ability University. Anyone ranked in the top 1,000 on any list was considered a leading figure of their era at the time. For this reason, the higher the ranking, the harder it is to break the record. It has been nearly 10 years since the record on the first pillar was last refreshed. Now, the peak punching power record for first-tier ability users has finally been broken again. Moreover, the one who broke the record is a mere first-tier lower-level freshman. How could this not leave everyone utterly shocked and incredulous? Many people immediately took out their phones to capture the image of Su Jingming in the center, wanting to record this historic moment. Others eagerly shared the news with friends and teachers, or even directly posted it on the student forum of Magic City Ability University. In the hall, some doubted whether Su Jingming had cheated by using abilities or combat techniques. After all, achieving a punching power of over 4,500 kilograms with pure physical strength was truly unbelievable. However, such speculation was quickly dismissed by others. The punching power testing machine in the center of the hall is controlled by the school's Artificial Intelligence, EVA, which meets the standards of a Level 1 AI subsystem. If there had been any cheating, the results would have been invalidated and would never have been announced. Speaking of which, Su Jingming is only at the first tier lower level, far from reaching the first tier peak. Does that mean this record might be broken again? Someone in the crowd suddenly voiced this thought, instantly sparking a heated discussion. That's right, Su Jingming is already so formidable just at the first tier lower level. When he reaches the first tier middle level or upper level, won't he be even more terrifying? You should know that the top 10 names left on the first pillar before were all at the peak of the first tier, unable to make further breakthroughs. But Su Jingming is completely different. No one knows where his limits truly lie. On the other side, listening to the discussions around him, Lu Wentau was completely dumbfounded. He had originally planned for Su Jingming to go up and embarrass himself so that his own previous performance wouldn't seem so bad. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming turned out to be so fierce, breaking the record held by over 10,000 people with just one punch. Now, he himself looked like a clown, far beyond the 10,000th rank. Bro, you really are my bro. Looking at Su Jingming as he walked down, Lu Wentau was utterly convinced. Brother Ming, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Wherever you say to go, I'll go. It's not that exaggerated, Su Jingming said with a smile, shaking his head. In truth, this punch had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had originally estimated it to be at most around 3,500 kilograms, but it turned out to be over 1,000 kilograms more. It seems that the Thunderstorm Dragon and I are indeed quite compatible. Su Jingming nodded to himself, then looked at the staff member nearby. Breaking the record comes with credit rewards, right? The female staff member was still a bit dazed at the moment. Seeing the handsome face so close, she finally snapped out of it, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, of course. Breaking the record comes with a reward of 400 credits, which should already be credited. Su Jingming took out his phone to check, and sure enough, there was a notification about the credit deposit. Adding the 200 credits welcome gift from Senior Brother Lu Ming at Teacher Yang's villa earlier, along with the 100 basic credits issued by the school. His student account now had nearly 700 credits. Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, can I earn more credits? Su Jingming put away his phone and asked expectantly. Breaking the record only earns you 1 credit. The staff denied his expectations, leaving him a bit disappointed. His strength was far from reaching the peak of the first tier, and he was sure he would break the records for first-tier ability users multiple times in the future. However, there are 4 other pillars, corresponding to ability users from the 2nd to the 5th tier. Breaking the records on those pillars in the future will also come with rewards. Su Jingming smiled slightly, already thinking of a way to earn credits. At this moment, the emotions in the hall gradually calmed down. The senior brothers and sisters, with smiles on their faces, came over one after another. Junior, our club is short of people. Why not consider joining? We have a lot of girls in our club. Although the power rankings only reflect physical strength and cannot showcase the intensity of supernatural abilities or the power of combat techniques, with such high power levels, how bad could the other aspects be? Moreover, anyone who makes it into the top 10 of the power rankings is a rare prodigy who appears only once every few years. Anyone who gets admitted to the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is undoubtedly exceptionally intelligent. With such an infinitely potential junior, why not take the opportunity to get acquainted now? What are you waiting for? But when Su Jingming saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to stay in the public training hall any longer and quickly left with Lu Wentau. They found another private training room to continue testing the remaining abilities. However, However, what he didn't know was, the news of the first-tier ability user's punch record being broken spread like a whirlwind across the entire campus. Many people know that there is a fierce individual named Su Jingming among the new students. Over 4,500 kilograms of punching power. My junior's physical strength is truly exaggerated to the point of being terrifying. Inside a student villa, senior brother Lu Ming looked at a post on the school forum on his phone and couldn't help but marvel. Back then, he had also challenged the punching power rankings. At that time, he was a first-tier advanced ability user at the first level of the Thunder Immortal body. But he can only unleash a punching force of just over 3,500 kilograms. Alright, compared to Su Jingming now, the gap is not just a little. In the library, Song Choyun, who was intently browsing a combat technique manual, was softly called by her roommate Chi Dongsha. On the phone screen, a young man stood tall under the spotlight, with the pillar in front of him radiating dazzling brilliance. The young man was tall and had a resolute appearance, his eyes distinctly black and white, carrying a hint of coldness. Song Choyun recognized him at a glance. It was the same boy she had noticed on the road earlier, who seemed to exude the aura of a fierce beast. So his name is Su Jingming, and his strength seems quite impressive. The post on the phone was extremely popular, and after browsing through the content, Song Choyun's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It seems that the unusual aura of the fierce beast was indeed not her imagination. But how is he emitting that kind of aura? Song Choyun stared at the figure in the picture, a faint trace of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Su Jingming, I didn't expect you to come to the Magic City too. This time, I will reclaim all the honor that belongs to me. In the villa, a young man stared resentfully at the photo on his phone. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have lost the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. After entering the private training room, Su Jingming began a series of strength tests focusing on physical intensity. The results showed that, thanks to the Thunderbolt Undying body, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. The defensive power of his skin was comparable to E-grade alloy, making him nearly impervious to blades and bullets. He tried to make a cut on his skin, but it healed rapidly within just a few breaths. The powerful defensive strength and recovery speed, as expected of an S-class body strengthening combat technique. Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly. With such a physique, as long as he doesn't recklessly court death, it's almost impossible to face life-threatening danger. In addition, he noticed that his height had increased from the original 1.86 meters to 1.89 meters. The weight has exaggeratedly skyrocketed from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, the appearance hasn't changed much, only the bones have become denser and the muscles more solid. In the previous life, such physical fitness would definitely count as a little Superman. Su Jingming is extremely satisfied with his current state. At the same time, he was also grateful to have such a good teacher. Otherwise, achieving such tremendous progress in just a few days would have been unimaginable. The strength test is over. Next I'll head to the library to take a look. With the S-level access granted by the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, all the library's collections were freely available to him. For the books collected by this top university, Su Jingming had long been drooling over them. After leaving the training room, he found Lu Wentau next door, and they left the Thunder Martial Arts Hall together. Ming, do you know? There are a lot of posts about you on the school forum right now. On the way, Lu Wentau said excitedly, there are even quite a few people clamoring to challenge you. Just now, while resting in the training room, he also scrolled through his phone and naturally saw these posts. Someone wants to challenge me? Su Jingming raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. The martial atmosphere at the Moda University of Supernatural Abilities is quite strong. Of course, there was another possibility. These people might want to use this opportunity to step on him and boost their own reputation. But Su Jingming had no interest in such battle invitations. At the crossroads, Su Jingming asked Lu Wentau, I just went there yesterday, so I won't go today. Su Jingming nodded, bid farewell to Lu Wentau, and then headed straight toward the library. One is an ordinary library, housing books on history and culture. Another is the Combat Technique Library, which houses numerous combat techniques and methods for training abilities across various systems. Su Jingming's purpose for this trip is precisely the latter. As one of the most important locations at the Magic City Ability University, the Combat Technique Library is built grand and majestic, resembling a small mountain standing in the campus, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. The entire library appears somewhat illusory, as if it were a mirage. It is said that this Combat Technique Library is entirely controlled by a vice principal of our school who possesses spatial abilities, and it seems to be true. This was information Su Jingming accidentally discovered earlier when he asked Eva to look up details about the library. If any anomaly occurs, the entire library will exist independently of this space. Without the appropriate means, even a 9th-tier martial saint would be unable to forcibly seize the precious original manuals inside. After swiping his student ID at the entrance, the tightly closed door slowly opened, and Su Jingming stepped inside. The first floor of the library was a spacious lobby with only a single front desk inside. Su Jingming walked to the front desk, just about to ask how to look up combat technique manuals, when a female teacher behind the desk stood up with a gentle smile on her face. S-level student Su Jingming, welcome to the combat technique library. How can I assist you? The female teacher had a proper appearance, wore a pair of black-framed glasses, and gave off the impression of a middle school language teacher. However, the faint aura emanating from her indicated that she was at least a 4th-tier ability user. You know me? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Even though he had just broken the record, it shouldn't have made him famous so quickly, to the point where even the library teacher knew about him. Students with S-level permissions can freely browse all combat techniques in the library. This is the mark of a special permission holder. So when you swiped your student ID at the entrance, I already received a notification here. The female teacher wore a gentle smile on her face, her attitude very friendly, even somewhat respectful. For a 4th-tier ability user to show such respect to a 1st-tier ability user, it sounds somewhat unusual. But for the female teacher herself, this was not surprising. After all, having S-level authority means unlimited potential. As long as one doesn't meet an untimely end, they are bound to become a master-level psychic in the future. In contrast, she has now reached the 4th-tier psychic level, almost exhausting all her potential. Therefore, this respect could also be considered a gesture of goodwill. Previously, Director of Admissions Zhang Chaoyan was like this, and so was this female teacher. Su Jingming suddenly nodded in understanding and then asked, if I want to look up combat techniques for the Thunder System Superpower, which floor should I go to? Combat techniques below B-level are all in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. As for B-level and above combat techniques, due to their extreme value, they are all stored confidentially. You need to first make an online selection in the reading room on the 4th floor before you can access the manuals. The female teacher patiently explained. Su Jingming nodded. Since he could access more advanced combat techniques, he naturally wouldn't study the lower level ones. Alright, the reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been granted access for you. You only need to swipe your student ID on the sensor at the entrance to enter. The female teacher operated the computer for a moment and then said. Afterward, Su Jingming, led by a staff member, took the elevator to the 4th floor. The reading rooms here were individually separated, exquisitely arranged, and carried a peculiar classical charm, somewhat reminiscent of student dormitories from a past life. Before long, room 403 appeared in Su Jingming's view. He swiped his student ID at the sensor by the door, and the door immediately opened. The room is equipped with a subunit of the AI Eva. If needed, you can directly make requests to her. Goodness, without enough credits, you can't even afford to eat. After selecting the combat techniques online and clicking confirm, we will deliver the original manual to you. In addition, combat technique manuals of grade B and above are extremely precious, so please handle them with extra care when reading. After repeatedly reminding him of the precautions, the staff member turned and left. Su Jingming also stepped into the reading room. This reading room was not large, only about 20 square meters. Tables and chairs were placed in the center, and the familiar spherical shape of the artificial intelligence Eva was prominently projected in the middle of the table. S-level trainee Su Jingming, what type of combat techniques would you like to review? Eva spoke proactively, shaking her head and swaying. Su Jingming unhesitatingly stated his needs directly. Next, a series of mysterious combat skill names and their descriptions appeared on the nearby holographic projection. 10,000 Prison Heavenly Thunder Summon, SSS level centered on lightning-based abilities, creating a thunderstorm field with a diameter of up to 80 kilometers. Note, restricted to lightning-based ability users of B level or above and 5th tier or higher. Note, restricted to lightning-based ability users of B level or above and 4th tier or higher. Lay Abyss, SS level create a thunder abyss and seal a location with thunder. Note, only for lightning-type ability users of B level and above and 4th tier or higher. There are actually SSS level and SS level combat techniques. As expected of a top-tier university, the combat technique manuals are so abundant. Su Jingming's eyes couldn't help but light up. Unfortunately, the power of these SSS level and SS level combat techniques is extremely astonishing, and the energy consumption required to unleash them even once is terrifyingly high. Low-level superhumans cannot release it even once, even if they exhaust all their abilities. Even for relatively low-threshold S-level combat techniques, one must reach the 2nd or 3rd tier, and their ability level must not be lower than C level to learn them. The advanced combat techniques on the list made Su Jingming drool, but he had no chance to learn them. He had no choice but to quickly scroll down the list to the section with A-level combat techniques and start browsing. Compared to advanced combat techniques, these grade A and grade B techniques have much lower requirements. They can be learned by 1st-tier ability users, with the ability level only needing to reach grade D or above. Su Jingming browsed through the combat techniques in the holographic projection while comparing them with the list of techniques given to him by teacher Yang some time ago. After just a short look, he realized that the list provided by teacher Yang was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher really saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just choosing which combat techniques to learn would take quite a bit of effort. Combat techniques are generally divided into categories such as offense, defense, movement, support, and body strengthening. Combining various combat techniques is like playing arcade games. It can create chain control effects. Without guidance, simply figuring out a set of combat techniques that suits oneself is already quite challenging. Moreover, learning a combat technique requires a considerable amount of time. If you choose the wrong one and only realize it after mastering it, it will be too late. But Su Jingming is different. Having Teacher Yang's list of combat techniques is like holding a walkthrough guide. In addition, Teacher Yang's list recommends at least 2 combat techniques for each category, allows Su Jingming to make the optimal choice based on his own situation. These 4 combat techniques are all grade A, and the relevant descriptions are clearly written in the list in front of him. Thunder Spear, grade A, gather thunder and condense it into a spear for throwing. In this way, Su Jingming spent more than half an hour selecting 4 battle techniques. They were the offensive techniques Thunder Spear and Chain Thunder Spear, the movement technique Thunder Flash, and the auxiliary technique Thunder Prison. Chain Thunder Lance, grade A, a long lance imbued with thunder continuously strikes the enemy's vital points. During the strikes, thunder accumulates within the body and detonates at the end of the combat technique. Thunder Flash, grade A, unleashes thunder, rapidly dashing a certain distance in a specific direction. Among these 4 combat techniques, Thunder Spear is for long-range attacks, while Chain Thunder Lance is an offensive type capable of dealing massive damage in a short time. Thunder Flash, on the other hand, is a movement-based dash skill, allowing the user to quickly close the distance with the enemy. Thunder Prison, grade A, condenses a prison of thunder, locking the enemy in place. Lastly, Thunder Prison can firmly lock the enemy in place, making escape impossible. These 4 combat techniques, combined with my strong physique, leave almost no flaws in battle. It has been detected that the 4 combat techniques you selected are all grade A. The average learning time for each technique is approximately 6 months, resulting in a total learning period of 2 years. The time cost is relatively high, so it is recommended that you reasonably pair them with some lower grade techniques. Eva noticed that Su Jingming had chosen combat techniques that were all extremely difficult grade A ones and issued a warning reminder. In fact, grade A techniques not only have lengthy learning cycles but also consume an exceptionally large amount of energy. Most ability users opt to pair them with some grade B or grade C techniques to reduce the burden. But Su Jingming was clearly an exception. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction and then clicked confirm. On his system panel, there were still more than 2,000 ability points remaining. Learning combat techniques for him was as easy as adding a point, with no time cost at all. Since that was the case, he naturally chose the more powerful combat techniques without hesitation. As for the high energy consumption, that wasn't a problem either. Once his rank increased, it would naturally be resolved. As soon as Eva finished speaking, it wasn't long before a staff member delivered 4 combat technique manuals, then respectfully closed the door and left. Looking at the 4 manuals on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In the outside world, a single D-level combat technique would cost hundreds of thousands of xia coins. For example, his previous Lightning Gale Break was a D-level combat technique. The prices for C-level and B-level techniques were even higher, reaching millions or even tens of millions. As for higher-level A-level techniques, there were simply no channels to purchase them. But now, these 4 A-level combat technique manuals were quietly placed in front of him, and he didn't have to pay any price for them. This is what a top university is like. The educational resources it possesses are simply unmatched by other schools. After marveling for a moment, Su Jingming began to browse through the 4 combat technique manuals one by one. As A-level combat techniques, the content regarding the use of supernatural abilities and blood energy was exceptionally profound. Even the text itself carried the creator's artistic conception and aura. Artistic conception is a mysterious and indescribable yet genuinely existent phenomenon. For example, a sword mark, just a glance at it can reveal the swordsman's state of mind, whether sharp, resolute, or otherwise. These manuals were similarly filled with such artistic conception. Precisely because of this, many A-level combat techniques can only be learned from the original copies. Replicas lack the artistic conception and are impossible to master. This also explains why the combat technique library takes such care in preserving these originals. No wonder it's an A-level combat technique. This way of utilizing abilities is simply extraordinary. No need to change, just like this. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last manual and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had already grasped the essence of these 4 combat techniques. Normally, the next step would be repeated practice until complete mastery. Okay, please wait a moment. However, that would be the process for ordinary people. For Su Jingming, it was entirely different. Deep Blue, add points for A-level combat technique manuals. As the points were added, the obscure and difficult content of the 4 combat techniques instantly became crystal clear, as if he had practiced them thousands of times. The 4 A-level combat techniques, which would have originally taken 2 years to master, were now mastered by Su Jingming in one fell swoop. The ability points on the system panel were suddenly reduced by nearly half, causing Su Jingming's heart to ache slightly. But exchanging them for these 4 A-level combat techniques was absolutely worth it in terms of improving his strength. So many combat techniques, who will be the lucky one to first experience the power of this set? A sinister smile with a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. If the opponent's strength is too weak, they might not even have the chance to endure a full combo before being declared defeated. I'll try it out at the villa later and see just how much energy this battle technique consumes. The battle technique manual would be automatically collected by the staff, so Su Jingming didn't linger and got up to leave the reading room. As he walked into the first floor lobby, the female teacher respectfully greeted Su Jingming again. He responded with a smile and then walked out of the battle technique library. Taking out his phone for a look, he saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Immersed in the secret manuals, I even forgot to eat lunch. But it's no big deal. I'll just have dinner and then return to the dormitory to practice combat techniques. After leaving the combat techniques library, Su Jingming first went to the cafeteria for dinner and then returned to the student villa. Ming, a teacher just came by to inform us that there will be a freshman assembly tomorrow at 9 a.m. on field number 1. Also, a new freshman group chat has been created. As Su Jingming walked through the first floor living room, Lu Wentau jumped up from the sofa and handed him a phone. The phone screen displayed a QR code for a group chat named Moda University of Supernatural Abilities Class of 2037 Freshman Group. Alright, I got it. Su Jingming took out his phone and casually added himself to the group. The group had quite a few members, currently 613 and still growing. The group announcement pinned at the top contained information about tomorrow morning's freshman assembly. In the chat interface, the freshmen were actively discussing. I went to the combat technique library today. Guess what? I have A-level access, so I can read all A-level and below combat technique manuals for free. That's awesome. But I have B-level access. Doesn't that mean I can only read manuals below B-level? Nima, am I the only one with C-level clearance? Don't worry, it seems like clearance can be upgraded. It should be explained at tomorrow's assembly. It wasn't much different from the freshman group chat in his previous life. Everyone was talking about topics related to the school. Su Jingming glanced at it, found it uninteresting, and then stepped onto the stairs. Lu Wentau, on the other hand, was very engaged, chatting enthusiastically on his phone while constantly asking, "By the way, Ming, didn't you go to the combat technique library this afternoon? What level of combat techniques did you end up choosing?" For A-level combat techniques. Su Jingming's answer on the stairs left Lu Wentau stunned. For A-level combat techniques? Wouldn't that take until sophomore or junior year to finish learning? That's why you're Ming-ji, truly someone who takes an unconventional path. Lu Wentau instinctively gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked, "Can you browse A-level combat techniques, so you have A-level clearance?" Ability points minus 200. Thunder Spear, beginner. Not A-level, it's S-level. Ability points minus 200. Chain Lightning Gun, beginner. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Jingming had already completely ascended to the second floor, his figure disappearing on the staircase. Only Lu Wentau, sitting on the sofa, was left dumbfounded. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Flash, beginner. S-level? Our school actually has a clearance higher than A-level? Ability points minus 200. Thunder Prison, beginner. The freshman group was something Lu Wentau was pulled into by a visiting teacher not long after he returned to the dormitory that afternoon. After joining the freshman group, he had been chatting and gathered quite a bit of information. First, every freshman was assigned a level of authority. The level of authority determined the number of basic credits. For example, an A-level authority could earn 60 credits. Through his silent observations in the group, he discovered that most people had B-level or C-level authority. Only a few had A-level authority, so he instinctively assumed that A-level was the highest authority a student could achieve. However, he never expected that Su Jingming would have the astonishing S-level authority. His system panel was also completely refreshed. How could this be? The other provincial top scorers I know are only A-level authority. Name, Su Jingming. On the other side, upstairs, Su Jingming had already entered the training room. In his hand, he held a gray-white, 2-meter-long spear. His original F-grade obsidian spear was almost destroyed during the martial arts exam, so he hadn't brought it to the Magic City. This gray spear was a practice weapon from the training room, with metal strength even inferior to F-grade. It was pathetically light, weighing only 20 kilograms. Level, first tier lower, plus. However, for now, there was no alternative, so he had to make do. Fortunately, it was just for testing combat techniques, not actual combat. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. After training, I need to check the school store to see if there's a suitable spear for me. If there is, I'll buy it immediately. Physique, 391 Vitality, plus. Since arriving at the Magic City Ability University for registration, Su Jingming had been incredibly busy. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. On the first day of registration, he went to find Yang Jintian to become his apprentice and learned the method of training supernatural abilities and body strengthening combat techniques. Skills: Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus, A-Class Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. On the second day, he went to teacher Jiang to build his foundation, and this process unexpectedly took 5 days. It wasn't until today that he woke up. Because of this, he hadn't bought his battle suit and weapons yet. Body Refinement, Thunder Immortal Body, First Level plus. First, let's try the Chain Thunder Spear. Ability points, 1434. Jingming stood upright in the center of the training room, holding a gray-white long spear in his right hand, with the blue-purple Zhixiao Divine Thunder quietly spreading across it. In the next moment, the spear transformed into countless phantoms, lightning flashing as it thrust continuously. Crackle. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the spear's shadows lasted for nearly 2 seconds, finally ending with an upward sweep. Buzz. The sharp spearhead, entwined with lightning, still trembled violently even after the spear shaft came to a halt. The energy consumption is fairly manageable, using only about 1/8 or so, Jingming silently calculated in his heart. As for the power, without testing equipment, it was impossible to determine precisely, but judging by the aura when the combat technique was unleashed, it was more than enough to instantly kill a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear at its peak. Next, let's try Thunder Prison. In this way, Jingming tested the 4 newly mastered Grade A combat techniques one by one. The offensive techniques, Chain Thunder Spear and Thunder Lance, consume slightly more energy, requiring about 1/8 of the purple sky Divine Thunder for a single release. Thunder Prison was a bit more economical, consuming only 1/10 of the energy. The movement technique Thunder Flash had the lowest consumption, requiring merely 1/20th of the energy. By this calculation, even if I fully execute an entire set of combat techniques, the energy consumption would only be around 2/5, which is completely within an acceptable range. Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of impure air. The training spear in his hand, having been infused with the purple sky Divine Thunder for an extended period, had turned slightly red, as if it had been roasted over a fire. If an ordinary person were to hold it, their skin would have been burned. However, Jingming felt nothing, casually placing the spear back on the weapon rack before walking to the kitchen refrigerator to grab a bottle of cold drink. That's right, the villa was equipped with a kitchen, with one on each of the 2 floors. However, most students generally wouldn't choose to cook for themselves. Jingming sat on the sofa, sipping a cold drink while browsing the mall interface projected by Eva. F-grade meteorite gun, 0.45 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. F-grade obsidian gun, 0.49 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. F-grade agile gun, 0.42 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 5 kilograms. E-grade meteorite spear, 1.11 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. E-grade obsidian spear, 1.13 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. E-grade agile spear, 0.97 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 5 kilograms. D-grade meteorite spear, 2.45 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. D-class obsidian spear, 2.58 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 10 kilograms. D-class agile spear, 2.32 credits/kg, minimum purchase of 5 kilograms. Jingming raised his eyebrows slightly. The price is about the same as outside, though. His previous obsidian spear weighed 50 kilograms and was priced at 270,000, which, when converted, roughly matched the price in the school mall. As for the ideal weight of a spear suitable for himself, Jingming had already tested it, specifically at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall that afternoon. 210 kilograms was the weight range he found most suitable. It had enough heft to avoid feeling too light when wielded, while still ensuring extremely fast thrusting speed. In that case, I'll still go with the obsidian spear, but this time I'll switch to E-grade alloy and increase the weight. Jingming quickly filled in the desired weight on the holographic projection. Purchasing such a 210 kilogram spear required a whopping 237 credits. This was, of course, because of his strong physique, which necessitated heavier weapons. Ordinary first-tier superhumans typically used weapons weighing 60 or 70 kilograms, costing only 60 to 70 credits. After selecting his weapon, Jingming also picked out a set of E-grade battle armor worth 70 credits and E-grade battle boots worth 10 credits. The total cost of the equipment came to 317 credits. After confirming the payment, his student account balance instantly shrank by half, leaving him with 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. The weapon and battle armor will be delivered to your dormitory tomorrow. Please check upon receipt. Eva's cute and naive reminder sounded in the living room. The equipment is ready too. Take a break, then continue training. Jingming picked up his iced drink and took another sip. Although he had system assistance, he would never slack off because of it. It was only a little past 7 in the evening, and besides training, he also planned to practice the Superpower training method. The entire evening was almost perfectly scheduled. What a coincidence! I'm also level be. At 8:20 the next morning, Su Jingming had already completed over an hour of training on the second floor, freshened up, and dressed neatly in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants as he walked down the stairs at a leisurely pace. What met his eyes was Lu Wentau sitting on the sofa on the first floor, with two large dark circles under his eyes. "What's this? Stayed up late chatting with a girl again last night?" Su Jingming smiled as he sat down on the sofa and patted Lu Wentau on the shoulder. "Ming Ge." Lu Wentau's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked with some urgency, "Ming Ge, what exactly gave you S-level clearance?" "I stayed up all night researching the top scorers from other provinces and felt that your abilities during the exam weren't actually that different." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to talk about, that's okay too. Is this why you didn't sleep well?" Su Jingming smiled faintly, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. A faintly flickering Zhixiao Divine Thunder, carrying a terrifying energy fluctuation, danced on his fingertips. "There's nothing I can't say. The reason is simple, because I possess an S-level superpower." S-level superpower? Lu Wentau widened his eyes in shock. No wonder the school granted Su Jingming alone S-level clearance. It turned out his superpower had reached S-level. At this moment, he finally remembered that during the martial arts exam, Su Jingming was only an awakened. The power of that thunder was indeed astonishingly strong. If it was an S-level ability, then it made sense. But he was still a bit puzzled and asked further, "Why didn't you tell me when we met yesterday?" "You didn't ask." Su Jingming spread his hands innocently. He had no intention of hiding his ability, but due to rumors on the internet, many people mistakenly believed he only had an E-level ability. Even with ability mutation, no one would have thought he was actually S-level. "Alright, the freshman assembly starts at 9. It's about time to go. Let's go." Su Jingming didn't continue teasing Lu Wentau. He stood up and left the villa with him. The Magic City University of Superpowers has a total of 4 sports fields, and the freshman assembly is held at field number 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentau stepped onto the field, there were already quite a few people present. Since the colleges and classes had not yet been assigned, everyone was unfamiliar with each other. Most paired up in twos, speaking softly and not disturbing one another. In the crowd, Su Jingming spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen outside the dormitory last night. At this moment, she was with her roommates. Song Choyun was already a stunning beauty, and with her impressive figure, it was no exaggeration to call her a goddess. Many male students on the field had their eyes drawn to her. At the same time, some female students' gazes lingered on certain parts of her, and after secretly comparing themselves, they revealed expressions of envy. Just then, Song Choyun suddenly turned around and locked eyes with Su Jingming. Her keen perception made Su Jingming's heart skip a beat, but he didn't feel embarrassed. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then withdrew his gaze. Su Jingming. Song Choyun blinked. When ordinary boys were caught peeking at her, they would either shyly lower their heads or quickly turn away, pretending to look at the distant scenery. But Su Jingming, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, even taking a few more glances and nodding at her in acknowledgement. What a unique guy, Song Choyun thought to herself. Beside her, her roommate Chi Dongxia also noticed Su Jingming's presence and her eyes lit up. It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photos. Su Jingming was already strikingly handsome, standing at an impressive height of 1.89 meters, making him stand out in any crowd. Coupled with the thunderous aura emanating from his S-level ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he exuded an air of mystery. At that moment, he embodied the image of the man countless young women dreamed of. Apart from Chi Dongxia, the other girls in the field also had their beautiful eyes sparkling and their gazes shifting when they saw Su Jingming. Su Jingming is here. Is he the one who broke the school record yesterday? As expected, he's a freshman too. I heard Su Jingming is the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan province, very strong. The news of breaking a record at Shanghai Superpower University that had stood for over a decade went viral on the forum yesterday, causing the majority of freshmen to know about Su Jingming. Lu Wentau was utterly puzzled. As a result, the moment he appeared, all eyes immediately converged on him, with mixed emotions. There was admiration and enthusiasm from young girls, as well as the solemn expressions of male classmates facing a strong contender. Of course, there were also plenty of disdainful and dismissive glances. Regardless of the emotions, Su Jingming was undoubtedly the center of attention at this moment. However, just then, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. Su Jingming, I, Leha, challenge you. Accompanied by this abrupt voice, a group of 4 emerged from the crowd. Leading the group was a young man standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters. Dressed in a white t-shirt and white trousers, though slender in build, he exuded a faint aura of danger. The 3 individuals beside him varied in appearance. Some were burly, others wore carefree smiles, but their presence was at least mid-level tier 1, Yuan, clearly formidable figures. This young man in white was none other than Lei Zhou, the second-ranked candidate in the Jiangnan Province martial arts examination, hailing from Ning'an City First High School. Su Jingming, Lei Zhou's face was filled with resentment. His parents were both Tier 4 ability users, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. At the age of 16, he awakened the elemental fire-type Grade A ability, Infernal Blaze, soaring to prominence and becoming a celebrated genius in Ning'an City. Year after year, he crushed other talents, and within 2 years, he advanced from an awakened individual to a Tier 1 upper-level ability user, becoming the top contender for this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination Championship. He indeed lived up to expectations, scoring over 9,300 points in the martial arts exam. It's worth noting that in previous years, the highest score in Jiangnan Province was only around 8,800 or 8,900 points. His score of over 9,300 points almost guaranteed him the title of provincial top scorer. However, just when he was convinced that the provincial top scorer title was in the bag and the City Education Bureau and his family had already prepared a celebratory banquet, Su Jingming emerged out of nowhere. With a total score of over 11,000 points, Su Jingming claimed the title of Jiangnan Province's top scorer. What was even more shocking was that Su Jingming came from Jiangchang, a poor area in the northern part of Jiangnan Province. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City receives the most educational resources every year. Yet this time, the provincial top scorer came from Jiangcheng, which has the least resources. This sparked rumors within Ning'an City, accusing the Ning'an City Education Bureau of being incompetent, unable to even compete with a remote prefecture-level city. The Ning'an City Education Bureau thus faced immense pressure. The once proud Lei Zhou suddenly fell from grace. While studying Su Jingming's martial arts exam footage, he discovered that their abilities were actually quite similar. Su Jingming managed to score over 2,000 more points by eliminating all the beasts in the core area. However, the candidates from Ning'an City were so strong that the beasts in the core area were essentially snatched up, leaving no opportunities for others. Therefore, this matter had always weighed on his mind. If he had taken the exam in Jiangcheng, he might have scored over 10,000 points and become the provincial top scorer. After discovering that Su Jingming was also attending the Magic City University of Superpowers, Lei Zhou decided to issue a challenge, vowing to trample Su Jingming underfoot and prove to Ning'an City and the entire Jiangnan province that he was not incapable, but that the exam location was unfair. In fact, he had already posted several challenge invitations on the school forum yesterday, but no one responded. This was why he directly issued a challenge face-to-face at the freshman assembly. Lei Zhou, I know him. He was the second-place finisher in our Jiangnan province martial arts exam. Second place challenging the first? That's rather interesting. There are rumors online saying that this year's provincial top scorer might have benefited from the exam location, and the gap in their abilities isn't that big. Some even think Lei Zhou might be stronger. I see, no wonder Lei Zhou is eager to challenge. Clearly, he wants to prove himself. Among the onlookers, some students from Jiangnan province recognized Lei Zhou and became informants, explaining to those around them. Su Jingming understood the ins and outs of the situation from their scattered words. However, he did not agree to the challenge and shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I'm not interested. Before advancing to become an extraordinary, he might have had some desire to fight. Now, he had already advanced to a first-tier lower extraordinary, mastered the S-Class Thunder Immortal Body, and commanded 4 A-Class combat techniques. It could be said that if he were to face Lei Zhou, it would be akin to an adult fighting a child. Even if he won, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Heh, not interested? I think you're just afraid of our brother Lei, aren't you? People on the school forum are saying you're a rare genius in our school over the past decade, but I think you're just a so-so. Forget it, Lei, this kind of person isn't worth taking seriously. Before Lei Zhou could speak, the people around him started mocking sarcastically. Don't talk nonsense, Su Jingming isn't that kind of person. Lei Zhou pretended to shout angrily to stop him, then revealed a fake smile and said, Eva, open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. Alright, Su Jingming, I remember your aunt's family seems to be in the business of rare flowers and exotic plants, right? Coincidentally, our family happens to be your aunt's biggest purchaser right now, and we still owe your family a large sum of money. If this payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might face some trouble. Gun-type weapons. The so-called rare flowers and exotic plants are precious natural treasures infused with the essence of heaven and earth, which can only be collected in the wilderness. Each type of rare flower or exotic plant has unique effects. Some can enhance vitality, while others can boost mental strength. They are extremely valuable to superhumans, many of whom are willing to pay high prices for them. As a result, there are quite a few businesses nationwide dealing in this trade. When the martial arts exam results were just announced, Lei Zhou discovered that Su Jingming had a good relationship with his aunt, Su Qingwan. He then had his family place a large order with Su Qingwan's company, paying only a deposit and with no intention of settling the balance. If the other party wants to file a lawsuit, dragging it out for 1 or 2 years, even if they win, the company company would have already gone bankrupt due to a broken capital chain. Originally, it was just meant to set Su Jingming up, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be useful. Lei Zhou also understood that someone like Su Jingming, who values family deeply, could not remain indifferent to this. "Are you threatening me?" Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. With just one look, Lei Zhou's heart trembled, feeling as if he were being stared at by a top predator, his hair standing on end. But he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "It's not a threat, just a reminder." Su Jingming let out a long breath, and an unprecedented coldness emerged in his clear black and white eyes. Not far away, the highly perceptive Song Choyun sensed the ferocity hidden behind this coldness. The weight of the weapons in the mall can actually be freely chosen? This aura is so violent, how on earth did he manage to do it? Song Choyun's curiosity about this tall boy grew even stronger. 12 o'clock noon, 7 days from now, at Combat Arena number 3. Lei Zhou, seeing Su Jingming take the bait, answered without hesitation. Before coming to the Supernatural University in the Magic City, he already knew that his uncle's company had received a major order. Because of this, his uncle's family was so busy that they worked around the clock, staying up for 2 days and nights to complete it. They even said the profit from this order was enough to keep the company running for a year. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a trap set by someone long ago. Since the matter started because of him, it was only right for him to resolve it personally. In 7 days, a major battle will erupt at Combat Arena number 3. Make sure to go early and secure a good spot, especially since the provincial top scorer will be participating. The onlookers, eager for drama, were naturally thrilled to see the two agree to a duel. Everyone excitedly made plans to watch the spectacle at the combat arena. This was precisely Lei Zhou's intention. He deliberately set the duel for 7 days later to ensure the news would spread widely and attract a larger audience. Then, defeating Su Jingming in front of everyone would bring him the ultimate sense of achievement. First of all, welcome to all the freshmen who have chosen the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. This freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. We have gathered you here to address some questions and introduce how to better utilize the school's resources. First is your respective permission levels. After the earlier interlude, the freshman assembly began promptly at 9 o'clock. On the podium at the front of the field, a male teacher spoke eloquently. The content was similar to what Zhang Chaoyang had mentioned earlier, mainly about the credit system and the exclusive mentor system, but in greater detail. The combat power ranking mentioned particularly piqued Su Jingming's interest. The combat power ranking is similar to the Thunder Martial Arts Center's punch strength leaderboard, but it evaluates the student's actual combat abilities. It requires the use of a device called a virtual immersion pod to compete in holographic simulated combat scenarios. The more levels one clears, the higher the ranking. The final rewards are also quite generous. After the freshman assembly ends, I need to carefully learn about this so-called combat power ranking. Su Jingming thought silently to himself. After all, the concept of full-dive virtual reality was still a novelty to him. Then, the freshman assembly continued for more than an hour. The first half hour was a male teacher on the podium giving a speech, and the rest of the time was filled with students asking questions one after another. After the orientation meeting, Su Jingming headed straight to teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the villa's living room, senior brother Lu Ming had already been waiting for quite some time. "Let's go to the training room. I'll teach you boxing techniques in the morning, and the teacher will teach you marksmanship in the afternoon." Seeing Su Jingming enter, senior brother Lu Ming immediately led him straight to the training room. Actually, according to the original plan, both boxing and marksmanship were supposed to be taught by him. However, Su Jingming's marksmanship had already reached an advanced level comparable to his own. Therefore, the marksmanship could only be personally taught by teacher Yang Jintian. Thus, Su Jingming began training under senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming was a senior college student this year, having reached the peak of the 3rd tier. His mastery of fist techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship had all reached advanced levels, and he possessed an A-grade lightning ability, making him a true genius. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Su Jingming began to get a preliminary understanding of fist techniques. As a result, in the following period, Su Jingming's life became very structured. He would wake up at 6:30 in the morning and train in the training room for an hour. At 8:30, he would arrive at teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the morning, he would learn fist techniques from senior brother Lu Ming, and in the afternoon, the teacher would instruct him in marksmanship and the related applications of the lightning ability. Of course, senior brother and the teacher were not there every day. When the two were absent, Su Jingming would practice diligently alone in the villa's training room. Soon, 7 days passed quietly. At 8:30 a.m. on July 1st, Su Jingming arrived as usual at teacher Yang Jintian's villa. "Let's go to the training room." Senior brother Lu Ming was about to head to the training room with him when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He stopped in his tracks, turned around in surprise, and asked, "You advanced?" Su Jingming nodded with a smile, without hiding anything. Last night, he used the system to advance. Previously, he spent 300 ability points to upgrade from and awaken to a first-tier lower-level ability user. This time, advancing from first-tier lower level to first-tier mid-level cost him 386 ability points. The consumption of ability points is not an integer, which also confirmed one of his speculations. The system's advancement is based on his original cultivation progress to determine the consumption of ability points. If he were just one step away from reaching first-tier mid-level, the ability points required for system advancement might be much less, possibly even under 100 ability points to advance. This is also one of the reasons he trains diligently every day. How long has it been, and you've already advanced? Lu Ming was utterly shocked upon hearing this. He clearly remembered that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was just an awakened. Yet now, in less than half a month, he had directly broken through to the mid-level of the first tier. Such a cultivation speed was simply astonishing. You must know, it took him nearly a whole year to advance from an awakened to the mid-level of the first tier back in the day. That speed was already considered a rare genius. I remember you have a duel scheduled for this afternoon, right? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he asked. That's right, today at noon, at the number 3 combat arena. Su Jingming nodded in response. He had mentioned this to his senior brother once before. Alright, I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Others might not be clear about Su Jingming's strength, but as the senior brother who trains with him daily, how could he not know? After cultivating the thunderous undying body, Su Jingming's physical strength is comparable to that of a second-tier ferocious beast. Coupled with his already masterful advanced spear techniques, he is simply extraordinarily fierce. And this is without Su Jingming using his superpowers or combat skills. According to Lu Ming's estimation, Su Jingming's overall strength could almost be considered that of a high-level second-tier superhuman. Now that he has just stepped into the mid-level of the first tier, his strength has increased significantly. He simply doesn't believe that any freshman could defeat such a monstrous existence. Keep it up, I'll go with you after training. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming on the shoulder, feeling quite eager himself, wanting to witness firsthand just how terrifying his junior brother could be at his peak. 11:42 a.m., Shanghai Superpower University, Training Building. The first floor of the training building houses 10 arenas, numbered 1 to 10, specifically for students to engage in combat practice or resolve personal disputes. At this moment, the audience seats around the arena were already packed with many students, most of whom were freshmen, numbering around 400 to 500. It should be noted that there were only a little over 600 new students who had just registered. Jiangnan Province is a major hub for education. The showdown between the first and second place is truly something to look forward to. The freshman competition in September is the perfect opportunity to witness the strength of the provincial top scorer. To be honest, I've looked into some information recently and found that Su Jingming did take advantage of the exam location. If they were at the same exam site, the real provincial top scorer would probably be Lei Zhou. So, does this mean Lei Zhou has a greater chance of winning? Not necessarily. After all, Su Jingming just recently broke our school's punching power record. Heh, what's a punching power record worth? In battles between superhumans, you can't rely solely on brute strength. I think Lei Zhou is stronger. The students were engaged in heated discussions, each holding different opinions about the outcome of the battle. Many freshmen who had researched the matter keenly noticed the underlying manipulation. They believed Lei Zhou was stronger, and that Su Jingming only managed to become the top scorer in Jiangnan Province because he had the advantage of a remote exam location. Shoyun, who do you think has a better chance of winning? In a corner of the audience, Song Shoyun and her roommate Qi Dongxia had also arrived. Su Jingming. Song Shoyun's red lips moved slightly as she answered without hesitation. Her resolute tone slightly surprised Qi Dongxia. Although the two had only recently become roommates, Qi Dongxia knew that Song Shoyun always reached conclusions after careful consideration. This was the first time she had seen the other so certain. However, I think Lei Zhou is stronger and has a better chance of winning. While Qi Dongxia was loyal to Su Jingming's looks, in terms of strength, she leaned more toward Lei Zhou. In addition, she also agreed with the rumors among the freshmen. Su Jingming being able to achieve the title of provincial top scorer in Jiangnan Province was indeed due to the advantage of the exam location. However, Song Shoyun did not agree. The country has strict regulations for martial arts exams. Wherever you attended middle and high school, that's where you must take the exam. Su Jingming may have benefited from the exam location, but he didn't enjoy the rich educational resources of a provincial capital city. He comes from the impoverished Jiangchang, yet he ultimately claimed the provincial top scorer title, which already proves his extraordinary strength. If the identities of the two were swapped, Su Jingming, who grew up in Ning'an City, could still compete for the provincial top scorer title, whereas Lei Zhou, growing up in Jiangcheng, would struggle to even make it into the top 100 of Jiangnan Province, let alone compete for the provincial top scorer. Wisdom sparkled in Song Shoyun's beautiful eyes. Beside her, Qi Dongxia was stunned after hearing this. That's right. Everyone focused on the differences in exam locations but overlooked the vast disparity in identity and resources between the two. If the abundant resources for the martial arts exam exam in Ning'an City are considered average difficulty, then the scarce resources in Jiangcheng are like hell-level difficulty. Su Jingming's ability to stand out in such hell-level difficulty in Jiangcheng and win the provincial top scorer has fully proven his immense strength and potential. Just as Qi Dongsha figured this out, the audience suddenly became restless, and everyone turned to look toward the entrance. Su Jingming is here. She also quickly turned her head to look toward the entrance. Sure enough, a tall and slender figure walked into the venue against the light. It had to be admitted that Su Jingming's aura was indeed powerful. Standing at 1.89 meters tall, his black combat suit fit snugly, showcasing a tall and robust physique without the slightest hint of bulkiness. On his resolute and rugged face, those clear and bright eyes stood out with sharp distinction. On his back was a dark, thick, and long spear, its tip featuring a blood groove, glinting with a chilling cold light under the noonday sun. The moment he stepped onto the scene, the powerful aura he exuded instantly silenced the entire venue. Tisk, with my junior brother's looks, once he proves himself, he's bound to captivate plenty of senior and junior female students. Just seated in the back row of the audience, Lu Ming watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With excellent looks and a strong physique, coupled with immense power, he was undoubtedly the dream partner of the girls at the Magic City Superpower University. Now, in the audience, many young girls were already fixated on Su Jingming, with some even taking out their phones to snap photos as keepsakes. Su Jingming has leveled up. In the front row of the audience, Lei Zhou, as Su Jingming's opponent, keenly noticed the change in Su Jingming's aura. But fortunately, I came prepared. Lei Zhou thought to himself. Being able to rank second in Jiangnan province, he was definitely not a brainless fool. How could he easily assume that he would surely win this time? Especially considering the other party broke the record not long ago. Su Jingming, just comparing wins and losses is too boring. How about we add some stakes? Lei Zhou stood up, looked at the approaching Su Jingming, and said with a smile, "What stakes?" Su Jingming raised his sword-like eyebrows. Lei Zhou's face revealed a trace of undisguised malice. "Of course, I will also put up an equivalent amount of credits and xia coins. Whoever wins takes it all." With the chance to earn easy money, Su Jingming naturally wouldn't refuse. "Alright, to prevent any cheating, let's transfer the credits to Teacher Zhou's account." The battles between superpowered individuals are extremely dangerous. A slight mistake can often lead to serious injuries or even near-death situations. To prevent students from dying in the arena, teachers with auxiliary healing abilities are stationed in the arena area every day. Today, the teacher overseeing the arena is a woman named Zhou Yun. She is a mid-level 6th-tier superpowered individual with a B-level auxiliary ability, Healing Light. For battles like this between first-tier superpowered individuals, no matter how intense, she can rescue them in time. Thus, Su Jingming transferred all 370 of his academic credits to teacher Zhou Yun, while Lei Zhou not only transferred 50 credits but also an additional 3.2 million xia currency. TSK, a bet worth 3.7 million, what a generous move. Both of them look tough to deal with. Losing this fight would be a heavy blow to either side. It's better with stakes, it makes the fight more thrilling. The freshmen in the audience were all amazed by this wager. On one hand, they had just started school, and 3.7 million was already a significant amount. On the other hand, the freshman competition 2 months away was drawing closer. Whichever side loses this money will essentially lose a large amount of cultivation resources, and their strength improvement will inevitably lag behind others. Time, place. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou stepped onto the 30-meter by 30-meter square arena, standing 10 meters apart facing each other. One held a spear, the other a knife. Before the match begins, let me emphasize once again, if one party concedes or loses consciousness, the other must not continue to pursue. Otherwise, the match will be immediately halted, and the violator will face the school's most severe punishment. Understood? Zhou Yun emphasized with a serious expression. The two of them, one ranked first in Jiangnan province and the other second, could afford injuries, but if one were to lose their life, the consequences would be unimaginable. Actual combat absolutely does not allow pursuit after one side concedes. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou nodded in unison. "Alright, I'll go, but I hope you won't regret it then." Su Jingming coldly left a remark and turned to leave. "Good that you understand. Get ready to start." 3. Su Jingming agreed. 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, Lei Zhou let out a low roar while wielding a broadsword, Mori Flame. Pale white flames rapidly spread out with Lei Zhou at the center. The Infernal Wildfire is an A-level elemental fire ability. Combined with Lei Zhou's first-tier high-level strength, the flame's temperature is extremely high, instantly heating the surrounding air. Students seated closer to the audience area even felt as if they were being scorched by the flames, and in panic, they hurriedly retreated to the back rows. "Su Jingming, the honor you made me lose, today I will take it all back." Lei Zhou stepped forward, and the broadsword engulfed in white flames emitted a deep whooshing sound as it crossed over 9 meters, charging straight at Su Jingming. He swung the blade with his right hand, the flame-wreathed broadsword slashing fiercely towards Su Jingming. His combat technique transitions are so smooth. He directly closed in and followed up with a slash. It must be a combination combat technique of a charge and a blazing slash, executed very fluidly. As expected of an A-level superpower, the high temperature of the flames is terrifying. The freshmen in the audience held their breath, staring intently at the battle before them. Dash is a common sea-level movement technique that allows for a quick sprint over a short distance, but doing it like Lei Zhou, following up immediately with another technique, is something most people on the field simply cannot achieve. This requires an astonishing level of proficiency. What seems like a simple combo is something 90% of the people on the field cannot defend against. No wonder he's the second in Jiangnan province, his fundamentals are truly solid. Just as the new students were marveling at the seamless connection of the Thunder Universe combat techniques, Su Jingming on the stage began to move. Accompanied by the piercing sound of electric arcs, the bluish-purple divine thunder of Zixia first encircled Su Jingming, resembling a hard eggshell that completely isolated the menacing infernal fire outside. The dark, icy spear also moved. No one could clearly see how Su Jingming made his move. They only felt a moment of dizziness before their eyes. Immediately, a metallic clang echoed throughout the entire venue. When everyone came to their senses, they saw the black spear firmly blocking the slash of the broadsword. Breaking a combat technique with just a casual thrust? Is that even allowed? What kind of power is this? So fierce? This scene left the new students dumbfounded. It is well known that combat techniques combine the power of supernatural abilities and vital energy. When faced with combat techniques, ordinary people either simply dodge or counter with similar techniques. But Su Jingming was completely different. He didn't use any combat techniques at all. He effortlessly blocked Lei Zhou's flame slash with just his spear. To put it in simpler terms, Su Jingming unleashed a regular basic attack and directly nullified the opponent's ultimate move. Lei Zhou on the stage was also in disbelief, but what responded to him was Su Jingming's calm and deep voice. "Nothing is impossible, you're just too weak." Immediately after, a loud bang was heard. Lei Zhou's body suddenly bent into a C shape, his waist struck heavily by a tremendous force. The overwhelming infernal flames lost control amidst the intense pain and instantly dissipated, while he himself was blasted away like a cannonball. He only came to a halt after crashing into the alloy ropes at the edge of the ring, collapsing to the ground like a powerless puppet, his face covered in blood. And where he originally stood, the blue-purple Zixia Divine Thunder still swirled around Su Jingming as he slowly withdrew his spear. Just now, it was merely a single sweep of the spear, but the speed of the strike was too fast for Lei Zhou to react, leaving him no choice but to be sent flying. Lei Zhou fell to the ground, while the audience seats plunged into a deathly silence. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Su Jingming seemed to have only fired his gun twice, right? And then, this great battle just ended like that? It was clearly supposed to be an intense showdown. It was clearly said that Lei Zhou was stronger than Su Jingming. Why was Lei Zhou instantly killed instead? What? No payment? Alright then, sorry to bother you. At first, everyone thought Lei Zhou would be slightly stronger than Su Jingming. Even if the gap wasn't big, they should at least be evenly matched. But what is happening now? The battle lasted only a few seconds. Lei Zhou was first countered, then directly knocked away. This is simply a crushing defeat, and it's a one-sided crushing defeat. Lei Zhou has almost no power to fight back. Is Lei Zhou weak? Absolutely not. He possesses an A-level ability of the Forest Blaze, combined with skilled combat technique chaining. Most of the freshmen present can't handle his combo moves. Moreover, they were 100% sure that Lei Zhou had even stronger combat techniques he hadn't used yet. But does that matter? Not at all. The opponent, Su Jingming, relied solely on the eruption of his lightning ability to complete an instant kill with just 2 consecutive shots. He didn't even use any combat techniques. For a moment, a single word emerged simultaneously in the hearts of all the freshmen in the audience: unfathomable. The provincial top scorers from other provinces sitting in the audience looked at the tall figure on the stage, each with a solemn expression full of apprehension, because they realized that even if they were the ones on stage, the outcome would likely be the same as Lei Zhou's. This is just too boring. He didn't even force out 1/10 of my junior brother's strength. In the back row of the audience, Lu Ming couldn't hide his disappointment. With such limited strength, daring to challenge Su Jingming is simply seeking one's own doom. On the stage, teacher Zhou Yuan, who was serving as the referee, also looked somewhat surprised at the situation before her. He hadn't expected Su Jingming's strength to be so much greater than Lei Zhou's. Just as she was about to announce Su Jingming's victory, Lei Zhou, lying weakly at the edge of the ring, spoke up. Teacher, I haven't conceded. The match isn't over." Immediately after, he took out a bright red pill from his pocket. "Blood Fury pill? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Zhou Yuan's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. "This is just a match, not a life or death struggle. The wilderness area is rich in rare flowers and herbs, which can naturally be used to refine various elixirs. The Blood Fury pill is a drug that superhumans take only when they are fighting with all their might. After taking it, their strength can increase several times in an instant, but the side effects are severe, often leaving them bedridden for 1 or 2 months afterward. It's okay, I'll bear the consequences myself." Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and persisted. The Blood Fury pill was Lei Zhou's ultimate move prepared for Su Jingming, something he would never use unless absolutely necessary. But faced with Su Jingming's strength far exceeding expectations, he had no other choice. Go all out. If I lose, I'll accept it, he growled, swallowing the blood fury pill in one gulp. Although winning with the aid of medicine seemed somewhat dishonorable, it was still better than losing. In the next moment, the pill's effects erupted rapidly, and an incredibly powerful aura surged from Lei Zhou's body. The infernal flames burned again with a power several times stronger than before, turning the 5 or 6 meters around him into a sea of ghastly white fire. Hey, is it even allowed to take pills during the competition? That's clearly against the rules. Lu Wentau, a roommate in the audience, couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stood up to protest, prompting many freshmen to voice their agreement. Yeah, taking pills shouldn't be allowed in the competition, right? Using external aid, can this still be considered fair? Lei Zhou committed a foul, he should be directly declared the loser. Although the freshmen were looking forward to a more intense showdown, they generally disapproved of such behavior involving the use of pills. Those supporting Su Jingming were mainly female students, including Song Choyun's roommate, Shi Dongxia. This isn't an official match, and there were no related rules beforehand. Taking pills is within the permissible range, Zhou Yun on the stage explained, shaking her head. If Su Jingming had pills on him, he could use them as well. Actual combat sparring inherently has fewer restrictions. Who would have thought Lei Zhou would prepare a blood fury pill, something only used by espers in desperate situations? Judging by the grade of this blood surge pill, it's not low. It directly boosted Lei Zhou's strength to that of a second-tier lower level. As spur, this is going to be trouble for Su Jingming. Zhou Yun sensed the aura emanating from Lei Zhou and shook her head with a sigh. Lei Zhou was originally a first-tier upper-level esper, with actual combat strength equivalent to the second tier. After taking this pill, his strength was forcibly elevated to the second-tier upper level, and his overall combat power skyrocketed. Even the ferocious Su Jingming, who had just displayed his might, would likely find it hard to withstand. In other words, most of the freshmen have gathered here because of this event. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Jingming on the stage did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he gripped his spear firmly, brimming with fighting spirit. His fighting spirit has grown even stronger. His mindset is quite impressive. Zhou Yun nodded to herself in approval. Not only that, Su Jingming's mood could even be described as excited. Finally, it's no longer the rhythm of adults bullying kids. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As if sensing its master's emotions, the purple heaven divine thunder surrounding him also became active, with crackling arcs of lightning sounding one after another. In a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared instantly, and in the next moment, he was less than a meter in front of Lei Zhou. Thunder Flash. This is an A-level combat technique in the category of movement skills, allowing a rapid dash in any direction over a certain distance. With Su Jingming's current mid-tier level 1 strength, the dash distance can reach up to 20 meters, effortlessly flashing to a spot over 10 meters away, right in front of Lei Zhou. So fast. Lei Zhou's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised his blade to counter. Su Jingming also swung his spear to retaliate. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw Su Jingming's movements clearly, but even seeing them was useless. He simply didn't have time to change his move and could only watch helplessly as the spear collided head-on. I refuse to believe that even after taking the blood fury pill, my strength is still inferior to yours. Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and desperately increased his force. The spear and the broadsword collided, the sound of metal clashing several times louder than before. A massive countershock traveled up the broadsword, directly splitting the webbing of his hand, causing blood to gush out instantly. He himself was shaken back 3 or 4 steps in succession. What kind of monster are you? After steadying himself, Lei Zhou stared in horror at Su Jingming not far away. This was his state after taking the blood fury pill, with his strength surging 3 to 4 times. Yet, in a contest of power, he still lost to Su Jingming. What made him even more desperate was that the enhanced Sunran Hellfire still couldn't break through Su Jingming's thunderous defense. From then on, whether in physical strength or abilities, Lei Zhou was completely at a disadvantage. A glint of determination flashed in Lei Zhou's eyes as he decisively chose to create distance, retreating over 10 meters away. Sinister karmic flames gathered around him, forming basketball-sized fireballs that continuously hurled toward Su Jingming. As a B-level offensive combat technique of the flame system, each fireball from the flame barrage would explode upon hitting the enemy, causing severe burns at best or reducing them to ashes at worst. However, against Su Jingming, who was protected by the purple sky divine thunder, the explosions of the fireballs caused him no harm. Instead, the shockwave from the explosion made his movements somewhat sluggish. Damn, the shockwave from the flame barrage is preventing Su Jingming from approaching me. As expected from taking the blood fury pill, the power of this flame ability is truly exaggerated. But it's fine, as long as Su Jingming endures this wave of attacks. Once Lei Zhou's drug effect wears off, he can counterattack. The freshmen in the audience focused intently on this intense scene. The bad news is that the short-legged Su Jingming was being remotely restrained by Lei Zhou, who fought like a mage. The good news is that the mage did not cause substantial damage and could not sustain continuous attacks. Once the effects of the medicine wear off, it will surely be Su Jingming's moment to counterattack. On the arena, Lei Zhou clearly understood this as well. He anxiously controlled the infernal flames, desperately trying to create more fireballs to break through Su Jingming's thunderous defense. However, the opponent was like a rock in a raging torrent, standing firm and unshakable. Damn it, just how strong is Su Jingming's lightning ability? It's downright monstrous. Lei Zhou cursed inwardly. Logically speaking, under the effect of the blood fury pill, his level temporarily rose from first tier upper rank to second tier lower rank, and the power of the A-level sinister hellfire was greatly enhanced. Dealing with a first tier mid-rank ability user, how could it be possible that he couldn't even break through their ability defense? But fortunately, the pill's effect lasts for more than 10 minutes. I still have a chance. Lei Zhou was unwilling to give up easily, steadied his mind, and prepared to find another method. At this moment, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly came through. Not far away, Su Jingming, who was being suppressed by the barrage of fiery bullets, clenched his left hand in the air. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, a blue-purple thunder spear quickly took shape and was hurled fiercely toward Lei Zhou. The thunder spear was incredibly fast, closing in within 5 meters of Lei Zhou in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhou hurriedly dodged to the side. Put! The thunder spear grazed his side abdomen, still tearing his battlesuit and leaving a charred wound, with blood flowing profusely. The purple heaven divine thunder spread at the wound. As an S-level ability, even a trace of it could cause immense damage. The stinging pain was like being gnawed by 10,000 ants, almost causing Lei Zhou to faint. However, the deep voice sounded once again. Su Jingming pointed his spear, and accompanied by a thunderous sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds, endless blue-purple lightning cascaded down from above Lei Zhou's head. In an instant, it formed a prison of thunder, enveloping Lei Zhou within. Restrictive combat techniques are extremely difficult to break through, and forcibly breaking the formation will only result in heavy losses. Looking around at the terrifying thunder emanating from all directions, he knew that if he forced his way through, the one getting hurt would only be himself. So, he simply followed Su Jingming's example, retracting all the eerie hellfire and condensing it into a solidified white flame barrier that surrounded him. I want to see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhou snorted coldly, showing no fear that Su Jingming could break through his flame barrier. However, at that moment, Su Jingming on the opposite side moved. A flash of lightning streaked by, and he instantly crossed over 10 meters to appear in front of Lei Zhou. The flame barrier has decent defense, but I wonder if it can withstand my attack. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, and the 2-meter-long obsidian spear in his hand was tightly entwined with blue-purple lightning. The dark spear transformed into a phantom, launching a series of fierce thrusts. Lightning flickered unpredictably. The flame barrier that Lei Zhou had once placed high hopes on was effortlessly pierced in an instant. Lei Zhou shouted in terror as the sharp spearhead wrapped in terrifying lightning rapidly enlarged in his vision. He would die. If struck, death was absolutely certain. At this moment, Lei Zhou's survival instinct was magnified infinitely. The sharp spearhead, entwined with blue-purple lightning and glowing red-hot like a branding iron, stopped just 1 centimeter away from Lei Zhou's forehead. Under his horrified gaze, just as he thought he had narrowly escaped, the spear suddenly shifted direction and stabbed straight into his right shoulder. A large hole was pierced in his shoulder, and his scapula was completely shattered. The intense pain almost made Lei Zhou faint on the spot. Opposite him, Su Jingming withdrew his spear, his resolute and rugged face remaining calm and composed. The entire battle process seemed lengthy, but from the moment Su Jingming counterattacked with the thunder spear to the final suppression, it actually lasted only 4 or 5 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, Lei Zhou had already chosen to concede. Zhou Yun noticed Su Jingming's movements but said nothing, promptly announcing the outcome of the match. At this moment, the freshman in the audience came to their senses and erupted into a heated discussion about Su Jingming's near-perfect execution of combat techniques. Simply a crushing defeat. A complete crushing defeat. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he actually executed 4 combat techniques in succession. Isn't that insane? Not only that, but the transitions between the combat techniques were incredibly smooth. The blood fury pill forcibly elevated Lei Zhou's level to tier 2 lower rank. Originally, everyone thought Lei Zhou would make a desperate comeback, but the result was Su Jingming completely overwhelming him. What's even more shocking is that Su Jingming's control over the timing of his combat technique execution is incredibly precise. He remains still until he moves. With overwhelming force, a series of combat techniques erupted in succession, leaving Lei Zhou completely powerless to fight back, and the battle ended instantly. And what's even more terrifying is that he actually managed to forcibly stop his combat technique at the end. That's what's truly impressive. It's extremely difficult to interrupt a combat technique once it's been executed. Even if one forcibly stops, it would result in a backlash of vital energy and blood. Yet Su Jingming stopped his combat technique as if nothing had happened, his breathing steady and completely undisturbed, which left many students in awe. By the way, the power of Su Jingming's combat techniques looks pretty strong. Are they all B-level techniques? It's possible. battle. The power was too strong. Lei Zhou's flame barrier didn't even last a second before being penetrated. For B-level combat techniques, impressive. The highest level of combat technique I've mastered is only C-level. Indeed, Su Jingming's 4 lightning-based combat techniques gave them a completely different sense of awe compared to lower-level techniques. At the back of the audience seats, listening to the freshmen's discussions, Lu Mingren was stunned. Others might not understand combat technique levels, but how could he, as a senior disciple, not know? Thunder Spear, Chain Lightning Spear, Thunder Prison, and Thunder Flash were all A-level combat techniques. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh softly. As Su Jingming's senior brother, when he became Yang Jintian's disciple, he also received a list of combat techniques but ultimately chose only one A-level combat technique, Thunder Flash, while the rest were B-level and C-level techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick higher-level combat techniques, but the higher the level, the greater the difficulty in learning and the longer the cycle. Naturally, he didn't want to choose too many high-level techniques, lest it slow down the improvement of his strength. He is confident in challenging Su Jingming, and naturally, he has prepared his own trump card. However, Su Jingming not only chose A-level combat techniques but also picked 4 at once and mastered them all. You make me, your senior brother who spent over 4 months just learning Thunder Flash, feel utterly inadequate. Lu Ming shook his head inside. Having such an outstanding junior brother, the pressure on him as a senior brother was truly immense. Su Jingming, this time I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The credits and the xia coins are all yours, and I'll also make the payment to your aunt on time. On the arena, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the intense pain, took a deep look at Su Jingming, clutched his shoulder, endured the pain, and turned to leave the arena. He lost, and this time he was truly and completely defeated. Moreover, it was almost a crushing defeat. Unable to win in his normal state, even after taking the Blood Fury pill, he still couldn't achieve victory. Everything that had just happened had already made him feel an immense sense of defeat. All your credits. In addition, the shattered injury on his right scapula would require a significant amount of money to hire a healing ability user to repair. What's worse, after the effects of the Blood Fury pill wore off, within 10 minutes, his entire body would immediately lose all strength. For the next 2 months or more, he would be confined to bed for recovery. A single misstep leads to a series of setbacks. For a freshman who had just entered the Magic City Ability University, this period was the golden time to enhance one's strength. Being unable to train for 2 months meant he had essentially wasted half of it. Even if he barely managed to catch up later, it would be absolutely impossible for him to enter the top tier of freshmen. As for surpassing Su Jingming, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Okay, but does he regret it? Lei Zhou did not regret it. Before taking the Blood Fury pill, he had already prepared himself to bear all the consequences. He just hadn't expected Su Jingming's strength to be so monstrously overwhelming. Student Su Jingming, congratulations on your victory. Referee teacher Yuan smiled slightly, then transferred all the credits and daxia currency to Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million daxia currency. At this point, the credits in Su Jingming's student account reached 422, and his bank account held 7.42 million daxia currency. Gambling duels really bring in money fast. Su Jingming shook his head. With the battle over, the grudge between him and Lei Zhou could be considered settled. Judging by the other party's miserable state, it was clear he had been thoroughly intimidated and likely wouldn't cause any more trouble in the future. He casually slung the long spear over his back and leapt lightly off the arena. Su Jingming himself weighed 120 kilograms, and with the 210 kilogram obsidian spear on his back, the total weight reached 330 kilograms. Jumping down from the over 1 meter high arena was like dropping a massive iron block, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, teacher Yuan is also the referee for this match. This made his roommate Lu Wentau, who was walking over from the audience area, involuntarily twitch his eyelid. Ming, how heavy is that spear of yours? It feels pretty hefty. 210 kilograms, Su Jingming replied calmly. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentau's eyes widened. He himself only weighed 65 kilograms, and this long spear was equivalent to the weight of 3 of him? No wonder Lei Zhou doesn't dare to clash head-on with you. Over 200 kilograms smashing down, who could withstand that? Lu Wentau clicked his tongue in amazement. In his opinion, not to mention Lei Zhou, even the top scorers from other provinces probably wouldn't dare to take this spear head-on. Classmate Su Jingming, are you interested in joining a club? Suddenly, a girl who appeared out of nowhere walked up to Su Jingming, beaming as she asked. She had a beautiful face, a tall figure, and her legs beneath the black short skirt were shapely and long, almost glowing with fairness. Unlike ordinary girls, her makeup was sophisticated, making her look nothing like a college student, but more like an elite career woman in society. Who are you? Su Jingming asked in confusion, naturally not recognizing her. Vice President of the Linghu Society, Su Man. Su Man smiled charmingly and handed over a business card, which displayed her name, position, and the society she belonged to. Both parties, please enter the arena. After confirming the credit transfer was accurate, teacher Yuan spoke. Your battle just now was truly impressive. Our Spirit Fox Society is in need of fresh blood like you to join us, Suman directly expressed her intentions. Our Spirit Fox Society ranks among the top societies in the school. The president is a third-tier high-level ability user. Besides organizing experience-sharing sessions for cultivation, the president also occasionally leads members to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts, enhancing practical combat skills. Additionally, resources are distributed regularly every month. In short, joining our society comes with numerous benefits. Would you be willing to join? Suman listed all the advantages of the society in one breath, looking at Su Jingming with great anticipation. This scene was also noticed by a few nearby students. The Linghu Society? I remember they seem to be an elite group, right? Yes, that's them. I even saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. But don't they only recruit second-tier ability users? Why would they approach Su Jingming? Do you think with Su Jingming's current strength whether he's second-tier matters? That does seem to make sense. TSK, the Spirit Fox Society, how enviable. As a higher education institution, the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities naturally has various clubs. Unlike the Electronics Club or the Go Club in ordinary cultural schools, the clubs at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities do not require mastery of special skills. As long as you are a supernatural ability user, you can join. Understood. Of course, some clubs do set entry thresholds. For example, you might need to be at least at the mid-level of Tier 1 or the upper level of Tier 1. If the recruitment threshold is above Tier 2, it is considered an elite club. Such clubs are composed entirely of strong members, offering excellent experiences whether it's exchanging cultivation insights or teaming up to hunt fierce beasts. The Spirit Fox Society, as an elite club, has become the dream target of many freshmen. Unfortunately, many freshmen do not meet the required level and don't even qualify for an interview. Now, however, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Society has directly extended an invitation to Su Jingming. How could this not make people envious? Spirit Fox Society? Su Jingming raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. He wasn't opposed to joining a club, but he wanted to first understand what kind of existence the Spirit Fox Society truly was. Suman, your Linghu Society is really breaking the rules. At this moment, senior brother Lu Ming frowned and walked toward them. Zhou Yun nodded and then began the countdown. President Lu, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Sorry for the disturbance. Suman's expression changed slightly, and she quickly apologized before swaying gracefully and leaving in a hurry. Senior brother, what is this about? Su Jingming asked, somewhat puzzled. Nothing much. Lu Ming waved his hand and explained. Recruiting for societies usually starts after the freshman competition ends. This is a rule long established by all the societies. However, there are always some who like to play little tricks, so that's how it is. Su Jingming immediately understood that the rules set by the clubs were mostly to first confirm the students' abilities through the freshman competition before proceeding with recruitment. Start. Of course, I can understand them. After all, junior brother, you're just too outstanding. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. Alright, the match is over. I need to head back to the dormitory. Goodbye, senior brother. Su Jingming nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. Lu Ming, a third-tier peak superhuman, possesses the A-level lightning ability Jade Pivot True Thunder, and is also the vice president of the Elite Ashes Club. This senior brother's presence in person is even more impressive than in photos. Watching Lu Ming gradually walk away, Lu Wentau, known as the know-it-all, sighed beside him. Boom! There are more than 4,000 students at the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, but most of them remain at the first or second tier of power. Those who reach the third tier number fewer than 200. As for the fourth tier and above, while they do exist, they rarely stay at the school for long. After a moment of reflection, Lu Wentau turned to look at Su Jingming. By the way, Ming, have you ever been to the city center of Magic City? Never been. Su Jingming shook his head. Over the past few days, he had spent all his time training and hadn't even left the school, let alone visited the city center. Perfect. I haven't been there either. How about we go check out the city center together tonight? Lu Wentau suggested. Alright. Su Jingming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He understood that balancing work and rest was the key to sustainability. After long hours of training, it was indeed time to relax. But it won't be fun with just the two of us. I can post something on the school forum about a dorm meetup and see if anyone wants to join us. It'd be even better if there are some girls, Lu Wentau said excitedly, pulling out his phone to start typing as he walked. Soon, a post titled "Anyone Wanna Hang Out in Downtown Modu Tonight" appeared on the student forum of Modu University of Supernatural Abilities. The post detailed Lu Wentau and Su Jingming's identities and explained their plan to head downtown that evening. Yun, look, Su Jingming and the others are going to downtown Modu tonight and are looking for people to join them. In the audience stands, Chi Dongsha, who was about to leave, saw the post and beamed with excitement. Yun, let's go together. We can treat it as a dorm meetup. Su Jingming, ha, Song Choyun looked at the tall figure in the distance who had already reached the exit. Although she usually wasn't interested in social gatherings, she thought for a moment and then nodded, alright. On the other side, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a call from his aunt Su Qingwan. Xiaoming, is everything okay over there in the Magic City? It's pretty good. That's good. I forgot to tell you last time we talked on the phone, your cousin Tangi has already been admitted to a school over there in your city. Auntie's tone carried a hint of laughter, clearly in a very good mood. Oh, which school is it? Linjiang University of Abilities. I think it's not far from your Moda University of Abilities. Linjiang Superpower University? It's indeed not too far from here, Su Jingming said with a smile. There are 5 superpower universities in the university town of Modu, and Linjiang Superpower University is one of them. It ranks around 100th nationwide, which is considered quite good. So when will Sister Chi report to the school? The official registration is on September 1st. She wants to come early, but the exact day hasn't been decided yet. Alright, once Sister Chi decides, let me know, and I'll go to the station to pick her up. After chatting for a while longer, Su Jingming finally hung up the phone. Since his teacher, Yang Zhentian, had not been at school recently, he didn't go to the teacher's villa. Instead, he carried his long gun and walked into the training room on the second floor to start training on his own. Meanwhile, Lu Wentau, sitting on the sofa on the first floor, was both happy and troubled. He was happy because many people had left comments under his post wanting to join, but troubled because there were too many people and he had no idea whom to choose. This Chi Dongxia, isn't she Song Choyun's roommate? Crackle and pop. Lu Wentau suddenly saw a familiar name, and his eyes lit up instantly. In that case, let's call Chi Dongxia and the others first. But 4 people seem a bit too few, not lively enough. Adding 2 more would be better. Let's just randomly pick someone. The next moment, just like that, Lu Wentau casually left a message for another dormitory. In the training room on the second floor of the villa, flashes of lightning flickered unpredictably. Su Jingming wore only a pair of shorts, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, countless tiny arcs of lightning danced across the surface of his skin. Chest, abdomen, thighs, calves, wherever the lightning passed, the skin turned slightly red, exuding a peculiar sense of resilience. This was the cultivation method of the S-level body strengthening combat technique Thunder Immortal Body. Through special techniques, lightning-based abilities were applied to the physical body to enhance its strength. Of course, only a body that had established the foundation of the immortal body could undergo such training, otherwise, it would be tantamount to self-harm. Ming, it's about time. Let's get ready to go. Su Jingming suddenly opened his eyes, as if a flash of lightning had passed through them. He responded, retracted the endless purple divine thunder, stood up, went to the bathroom for a quick shower, put on a t-shirt and trousers, and then went downstairs. The Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is located in the center of the university town, nestled among several other colleges. Its grand entrance attracts every passing student to stop and take an extra look. Blocked it? However, this time, unlike before, many female students couldn't help but be drawn to a young man standing nearby while looking at the school gate. This young man was tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a masculine and rugged charm. Just by standing there, he radiated a unique and extraordinary aura. Faced with this powerful aura, many girls only dared to steal a glance from afar, not daring to approach and strike up a conversation. This man was none other than Su Jingming. His roommate Lu Wentau was also standing nearby. The school gate was the agreed meeting point, and they were set to depart promptly at 7 o'clock. Before long, 2 of the 4 agreed participants had already arrived at the school gate. They were a pair of twin sisters who looked extremely alike. Both had delicate oval faces, one wore twin ponytails, while the other had a single ponytail. Their heights were about the same, approximately 1.62 meters, and their clothing style leaned towards cute. Lu Wentau was slightly stunned, not expecting that his random choice would be so lucky, picking such a pair of beautiful girls. The 2 girls saw Su Jingming and Lu Wentau from a distance and waved as they walked over quickly. The older sister with a single ponytail was the first to greet them warmly. The younger sister with twin ponytails also giggled and said, "I'm the younger sister, Li Wanhua." The younger sister smiled adorably, even revealing a small tiger tooth. On the opposite side, Li Wanting and Li Wanhua instinctively focused their gaze on Su Jingming, as their visit was entirely for him. At noon in the audience seats, although the 2 women could see Su Jingming on the stage, the distance was too great to observe his appearance closely. Now, taking a closer look, Su Jingming's demeanor was even more outstanding than on the stage. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with expressions of surprise and delight. Of course, as students admitted to the Magic City Ability University, they were not the type to blindly idolize celebrities. This time, attending the social gathering was not only to satisfy their inner fangirl sentiments but primarily to get to know Su Jingming. How is this possible? After the battle at noon, it was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Su Jingming's strength far surpassed that of other freshmen, completely on a different level. His His future achievements seemed boundless. Faced with such an opportunity to connect, the two sisters naturally wouldn't let it slip by. In fact, many of the girls leaving comments under the post shared the same thoughts. Moreover, if they could develop a deeper relationship with Su Jingming, they would gladly embrace it. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue, with their cheerful and outgoing personalities, quickly struck up a conversation with Su Jingming after arriving. During the chat, Su Jingming learned that the sisters both possessed B-level auxiliary healing abilities, Holy Water of Healing. They could treat various injuries, and their abilities could even be combined, achieving effects comparable to A-level abilities. So, if you ever form a wilderness adventure team in the future, remember to prioritize us sisters, Li Wanting said with a sweet smile. As auxiliary ability users, although they had some combat capabilities, their overall combat strength wasn't particularly high. In the future, if they ventured into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, they would have to rely on powerful teammates. An ability user as strong as Su Jingming was undoubtedly the most reliable partner. Their visit this time wasn't aimed at leaving a deep impression on Su Jingming. As long as he thought of them first when he needed auxiliary ability users in the future, it would already be considered a success. Okay, Su Jingming nodded with a smile. The wilderness ravaged by ferocious beasts is fraught with danger, but it also holds immense wealth, beast blood and flesh, as well as unique flowers and herbs, found only in the wilderness. Many students at the Magic City Ability University form ability user teams, taking advantage of their free time to venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts, earning money and academic credits. The composition of these teams is crucial, much like playing online games, where roles such as warriors, mages, and healers are indispensable. Only with such arrangements can the survival rate of the team in the wilderness be ensured. Although Su Jingming currently had no plans to form an ability user team, making friends with those who possess supportive abilities was undoubtedly a good thing. The more friends one has, the more paths open up. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Wentau beside him suddenly brightened up, looking ahead and saying, "Mingji, the last two people have arrived." Su Jingming instinctively looked over and saw two girls of similar height walking out from the school gate. The one on the left had a slender figure and a charming appearance, wearing a floral dress. Her long, shapely legs beneath the skirt appeared particularly healthy. The girl on the left was already quite beautiful, but the one on the right was even more stunning. The girl on the right had eyes as clear and pure as a baby's, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, with a sweet and charming face. Her black hair was tied high with a red ribbon, revealing her fair neck. Her outfit was simple, a plain women's t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, but her figure was curvaceous, with a full and upright chest. Her long legs, wrapped in tight jeans, displayed rounded in full curves, creating a striking contrast. Her appearance was sweet and slightly youthful, yet her figure was as alluring as a ripe peach, exuding a captivating charm. A word involuntarily surfaced in Su Jingming's mind, a girl with the allure of a young woman. This girl was none other than Song Choyun, whom he had seen before. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Shi Dongxia, here by invitation," Shi Dongxia said with a beaming smile as she stepped forward. "I am her roommate, Song Choyun," said Song Choyun, who was standing beside her. "Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Su Jingming." Su Jingming introduced himself with a smile. "Su, I don't think we can really call this our first meeting, can we?" Song Choyun blinked her clear, bright eyes. Seeing the sly smile on her face, Su Jingming also recalled their brief eye contact during the freshman assembly. Indeed, it couldn't really be considered their first meeting. "Ming, you take Song Choyun and the other one, I'll take Li Wanting and her sister." Seeing that all 6 people had arrived, Lu Wentau didn't delay any further. They split into 2 groups and took 2 different taxis, heading toward the center of Magic City. The main urban area of Magic City consists of 5 districts: Huangpu District, Suwei District, Changning District, Yangpu District, and Gingan District. Magic City University Town is located in Gingan District. If divided into urban and suburban areas, these 5 main districts are all considered part of the city center, and their level of prosperity speaks for itself. However, the city center that Su Jingming and his group were heading to this time was the most bustling area of Magic City, Huaihai Commercial Street. Here, it is one of the top commercial centers in the country. Not only are there a dazzling array of luxury goods, but also all the equipment and elixirs needed by ability users. The Magic City Ability University is not far from Huaihai Commercial Street. Su Jingming and his group took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the commercial street in less than half an hour. This is Huaihai Commercial Street. What greeted Su Jingming's eyes was a dazzling commercial street scene. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and the sky was slightly dim, but the street before him was illuminated by colorful holographic projections. Countless crowds bustled through, lively and noisy, with waves of sound rising and falling. Su Jingming recognized quite a few familiar names on the shop signs along the street: Heng Yuan Equipment, Lingxi Pharmaceuticals. Lu Wentau, Song Choyun, and Shi Dongxia, who were visiting this place for the first time, couldn't help but marvel at the bustling scene before them. As for the Li Wanting sisters, they appeared relatively calm, clearly not their first time here. I've been to this commercial street before, and there's also a snack street nearby. Why don't we go there and grab something to eat first? Lu Wentau suggested. Everyone, being young people around 18 or 19 years old, naturally didn't want a formal meal. As soon as Lu Wentau mentioned it, the suggestion of the snack street immediately gained everyone's approval. After spending more than an hour filling their stomachs at the snack street, Jingming and his group returned to the commercial street and began to stroll around. It must be said that the goods in the center of Magic City are far more comprehensive than those in Jiang City. The battle suits and weapon models provided by Yuan Equipment Group in Jiang City are pitifully few, whereas in Magic City, everything is available, with a wide variety of styles. Even the black obsidian gun has various subdivided models, making Jingming drool with envy. Unfortunately, the equipment he recently replaced is still functional, so he could only resist the urge to buy. In contrast, Yuan had no reservations. Seeing beautiful battlesuits, she bought them as casually as purchasing regular clothes, placing orders with a wave of her hand. In less than half an hour, she had purchased 3 sets of combat gear, spending millions. Jingming secretly marveled. Yuan appeared simple, yet she was undeniably a little rich lady. So annoying. Refund me. Friendships among young people grow quickly. Over 4 hours of shopping brought them closer, chatting and laughing along the way. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that everyone took a taxi back to school. Upon returning to the student dormitory area, Jingming and his group first bid farewell to Lu Wentau and her sister, then accompanied Qi Dongxia and Yuan to the entrance of their dormitory. Had a great time today, thank you all. Yuan bid farewell to Jingming with a smile on her face. She wasn't accustomed to being alone with the opposite sex, as she possessed the A-level ability Light of Dawn, which made her extremely perceptive. She could sense the burning desire in every boy's gaze when they looked at her. But Jingming was different. What she perceived from him was merely an appreciation for beauty, without any other emotions. This difference both surprised her and gave rise to a bit of fondness. Jingming waved goodbye with a smile, watching Yuan sway gracefully as she walked into the dormitory building with Qi Dongxia, before returning to his own dormitory with Lu Wentau. Ah, it's nice to go out and stroll around occasionally, it feels pretty good. Lu Wentau plopped down on the sofa, and Jingming nodded in agreement. These few hours of relaxation had indeed lifted their spirits quite a bit. However, after tonight, we need to keep working hard. Jingming thought silently in his heart. Just as Jingming had expected, ever since that day he went shopping in the center of Magic City with Yuan, he returned to his routine of moving between 3 places: dormitory, teacher's villa, and cafeteria. Every day was either training or on the way to training. Although Lu Wentau appeared carefree and nonchalant, the fact that he was admitted to Magic City Ability University proved his strength and potential. During this period, he had been diligently training and honing his skills. Of course, every few days he would take some time to relax. In his words, balancing work and rest is the key to going further. 15 days later, July 16th, 9 p.m. In the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Jingming opened his system panel. Ability points, 1048. Almost there, ready to advance again. It had been nearly half a month since Jingming advanced to the next mid-tier. Although this upgrade was still quick, the speed was no longer as striking. Jingming's thoughts moved, and his consciousness directly clicked the plus sign behind the level. Ability points minus 456. First tier mid-level, first tier upper level. In an instant, Jingming's aura surged dramatically. Finally, my level has entered the top tier of incoming freshmen. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling the surging vitality within him, much stronger than before. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, flickering with blue-purple light, was summoned, swirling around Jingming. Jingming nodded with satisfaction and then reopened the system panel. Ability points, 592. After advancing to tier 1 upper rank, his 2 primary attributes had both increased by nearly 60 points. In addition, Jingming noticed that the plus sign next to the level had disappeared. It seems that the remaining ability points are not enough to directly promote me to the 2nd tier. He stroked his chin and pondered. In that case, it's time to go to the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts and replenish some ability points. However, before that, I'll use up the ability points first and push my strength to the limit. His eyes flashed, and Jingming chose to allocate points again. Ability points, minus 354. Thunder Immortal Body, first stage, second stage. The Thunder Immortal Body is the only S-level combat technique Jingming currently masters. When other levels cannot be further improved, enhancing this skill is naturally the first choice. As an S-level combat technique, the amount of ability points required to enhance the Thunder Immortal Body is extremely astonishing, but it is absolutely worth it. When Jingming's Thunder Immortal Body broke through to the 2nd level, he seemed to hear a thunderous roar within his body. His bone density further increased, and his muscles became even more solid. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Thunder Immortal Body has broken through to the 2nd level, and the 3rd level is not far away. The Thunder Immortal Body is divided into 13 levels. As an S-level body strengthening combat technique, it is far more than just enhancing physical fitness. Each time the Undying Body is elevated by 3 levels, a special ability can be obtained. When the Undying Body reaches the 3rd level, a special state, Thunder Extreme Mode, will be unlocked. Thunder Extreme Mode is similar to the Thunder Cell activation used by Su Jingming during the martial arts exam, but it is an ultimate enhanced version. Once Thunder Extreme Mode is activated, everything from movement speed, gun drawing speed, to punching power, kicking power, and more will be comprehensively enhanced. The winner of this match is... Su Jingming glanced at the system panel again. After upgrading the Thunder Immortal Body, there are still 242 ability points left. Logically, upgrading to the intermediate level should require 200 ability points, but due to regular training, Su Jingming successfully upgraded with only 178 points. At this moment, the system panel shows only 62 ability points remaining. At this point, Su Jingming's ability points were almost completely exhausted. Tomorrow, I'll go greet the teacher, and then prepare to head to the wilderness area. Life at the Magic City Ability University was both leisurely and comfortable. Aside from various rankings in training rooms, overall, it didn't look much different from universities in his previous life. However, Su Jingming still exerted himself to the fullest to improve his strength. The reason was simple. Ever since his transmigration, he had always carried a sense of crisis, fearing that one day, when ferocious beasts invaded the city, he wouldn't be able to step forward and defend it. Although there are also superhumans protecting the safety of citizens, Su Jingming is unwilling to entrust his own life to others. His belief is that destiny must be in his own hands. Just like in his previous life, no one thought highly of him, a boy from an orphanage. Everyone assumed that after completing his compulsory middle school education, he would drop out like other children from the orphanage. However, actions speak louder than words. Not only did he complete high school, but he also got into college, pursued graduate studies, and ultimately became a PhD student. All of this was achieved step by step through Su Jingming's steady efforts. Even after crossing over to Blue Star, his determination remained unchanged. With a heart as steadfast as a rock, unshakable, this is the driving force behind his daily rigorous training. At 7:30 the next morning, Su Jingming had already been training hard in the training room for over an hour. Fully dressed in his battlesuit and carrying the Black Yao gun, he descended from the 2nd floor. Today, I have to engage in practical combat training with senior brother Lu Ming, so I must be fully equipped. Training so early in the morning, Ming? In the 1st floor living room, Lu Wentau, who had just come out of his bedroom still drowsy, saw this and was already used to it. In his eyes, Su Jingming was practically like an ascetic monk, doing nothing but training every day. In fact, calling him an ascetic monk wasn't even accurate, he was more like a robot programmed with a set routine. However, Lu Wentau also greatly admired him. Just 8 hours of training a day left him utterly exhausted. If he had to train from morning till night like Su Jingming, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it up. For newcomers like Su Jingming and others, this period before the official start of school was unregulated, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. If it were a university in his previous life, most people might have slept until they naturally woke up before considering other matters. However, the Magic City University of Superpowers was entirely different. Although it was still early, there were already quite a few freshmen walking along the roads. Outside the dormitories, some even fully equipped like Su Jingming. It was unclear whether they were heading to the wilderness area or engaging in combat training. Su Jingming walked all the way toward the dormitory area exit. As he passed Villa number 12, the familiar graceful figure of Song Choyun suddenly appeared in front of him, stepping out of the villa. Since their last trip together to the center of Magic City, the two had exchanged contact information and occasionally chatted via mobile apps. Running into each other at the dormitory entrance in the early morning wasn't unusual either. After all, Su Jingming lived in Villa number 32, and passing by Song Choyun's Villa number 12 was inevitable on his way to the exit. Morning, Su Jingming greeted simply, his gaze falling on Song Choyun's outfit. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you going for combat training today as well?" Since learning about the exclusive mentor system at the freshman assembly, the new students had become quite active, competing to find mentors. Most failed, with only a lucky few successfully securing an exclusive mentor. Song Choyun was one of them. As the top scorer in Sichuan province, her strength and potential were undeniable. Her exclusive mentor was the dean of the Elemental Academy, a 7th-tier senior female teacher who possessed an A-level natural light ability. Normally, she wore loose training clothes, but today, like Su Jingming, she was dressed in battle gear and carried a long sword. Women's battle suits, designed for agility, were more form-fitting. The silver-white tight suit accentuated her curvaceous and graceful figure to perfection. Morning. Seeing Su Jingming, Song Choyun gave a sweet smile and nodded in response. A senior sister is coming over today, so I'll get to try some combat training, but I'm not very confident in myself. The teachers' villas were all in the same direction, and as Song Choyun spoke, she walked toward the exit alongside Su Jingming. One was tall and resolute, the other petite and charming. Walking together on the road, they attracted frequent glances from passers-by. By the way, Su Jingming, when you have time another day, let's try some combat sparring too, Song Choyun suddenly suggested on the way. In fact, she had always been curious about why Su Jingming could emit an aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. However, she felt that this might touch on his privacy, so she never dared to ask. But if she could personally spar with him, she might be able to find some clues. Alright, Su Jingming didn't mind. However, the time he would be free would probably have to wait until he returned from the wilderness area. After walking with Song Choyun to the teacher's villa area, the two parted ways and headed to different villas. Su Jingming entered the villa and found that, in addition to senior brother Lu Ming, teacher Yang Zhentian was also there. Yang Zhentian was dressed in a loose training robe and was leisurely sitting on the sofa. Teacher, Su Jingming said respectfully. As a 7th-tier high-level psychic, Yang Zhentian had his own training schedule every day. Typically, he trained on his own in the morning, and only came in the afternoon to teach him marksmanship and the use of psychic abilities. Unexpectedly, he appeared here early this morning. Yang Zhentian nodded slightly and said with a smile, I heard yesterday that you all have combat training today, so I came over specifically to take a look. Looking at Su Jingming, Yang Zhentian's eyes were filled with undisguised satisfaction. Over this period, he had taken note of Su Jingming's performance. He came to the villa for training on time, every day, never arriving late or leaving early, and even practiced extra after returning to the dormitory. Even when he and Lu Ming were not around, Su Jingming showed no signs of slacking off. An S-level superpower combined with such diligent training, how could success not be achieved? Yang Zhentian felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Even in his younger days, he had never worked as hard as Su Jingming. Moreover, Su Jingming's progress in cultivation also left him very satisfied. After all, when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an awakener. Now, a month later, he had already advanced to a mid-level tier 1 superpower user. This rate of improvement was indeed astonishing. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Yang Zhentian carefully sensed it and exclaimed, You broke through to the 1st tier upper level? I was just about to tell you, teacher. I broke through to the 1st tier upper level last night. Su Jingming nodded and said, Additionally, my thunder immortal body has also advanced to the 2nd level. These two pieces of news were like heavy bombs dropped one after another. Even Yang Zhentian, usually composed and nicknamed King Yen Luo Yang, was left dumbfounded. Level breakthroughs in body refinement advancements, each step is extraordinarily difficult. Yet, coming from Su Jingming's mouth, it seemed as if it were effortless. I've said it before, junior brother is simply a complete prodigy, said senior brother Lu Ming beside Yang Zhentian with a wry smile. Back then, it took him more than half a year to break through from tier 1 intermediate to tier 1 advanced. After apprenticing under Yang Zhentian and establishing the foundation of the undying body, it took him a whole year to reach the 2nd level of the thunder undying body. But now, Su Jingming had achieved all of this in just 1 month since becoming a disciple. Good, very good. Yang Zhentian finally reacted, excitedly patting Su Jingming on the shoulder. With his disciple's strength improving so rapidly, he was naturally delighted as a teacher. Coincidentally, I've prepared combat training for today. Let your teacher see your true strength after the advancement. Yang Zhentian brought Su Jingming and Lu Ming to the backyard of the villa. This is an open-air combat training ground, spacious and about over 500 square meters. The ground seems to be made of alloy, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the morning sunlight. This open-air training ground is built with grade A alloy, so go all out. Jingming, don't hold back, unleash your full strength. With the teacher here, rest assured, you won't get hurt. Understood. Su Jingming nodded. This was his first time sparring with senior brother Lu Ming, so he naturally had to give it his all. Since it was practical combat training, Lu Ming would also suppress his own strength. Otherwise, with his peak 3rd-tier strength and lightning abilities, Su Jingming wouldn't even be able to touch his shadow before being directly defeated. Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the lower 2nd tier before sparring with you, Lu Ming said loudly. As a senior already in his 4th year, his combat and training experience surpassed Su Jingming's by 3 years. Logically, for this kind of practical training, he should suppress his strength to the same upper 1st tier level as Su Jingming. However, Lu Ming knew very well that if he suppressed his strength to the 1st tier upper level, he would definitely lose. Moreover, it wouldn't achieve the effect of actual combat training, so he simply suggested suppressing it to the 2nd tier lower level. Yang Zhentian obviously understood this as well and did not voice any objections. Thus, Su Jingming and Lu Ming each held a long spear, standing in the center of the training ground. As soon as Yang Zhentian's words fell, there was a flash of lightning, and the two of them disappeared from their original positions simultaneously. Thunder Flash. This A-level lightning-based combat technique was simultaneously unleashed by the pair of senior and junior brothers. The next moment, a loud clang echoed as a black and a green spear clashed fiercely in the center of the training ground, evenly matched. However, he quickly regretted it. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Lu Ming was still shocked by Su Jingming's strength. His opponent's power was actually on par with his, perhaps even slightly superior. Compared to Lu Ming's astonishment, Su Jingming's eyes ignited with an excited fighting spirit. Since mastering the Thunder Immortal body, he had yet to encounter an opponent who could match him. Even Lei Zhou, after taking the Blood Fury pill, dared not confront him head-on. Now, at last, someone could push him to go all out. Su Jingming decisively changed his move, his spear carrying blue-purple thunder, transforming into a black phantom as it swiftly thrust forward. Lu Ming naturally understood the power of this grade A combat technique and dared not take it head-on, quickly dodging to the side. The blue-purple thunder condensed into a prison, trapping Lu Ming within. Immediately after, a thunder spear shot forward. Goodness, not even a moment to catch my breath. Endless majestic white thunder erupted from Lu Ming's body, enveloping him entirely, breaking through the thunder prison, and simultaneously dodging the incoming thunder spear. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming charged forward with his spear, under the shroud of the A-level lightning ability Jade Pivot True Thunder, rushing toward Su Jingming with a reckless grin as the two clashed fiercely once again. Over 20 minutes later, after continuous exchanges of combat techniques, Su Jingming's Zhixiao Divine Thunder was finally exhausted. Clang! Another clash of spears echoed, and Su Jingming stood firmly in the distance. Nearly at his limit, he was exhausted and gasping for breath as he said, "Say, senior brother, I lost. No, I can't confront it head-on." Lu Ming flashed like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Su Jingming, the countless Yushu True Thunders retracting back into his body. Shaking his head, he said, "I only had the advantage of my special ability, it wasn't your loss." Although he suppressed his strength to the second-tier lower level, he was, after all, a third-tier peak ability user, with a depth of ability far beyond that of Su Jingming, who was at the first-tier upper level. Yang Zhentian clapped his hands and stepped forward. To be honest, Su Jingming's performance in this battle just now exceeded his expectations. He had thought Lu Ming would win easily, but unexpectedly, it ended in a draw. Immediately after, he launched a long-range superpower attack. "Do you know what level your strength just reached?" "Flame Barrage." "What level?" Slightly recovering, Su Jingming asked curiously. Lu Ming's gaze slightly tightened. One must know that being accepted as a disciple by Yang Zhentian itself signifies being a powerful and exceptional talent. Even if suppressed to the second-tier lower level, with his rich combat experience and skills, he is confident in sweeping away any ability users below the third tier. Yet Su Jingming actually fought him to a draw. If this isn't called second-tier invincibility, then what is? Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully, finally having an accurate understanding of his overall strength. As for the third tier and above, that was another level entirely. As a first-tier upper rank, it was normal for him not to reach that level. "Alright, the combat training is over. Everyone, go take a break." Yang Zhentian called everyone back to the living room. Just as they sat down, Uncle Fu came over with a plate of sliced fruit. "These are clear spirit exotic fruits I acquired a few days ago. They can dispel fatigue and are perfect for eating after training." Exotic fruits, like rare flowers and plants, are fruits containing unique effects. Su Jingming, upon hearing this, casually picked up a piece. The Qingling exotic fruit resembled a cantaloupe in shape, and as soon as he took a bite, a refreshing fruity aroma spread in his mouth. After Su Jingming ate a piece of the exotic fruit, he indeed felt that the fatigue from the intense battle had lessened significantly. "At the teacher's place, I can always snag some good stuff. Looks like I'll have to come here every day from now on." "Alright, as long as you come, I'll prepare exotic fruits for you every day." Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. For him, as a 7th-tier high-level ability user, these exotic fruits were nothing at all. Afterward, Su Jingming chatted casually with his teacher and senior brother for a while before finally getting to the point. "Teacher, I will have to leave the school for a while, so I probably won't be able to come to the villa for training anymore." "What's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Yang Zhentian asked hurriedly. No, nothing happened at home." Su Jingming quickly shook his head, then solemnly said, "Teacher, I plan to make a trip to the wilderness area." Yang Zhentian frowned deeply. The wilderness area refers to regions outside the protection range of any human military forces, where ferocious beasts roam freely and the danger is extreme. Unlike the strict classification of beast levels in the martial arts exam venue, the dangers in the wilderness are completely random. You might encounter a 5th-level beast shortly after stepping in and be devoured on the spot. The level of danger is extremely high and cannot be underestimated. "How long are you planning to go?" Yang Zhentian's eyelid twitched. "It's only mid-July now, and the freshman competition won't start until early September, which means Su Jingming will have to stay in the wilderness area for a month and a half. The risks involved are self-evident." Yang Zhentian originally wanted to dissuade him, but seeing the resolute look in Su Jingming's eyes, he swallowed his words. He sighed and still reminded him, "Remember, if the situation looks bad, run for your life immediately. With Thunder Flash protecting you, as long as you don't encounter a Tier 4 ferocious beast, your life shouldn't be in danger. The rise of every strong individual must go through the baptism of blood and fire. Moments of life and death are the fastest catalysts for growth." Although he thought Su Jingming could train a bit longer at school, since he took the initiative to bring it up, Yang Zhentian would not stop him. "Thank you, teacher." Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was his teacher's disapproval. Fortunately, Yang Zhentian was very understanding. Of course, even if the teacher disagreed, he would still insist on going. After all, the ability points are the core of the Deep Blue system and the key to his rapid improvement in strength. By the way, which wilderness area are you planning to go to? Yang Zhentian asked again. The wilderness area near Yuanshui City, Su Jingming replied. Yuanshui City, that's not too bad. Yang Zhentian nodded slightly. Yuanshui City is adjacent to the Magic City and is a prefecture-level city with decent economic development. Moreover, the highest level of ferocious beasts in the Yuanshui wilderness area is only Tier 4 or Tier 5, making it relatively safer. Before you head to the wilderness area, let me share some experience with you. Whether it was Yang Zhentian or Lu Ming, they were both ability users who had honed their skills in the wilderness, with rich experience. Thunder Spear. Under their explanations, Su Jingming, a novice who had never ventured into the wilderness, gained a lot of valuable experience. After more than an hour, Su Jingming bid farewell to his teacher and senior brother and left respectfully. Teacher, junior brother is going to the wilderness, and in a few days, I also have to return to the guild. Watching Su Jingming's figure disappear, Lu Ming spoke. In such a hurry? Yang Zhentian frowned slightly. The battles in the southwest are tense. The beast tide has already breached several prefecture-level cities. The guild is short-handed and has urged me several times. Yang Zhentian pondered. Not good. He has ranged attack methods too. Nowadays, humanity and ferocious beasts generally maintain a balance, but small-scale wars still break out locally every year. Lu Ming joined an adventurers guild as a reserve member even before graduating and often participated in the guild's campaigns. Now the guild is in urgent need of combat power, so Lu Ming, a peak 3rd-tier reserve member, naturally falls within the recruitment scope. Then go ahead. This time, it's a joint operation between the guild and the battle regiment. If you encounter high-tier ferocious beasts, avoid them if you can. High-tier ability users will handle the high-tier beasts. Including Su Jingming, he had a total of 32 disciples, but half of them had died at the hands of ferocious beasts. Naturally, he didn't want Lu Ming to have another accident. Moreover, it's said that this time, the team is personally led by the 8th-tier Grandmaster Wan Lingyang. Facing a group of ferocious beasts with a maximum level of only 7th tier, there's absolutely no problem. Lu Ming waved his hand, shouldered his gun, and walked out of the villa with flair. The other side. Aunt, are you busy? Not busy, I'm shopping with your sister Chi. What's up? Aunt, I'm going to participate in a special training organized by the school soon. My phone will be turned off for a while, so if you can't reach me, don't worry. Really? Alright, I got it. By the way, Shao. Thunder Prison. This is why Su Jingming called his aunt in advance to inform her, though he certainly couldn't tell her the truth, so as not to worry her. Sizzle. Additionally, his cousin Tangi, who had originally planned to report early, called some time ago to say she wanted to stay in Jiangqing a bit longer and would wait until September to report as usual. As for the payment Lei Zhou owed his aunt's family, it had already been settled more than 10 days ago. Based on the survival guides for the wilderness area he had previously gathered, as well as the experiences shared by teacher Yang and his senior just now, 2 essential things are needed for venturing into the wilderness: supplies and equipment. Prepare supplies well, buy a tactical backpack, and fill it with fresh water and energy bars. In terms of equipment, the E-grade gear Su Jingming is wearing is barely adequate for use at school, but for entering the wilderness zone, the more advanced the equipment, the better. I advanced yesterday, and my physical fitness has improved significantly, so it's a good time to upgrade to a full set of equipment. Restricted combat technique. Equipment can be purchased by placing an order on the school's official website, but it won't be delivered until the next day. Su Jingming plans to set off this afternoon, so ordering from the website won't be fast enough. Lei Zhou's face was grim, so he decided to go directly to the equipment department of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. I heard the school's equipment department has quite a few good things. This time, I might as well go take a look. Su Jingming walked out of the faculty villa area and waited for the bus by the roadside. The campus of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is vast, covering 40,000 acres. If you were to stroll leisurely, it would take an entire day to explore it all. Therefore, the school is equipped with dedicated campus buses. The equipment department is located in the southwest of the school, quite far from the teacher's villa area, making the bus a perfect choice. Over 10 minutes later, as the bus announced the stop, Su Jingming stepped off the bus. What came into view was a building over 20 stories high. The building was exquisitely decorated, with the exterior walls entirely made of expensive floor-to-ceiling glass. Downstairs, many delivery workers wearing uniforms from Mo University were loading various packaged weapons and equipment onto vehicles. These pieces of equipment would be delivered to all the students today. Of course, these delivery workers were not ordinary people, with their strength roughly ranging from lower to mid-level of the 1st tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry the students' weapons and equipment, which often weighed hundreds of kilograms. Wow, even the equipment department is this luxurious. Su Jingming walked into the equipment department apartment building with amazement. "Hello, classmate. May I ask what equipment you need to purchase?" As soon as he entered, a female staff member warmly greeted him. It must be said, the service at Magic City Ability University is truly excellent. No matter where you are, the staff always greet you with a smile. "I want to take a look at long spear-type weapons," Su Jingming said thoughtfully. "Weapons and battle armor both need to be purchased, but weapons are clearly more important. Do you want a standard long spear, or something more personalized?" "Chain Thunder Spear." After thinking for a moment, Su Jingming replied. The so-called standard long gun refers to weapons produced in fixed styles and batches, such as the black obsidian spear he is currently using. A personalized long gun, on the other hand, is crafted by a master weaponsmith based on the user's needs and ideas, making each one unique. How is this possible? The advantage of standard guns is their fixed design. Upgrades only involve improving the alloy grade without significant changes. However, the drawback is that the fixed structure of the gun may not suit everyone. Personalized long guns can be adjusted according to the user's grip, but they are much more expensive. Previously, Su Jingming had always used a standard black obsidian spear. "I surrender. I surrender." This time, heading to the dangerous wilderness area, he naturally needed to choose a weapon that suited him perfectly. Swoosh! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a spacious hall. Inside the hall stood rows of transparent display cases, each over 2 meters tall, showcasing spears of various styles. Some were steady and heavy, while others were light and elegant. Su Jingming even spotted a pitch-black, over 3-meter-long spear among them. The scene before him made Su Jingming's eyes light up. As an enthusiast of spear weapons, this place was practically his paradise. "Hello, I am Zhou Hai, the administrator of long spear-type weapons on this floor. May I ask what kind of long spear you need?" A middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward and asked enthusiastically. The staff nearby also tactfully stepped back. "Squelch! I want a long spear that is relatively heavy but also has a fast thrusting speed," Su Jingming said. A heavy weight and quick thrusting speed are two conditions that standard long spears cannot simultaneously achieve. However, he believed he could find a weapon he liked here. Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, the administrator led him to a display case. "To meet both of your requirements, I'm afraid only this Dark Cloud Gale Spear will do." Su Jingming looked through the transparent glass at the display case, where a long spear lay quietly on an exquisite cushion. The spear shaft was a mysterious dark gold color, adorned with pale golden patterns resembling white clouds. The spearhead was platinum-colored, with 2 menacing blood grooves embedded on each side. One could imagine that once the spearhead pierced into a body, these 4 blood grooves would inflict fatal tearing damage. The Dark Cloud Gale Spear is 2.19 meters in length. The shaft is made of highly resilient D-grade alloy, while the spearhead is crafted from a harder C-grade alloy. The overall weight reaches a hefty 260 kilograms. Additionally, the spear has been enchanted with wind element abilities by a special type ability user. When wielded, this wind element enhancement can somewhat increase the speed of the spear's thrust. Administrator Zhou Hai introduced the spear while inwardly doubting that Su Jingming would purchase it. After all, most spear users prioritize lightning-fast thrusting speed. For first and second tier ability users, a weight of 70 or 100 kilograms was already heavy enough. At 260 kilograms, it was almost only manageable for third tier ability users. However, third tier ability users typically equip themselves with gear of at least C grade or higher. A D grade spear like this was practically useless to them, too heavy for the lower tiers, and too unimpressive for the higher tiers. The winner of this match, Su Jingming. For this reason, this long spear has been displayed here for more than a year since it was forged. I wonder what that weapon master was thinking at the time. Making such a long spear is practically a losing business, Zhou Hai sighed inwardly. Ability enchantment is an extremely advanced technology that can fix the abilities of an ability user onto equipment. For example, a spatial ring is created by using ability enchantment to fix the power of a spatial ability user onto the ring. This technology is extremely expensive to use each time. Therefore, the cost of this long spear is astonishing, far exceeding that of a typical D-grade spear. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai couldn't help but glance at Su Jingming beside him. The other party was merely a first-tier upper-level ability user. It was said that the weight of this spear alone would probably scare him, let alone having enough credits to buy it. Forget it, I'll show him some other lighter guns later. Zhou Hai shook his head silently. Alright, I'll help you switch to a lighter one. Zhou Hai instinctively prepared to recommend another gun, but suddenly realized and paused slightly. Are you sure you want to try? This gun weighs as much as 260 kilograms. It doesn't matter, I actually need a heavier gun. Su Jingming's eyes carried a hint of anticipation. He hoped this gun could bring him some surprises. On the 13th floor, there were rooms specifically designed for customers to test guns. At this moment, through the transparent glass, one of the rooms could be seen. A young man was surrounded by blue-purple lightning, wielding a long spear in his hand. The black spear, entwined with lightning, transformed into waves of purple-black illusions, roaring through the room like a flood dragon. Such superb marksmanship marksmanship. It must have already reached an advanced level, right? I wonder which senior this is. This thunder gun technique is truly awe-inspiring. The speed of the shots is so fast, most likely a tier 3 ability user. On the 13th floor, besides Su Jingming, there were quite a few students who came to watch the shooting. As fellow gun users, they couldn't help but secretly marvel at Su Jingming's marksmanship. A student who was quite familiar with Zhou Hai asked with a smile, which model is the spear in this senior's hand? It looks quite powerful. Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear. Hearing Zhou Hai's answer, the student who asked the question was slightly stunned. That spear, is it really something a tier 3 ability user would fancy? No tier 3 ability user would fancy it, but a tier 1 ability user would like it. Is the person inside just a first level ability user? The student was a bit dumbfounded, thinking it must be a joke. A first level ability user can wield such a heavy spear, and even possess advanced spear techniques? That's right, just a first level. Zhou Hai dropped the remark, completely ignoring the confused student, and greeted Su Jingming, who had just walked out of the room with a smile. Su, how's this spear? He had already learned Su Jingming's name earlier. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded. It's just slightly lighter, but it's fine. Breaking through to the second stage of the thunderous undying body, his vitality increased significantly. According to his estimation, wielding a 300 kilogram spear would be no problem. Now, this 260 kilogram Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear is quite suitable. After all, with the enhancement of wind-based abilities, both the speed of thrusting and retracting the spear far surpass his current Black Radiance spear. Additionally, possibly due to the alloy being of D grade, his S grade ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, conducts much more smoothly through this spear. That's good. For grade A combat techniques, junior brother, you really dare to choose them. Zhou Hai's face lit up with joy, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Although the equipment belonged to the Magic City Ability University, aside from the annual basic research funding, the equipment department had to be self-sufficient. Developing equipment was extremely costly. Sometimes, a single concept from a weapon master could burn through tens of millions in funding. Take this spear, for example. While it didn't cost tens of millions, it was still a significant expense. If it sat here unsold, it would naturally be a headache for him. Now that someone was finally interested, he felt a huge sense of relief. The Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear isn't too expensive. The official price is 600 credits, but I'll give you a 20% discount, 480 credits, and it's yours. As if worried that Su Jingming couldn't afford it, Zhou Hai directly offered a 20% discount. In fact, this price was already close to the cost of the spear, considering it was forged from several hundred kilograms of D-grade alloy. Could it be a bit cheaper? Su Jingming blinked. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming left the equipment department with the Dark Cloud Swift gun. His student account only had a total of 412 credits. Upstairs, he had tried several guns, but either they were not heavy enough or not fast enough. Those that met both criteria were much more expensive than the Dark Cloud Swift gun. Helpless, he had to trade in his Black Radiance gun to the equipment department for recycling, earning 100 credits. As a result, after spending 480 credits, he was left with only 32 credits. 32 credits definitely won't be enough to buy a set of D-grade battle armor, but I still have over 7 million in my bank card, so I'll just go outside and buy one later. The purchasing power of 1 credit far exceeds 10,000 dasha coins, and the equipment provided by the Magic City Ability University is of better quality. Once the credits are used up, the remaining equipment can only be purchased outside the school. Having made his decision, he did not leave the school immediately but returned to the second floor of the student villa. A holographic projection appeared in mid-air. Task 2. Collect 30 clear spirit grass plants aged over 20 years. Reward, 43 credits. D-level task. Task 3. Head southwest to participate in the battle. Level requirement, mid-second tier or above. Reward, 600 credits. S-level task. Task 5. This is the school's task system, where anyone can post or accept tasks to earn credits. The tasks are diverse, ranging from collecting materials from fierce beasts and gathering rare plants to large-scale battles and capturing fugitives. Clearly, the latter two are far more dangerous than the former. Throughout the task system, tasks are constantly being accepted, and new tasks are continuously being added. Su Jingming was filled with emotion. Different people have vastly different experiences at the Magic City University of Superpowers. Some attend classes and training on time every day, living a comfortable and leisurely life. Others constantly take on missions, undergoing life and death trials while earning a large number of credits. The former live a peaceful life, but their strength improves slowly. Although the latter is dangerous, it allows for rapid growth and strength by converting credits into resources. No wonder some say that the best students at the Magic City Ability University are not actually on campus, but off campus. Su Jingming shook his head and began carefully selecting tasks on the mission panel. This time, he would be staying in the wilderness area for over a month, taking the opportunity to complete some tasks and earn additional credits. In the end, Su Jingming chose 3 B-level tasks and one A-level task. Afterward, he went to an equipment store outside the school and spent 2.1 million xia currency to buy a set of D-level battle armor and a pair of combat boots. After everything was ready, he took the high-speed train at 2 p.m. to Yuanshui City, located next to the Magic City. Yuanshui City, decades ago, was just an ordinary prefecture-level city. But ever since the outskirts of Yuanshui were occupied by ferocious beasts, forming a wilderness zone, the city rapidly rose to prominence. Today, Yuanshui City has already taken on the scale of a developed city. The reason for the rise is simple. The existence of the wilderness area has attracted a large number of superhumans to hunt fierce beasts and gather rare flowers and herbs. The weapons, battle suits, boots, potions, and other supplies needed by superhumans must be supported by comprehensive facilities. After all, you can't let those superhumans returning from the wilderness area due to damaged battle suits be unable to repair their equipment and have to travel to the more developed Magic City, right? Thus, a large number of shops and equipment stores related to superhumans emerged accordingly. In addition, the ability users who made a fortune hunting fierce beasts often splurge extravagantly in the city. As a result, Yuanshui City gradually developed. However, although Yuanshui City rose to prominence thanks to the wilderness zone, it remains highly vigilant about this ticking time bomb of a wilderness zone. Outside the wilderness zone, tens of thousands of troops are stationed to guard it strictly. To facilitate the entry and exit of superhumans for supplies in the wilderness area, a large supply base was established on the outskirts of the wilderness zone. Bang! 6 p.m., July 16th. A train slowly approached and stopped on the asphalt road in front of the Yuanshui supply base. The train doors opened, and more than a dozen superhumans in battlesuits disembarked one after another, chatting and laughing in small groups as they headed toward the supply base. Most of them carried swords, except for a tall young man dressed in black battle attire, who bore a mysterious dark golden spear. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It only takes a little over 2 hours to travel from Magic City to Yuanshui City by high-speed rail, but transferring from Yuanshui high-speed rail station to the train heading directly to the supply base took him another full 2 hours. If we come here often in the future, buying a car would be more convenient. Otherwise, taking the train is really too slow. Confirming that this was indeed the source water supply base, Jingming stepped into the first-floor lobby without hesitation. The source water wilderness area is vast, with at least 1,000 ability users entering the wilderness every day. As the main base for ability users, the source water supply base was built to be extremely luxurious. The marble floor, smooth as a mirror, glimmers under the lights, while the crystal chandelier in the center of the hall radiates dazzling brilliance like a small sun. In the hall, male and female attendants shuttle back and forth, either serving tea or handing out pastries. Every face is adorned with youthful smiles, providing the most attentive service to the ability users resting on the sofas. It is currently summer, and most residents of Yuanshui City are dressed lightly. The waitresses were no exception. Each of them wore short skirts, and their fair, slender legs dazzled people as they moved around. If Zhang Hao were here, he'd probably be so mesmerized he couldn't even walk straight. Jingming couldn't help but think of his best friend from high school. After coming to the Magic City, he still occasionally kept in touch with his high school friends Zhang Hao and Lu Jia. Seeing Jingming standing still without moving, a delicate-looking waitress took the initiative to step forward. The reason she approached was because of Jingming's exceptionally handsome appearance. "I'd like to register as an adventurer. Could you tell me how to do it?" The wilderness area is not a place you can enter at will. Every superhuman entering the wilderness area for the first time must first register as an adventurer and obtain a satellite communication watch before being granted access. This way, even if you encounter an accident in the wilderness, there will be a record. Of course, the adventurer registration only needs to be done once, and it is valid for all wilderness areas nationwide. Register as an adventurer? Sure, please follow me. Under the guidance of the waitress, Jingming arrived at the front desk. "Please give me your ID card. Fill out this form, and then proceed with the basic strength certification." The front desk staff handed over a form, and Jingming also handed over his ID card. The form required only a small amount of information, mainly name, age, school, and level. When the waitress saw that Jingming had written Moda University of Supernatural Abilities in the school section, she couldn't help but show a look of envy. Not bad at all. The Magic City Ability University. Once you graduate from there, you'll definitely be a 3rd or even 4th tier ability user. Yuanshui City is close to the Magic City, so she naturally knew about this top-tier university in the country. In fact, many students from the Magic City Ability University come here for training, but most of them only come after reaching the 2nd tier, as it's safer that way. Someone like Jingming, who dares to venture into the wilderness area as a 1st-tier upper-level ability user, is extremely rare. Judging by his age, she also deduced that Jingming had just enrolled and was a freshman. Having 1st-tier upper-level strength right after enrollment usually means advancing 2 or 3 tiers by graduation. Jingming smiled faintly. After After filling out the form, he was taken to undergo a strength certification. The certification process was simple. He only needed to demonstrate the strength consistent with what he had filled out on the form. Jingming slightly activated his ability and easily met the standard. The adventurer's certificate will take a little time to process, sir. You can wait on the sofa in the lobby for now. Jingming nodded, ordered an iced drink, and chose an empty corner to sit down. It had to be said, the consumption at the supply base was indeed high. Just an ordinary iced drink cost hundreds of dasha currency. But it's understandable. When ability users venture into the wilderness zone and bring back materials from ferocious beasts and rare plants, they can easily earn hundreds of thousands. This kind of expense is nothing. Jingming shook his head. On Blue Star, ability users and ordinary people practically lived in two different worlds. The money that ordinary people struggled to earn in a year could be easily made by ability users in a single trip to the wilderness zone. Of course, ordinary people faced no life-threatening risks, while ability users gambled with their lives. Once the documents are processed later, I'll purchase some supplies. Tomorrow morning, I can head into the wilderness zone. Just as Jingming was sipping his iced drink and carefully planning his next steps, a commotion suddenly broke out in the hall. No wonder he's a student at the Shanghai Supernatural University. That aura is truly formidable. Amid the chatter, many people on the sofas turned to look toward the hall entrance. Jiang Chuxian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Jingming was slightly stunned and instinctively looked toward the door. Source water supply base, main hall entrance. A group of 6 people entered slowly under the gaze of the crowd. Leading them was a tall young girl of about 18 or 19. She wore a light cyan battlesuit, the tight-fitting outfit, accentuating the curves of her slightly full chest and her alluring waist-to-hip ratio. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate nose, long thick eyelashes, and snow-white, smooth skin. What left the deepest impression was her long white hair cascading down to her waist. This white was not a dull gray but as smooth and lustrous as silk. Several men and women followed behind her, some tall and imposing, others exuding a fierce aura, resembling bodyguards. One of them carried a heavy camera on their shoulder. Looks like Goddess Jiang is heading to the wilderness again to shoot some footage. I have to say, even though her videos are always a team effort, the quality is just so high. I watch every episode without fail. By the way, Goddess Jiang's online fanbase must be close to tens of millions by now, right? Not just that, it's almost surpassed 15 million already. TSK, if I could have a girlfriend like Goddess Jiang, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Heh, even living 20 years less wouldn't help. She's a sophomore in the supernatural community of the Magic City. Do you think she'd even look at you? Dream on. In the hall, many superhumans were engaged in lively discussions. It was only then that Jingming, seated in his chair, realized, wasn't this the same Goddess Jiang that Jiang had been crying and begging him to get an autographed photo of before he left Jiang City? Ever since coming to the Magic City, Jingming had occasionally chatted with Jiang over the phone, and during their casual conversations, Jiang would always bring her up. Although Jingming found it annoying, he had paid some attention to her. Because of it, unfortunately, he had never encountered her during school. Who would have thought that the first time he came to the wilderness zone, he'd run into her directly? However, Jiang Hao's aesthetic sense isn't wrong, Jingming thought to himself. To be honest, whether in his past life or this one, among all the girls he had encountered, only Song Choyun could compare to Jiang Chuxian. The two were equally stunning, with Song Choyun exuding a soft charm and Jiang Chuxian radiating cold elegance and pride. In terms of figure, Jingming felt Song Choyun had a slight edge. Just like that, Jiang Chuxian and her group went straight upstairs under the gaze of everyone in the hall. The supply base was a multifunctional building. In addition to selling equipment and offering services for purchasing beast materials and rare plants, the upper floors also provided accommodations similar to a hotel. Most ability users who didn't return to the city would choose to stay here. Sir, your adventurer's certificate is ready. This is your satellite smartwatch, which comes with a built-in map of the wilderness area. Jiang Chuxian and the others had just left not long ago when a female attendant gracefully approached, handing over a black card and a smartwatch. The black card was the adventurer's certificate, recording basic information such as name and level. Jingming carefully stored the certificate and directly wore the smartwatch on his wrist. With a light tap on the screen, a map of the wilderness area was immediately projected. The map not only detailed the activity of ferocious beasts in various regions but also indicated danger levels. However, this was limited to the outer areas, as the deeper interior remained shrouded in mist. Of course, these markings may not be entirely reliable, as ferocious beasts can leave their territory at any time to hunt. But having them is better than nothing. At least they can serve as a reference. After confirming that the smartwatch was functioning properly, Jingming politely expressed his thanks and was about to get up and leave when a voice called out to him. Hey, young man, want some pills? Turning around, he saw a lean middle-aged man with a smile on his face, saying, Young man, this must be your first time in the wilderness zone, right? You can't go into the wilderness zone without pills. I have all kinds of pills here. How about it? Want to take a look? The price is negotiable. Elixirs? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Elixirs were indeed essential items for venturing into the wilderness. Whether for healing or detoxification, they were extremely useful in critical moments. How much are the elixirs here? Su Jingming asked with interest. A first-grade healing elixir is 20,000 per pill, and a first-grade detoxification elixir is 15,000 per pill. The second-grade ones are slightly more expensive, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. The middle-aged man, seeing Su Jingming's interest, quickly provided a detailed explanation. Oh, that's not too expensive. That being said, Su Jingming's gaze turned slightly cold. Pills are divided into 9 grades, from grade 1 to grade 9, with higher grades being more effective. Even a grade 1 pill typically costs 30 to 40,000 per pill. Yet this person quoted a price nearly half as cheap. Coupled with his sneaky demeanor, Su Jingming was almost certain this was a scammer selling fake pills, and most likely an experienced one, specifically targeting newcomers who had just registered as adventurers and were unfamiliar with market prices. Of course, the pills I sell are famously both cheap and effective. The middle-aged man patted his chest as if making a guarantee. However, Su Jingming revealed a teasing smile. A healing pill for 20,000 each? Do you really think I would believe such a fake medicine has any effect? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. You figured it out long ago? What do you think? Su Jingming responded indifferently. Good, very good. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully sizing up Su Jingming from head to toe. The aura he exuded gradually becoming dangerous. A mere first-tier upper rank dares to play tricks in front of me? Before he could finish speaking, a sharp voice came from the side. Zhao Chunlin, you're selling fake medicine here again. The voice belonged to a young woman among a group of 4. She was dressed in dark battle attire, with a black longsword hanging at her waist, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her brows furrowed sharply as she stormed over in anger, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Jingming. It's you? Zhao Chunlin frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel wary when he saw this woman. Her name was Wang Qian, and she had been deceived by him once in the past. Later, as Wang Qian's strength improved, he stopped causing her trouble. Unexpectedly, today she stepped forward to help a newcomer. If it had been someone else, Zhao Chunlin would never have let them off easily. But Wang Qian had a team behind her, which was quite troublesome, so direct conflict was not advisable. He snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky to have someone helping you, but you'd better not leave the supply base in the next few days, or you'll regret it. He gave Su Jingming a meaningful glance, uttered his threat, and then turned to leave. Tisk, being targeted by Zhao Chunlin, this newcomer is in for a tough time. Unfortunately provoked him. What bad luck. I heard he recently advanced to the second-tier mid-level. This kid is only first-tier upper level. I'm afraid the outcome will be tragic. The commotion attracted the attention of other ability users in the hall. In this source water supply base, a second-tier mid-level ability user is already considered quite a formidable force. Su Jingming, being only first-tier upper level, dared to clash with him and naturally became the focus of everyone's sympathy. Did you just have a conflict with Zhao Chunlin? Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Wang Qian, who was shielding Su Jingming behind her, frowned deeply. Before Su Jingming could respond, she spoke on her own. Forget it. Since you've gotten involved with him, you'd better not leave the supply base for now. Fighting is prohibited here, so he can't do anything to you. Thanks for the reminder. Although her words made Su Jingming indifferent to Zhao Chunlin's threat, her actions of not only stopping the other party from scamming but also kindly reminding him naturally made him feel grateful. A simple effort. Back then I was tricked by him, so I don't want others to be deceived again. Wang Qian waved her hand. Then does he just keep scamming people without anyone stopping him? Su Jingming frowned slightly. Heh, Zhao Chunlin has the black market backing him. Who would dare to stop him? Wang Qian sneered. In fact, Zhao Chunlin not only has connections with the black market but also colludes with the higher-ups at the supply base. Otherwise, how could he have been scamming here for years without being caught? Xiao Chen, we should head back to the room. Hearing her teammate call out to her, Wang Qian responded and, before leaving, repeatedly reminded him, remember, during this period, absolutely do not leave the supply base. She's quite a warm-hearted girl. Watching her and her teammates gradually disappear into the distance, Su Jingming nodded. There aren't many genuinely good people in this world. Those who have weathered storms not only refuse to shelter others but often destroy their umbrellas instead. Just like earlier, he was certain there were plenty of people in the hall who had been deceived by Zhao Chunlin before, yet when he became the target, no one spoke up. To warn him, some even took pleasure in his misfortune. Only Wang Qian stepped forward, protecting him like a mother hen shielding her chicks. Her personality is somewhat like my high school class monitor, Lin Yuan, equally kind and gentle, Su Jingming thought silently. As for Zhao Chunlin, he didn't take him seriously at all. After all, a mid-tier second-level superhuman might not even withstand a single shot from him. Afterward, Su Jingming used official channels to purchase a tactical backpack at the supply base, along with enough freshwater and energy bars to last over a month. month. He also bought 10 grade 1 healing pills, 10 grade 1 detoxification pills, and 1 grade 2 bloodburst pill worth 300,000. The tactical backpack and supplies didn't cost much, less than 100,000, but the pills cost him 900,000. Though expensive, they were well worth it, especially the grade 2 bloodburst pill, which was practically a life-saving artifact. After purchasing all the supplies, Su Jingming rented a room at the supply base and had a peaceful night's sleep. Early the next morning, he walked out of the supply base fully armed. As soon as he stepped onto the square ahead, a familiar voice came from not far away. "Well, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come out." In front of the Yuan Shui supply base was a spacious square. Only by crossing this square can one enter the wilderness area. Su Jingming had just stepped out of the supply base and onto the square when Zhao Chunlin blocked his path. At this moment, Zhao Chunlin no longer looked like the ordinary merchant he had been yesterday. He had changed into battle attire and was holding a long blade, clearly prepared in advance. "You really are disobedient. I told you not to leave the supply base, but you insisted on coming out. Now look, I've caught you here, haven't I?" Looking at Su Jingming in front of him, Zhao Chunlin had a smug smile on his face. He had long guessed that Su Jingming wouldn't stay obediently at the supply base, so he had been waiting outside since early morning. Lu Wentau's shout came from downstairs. Sure enough, Su Jingming had no intention of dodging. "Coming. I, Zhao Chunlin, am not someone to be trifled with. Slap yourself 10 times and compensate me with 200,000, and this matter will be settled." Zhao Chunlin drew a long blade, and the aura of a mid-level tier 2 ability user erupted instantly. 6:41 p.m., at the entrance of the Magic City Superpower University, attracting the attention of many people in the square. At this moment, at the entrance of the supply base hall, Wang Qian and her team also walked out. They immediately spotted Su Jingming, who was confronting Zhao Chunlin not far away. "Oh no, didn't I tell him not to leave the supply base during this time? Why did he still come out?" Wang Qian was so anxious that she wanted to rush over immediately, but was stopped by the captain behind her, Yao Mushi. "Xiao Qian, don't rush, let's observe first." Yao Mushi and Wang Qian are about the same age, but her figure is taller and more slender. She stared at the long spear behind Su Jingming, her expression serious, as if deep in thought. Then, "Alright, turns out they're twin sisters." As a team member, Wang Qian naturally obeyed the captain's arrangements. She also felt a bit annoyed internally that Su Jingming didn't listen. "Hello, I'm the elder sister, Li Wanting. It might be good to teach him a lesson, so he stops being so self-willed and ignoring advice," Wang Qian thought to herself secretly. On the other side, facing Zhao Chunlin's threat, Su Jingming's face showed a hint of impatience. "Lu Wentau, Su Jingming." The two also introduced themselves with a smile. "What if I say no?" "Oh, then I'm afraid you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, because I'm going to take off both of your legs." Zhao Chunlin sneered, a cold murderous intent appearing on his face. Having been at the supply base for so long, how could he let a newcomer embarrass him? He had to be ruthless enough to establish his authority and intimidate everyone. At this thought, his exposed skin instantly turned a metallic grayish blue. This is the C-level ability, Metallic Skin. With the enhancement of Metallic Skin, his defense is incredibly strong, almost impervious to blades and bullets. Metallic Skin, combined with my D-level battlesuit. "You dreaming of breaking my defense is pure wishful thinking. Little guy, you still dare to." Before the words were finished, Su Jingming's deep voice coldly interrupted him. Annoying. Zhao Chunlin hadn't even reacted when he felt a powerful force strike his waist. In the face of this force, his D-grade battlesuit and metallized skin seemed like mere decorations, completely useless. Immediately, he was violently flung away, like a detonated cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was smashed into several deep pits. He was sent flying 8 or 9 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. And the instigator of all this, as if nothing had happened, didn't even turn his head and walk straight toward the entrance of the wilderness area. Hiss. Instant kill. This is terrifying. Wow, I couldn't even see clearly when he made his move. Heh, Zhao Chunlin really hit a brick wall this time. I was worried about that young man yesterday, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. As a second-tier median, Zhao Chunlin was somewhat famous at the source water supply base. His crushing defeat naturally sparked heated discussions among the crowd in the square. Those who had been tricked by him but dared not retaliate secretly rejoiced upon hearing the news. Some even approached Zhao Chunlin to take a closer look. He appeared to have been hit by a high-powered explosive at his waist, blood dripping profusely, his breath weak, barely gasping for air. On the other side, Wang Qian at the entrance of the supply base had her eyes wide open in shock. She never expected that things would turn out completely beyond her expectations. Su Jingming actually counter-killed Zhao Chunlin, and it was an instant kill. More importantly, as a second-tier subordinate ability user, she actually couldn't see how Su Jingming made his move. "It was a whip kick," said Captain Yao Mushi behind her, who had seen it clearly. However, she also hadn't expected that the opponent's whip kick would be so astonishingly powerful. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Whether he can survive is questionable. Even if he can be saved, he will probably be confined to to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This strength truly lives up to being from the Shanghai University of Supernatural Abilities, strong enough and ruthless enough. A hint of admiration flashed in Yao Mushi's almond-shaped eyes. Alright, everyone's here. Let's head out. From the Shanghai University of Supernatural Abilities? Captain, how do you know that? Wang Qian was slightly stunned upon hearing this and quickly asked. The remaining two team members also looked at Yao Mushi with curious eyes. His spear has the emblem of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. This was something Yao Mushi had just noticed. The emblem of a sword surrounded by thorny roses was present on every weapon produced by the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. Besides, have you ever seen anyone other than students from such top-tier universities possess the ability to instantly kill across levels? That's true. Wang Qian suddenly realized and excitedly suggested. Our team is still missing a strong attacker, right? Why not bring him in? Anyway, our school is also in the Magic City University town, so it would be much more convenient after forming a team. He's already gone far, how can we bring him in? Besides, didn't we agree when forming the team to only recruit girls? Yao Mushi spoke slowly. They were all students from Linjiang Ability University in the university town of Modu. This time, they took advantage of the summer vacation to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate some money and resources. Ha, Xiaoqian, do you have a thing for that guy? But he is indeed quite handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining us. On the other side, the two sisters burst into laughter as well. Different places have different rules. The rules at school are learning and training. The rules in the wilderness are survival of the fittest, where big fish eat small fish. Even the supply bases outside the wilderness zones are filled with the same law of the jungle. Due to the immense profits brought by the blood and flesh of fierce beasts, rare flowers and herbs, and exotic fruits, the supply bases are a mix of all kinds of people, with various forces intertwined. Under such an order, even the Security Bureau, which specializes in handling illegal activities, has no control over this place. This is truly a gray area in every sense. As long as you're strong enough and don't go overboard, no one will bother you. Sure, alright. Of course, if you're blind and provoke someone you shouldn't, no one can help you. Zhao Chunlin was exactly like this, relying on his second-tier mid-level strength to try to crush Su Jingming, only to find out that Su Jingming was a dragon, while he himself was nothing more than an ant crushed to death. After swiping his adventurer's certificate at the entrance to the wilderness area, Su Jingming smoothly entered the wilderness zone. Compared to the test site for the martial arts exam, this Yuan Shui wilderness area was clearly larger, and the beasts were more ferocious and bloodthirsty. As soon as he stepped in, Su Jingming heard the roars and howls of beasts in the distance. Although the sounds were far away, they were still powerful and shocking. At least fourth-tier beasts. Su Jingming silently made a judgment in his heart. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the higher its intelligence. The intelligence of a fourth-level ferocious beast is already equivalent to that of a child over 10 years old, understanding how to protect its territory. The roars they occasionally emit are warnings to intruders that this is their domain. If a ferocious beast of the same level intrudes, it will inevitably face the most brutal attack. Of course, these more delicious human ability users are also their prey. The Yuan water wilderness is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined towns and the mountain forests. Su Jingming opened the map on his smartwatch and examined it carefully. Although he is currently only at the first tier upper level, his actual combat strength has almost reached the peak of the second tier. He needs to find a place with a large number of fierce beasts but not many high-tier ones, so he can hunt and harvest ability points to his heart's content. In comparison, the fierce beasts in the ruined towns of the source water wilderness are relatively weaker. The fierce beasts in the mountain forests, however, are much stronger. We're at the dorm now, bye-bye. Su Jingming's target is naturally set on the ruined towns. There are many ferocious beasts in City A, but most are Tier 1, too low in level. Town C has mostly Tier 2 ferocious beasts, but Tier 3 and even Tier 4 ferocious beasts have appeared there before, making it quite dangerous. Let's take a look at the other towns. After some selection, Su Jingming finally chose a ruined town called Pingan County Town. In the ruins of this county town, most of the beasts are Tier 2, with Tier 1 beasts being extremely rare. There are no Tier 3 or Tier 4 beasts at all. The area is vast, and at least 500 to 600 beasts are entrenched within. This is currently the most suitable place for him to hunt. Pingan County Town, this is the one. Su Jingming's gaze slightly sharpened. After confirming the direction on the map, he swiftly leapt forward like an agile leopard. Bye-bye. Pingan County is approximately 20 kilometers away from the entrance to the wilderness area. At full speed, it would take less than 40 minutes to reach. However, this is not a safe rubber track but a perilous wilderness zone. Su Jingming was extremely cautious along the way, carefully avoiding areas where high-level ferocious beasts might appear, and it took him more than 3 hours to finally arrive. Pingan County, here we are. What appeared before Su Jingming was a city in ruins, reminiscent of the martial arts exam site of the past. The once glamorous skyscrapers had long fallen into disrepair. Scattered across the ground were vehicles abandoned by people people fleeing for their lives years ago. After decades of weathering, these cars were mostly reduced to iron frames. The concrete roads were overgrown with weeds, and, amidst the grass, faintly visible were some skeletons that had been gnawed clean, some belonging to ferocious beasts, others to humans. Roar, roar. Terrifying roars echoed one after another from the depths of the ruins. Unlike the ferocious beasts once kept in captivity at the martial arts examination sites, this was a true paradise for savage beasts, a nightmare for humanity. Those savage and violent roars were enough to make the legs of less resolute espers go weak. Yet Su Jingming felt no fear. Instead, his eyes burned with intense battle intent. He could even sense a deep yearning in his heart for the slaughter that was about to unfold. Is this the negative emotional influence brought by the thunder Tyrannosaurus? The dark cloud gale spear was already tightly gripped in Su Jingming's hand. However, at this moment, I no longer need to endure. The slaughter begins now. He gripped his spear tightly and, with a swift movement, dashed into the county town. Pingan County town was vast, with numerous ferocious beasts. Although Su Jingming possessed second-tier peak strength, he could only handle 2 or 3 second-tier peak beasts at the same time. If their numbers increased, he would have no choice but to flee. Therefore, he had to remain low-key and avoid causing too much commotion. Otherwise, if hundreds of second-tier beasts in the town joined forces to hunt him down, even with Thunderflash, escape would be nearly impossible. After entering the county town, Su Jingming prioritized targeting solitary ferocious beasts or groups of fewer than 10 beasts that did not include more than 3 peak second-tier ferocious beasts. Ding killed 1 second-tier lower-rank Shadow Cat, gained 18 ability points. Ding killed 1 second-tier mid-rank Unicorn Rhino, gained 22 ability points. Ding killed 1 second-tier lower-rank Blade Arm Tiger, gained 19 ability points. Ding killed a second-tier mid-level Shadow Cat, gained 21 ability points. Just like that, Su Jingming, alone, wielding a spear, moved through Pingan County like a phantom, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. Perhaps due to the influence of the thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus blood, throughout the entire process, he not only felt no fatigue but became more exhilarated the more he killed. As his killing spree continued, the ability points on the system panel skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Tier 1 Mid. Plus. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Yes. Physique, 460 Vitality. Plus. Spirit, 351 Hz. Plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced Plus. Boxing, Beginner Plus. Thunder Spear, Beginner Plus. A-Rank Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner Plus. Thunder Flash, Beginner Plus. Thunder Prison, Beginner Plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced Plus. Body Training, Thunder Immortal Body, First Level Plus. Then add some. Boom. The next moment, the power of the Zhixiao Divine Thunder has also increased. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Tier 1 Upper. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Yes. Physique, 520 Vitality. Plus. Spirit, 421 Hz. Plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced Fist Technique, Beginner Plus. Thunder Spear, Beginner Plus. A-Rank Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner Plus. Thunder Flash, Beginner Plus. Thunder Prison, Beginner Plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced Plus. Body Training, Thunder Immortal Body, First Level Plus. Whoosh. Thunder Extreme Mode. It's really something to look forward to. He spent another 178 ability points to upgrade the Chain Lightning Spear from Beginner to Intermediate. Su Jingming silently recited in his heart. Because of this, Song Choyan goes to the teacher's villa every day, just like Su Jingming, to receive training and guidance. Senior brother, I'm here. Su Jingming's aura has grown stronger. Yang Jintian said with a cheerful smile. Ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Such powerful strength. Chain Thunder Spear. However, in the next moment, another voice rang out. Thunder Prison. However, I'm not that rookie Lei Zhou. Jade Pivot True Thunder. Not bad, not bad, a brilliant fight. Lu Ming put away his spear, patted Su Jingming on the shoulder, and asked with a smile. Second tier invincible. Second tier invincible. Su Jingming joked with a smile. To the wilderness area? Back before the freshman competition. That long? Fine, since you've decided to go, then go. Lu Ming said slowly. Southwest side. Yang Jintian said in a deep voice. Teacher, don't worry. This isn't my first time participating in a battle of this scale. After leaving the villa, Su Jingming dialed his aunt Su Qingwan's phone number. There are no signal towers in the wilderness area, so phone calls can't get through at all. It's still early, get the remaining things ready, and we can set off for Yuanchuan City in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Su Jingming glanced at the time on his phone. It was not yet 10:30 in the morning. Ding dong, Magic University Equipment Department stop has arrived. On the side of the building, 5 bold characters are written in a flamboyant style. MO University Equipment Department. Let me take a look at the customized spears first. Alright, please follow me. Under the guidance of the staff, Su Jingming arrived at the 13th floor of the building. Clatter. Can I try this gun? Eva, open the school's mission system. Alright. Task 1. Collect 32nd tier Saber Tiger tendons. Reward, 60 credits. C-level task. Task 4. Assist the Modu Public Security Bureau in capturing the 3rd tier lower level fugitive Qianhang. Reward, 200 credits. Grade A task. This is the training model of the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities.